Jiang Nuo found himself transported to a world where everyone possessed spirit beasts, awakening with an unprecedented and seemingly useless talent: physical contact dependency. The system prompted, your spirit beast seeks evolution and must engage in intimate contact with its master. Holding hands grants 100 experience points. Embraces yield maximum skill proficiency. A kiss might even trigger a bloodline reversion. In a bid to survive in this perilous realm, Jiang Nuo gazed at the gravely injured and temperamental little black snake he had found, tears brimming as he extended his hand. Initially, Jiang Nuo approached with trepidation. Could I just touch the tip of your tail? Just once. The little black snake, haughty and flicking its tail, get lost. Don't touch me. Eventually, the entire school awaited the spectacle of Jiang Nuo's embarrassment, mocking him for contracting a spirit beast devoid of any spiritual power. That was until the National Spirit Beast Competition, where the so-called useless snake transformed into a colossal ancient dragon, swatting an S-rank divine beast with its tail. The arena fell silent, jaws dropped in astonishment. Chapter 1. A dismal beginning? The system finally arrives, asterisk asterisk. The acrid scent of disinfectant permeated the air as Jiang Nuo's eyelids fluttered before he slowly opened his eyes. A white ceiling, a metallic bed frame, and in 4 needle embedded in the back of his hand, that he was in the infirmary of the Star Luo Royal Academy of Spirit Beasts. Before he could fully process the influx of memories, a sharp pain struck his temples. Jiang Nuo groaned softly, squeezing his eyes shut as he forced himself to comprehend his current predicament. He had traversed worlds that he found himself in a realm where everyone possessed spirit beasts, inhabiting the body of an 18-year-old boy who shared his name. The original owner of this body was an oddity, the only special recruit admitted to the Star Luo Academy based solely on theoretical excellence. His practical skills were utterly dismal. Just moments ago, during the awakening ceremony for new students, the original owner had fainted from an inability to sense any spirit beast, overwhelmed by the gaze of his peers and instructors, and now he had become Jiang Nuo awake. A sharp voice pierced through the silence at his bedside. Jiang Nuo turned to see a middle-aged man with thin lips and gold-rimmed glasses scrutinizing him. The nameplate on the man's chest read, Academic Affairs Office, Zhao Kuan. Zhao Kuan's eyes held no sympathy, only unabashed disdain and impatience. He slammed a piece of paper onto the bedside table, the sound grating against Jiang Nuo's ears. Jiang Nuo, since you are awake, take a look at this. Jiang Nuo propped himself up weakly, his gaze falling upon the paper. The bold, black characters at the top made his heart sink. Expulsion notice. According to Academy regulations, any student unable to form a preliminary contract during the awakening ceremony, and whose mental power is rated below D, will be expelled. Zhao Kuan adjusted his glasses, his tone frigid. As a special recruit, the board has granted you one final chance. He glanced at his watch. It's 9 o'clock. Before 10, you must go to the abandoned area of the Spirit Beast Cultivation Center and contract any spirit beast. As long as a contract mark appears on your hand, the Academy will recognize your enrollment. If not, you will be packing your bags by the end of the day. With that, Zhao Kuan turned on his heel, leaving the infirmary without casting another glance at Jiang Nuo, his footsteps brisk, as if he were discarding something unpleasant. Was the beginning truly this arduous? Jiang Nuo clenched the thin paper, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. The abandoned area, what a dreadful place. According to his memories, it was where spirit beasts deemed defective, almost dead, or excessively aggressive, those lacking any breeding value, were discarded. To send a D-rank novice there for a contract was akin to condemning him outright. Yet he did not wish to perish. He certainly did not want to be expelled from this prestigious institution, left to wander the streets immediately after his arrival. The instinct for survival overshadowed all his confusion. Jiang Nuo yanked the 4 needle from his hand, disregarding the stinging pain as he swung his legs over the bed. The sudden movement sent a wave of dizziness crashing over him, but he steadied himself against the bed's edge and stumbled out. In the corridor, passing students cast curious glances at his disheveled appearance, some sympathetic, others pitying, but most relishing in his misfortune. Look, it's that bookworm who aced the theory exam that I heard his mental power is so weak he cannot even sense the lowest tier of spirit beasts. How amusing. The nobles are already spreading rumors that he is a disgrace to our commoner faction. Jiang Nuo paid no heed to their remarks. He had but one objective, the Spirit Beast Cultivation Center. As he pushed open the grand doors of the center, a warm breeze laced with the aromas of grass, nectar, and the scent of spirit beasts enveloped him. The hall was spacious, with a ceiling made of transparent crystal, sunlight pouring in and illuminating the space like a celestial realm. Yet, this beauty did not belong to him. Inside the hall, other newcomers gathered in small groups, joyfully discussing their new companions. A girl cradled a fluffy flame dog, the pup licking her cheek affectionately. Another boy boasted a resplendent wind-song bird perched on his shoulder, chirping melodiously. These were the most common yet pure-blooded, gentle initial spirit beasts, symbolizing a stable beginning for any beast master. Jiang Nuo's gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately landing on a particularly conspicuous figure. There, in the center of a gathering, stood a boy with slicked-back hair, surrounded by admirers. Dressed in a tailored uniform, exuding arrogance, he was none other than Lin Xiang, the heir of one of the four prominent families. Nestled in Lin Xiang's arms was a proud young beast, an A-rank Gale lion griffin, possessing the body of a lion and the head and wings of an eagle. Even in its juvenile form, the aura of a sky dominator sent shivers through the lower-tier spirit beasts nearby. Lin Xiao is truly impressive. He commands an A-rank spirit beast right out of the gate. Of course, the Lin family's bloodline talent is beyond what those commoners can compare to. Lin Xiang reveled in the flattery, a smug grin curving his lips as his gaze flicked toward Jiang Nuo at the entrance, immediately morphing from pride to disdain. Jiang Nuo averted his gaze, fists clenched. In this world, lineage and strength dictated everything. He strode toward the service desk, where a scruffy administrator lounged, dozing off at the table. "Excuse me, I'm here to contract a spirit beast." Jiang Nuo's voice emerged hoarse. The administrator lazily lifted an eyelid, scrutinizing him as if recognizing the celebrity from the day's ceremony. He curled his lip in annoyance and stood up. "Follow me." Instead of leading him to the polished breeding areas, the administrator guided him through a narrow corridor, arriving at a rusty iron door. "Here you go. Choose one inside. Wrap it up in half an hour." "I need to lock up," the administrator said, producing a hefty set of keys to unlock the heavy padlock. A wave of damp, rancid odor rushed out as the door creaked open. Jiang Nuo inhaled deeply and stepped inside. This was the disposal area. The light was dim, and the air was thick with dust. 2 rows of iron cages extended into the darkness. Inside these cages were not the lively, adorable spirit beast infants, but rather a collection of grotesque, near-death failures. There were bats with severed wings, a 3-headed lizard nearby, and a rabbit whose body was half turned to stone. Some emitted pained whimpers, while others lay limply at the bottom of their cages, their barely rising chests the only indication of life. Jiang Nuo's heart sank gradually. Only 10 minutes remained. He had to find a partner among these forlorn creatures who could still contract with him. Suppressing his discomfort, he began to inspect each cage one by one. As he approached the final iron cage, his footsteps came to a halt. In the corner of the cage coiled a small snake, entirely enveloped in darkness. It measured no more than the length of chopsticks. Its frail and emaciated body revealed patches of raw, exposed skin where most of its scales had long since fallen away. It lay utterly still, as if it had been dead for ages. The label affixed to the cage read, "Source unknown, no magical energy fluctuations detected, suspected genetic collapse, pending destruction." This was the one. Jiang Nuo could not fathom why he had made this decision. Perhaps it was a sense of shared suffering, or perhaps a reckless abandon. He glanced at the clock on the wall. The minute hand pointed resolutely at 10 o'clock. The time had come. Jiang Nuo's body swayed slightly, teetering on the brink of collapse. Was his journey across realms destined to conclude in such an embarrassing manner? At that moment, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! Strong, will to survive detected. The ultimate Beastkeeper system has been activated. Newbie task issued. Please establish physical contact with any contractable target within 10 minutes to embark on your journey as a Beastmaster. Jiang Nuo abruptly lifted his head, and a spark ignited in his once dull, apricot eyes. his gaze fixated intently on the near-lifeless little black snake within the iron cage. Chapter 2. The irreverent system, a chilling mechanical voice reverberated, prompting Jiang Nuo to abruptly lift his gaze, his eyes illuminating once more. Time waits for no one. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Nuo reached for the rusted latch of the cage door, taking a deep breath as he extended his hand into the darkness within. The small serpent seemed to sense the impending threat. Despite its frail state, it emitted a faint hiss. Jiang Nuo's heart raced, lodged in his throat. He closed his eyes, as if surrendering to fate, and grasped the serpent's cold, slick body. Ding! Physical contact detected. Beginner task initiated. No sooner had the system notification sounded than an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The serpent, summoning its last vestiges of strength, swiftly turned and bit Jiang Nuo's wrist. A sharp pain surged through him, yet he did not release his grip. Instead, he tightened his hold. Blood trickled down his wrist, but did not fall to the ground. Instead, the droplets transformed into golden motes that eagerly surged into the serpent's wound. A searing, fiery pain radiated from his wrist as Jiang Nuo observed a black, intricate totem rapidly materializing on the back of his hand. Simultaneously, an identical mark appeared on the serpent's forehead. The contract emblem. A peculiar bond began to forge between him and the serpent. Jiang Nuo felt a faint yet tempestuous consciousness awakening on the other end of the contract. Beginner task completed. Contract successful. The ultimate Beastkeeper system is now officially bound. It worked. Jiang Nuo felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him, nearly collapsing to the ground. "Hey kid, time's up." The impatient voice of the administrator echoed from outside. He pushed open the iron door and entered, glancing at the serpent in Jiang Nuo's hand, raising an eyebrow. "You chose this thing? All right, hurry up and leave." With little desire to argue, Jiang Nuo merely raised his hand, showcasing the still fading contract emblem. The administrator's expression faltered slightly, revealing an element of surprise, yet he waved him off, urging him to depart swiftly. Jiang Nuo carefully stowed the small serpent into the Beastkeeper space, a sanctuary for contracted beasts to rest. After completing these tasks, he dragged his weary body out of the oppressive abandoned zone. Upon returning to his dormitory, he shut the door behind him and slid down to the floor. Leaning against the door panel, a wave of exhaustion engulfed him. He resided in the most secluded single room, small in size, containing only a bed, a desk, and a wardrobe, its paint peeling and the air imbued with a musty odor. Yet, in that modest space, he felt an unexpected sense of security. He opened his right hand. The contract emblem on his wrist had dulled, flickering in and out of visibility. His academic status was secured. Jiang Nuo exhaled in relief, only to recall the icy mechanical voice echoing in his mind. He concentrated, silently invoking. System? Before him, a translucent blue screen materialized. Ultimate Beastkeeper system. Host, Jiang Nuo. Talent, physical contact dependency, SSS level, unique. Talent description. Your contracted beast yearns for intimate contact with its master. Through physical connection, the growth rate and evolutionary potential of the beast can be significantly enhanced. Conversely, if there is a prolonged lack of interaction, the contracted beast will succumb to weakness, ultimately perishing from energy depletion. Jiang Nuo was momentarily taken aback. SSS grade? Unique? This sounded impressive, but what was the meaning of the subsequent explanation? His gaze continued downward. Beginner task completed. Initial physical contact with the contract target. Task reward. Beginner's gift pack X1 has been delivered to system inventory. Daily task. Not refreshed. Engage in intimate interactions with the contracted beast each day to acquire substantial experience points and random rewards. At the bottom of the light screen, a few lines provided examples. Example 1. Pet the head of the contracted beast for 10 minutes. Experience points 100. Example 2. Embrace the contracted beast for 30 minutes. Skill proficiency 50. Example 3. Kiss the forehead of the contracted beast. Chance to unlock hidden skills. Jiang Nuo's cheeks began to flush. He read through the information 3 times, confirming that he had not misread. Thus, his talent entailed a requirement for physical contact with his contracted beast. He even noticed deeper clauses. The duration and depth of daily intimate contact would directly influence the beast's mood value. Should the mood value drop too low, the beast would refuse to follow commands and might even entertain thoughts of rebellion. Jiang Nuo felt a wave of dizziness. The small snake he had contracted, judging by its fierce aura, was no gentle creature. To engage in intimate interaction with it seemed akin to courting death. Just then, he felt a sharp pain emanate from the emblem on the back of his hand, a surge of violent anger flooding into his mind through the contract. Alarmed, he hastily opened the beast's space. The jet-black snake was released, landing on the cold floor. Having absorbed his blood, it appeared to regain some strength. Its emaciated body filled out slightly, and the wounds beneath its shed scales had begun to scab over. It had awakened. The small snake lifted its head, its golden vertical pupils brimming with icy malice. It surveyed the cramped room, ultimately locking its gaze onto Jiang Nuo. The humiliation of being bound by such a weak human was something Mo Yuan had never anticipated. In the next moment, the small snake transformed into a shadow, darting straight toward Jiang Nuo's throat. Its mouth opened, revealing tiny, sharp fangs. Jiang Nuo's pupils constricted sharply, as if all the blood in his body had frozen. He wanted to evade, but his body remained rigid, unresponsive. Just as the venomous fangs were about to pierce his skin, his mind went blank, leaving only the instinct to survive. He instinctively activated the contract emblem on his hand. Stop! With a resonant hum, an invisible force erupted from the emblem. The black snake was suspended in midair, mere inches from Jiang Nuo's neck. Its body was rigid, unable to advance further. Yet those golden eyes bore into Jiang Nuo with a murderous intensity, as if the malice could manifest into a tangible entity. Jiang Nuo gasped for breath, his back drenched in cold sweat. He stared into the serpent's eyes, his heart racing. He had just come perilously close to death, and his contracted beast had sought to kill him. Chapter 3 Dignity is worth only a can of milk. Jiang Nuo gasped for breath, his heart racing within his chest. He locked eyes with the little snake suspended in midair. One was in a state of panic while the other emanated a chilling intent to kill. The atmosphere seemed to solidify around them. Mo Yuan, bound by the power of the contract, found himself immobilized, yet his golden slit pupils brimmed with fury, nearly erupting. The humiliation of being forcibly bound in a master-servant contract by such a feeble human was etched deep within his soul. Jiang Nuo observed him and suddenly found it somewhat amusing. Despite nearly facing death, he felt no hatred towards this tiny creature, no longer than a pair of chopsticks. Trembling with rage, he attempted to relax the contract's hold in his mind. The constraining sensation dissipated, and the little snake plummeted from the air, landing on the cold floor with a soft thud. Mo Yuan quickly coiled his body, raising his head high and assuming an aggressive posture, hissing threateningly from his throat. Yet, he refrained from attacking again. That last bout had nearly drained all the energy he had just regained. Jiang Nuo slowly retreated, raising his hands to signal his lack of malice. I am not your enemy. He spoke softly, his voice slightly trembling. You are injured and in need of energy. Mo Yuan was acutely aware of his need for energy. Having been sealed for a millennium and left to die in a desolate area, his current body was pitifully weak. However, as a formidable demon lord, he would never accept the charity of a lowly human. At that moment, an incongruous gurgling sound erupted. Though faint, it resonated distinctly in the silent room. Jiang Nuo paused, glancing down at the snake's emaciated abdomen. Montak Yuan Fotsa. This unworthy body had audibly betrayed him with a hunger pang before his enemy. He felt his dignity being ground into the dirt. The mingling of murderous intent and shame caused his slit pupils to narrow into a dangerous line. Jiang Nuo dared not laugh, fearing that a chuckle might incite the tiny serpent to rage. He recalled an order he had placed in the academy's marketplace and hurriedly turned to rummage through a box at the door. Soon, he retrieved a metal canister emblazoned with the words Dragon Breath Infant Formula. This was the most expensive item he had purchased with his last bit of living expenses, rumored to contain a trace of dragon energy, proving remarkably beneficial for reptilian spirit beasts. He carefully prepared a small bottle, and the warm scent of milk immediately filled the room. Montauk Yuan's nose twitched. The aroma was peculiar, although the energy it contained was scant. It held a fatal allure for his currently feeble body. Jiang Nuo held the bottle, inching closer and crouching down half a meter away from the little snake. Why not have a sip? It will aid your wounds. Mo Yuan turned his head away, his serpent eyes filled with pride and disdain. He would never touch food offered in such a manner. Jiang Nuo, observing his unyielding demeanor, felt a headache coming on. He remembered the system task, which required physical contact. An idea flickered in his mind. Jiang Nuo opened the milk bottle, dipped his pinky into the warm liquid, and slowly, tentatively, extended it towards Mo Yuan. Just take a sip. If it doesn't taste good, you needn't drink anymore. As Mo Yuan observed the approaching fingertip, the hissing sound from his throat intensified. He yearned to retreat, yet the enchanting aroma of milk seemed to possess an irresistible magic, rendering him immobile. Ultimately, the finger, adorned with the creamy essence, gently brushed against his lips. A wave of rich, sweet energy exploded along his taste buds, flooding into his parched limbs. The sensation was akin to a traveler on the brink of death in a desert finally savoring their first sip of fresh spring water. Montauk Yuan's pupils dilated instantaneously. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Jiang Nuo's finger glided upward, softly caressing his forehead, an action as delicate as a feather's touch. Ding! Patting the head of the contract beast grants 1 experience point. The alert resonated in Jiang Nuo's mind, filling him with elation. Meanwhile, Mo Yuan was utterly frozen. He had first tasted an unprecedented, delectable energy, only to be met with the audacity of this human daring to touch his head. Just as he was about to erupt in indignation, Jiang Nuo had already positioned the milk bottle at his lips. This time, after only a brief hesitation, Mo Yuan instinctively leaned in, extending his tongue to lick the milk that overflowed from the bottle's mouth. What is dignity? One must first sate their hunger. Jiang Nuo watched as he drank the milk in small sips, emboldened by the sight. He cautiously extended his other hand, gingerly cradling the slender serpent in his palm. Mo Yuan's body tensed at once, halting his drinking, and he raised his head in vigilance. Stay still, Jiang Nuo whispered, striving for a gentle tone. I will warm you. Body heat aids digestion. The warmth of his palm enveloped Mo Yuan's icy form, transmitting a continuous wave of comfort. Under the influence of this soothing warmth and the allure of nourishment, Mo Yuan's thoughts of struggle gradually subsided. Resigned, he lowered his head and resumed drinking. Jiang Nuo cradled the serpent, watching as the experience points on the system panel increment slowly. 1, 1, 1, and his heart swelled with joy. Indeed, there is nothing that cannot be resolved by delectable food. The small bottle of milk soon approached its end. After finishing the last sip, Mo Yuan felt a long-lost vitality surge within him. He raised his head, only to meet Jiang Nuo's smiling gaze. What did this human perceive him as? A pet, perhaps? The anger and humiliation that had been suppressed by food surged back with a vengeance. Without hesitation, Mo Yuan flicked his tail and struck Jiang Nuo's hand with a light, yet decidedly insulting slap. Though the force was mild, the humiliation was profound. Afterward, he turned to slink into a corner, intent on distancing himself from this human. Jiang Nuo, cradling his reddened hand, felt no anger. Instead, he smiled at Mo Yuan's retreating figure. He retrieved a temperature-controlled breeding box from beneath the table, a complimentary item received with the purchase of milk powder. Adjusting the temperature to the optimal setting for serpentine creatures, he gently placed Mo Yuan inside. Once enveloped in the warm, dry confines of the box, Mo Yuan coiled into a ball, presenting his backside to Jiang Nuo as a display of his displeasure. Jiang Nuo, unperturbed, set the box on his bedside table. As night deepened, Mo Yuan lay atop the soft mat, relishing the comfort bestowed by the temperature-controlled box. Through the transparent glass, he observed the human lying on the bed, breathing steadily. The human appeared feeble, as fragile as a mere insect, and his intellect seemed rather lacking, displaying a certain foolishness. However, he emanated a delightful fragrance, and his palms radiated warmth, while the sustenance he procured was imbued with an unusual energy. Perhaps, It would be prudent to spare his life for the time being. Once I regain a modicum of strength, I can dispose of him without delay. Mo Yuan contemplated this, his eyelids growing heavy, succumbing to the first peaceful slumber he had experienced in millennia. Chapter 4. My servant, do you dare to move? At the break of dawn, sunlight streamed through the old windows, casting a patch of light upon the floor. Jiang Nuo awoke early, and upon rising, his gaze fell upon the temperature-controlled beast-nurturing box on the bedside table. Mo Yuan was curled up in a small ball, peacefully asleep on the soft cushion, his body, as thick as chopsticks, gently rising and falling with each breath. The sunlight glinted off his dark scales, creating a subtle sheen. He appeared harmless and tranquil. Who could have imagined that just the night before, this little creature had wished to end his life? Jiang Nuo silently summoned the system, and a semi-transparent screen materialized before him. Host, Jiang Nuo Contract Beast, Mo Yuan. Level, unranked 9100, mood value, 25 slightly displeased. Yesterday, after feeding and petting, his experience points had increased by 8, and his mood had shifted from anger to slight dissatisfaction. Jiang Nuo carefully rose, completed his morning routine, and opened the can of dragon breath milk powder, preparing to make breakfast for his esteemed companion. Just as he shook the bottle to test the temperature, the dormitory door was abruptly kicked open, slamming against the wall with a resounding thud. Jiang Nuo's hand trembled, nearly dropping the milk bottle. Jiang Nuo, get out here! A brazen voice called from outside. Recognizing the voice, Jiang Nuo identified it as Zhang Hu, a lackey of Lin Zion, with his extraordinary iron-toothed rat at his disposal. Zhang Hu bullied the common students, often undertaking the dirty work for Lin Zion. Wishing to avoid trouble, Jiang Nuo placed the milk bottle on the table and approached the door to pull it open. 3 students in uniform stood outside, with Zhang Hu at the forefront. He was tall and imposing, his face adorned with excess flesh, scrutinizing Jiang Nuo with an air of superiority. Oh, our theoretical class genius with a perfect score? Somehow didn't get expelled yesterday? Zhang Hu mocked. You must have had some incredible luck. His 2 cronies snickered in agreement. Zhang Gu, stop wasting time with him. Lin Xiao said that this kind of worthless commoner, who occupies a spot without contributing, deserve a lesson to understand that this academy is not a refuge for garbage. Jiang Nuo, preferring not to engage in an argument, simply inquired, is there something you need? I have classes to attend. Classes? Zhang Hu erupted in laughter. With you? And your little worm? No longer willing to feign civility, he extended his hand. Enough chatter. Pay up the senior guidance fee for this month, 500 star coins, and hand it over quickly, or you won't be leaving this door today. This was outright extortion, according to the original owner's memories. Such occurrences were commonplace among common students. 500 star coins constituted his entire monthly allowance. I have no money, Jiang Nuo replied. No money? Zhang Hu scoffed, shoving Jiang Nuo aside as he swaggered into the cramped dormitory. His gaze swept across the room, ultimately landing on the beautifully packaged milk powder on the table. Lacking the means to procure sustenance, yet possessing the funds for such extravagant goods, Zhang Hu approached, seizing the can of milk powder with a dismissive scoff. Surely, this item is not inexpensive? Are you feeding that useless snake of yours with it? The lackeys behind him chimed in, mocking, Brother Zhang, look how ridiculous he is, on the brink of starvation, yet nurturing a worthless creature. I told you, I have no money, Jiang Nuo reiterated, positioning himself protectively in front of the table. How brazenly audacious. Zhang Hu's expression darkened as he hurled the can to the ground, raising his foot to crush it. Jiang Nuo's pupils constricted. His body reacted before his mind, lunging forward to embrace the can tightly. This was Mo Yuan's sustenance. Zhang Hu stumbled, nearly losing his balance, his face betraying his surprise. You dare to court death? He roared, gesturing with his hand as a shadowy figure darted from his sleeve and landed on the floor. It was a large rat, its fur bristling like steel needles, its incisors gleaming with a metallic sheen. An extraordinary spirit beast, the iron-toothed rat. Atai, bite him, Zhang Hu commanded, pointing at Jiang Nuo's arm. The rat emitted a shrill cry, its limbs propelling it swiftly towards Jiang Nuo. Clutching the can, Jiang Nuo had no time to evade. watching helplessly as the creature's teeth loomed closer. The clamor from the dormitory had roused Mo Yuan in his temperature control box. He opened his golden slit pupils, coldly observing the unfolding scene. This human was truly foolish and feeble, daring to fight for a mere can of food. Yet, upon witnessing the grotesque rat lunging at Jiang Nuo, who was guarding the milk powder as if it were a treasure, Mo Yuan felt a flicker of irritation. That was his sustenance, the food of Mo Yuan, the demon lord. When did it become permissible for such lowly vermin to intrude upon his domain? Just as the rat's teeth were about to breach Jiang Nuo's skin, an overwhelming aura of dread descended. This pressure did not target anyone in the room, but instead pierced directly into the rat's soul. It was the suppression from the apex of the hierarchy of life, a predator's disdain for lower beings. The iron-toothed rat, mid-lunge, froze abruptly in mid-air, its beady eyes filling with terror. It seemed to behold a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, witnessing a horrific shadow of annihilation. A piercing, distorted scream erupted from its throat. It collapsed with a thud, convulsing violently, limbs thrashing, a foul liquid seeping from beneath it, rapidly forming a pool on the ground. It had been so frightened that it lost control of its bowels. This sudden spectacle left everyone momentarily stunned. Jiang Nuo's sinister grin froze, his gaze fixed on the rat, now sprawled on the ground, frothing at the mouth, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. "Atia? Atai, what has happened to you?" he called out. But the rat merely twitched, lacking the strength to respond. Jiang Nuo, too, was momentarily taken aback. Slowly, he lowered the can from his embrace, turning to glance at the nightstand. Through the ventilation window of the temperature-control box, a pair of golden-slit pupils observed indifferently, then gradually closed, as if all that transpired was of no concern to it. Was it he who orchestrated this? Jiang Nuo's heart raced fiercely. "What have you done to my Atai?" Jiang Nuo exclaimed, a mixture of shock and anger evident on his face, yet he dared not advance any further. He pointed at Jiang Nuo with a feigned bravado. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Nuo was uncertain how Mo Yuan had managed it, but he recognized that this was his moment. He gradually rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Without uttering a word, he silently approached the corner of the room, picking up the iron chair used for cleaning. The metal legs scraped against the floor, producing a jarring sound, while Jiang Nuo's face betrayed little emotion. The warmth usually present in his almond-shaped eyes had been replaced with an icy resolve. He remained silent, hoisting the chair and advancing step by step toward Jiang Nuo. The reckless demeanor that Jiang Nuo exuded rendered Jiang Nuo momentarily paralyzed. His iron-toothed rat lay incapacitated, leaving him merely an ordinary individual. Faced with someone seemingly ready to fight to the death, he felt a pang of fear. "What do you intend to do? I warn you. Assaulting a fellow student within the academy will result in expulsion," he shouted, retreating further. Jiang Nuo did not halt his advance. As Jiang Nuo stumbled back to the doorway, he could no longer endure the looming presence of the approaching chair. In a frantic scramble, he scooped up his twitching iron-toothed rat and fled without looking back. The other two lackeys, equally terrified, followed suit. The sound of their hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor, finally bringing a sense of tranquility to the world. Jiang Nuo's arm weakened, and the chair clattered to the floor. Leaning against the wall, he gasped for breath, feeling as though all his strength had been drained. He glanced back at the temperature-control box. Mo Yuan remained curled up within, seemingly in a deep slumber. Approaching, Jiang Nuo placed the canister of safe milk on the table and opened the lid of the temperature-control box. He extended his hand, yearning to touch Mo Yuan. The little snake stirred, silently turning away, its tail pointed at him in a clear gesture of do not touch. Observing this display, a faint smile tugged at Jiang Nuo's lips. He spoke softly, "Thank you." Chapter 5. The life and death speed of a good morning kiss. After Jiang Nuo and his cohort had fled in disarray, tranquility finally returned to the dormitory. Jiang Nuo exhaled deeply, feeling the cold sweat on his back still not completely dry. The act of brandishing the chair had nearly drained all of his courage. He approached the bedside table. Gazing at the little creature within the temperature-control box, its tail pointed at him, and felt a swirl of complex emotions. He opened the system panel for a moment. Host, Jiang Nuo, Contract Beast. Mo Yuan, level, unranked, 9100. Mood value, 35 calm. To his surprise, the mood value had shifted from slight dissatisfaction to calmness, indicating that his recent protective actions and Mo Yuan's intervention in dealing with the provocateurs had positively influenced its mood. Jiang Nuo picked up the warm bottle of milk from the table and offered it to the feeding hole of the temperature-controlled box. It's time to eat. This time, Mo Yuan did not adopt its prior defiant stance. Instead, it silently crawled over, sipping delicately from the bottle. Watching Mo Yuan drink the milk obediently, Jiang Nuo felt a surge of courage. Tentatively, he extended a finger, gently brushing against Mo Yuan's back. Mo Yuan paused momentarily, but did not recoil. Ding! Gently caressing the back of the contracted beast, experience points accumulated. Joy surged within Jiang Nuo as he traced his fingers along its spine from head to tail. Again and again, the creature, Mo Yuan, seemed to revel in this tender touch, slowing its drinking of milk and emitting a soft, satisfied gurgle from its throat. Upon finishing a bottle, Jiang Nuo's experience points rose to 18. Tidying up his belongings, he glanced at the time and prepared to attend his first class of the day. Introduction to Spirit Beast Combat, taught by mentor Gu Qinghan. He carefully removed Mo Yuan from the temperature-controlled box, and the little creature instinctively climbed onto his wrist, coiling itself into a black bracelet. After the morning S events, Mo Yuan appeared to accept this as its designated spot. Just as Jiang Nuo was about to step outside, the cold chime of the system notification resonated again. Ding! Daily tasks have been refreshed. Task name, morning greetings. Task content, kiss the contracted beast on its forehead to express your affection. Task reward, 1 skill point, 10 mood points. Failure penalty, 20 mood points, level reset. Jiang Nuo's steps froze in place. He looked down at the once docile little snake on his wrist, blinking in disbelief, questioning his own eyes. A kiss on the forehead? Had the system lost its mind? Just yesterday, a mere pat on the head nearly provoked the creature's ire. Now, it demanded a kiss. Was there any difference between that and placing his face dangerously close to its venomous fangs? Moreover, the penalty for failure was a complete reset of his level. All the experience points he had painstakingly accumulated from feeding and nurturing the snake over the past few days would be rendered utterly futile. Gazing at Mo Yuan on his wrist, Jiang Nuo found himself in a moral quandary. Mo Yuan seemed to sense his gaze, lifting its head with a hint of inquiry in its golden vertical pupils. Jiang Nuo struggled to speak, attempting to concoct an excuse. I just want to check if the injury on your forehead has healed. As he spoke, he gradually leaned his face closer. Mo Yuan's body tensed instantly. What was this human up to? It fixated on the enlarging face before it, observing the flicker of guilt in those almond eyes, instinctively feeling offended. Just as Jiang Nuo's lips were less than a centimeter from Mo Yuan's forehead, a sharp crack echoed. Mo Yuan's tail, swift as lightning, struck Jiang Nuo's lips with precision. The force was gentle yet sufficient to convey its refusal. Jiang Nuo clutched his slightly numbed lips, momentarily stunned. The countdown for task failure ticked ominously in his mind. No, he could not give up. A direct kiss on the forehead was clearly out of the question. He needed a different approach. His gaze fell upon the tip of the tail that had just delivered the gentle reprimand, slightly raised in triumph. The forehead was the head. Rounding up, the tail tip could also be considered a part of the body, right? Desperate times called for desperate measures. With newfound resolve, Jiang Nuo seized the slender tail before Mo Yuan could react. The creature, startled, was about to exert force to escape when it felt a warm, soft object lightly brush against the tip of its tail. A gentle peck. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Mo Yuan, the serpent, was utterly frozen, every scale betraying an overwhelming disbelief. How could he, the formidable demon lord, have been kissed on the tail by a mere human? Ding! Mission objective contact completed. Assessed as B-level completion. Mission reward, 1 skill point, 5 mood points. Penalty waived. The system's notification brought a sigh of relief from Jiang Nuo. Although the reward had been halved, at least it was a completion. He quickly released his grip, glancing at the petrified Mo Yuan and sheepishly explaining. This is a form of treatment. It's customary back home. Mo Yuan slowly turned his head, each movement deliberate, his golden vertical pupils fixated on Jiang Nuo, swirling with indignation, astonishment, and a tempest of fury. His dignity had been shattered. Quaking with rage, Mo Yuan abruptly spun around, intent on retreating to the contract space, wishing never to lay eyes on this shameless, perverted human again. Wait! Jiang Nuo exclaimed as he noticed Mo Yuan's intent to flee, hastily retrieving an item from his pocket. It was a small, energy-infused fish snack, no larger than a fingernail, which he had painstakingly exchanged his hard-earned points for at the Academy's shop, rumored to be nourishing for serpentine spirit beasts. The rich aroma of energy wafted through the air. Mo Yuan, poised to abandon ship, hesitated mid-stride. He glanced back at the enticing fish snack and then at Jiang Nuo's face, adorned with an ingratiating smile, his internal scale teetering precariously. Ultimately, his dignity succumbed to instinct. Mo Yuan did not retreat to the contract space, nor did he consume the fish snack. Instead, he silently coiled back around Jiang Nuo's wrist, tightening his grip. Jiang Nuo felt a suffocating pressure on his wrist. Mo Yuan's embrace was akin to a true shackle, expressing both his anger and a form of punishment. Jiang Nuo forced a bitter smile, resigning to the serpent's grip. He understood that a rift had formed between them today. Raising his slightly purpled wrist, he resignedly pushed open the door and walked toward the teaching building. The sun shone brightly as the pair, one feeling guilty and the other stifled, embarked on their first day at the Academy. Chapter 6. Disrobing in Public, All for Serpent? At the open training ground of the Xingluo Royal Beast Academy, the expanse was vast. At this moment, nearly 100 freshmen stood scattered across the lawn by their respective classes. Many had released their contracted beasts, gathering to showcase their companions. The training ground buzzed with a cacophony of spirit beasts, creating a lively atmosphere. Jiang Nuo stood in a corner of the crowd, striving to remain inconspicuous. His wrist was still tightly encircled by Mo Yuan, the pressure just enough to convey a sense of oppression without hindering blood flow. This was the silent punishment and protest of the Demon Lord. Jiang Nuo tugged at the corner of his mouth and raised his gaze ahead. On the podium stood a tall woman, arms crossed, coldly observing everyone. With her silver hair tied into a high ponytail and clad in the white lab coat typical of researchers, she wore gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose. She was Gu Qinghan, the first year's esteemed mentor, a woman renowned for her rigorous training and formidable strength. Quietly, Gu Qinghan spoke, her voice, though soft, resonated throughout the entire training grounds, instantly silencing the previously noisy environment. Her cold gaze swept over each student, finally pausing on a few particularly boisterous noble students. Those individuals immediately retracted their arrogance and straightened their postures. My class will focus solely on practical combat, Gu Qinghan declared flatly, announcing the rules. Today's first lesson is quite simple. Assess the vitality and obedience of your contracted beasts. Now, everyone, command your partners to move. With a single command, the arena once again buzzed with activity. The flamehound joyfully exhaled flames, while the wind-singing bird circled above its master, singing melodiously. Lin Xiang's side was particularly striking. His A-grade Gale Griffin spread its wings, its keen eagle eyes scanning the surroundings, drawing gasps of admiration. Lin Zong reveled in the attention, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Nuo in the corner, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Jiang Nuo, however, paid him no heed, focusing instead on the bracelet adorning his wrist. "Hey, it's our turn. Don't constrict me anymore," he whispered. Mo Yuan remained motionless, seemingly oblivious. At that moment, the weather abruptly shifted. Dark clouds amassed in the once clear sky, obscuring the sun, while a chilling breeze swept across the training grounds, causing the temperature to plummet. Several students instinctively hugged their arms. Jiang Nuo shivered, only to realize that the pressure on his wrist had vanished. He looked down to see Mo Yuan's body had grown somewhat rigid, its golden eyes tightly shut, utterly still. A sense of dread washed over Jiang Nuo. He gently poked Mo Yuan's body. It felt cold and stiff. Montak Yuan? Montak Yuan? He attempted to call out, but the little serpent remained unresponsive. This was dire. The sudden drop in temperature had caused the already weakened Mo Yuan to slip into hibernation. Next, Jiang Nuo. Gu Qinghan's detached voice cut through the air from the podium. Her recording board in hand. Jiang Nuo's scalp prickled with anxiety. Summoning his courage, he stepped forward a few paces, feeling the weight of his classmates' gaze upon him. Bring forth your contracted beast, Gu Qinghan commanded. Jiang Nuo awkwardly raised his wrist. Teacher, it's right here. Oh. Gu Qinghan raised an eyebrow and approached. Curious students gathered around, eager to see what this bookish student, who had aced the theory, had contracted, when they beheld the slender, pitch-black serpent on Jiang Nuo's wrist. No thicker than a chopstick, they were momentarily stunned before erupting into laughter. What is that? An earthworm? I thought it would be a fierce spirit beast. Turns out it's just a useless snake. Lin Xiang's laughter rang the loudest. Jiang Nuo. From which muddy pit did you fish out this pet? Is it dead? Why is it so still? It's merely asleep, Jiang Nuo defended, his complexion paling. Asleep? Gu Qinghan's gaze sharpened behind her glasses. My classroom is not a place for your spirit beast to nap. Awaken it and demonstrate its vitality. Otherwise, you shall earn not a single credit for this course. Jiang Nuo felt a tightening in his chest. He grasped his wrist and shook it incessantly, calling out to Mo Yuan, who remained as unresponsive as a stone. The laughter surrounding him grew louder, making him increasingly uncomfortable. A waist paired with a useless snake. Truly a perfect match, Lin Xiang mocked, crossing his arms and jeering. What should he do? Jiang Nuo felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He could not afford to lose all his credits here, nor could he allow Mo Yuan to endure such humiliation from this group. It was unbearably cold. Mo Yuan needed warmth. A sudden thought flashed through Jiang Nuo's mind. He recalled a line from the System S instructions. The host and the contracted beast could share body heat and energy through deep physical contact. This was the only solution. Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, Jiang Nuo took a deep breath, seemingly resolute. He extended his trembling hand and began to unbutton his school uniform shirt. One button, then two. Immediately, the training ground fell silent. Everyone stared in wide-eyed confusion, unable to comprehend his intentions. The laughter ceased, replaced by expressions of bewilderment. Even Lin Xiang's smile froze on his face. Even the usually aloof Gu Qinghan adjusted her glasses, her eyes reflecting surprise. Ignoring the stares, Jiang Nuo swiftly unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his pale chest. He then carefully removed the rigid Mo Yuan from his wrist and, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, tucked it into his shirt, pressing it tightly against his skin. Once he completed this act, he adjusted his clothing, wrapping his arms around his chest to provide more warmth to the little snake nestled within. A hush fell over the crowd. A few seconds later, the silence erupted into chaos. What the hell is he doing? That's insane. He's putting a snake in his shirt in public. Several girls turned away, blushing and muttering about his shamelessness, while the boys erupted into louder laughter and whistles. Lin Xiang's face turned pale, pointing at Jiang Nuo, speechless with rage. You pervert. Standing in the center of all those gazes, Jiang Nuo tightly embraced his arms. He could feel Mo Yuan's cold scales against his skin, sending chills across him. His face flushed crimson, his ears buzzing, wishing he could vanish into a crack in the ground. Yet he did not retreat, stubbornly standing firm, waiting for the little creature in his arms to awaken. Chapter 7. The most embarrassed person in the room, smiled Jiang Nuo, stood in the center of the training ground, surrounded by mocking and disdainful glances, while some onlookers regarded him with curiosity, leaving him feeling utterly uneasy. His cheeks burned, and his ears buzzed, making it difficult to discern the discussions around him. Was he insane? Did he genuinely believe he could warm a lifeless snake with his body? It was revolting. He felt goosebumps rising. Lin Xiang, arms crossed, shifted from shock to disgust and contempt, deeming Jiang Nuo's actions foolish and a disgrace to the profession of beast tamers. Gu Qinghan remained silent, standing still as if waiting to see what would unfold next. Jiang Nuo held his arms tightly, his lower lip bitten white. He could feel the cold, slick scales against his skin, causing him to shiver. Uncertain whether this chill emanated from the creature nestled in his arms or the scrutinizing gazes surrounding him, Jiang Nuo remained immobile. He stood there stubbornly, focusing all his attention on the small being he cradled. Closing his eyes, he prayed fervently while summoning his limited mental energy, hoping to convey warmth through their bond. "Awaken, Mo Yuan," he silently implored. Time elapsed slowly, each second stretching unbearably. Just as Jiang Nuo felt he could no longer endure, a sudden notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Deep physical contact with the contracted beast detected. Energy transmission efficiency increased to 200. Mood points, experience points 2. Mood points, experience points 2. The series of notifications invigorated Jiang Nuo. Simultaneously, he sensed the icy form against his chest loosening slightly. The rigidness, akin to that of a lifeless entity, began to dissipate, replaced by a hint of vitality. Then, he felt the cold body stir gently. Mo Yuan's consciousness awakened amidst a wave of warmth. Disoriented, he could only perceive himself enveloped in a soft, comforting embrace. The rhythmic thumping of a heartbeat resonated in his ears, instilling a profound sense of solace. The energy he had lost was being replenished through the contact of their skins. This warmth was soothing and carried a familiar scent of milk. It was that foolish human. Contact Yuan's awareness gradually sharpened. He recalled succumbing to slumber in class due to the drop in temperature. Was he now nestled in that perverse human's arms? Though he felt both embarrassed and indignant, his body's yearning for warmth overshadowed the dignity of the demon lord. He was too lethargic to open his eyes, instinctively nudging toward the source of the warm heartbeat. At that moment, Jiang Nuo's entire body stiffened. A wave of tingling sensation surged through his chest. Mo Yuan's small serpent head brushed against his skin, the cool scales rubbing against the warmth of his flesh, causing him to tremble slightly. Jiang Nuo's body tensed instinctively. He longed to restrain the restless creature in his arms, yet feared disturbing its recovery, leaving him to endure the sensation in silence. His body quivered, and a peculiar expression crossed his face. He attempted to suppress it, but the tickling sensation proved too relentless. Suddenly, an uncontrollable laugh erupted from Jiang Nuo's throat. The sound echoed starkly in the quiet training ground. Everyone paused, astonished. They gazed at Jiang Nuo, who was shaking, contorted in expression, and stifling laughter, their eyes filled with fear. What was he laughing at? Could it be that he was so overwhelmed that he had lost his sanity? Lin Xiang's face darkened further. He believed Jiang Nuo was deliberately seeking attention in this grotesque manner, inducing nausea in those around him. Teacher, Lin Xiang could no longer contain himself. He turned to Gu Qinghan, insisting that such a deranged student should be expelled immediately. He was insulting the Starfall Academy. Gu Qinghan finally made a move. Adjusting her glasses, she strode purposefully toward Jiang Nuo, and all eyes followed her. Everyone believes that this farce should come to an end, and this disgraceful individual is on the verge of being expelled by Mentor Gu. Jiang Nuo also spotted Gu Qinghan approaching. Her heart tightened, and she hurriedly wished for the little Mo Yuan in her embrace to remain still. Stay still, she silently chanted, suppressing her amusement. Contact Yuan, having absorbed ample energy in the warmth of her embrace, regained his vitality. Just as he was about to wriggle out, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura drawing near, an aura potent and imbued with frost. Mo Yuan grew vigilant and cautiously peeked out from Jiang Nuo's open collar, revealing a tiny black head. His golden vertical pupils whirled, locking onto Gu Qinghan's scrutinizing gaze behind her glasses. At that instant, perhaps due to the overwhelming energy he had just absorbed or the comfort of Jiang Nuo's body heat, Mo Yuan felt a sudden itch in his nose. He attempted to stifle it, but it was an instinctive reaction. Meanwhile, Lin Zong, who had followed Gu Qinghan to witness the spectacle, stood before Jiang Nuo, looking down at her with a smug expression. "Pervert, let us see how you resolve this," he mockingly whispered. No sooner had he spoken than a small sneeze escaped him. Achoo! Following that, a tiny flame, no thicker than a toothpick and as dark as ink, erupted from Mo Yuan's nostril. This small flame traced a parabolic arc through the air, soaring over Gu Qinghan's shoulder and landing precisely on the hem of Lin Xiang's meticulously tailored white school uniform trousers. Chapter 8. A shot of black flame. Bewildering the entire scene, the training ground fell into an eerie silence. All eyes were fixed on the hem of Lin Xiang's trousers, where a small black flame burned. The flame was merely the size of a fingernail, neither hot nor crackling. Yet the fabric surrounding it silently disintegrated into ash at an alarming rate. A shrill scream shattered the stillness. Lin Xiang glanced down at his trousers, and the color drained from his face. This uniform was custom-made from ice silk by the most renowned tailor in the imperial city, impervious to water and fire. The material alone could sustain a commoner for years. Now it had been burned through. Water. Quickly, water. Lin Xiang stumbled backward, frantically patting at his pants while commanding his spirit beast. The fierce wind griffin beside him immediately opened its mouth, unleashing a jet of water that accurately doused the flame. However, an eerie phenomenon occurred. Upon contact with the water, the black flame not only failed to extinguish, but instead surged upward with a resounding boom, rising half a foot. The flames remained dark, emanating a chilling aura of destruction. How could this be? Lin Xiang's scream took on a whimper. He watched helplessly as the hole grew larger, the black flames threatening to spread to his leg. The surrounding students recoiled in fear, their faces reflecting disbelief. Water can fuel the flames? What sort of fire is this? As Lin Xiang's legs weakened in terror, nearly causing him to collapse, a cold figure stepped in front of him, Gu Qinghan. She did not spare him a glance, but simply raised her hand, extending two slender fingers. Freeze! A chilling word escaped her lips. The temperature in the air plummeted abruptly, and a visible white mist of frost emanated from her fingertips, swiftly entwining the audacious black flame. There was no violent clash. The instant the black fire met the cold air, it froze in place, along with the burning fabric, crystallizing into a stark black and white formation of ice. Gu Qinghan flicked her fingers, and the ice shard fell away from Lin Xiang's trousers, which she deftly cradled in her palm. On Lin Xiang's pant leg, a smooth-edged hole the size of a fist was left behind, through which a cold wind began to seep in. Although the fire on his trousers had been extinguished, Lin Xiang felt no relief. The public humiliation of having burned his pants filled him with both fear and rage, and he turned to unleash his fury upon Jiang Nuo. Jiang Nuo, he bellowed, you dare to ambush me with forbidden fire magic. I will have your life. Beside him, his fierce griffin sensed his wrath, emitting a cry and extending its sharp claws toward Jiang Nuo. All eyes once again converged on Jiang Nuo, who was still processing the situation. He glanced down at the creature in his arms. Mo Yuan had withdrawn its head, leaving only the back of its neck visible, as if everything that had just transpired was none of its concern. I didn't do it, Jiang Nuo instinctively protested, pulling Mo Yuan from his clothing and presenting it to the crowd. His voice trembled with anxiety. It had just sneezed. Mo Yuan lazily opened its golden vertical pupils, even yawning, revealing its soft pink mouth. With such an innocuous demeanor, it was hard to believe it could breathe fire, let alone reveal any teeth. A chuckle escaped from the crowd, and soon laughter erupted all around. A sneeze? Jiang Nuo, do you take us for fools? A creature devoid of any spiritual energy like that could not possibly produce a flame that water cannot extinguish. I believe he harbors ill intentions and has concealed some vile weapon. Indeed, such a person deserves expulsion. Lin Xiang's face turned ashen. He pointed at Jiang Nuo. Addressing Gu Qinghan, teacher, you have witnessed this. He brazenly committed an act of violence in class. The evidence is irrefutable, and he must be severely punished. The training ground was filled with uproar. Faced with the surrounding accusations, Jiang Nuo opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. He could only stand there, holding the troublemaking yet innocent-looking Mo Yuan. However, to everyone's surprise, Gu Qinghan did not acknowledge Lin Xiang's accusations, nor did she pay attention to the agitated students. She merely lowered her head, scrutinizing the frozen black flame in her palm. She sensed that, even sealed by the primal frost of her S-rank ice frost dragon. This tiny flame had not been extinguished. It had merely succumbed to silence. The dark elements contained within were pure, refined, and imbued with an ancient principle of destruction. This was not a weapon. It was a manifestation of a bloodline gift, and a highly advanced one at that. At last, her gaze shifted from the ice crystal to the small black snake in Jiang Nuo's arms. Mo Yuan, too, felt the weight of her stare. No longer pretending to sleep, it raised its head, its golden vertical pupils meeting Gu Qinghan's gaze with unyielding courage. A solitary figure and a serpent locked eyes in the air for a full 3 seconds. Enough, Gu Qinghan suddenly interjected, her voice as frigid as ever. She retracted the ice crystal in her hand, casting a sweeping glance over the assembly. It had merely been an unfortunate incident, she declared with finality. What? Lin Xiang could scarcely believe his ears. Teacher, this is my class. I am in charge. Gu Qinghan interrupted him, her gaze from behind, the lenses devoid of warmth. If you have objections, you may file a complaint with the Academic Affairs Office. Lin Xiang found his words lodged in his throat. Complain about a distinguished mentor to the academic office? He was not foolish enough to do that. He could only swallow his grievances, casting a venomous glare at Jiang Nuo. As for you, Gu Qinghan's eyes shifted to Jiang Nuo. You have disrupted the classroom's discipline. You shall clean the entire training ground after class today. With that, she left no room for further discourse. Class dismissed. The 2 words signaled the end of this farce. She turned and ascended the podium, collecting her lesson plan, departing without a backward glance. The students exchanged bewildered glances. Though they did not comprehend Gu's reasoning, they dared not voice their thoughts, dispersing in small groups. Lin Jiange, flanked by a few followers, left in disarray, clutching his torn trousers, casting Jiang Nuo a parting glare that promised retribution. Soon, the vast training ground was left desolate, with only Jiang Nuo remaining. He surveyed the empty expanse, and then glanced at the towering stack of cleaning tools in the nearby storage room, letting out a sigh. He gently prodded the still, feigning slumber of Mo Yuan in his embrace. You truly are my precious child. Meanwhile, in the mentor's office, Gu Qinghan placed the block of ice containing the black flame into a specially designed container. Leaning against the desk, she retrieved a small metallic flask from the drawer and took a sip. The fiery liquor burned as it slid down her throat, and her gaze behind the lenses grew somber. Such high-purity, abyssal demon flames had only been documented in ancient texts concerning the Dragon of Chaos from a millennium ago. She murmured to herself, her eyes seemingly piercing through the walls, resting upon the frail figure laboriously sweeping. Jiang Nuo, from where did you unearth such a thing? Chapter 9. Your suffering, share half with me. As twilight descended, the crimson rays of the setting sun cast a warm hue over the expansive training ground. Jiang Nuo discarded the broom, collapsing exhausted onto a bench at the edge of the field. The training ground was larger than 2 football fields combined. Jiang Nuo had been cleaning alone since midday, removing all the fallen leaves, dust, and beast droppings, feeling as though his waist and arms belonged to another. With his eyes closed, he gasped for air, too weary to lift a finger. Mo Yuan, coiled around his wrist, remained remarkably tranquil. Perhaps having slept well in Jiang Nuo's embrace during the day, it now gazed with golden slit pupils, lost in contemplation. After resting for considerable time, Jiang Nuo regained a modicum of strength. At that moment, the familiar system panel automatically appeared before him. Ding! Daily activity settlement in progress. Event. Successfully protected the contract beast food. Rating B. Experience points 10. Event. Successfully completed a challenging daily task. Good morning kiss. Rating B. Mood points 5. Skill points 1. Event. Engaged in profound physical contact with a contracted beast. Rating A. Experience points 50. Mood points 10. Event. The contracted beast manifested its bloodline talent for the first time. Rating S. Experience points 100. Mood points 20. Settlement complete. Congratulations, host. The contracted beast has leveled up. Jiang Nuo felt invigorated and promptly checked his attributes. Host, Jiang Nuo, contracted beast. Mo Yuan level. First rank. 801,000. Mood points, 70. Pleasant skill points. 1 experience points had surged significantly, and Mo Yuan had finally ascended from the depths of non-ranking to the first rank. Although still distant from the higher spirit beasts, he was no longer deemed worthless. The mood points had also reached a pleasant state, a promising sign. Ding! The contracted beast level has risen to the first rank, unlocking the passive skill slot. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new passive skill, Pain Sharing Beginner. Skill description. The contract is a link of souls. Henceforth, you will share 10 of the pain endured by your contracted beast. Jiang Nuo stared at the newly appeared skill description, momentarily stunned. Pain sharing? Sharing 10 of the pain? What kind of reward is this? It feels more like a punishment. Before he could voice his complaints, a wave of excruciating pain erupted from his chest, as if his heart and lungs were being twisted by molten iron. Ugh! Jiang Nuo's body arched violently, rolling off the bench and landing heavily on the cold grass. Letting out a muffled groan, he barely had time to comprehend what was happening. The intense pain coursed through his veins, and he curled up on the ground, cold sweat immediately beading on his forehead, his vision darkening. He wanted to scream, but only gasps escaped his throat. Mo Yuan was startled by this sudden turn of events. He was flung off Jiang Nuo's wrist, landing on the blades of grass beside him. At the moment Jiang Nuo collapsed, the old wounds within him, which had lain dormant for ages, erupted without warning. These were the injuries inflicted a millennium ago by 7 hypocrites using sacred artifacts. Wounds that penetrated deeply into his soul and could not be eradicated. Each flare-up felt as if it would tear and reassemble his very essence. Yet this time, the anticipated agony was lessened. A portion of the suffering vanished inexplicably. Mo Yuan was taken aback. He lifted his gaze to the writhing Jiang Nuo on the ground. Jiang Nuo's complexion was pale, his lips bloodied from biting, his body convulsing in response to the unbearable pain. This sight mirrored his own past experiences during the onset of his injuries. He was enduring the pain for himself. Mo Yuan's golden vertical pupils constricted sharply. How could this be? A mere mortal, in his eyes merely a disposable insect, had no right to share in the suffering of Mo Yuan, the demon lord. Yet, the contract deep within his soul clearly conveyed that the pain that had dissipated was continuously flowing into Jiang Nuo's body. This individual was sacrificing himself for him. Contact Yuan gazed quietly. He observed Jiang Nuo struggling on the ground, his sweat-drenched hair clinging to his pale forehead, watching as he gasped for breath in torment. In his gaze, the usual disdain and contempt had vanished. This human was weak, perhaps even somewhat foolish. He dared to fight fiercely for a mere can of milk powder. In an attempt to awaken himself, he shamelessly performed such acts in public. Now, due to a perplexing contract, he was enduring soul-rending agony. Mo Yuan felt a sudden surge of irritation. He crawled closer. Jiang Nuo's consciousness was beginning to dissipate. Just as he felt he might succumb to the pain, he suddenly sensed a coolness on his forehead. That refreshing chill offered a modicum of relief from the torment. With great difficulty, he opened his sweat-blurred eyes and beheld a small black snake quietly resting on his brow. Those golden vertical pupils gazed at him, reflecting his disheveled image. It was Mo Yuan. Was he attempting to cool him down? As this thought arose, the overwhelming pain that engulfed him swiftly receded. It came quickly and departed just as rapidly. Jiang Nuo lay sprawled on the ground, utterly drained, lacking even the strength to move a finger. He gasped for the evening air. His chest still throbbed with pain, but he had survived. Mo Yuan slid down from his forehead and rested beside his cheek. Jiang Nuo turned his head to regard the small serpent before him. He felt no anger or fear, merely a grimace that was more pitiful than a smile. His voice hoarse. So, you have suffered like this all along? Mo Yuan's body froze. Jiang Nuo raised his trembling hand, yearning to stroke his head, yet lacking the strength. He could only lightly graze Mo Yuan's cool scales with his fingertips. It's all right, he murmured softly, just share half of it with me from now on. Contact Yuan was utterly stunned. He looked into those eyes reddened by pain, which bore no fear or resentment, only an unfamiliar sense of compassion. For millennia, all beings had feared his power, coveted his bloodline, and cursed his existence. This was the first time someone had said to him, "Your pain, share it with me." As the sun sank below the horizon and night fell, the boy and the small snake nestled together by the training grounds, their shadows merging into one. Chapter 10. Mocked for picking up trash? A swift retrieval of dragon blood divine vine. The day after cleaning the training ground, Jiang Nuo awoke, his body sore all over. He opened his eyes and instinctively glanced at his wrist. Mo Yuan was quietly coiled there, his dark scales shimmering with a muted glow in the morning light. The pressure on his wrist was no longer the previous binding. It merely wrapped around him, firm yet gentle. After the previous night's torment, an inexplicable connection seemed to have formed between him and Mo Yuan. Jiang Nuo tentatively extended his other hand, gently touching Mo Yuan's head. The small snake's body merely stiffened slightly, its tail brushing against his hand in a symbolic gesture before returning to stillness. The golden vertical pupils opened, calmly regarded him for a moment, and then slowly closed, as if granting permission for this contact. Jiang Nuo couldn't help but smile faintly. He cautiously withdrew his hand, fearful of disturbing this elusive intimacy with the demon lord, who had finally shown a willingness to draw closer. At that moment, the dormitory door was flung open with a resounding bang. No. Terrible news. A youthful girl with twin ponytails and a cherubic face burst in, half a protein bar still clutched in her mouth. The newcomer was Tang Yuan, Jiang Nuo's closest confidant. She was the sole heir of a commercial magnate in Xinglua City. Yet she shared an extraordinary friendship with the impoverished special admissions student, Jiang Nuo. What happened? Jiang Nuo was startled by her abrupt entrance. Tang Yuan hastily swallowed the remnants of her snack and thrust her student terminal screen in front of Jiang Nuo, her face awash with urgency. "Look, the Academy just issued a notice that a practical assessment for new students will be held in 1 week, in the wilderness beyond the city." On the screen, in bold red letters, the assessment rules were clearly outlined. New students would be required to survive for 3 days in the outskirts of the wilderness as individuals. The final scores would be determined by points earned from hunting magical creatures, the value of collected resources, and the duration of survival. Most crucially, the results of this assessment would directly dictate the resource allocation for the upcoming semester. Jiang Nuo's complexion gradually drained of color. Resource allocation meant access to high-grade spiritual beast feed, potions that aided in cultivation, and even eligibility for advanced training grounds. For someone like him, a destitute student with nothing to his name, it was akin to a lifeline for his future. But how could he possibly pass the assessment? Jiang Nuo glanced at the newly ascended first-tier spiritual serpent on his wrist, Mo Yuan. Then he thought of Lin Xiang, who had already attained the extraordinary level with his Gale Griffin, and the other classmates whose spiritual beasts were at least of the awakened high tier. The disparity in their strengths was staggering. Tang Yuan noticed Jiang Nuo's wrist, and then his pallid face. She leaned in and lowered her voice. "Can your little snake fight?" Jiang Nuo forced a smile and sneeze. Tang Yuan ran her fingers through her hair and suddenly slapped her thigh. "I've got it. I'll take you to a great place. I promise it will transform your little darling before the assessment." Half an hour later, Jiang Nuo found himself being dragged by Tang Yuan, winding through the streets to a dilapidated entrance of a sewer located on the outskirts of the royal city. Tang Yuan pulled a grimy token from her pocket and pressed it against a recess in the stone wall at the entrance. With a series of muffled mechanical sounds, a hidden door slowly creaked open, revealing a steep staircase leading down into the depths. A strange odor, a mixture of dampness, rust, and various spiritual herbs, assaulted their senses. "Come, let me show you another side of Xinglua City," Tang Yuan proclaimed proudly, pulling Jiang Nuo inside. This was the largest underground trading market in Xinglua Royal City, commonly referred to as the black market. In stark contrast to the opulence above ground, the black market was dimly lit and bustling with noise. The pathways were lined with an array of stalls, offering everything from peculiar spiritual beast eggs to the strictly prohibited organs of demonic creatures. Most of the patrons were clad in cloaks, concealing their faces, creating an atmosphere that was both tense and eerie. Jiang Nuo felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively tucked Mo Yuan deeper into his sleeve. "Don't be afraid," Tang Yuan reassured him, patting his shoulder like a seasoned veteran. "Here, as long as you have money or a discerning eye, you can acquire anything you desire." With purpose, she led Jiang Nuo toward the section selling spiritual beast food and enhancement potions. Let us first examine whether there exists a low-tier enhancement potion suitable for serpent-like spirit beasts, allowing your little black to pass this assessment. However, just as they halted in front of a potion stall, a mocking voice echoed from a short distance away. "Oh, who could this be?" "It's our theoretical prodigy, Jiang Nuo." Jiang Nuo furrowed his brow and lifted his gaze. There stood Lin Xiang, arms crossed and accompanied by a few sycophants, a derisive smile playing on his lips. It was evident he too had come to the black market for supplies. "What is the matter? Are the resources provided by the Academy insufficient, prompting you to rummage through this place for scraps?" Lin Xiang's disdainful gaze swept over Jiang Nuo's simple attire. Jiang Nuo chose to ignore him, pulling Tang Yuan along to the next stall. Yet, Lin Xiang persistently followed, unwilling to relent. As Jiang Nuo perused a vial of serpent sinew enhancement liquid priced at 100 gold coins at the second stall, Lin Xiang's voice rang out again. "Owner, I'll offer 200 for that potion." The stall owner's eyes lit up as he swiftly snatched the potion from Jiang Nuo's grasp and handed it to Lin Xiang. Jiang Nuo's expression darkened. He moved to the third stall, eyeing a clump of ironweed capable of augmenting scale hardness. "I will pay triple for this herb." Wherever Jiang Nuo went, Lin Xiang's taunting voice trailed behind him. After traversing 7 or 8 stalls, any affordable resource Jiang Nuo showed interest in for serpent-like spirit beasts was immediately snapped up by Lin Xiang at multiples of the price. Ultimately, he tossed the gathered items to his lackeys and approached Jiang Nuo with an air of superiority. Smirking, "Jiang Nuo, remember this. If you lack funds, do not aspire to raise spirit beasts. A commoner like you deserves only the worthless serpent you fish from the mud. Do you understand?" Tang Yuan's face flushed with anger as she rolled up her sleeves, ready to retrieve her gold card. "You jerk! What is so great about having a bit of money? Do you believe I could buy the entire black market?" "Yuan, let go," Jiang Nuo interjected, knowing it was futile to engage in a financial contest with someone like Lin Xiang. His clenched fists turned pale, a weight settling heavily in his chest. Ultimately, he relaxed his grip and turned towards the deepest, most secluded corner of the black market. "No, where are you going?" Tang Yuan followed, puzzled, to sift through refuse. Jiang Nuo replied with a hint of self-deprecation. That area was known as the miscellaneous zone of the black market, where all were aware that the items stacked there were of dubious origin, devoid of any spiritual energy, possibly salvaged from refuse. Only the most destitute scavengers dared to seek fortune there. Lin Xiang, watching Jiang Nuo's retreating figure, let out a triumphant scoff and departed with his entourage. Jiang Nuo silently navigated through the miscellaneous zone. The items here were an odd assortment: rusty armor fragments, broken staves, and many nameless objects, all cloaked in a thick layer of dust. Tang Yuan trailed behind, her heart aching at his despondent demeanor, yet uncertain how to offer consolation. Jiang Nuo paused before a stall piled high with withered plants. Most of these plants were decayed, emanating a musty odor, casually stacked by the vendor as kindling. He truly only wished to try his luck. Jiang Nuo silently murmured, "System, scan." The system panel before him flickered gently, a faint blue beam emanating from his eyes, gradually sweeping over the pile of firewood in front of him. Withered white grass roots, worthless. Rotting sunflowers, worthless. A succession of notifications on the system panel declared them all insignificant. Just as Jiang Nuo was about to give up, the scanning beam landed on a withered vine, no thicker than a thumb, entirely charred and resembling something struck by lightning. Ding! A crisp notification echoed in his mind. Rare item detected. Dragon blood withered vine. Incomplete. Description: a mutated vine suspected to be soaked in ancient dragon blood, containing an exceedingly thin essence of dragon lineage. Direct consumption has a minuscule chance of triggering a bloodline mutation. Jiang Nuo's breath momentarily halted. He suppressed his excitement, feigning composure as he picked it up. "I'll take this," he said. The shopkeeper, not even glancing up, replied, "Take the kindling, it's yours." Jiang Nuo hurriedly paid the shopkeeper some money before dashing away. Chapter 11. Is this evolution or self-harm? Jiang Nuo pulled along Tang Yuan as they hurried back to the dormitory area. All the while, Jiang Nuo's hand clutched tightly at his sleeve. The presence of Yuan on his wrist was far more restless than he had anticipated. The aura emanating from the vine was a greater stimulus to Ma Yuan than he had imagined. "Nuo, are you all right?" Tang Yuan asked, concerned, noticing Jiang Nuo's pale complexion. "I'm fine," Jiang Nuo replied, shaking his head. He escorted Tang Yuan to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. "Thank you for today, Yuan. You should head back now. I need to deal with this." After bidding farewell to Tang Yuan, Jiang Nuo quickly retreated to his room, locking the door behind him. Leaning against the door, he took several deep breaths, allowing his heartbeat to steady. Jiang Nuo opened his palm, revealing the charred vine resting in his hand, which Tang Yuan had discreetly helped him procure. At first glance, it appeared no different from an ordinary firewood stick. However, Ma Yuan in his sleeve could hardly contain itself. Jiang Nuo felt his wrist tighten as he could sense Ma Yuan's heated body through the fabric. Taking a deep breath, he carefully extracted Ma Yuan from his sleeve and placed it on the desk. He then set the dragon blood withered vine before Ma Yuan. Upon sighting the withered vine, Ma Yuan's golden slit pupils instantly constricted to pinpricks, its previous languor vanishing entirely. It arched its body, hissing as it rapidly flicked its tongue, its entire being taut with focus. Fixated on the vine, this withered vine bore an aura of bloodline akin to its own, but of a higher echelon, a presence that belonged to dragons. For Ma Yuan, this item was both a poison and the sole antidote. "Ma Yuan?" Jiang Nuo ventured to call. Ma Yuan ignored him, its full attention consumed by the withered vine. Cautiously it approached, sniffing at it with the tip of its nose, a hint of crimson flaring within its golden eyes. In the next moment, Ma Yuan ceased hesitating, opened its mouth wide, and swallowed the vine, thicker than its own body, in one swift motion. Crack! The vine was effortlessly bitten and swallowed. After all was said and done, Ma Yuan seemed to have exhausted every ounce of his strength, slumping lifelessly over the table. Jiang Nuo held his breath, observing him intently. 1 second, 2 seconds passed, yet nothing transpired. Ma Yuan remained quietly prostrate, as if he had merely swallowed a piece of wood. Jiang Nuo furrowed his brow, pondering whether the system had malfunctioned or if this entity had already become ineffective. Just as he reached out to touch Ma Yuan, the small serpent on the table suddenly convulsed violently. Its diminutive form coiled tightly, dark scales shimmering with an undercurrent of golden light. A surge of intense heat erupted from within, causing the table to emit wisps of smoke. A hiss escaped Ma Yuan's throat. Almost instantaneously, Jiang Nuo's complexion drained of color. The shared sensation of pain was once again triggered. A searing agony erupted from the covenant mark on his chest, swiftly radiating throughout his body. The previous pain had been a chilling sense of tearing. This time, it felt as though he had been thrown into molten lava, threatening to dissolve his very flesh and bones. Jiang Nuo stifled a groan, his legs weakening as he nearly collapsed, but he swiftly steadied himself against the table. His vision began to blur, beads of sweat instantly soaking his forehead. Having endured merely 10% of the torment, he felt on the verge of collapse. He dared not contemplate the extent of Ma Yuan's suffering at that moment. Struggling to lift his head, Jiang Nuo gazed at the small serpent on the table. Ma Yuan writhed in agony, his body temperature rising, the golden light beneath his scales intensifying, as if something were striving to break free. His golden vertical pupils were laced with blood, and he began to uncontrollably ram his head against the table, producing muffled thuds. This could not continue. Jiang Nuo bit his tongue, the sharp pain momentarily clearing his muddled thoughts. He had never considered retreating, nor did he entertain the notion of severing their shared pain. With trembling hands, he endured the searing heat and scooped the thrashing Ma Yuan into his palms. The scent of charred flesh and the sting of burning skin invaded his senses. "Do not fear, Ma Yuan," he whispered hoarsely, enduring the excruciating pain as he cradled the scalding serpent tightly in his hands, bringing him close to his lips. I am here. I am with you. Jiang Nuo summoned every ounce of his mental strength, channeling through his palms and the covenant, transmitting his soothing intentions to Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan's consciousness was nearly submerged by the torment. The power of dragon blood rampaged within him, tearing and reconstructing his body. He felt every inch of his flesh being ground to dust, his very soul ablaze. Just as he teetered on the brink of losing his sanity, a cool and familiar presence enveloped him. It was that foolish human. He was once again sharing the burden of his pain. Yet this time, unlike the last, he did not succumb to unconsciousness, but instead held himself tightly. Those hands, though burned, did not relent. A wave of mental energy seeped in, gradually calming his raging bloodline. I am here. I am with you. The voice of that person resonated with exceptional clarity amidst the overwhelming agony. Mo Yuan's restless body gradually began to find tranquility. He ceased to struggle, obediently curling up within Jiang Nuo's palm. The golden light beneath his scales no longer flickered erratically, but began to pulse in a steady, rhythmic manner. Jiang Nuo felt the warmth in his palm gradually dissipating, accompanied by a corresponding alleviation of the excruciating pain. He released a sigh of relief, his entire being succumbing to fatigue as he slid down to the ground, his back drenched in cold sweat. He opened his palm, revealing Mo Yuan, who lay quietly ensconced within a cocoon of dark golden light, already in slumber. Beep. The contract beast is absorbing the essence of dragon blood and undergoing bloodline evolution. Evolution time, unknown. Warning, during the evolution period, the contract beast will be in a deep sleep state. Please ensure protective measures are taken by the host. Unknown. The words on the system panel weighed heavily on Jiang Nuo's heart. In just 1 week, the new student assessment would commence. If Mo Yuan did not awaken in time, he glanced down at his palm, red and blistered from burns, then at the tranquil cocoon resting there, and suddenly smiled. It didn't matter. If the assessment went poorly, so be it. At worst, he would lose his resources and endure ridicule for a semester. It was far better than allowing Mo Yuan to bear such torment alone. With great care, Jiang Nuo unfastened the temperature-regulating beast-nurturing pouch from around his neck, retrieved the softest cotton from the cabinet, and lined it within. He then gently placed the small cocoon inside, hanging it against his chest, close to his heart. In this way, he could accompany it with his warmth and heartbeat. Outside, the night deepened. Jiang Nuo understood that he would have to face all courses, training, and the impending assessment alone. Chapter 12. No spirit beast, just a target. The night grew late. The dormitory was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of Jiang Nuo's own breathing. He sat on the floor, leaning against the desk, and it took him a moment to regain his composure. The burn on his palm throbbed painfully, but he had no time to dwell on it. Jiang Nuo carefully opened his hand, gazing at the dark golden cocoon resting within. It was small, only half the size of his palm, with a gentle luminescence coursing across its surface. He could distinctly feel the steady heartbeat emanating from within, resonating subtly with the contract insignia on his chest. Mo Yuan was alive, and its condition seemed stable. With this affirmation, Jiang Nuo's taut nerves relaxed somewhat. He dared not delay, hastily unfastening the temperature-regulating beast-nurturing pouch from around his neck. This pouch, a birthday gift from Tang Yuan, was reputed to be crafted from special thermal materials and was considered one of the finest models available. Jiang Nuo first rummaged through the cabinet for soft cotton, meticulously layering it within the pouch to form a snug nest. Then, with his uninjured hand, he cradled the cocoon and gently placed it inside. After completing these tasks, Jiang Nuo tightened the drawstring of the pouch and hung it back around his neck, tucking it beneath his clothing to rest against his chest. Through the fabric, he could feel the little one's heartbeat, which brought him a sense of reassurance. Sleep now, he murmured softly, looking down at his chest. When you wake, we shall grow stronger together. In truth, he felt uncertain himself. Evolution time, unknown. The words on the system panel weighed heavily on Jiang Nuo's heart. The new student assessment loomed just 5 days away. In the days that followed, Jiang Nuo became an anomaly in the new student department. He consistently kept to himself. Whether attending theoretical classes, dining in the cafeteria, or strolling along the college's tree-lined paths, he was always alone. The shadow of the small black serpent no longer graced his wrist. This did not escape the keen eyes of onlookers. Hey, look at Jiang Nuo. What happened to his useless snake? Who knows? It's probably dead from neglect. I heard he went to the black market a few days ago. He must have bought some bizarre items that poisoned it. Serves him right. A commoner thinking he could rise through a serpent of dubious origin. Various speculations and discussions perpetually echoed around him, especially in class. Jiang Nuo, the instructor of the course on spirit beast ecology, called out, if a juvenile fire attribute serpent spirit beast inadvertently ingests an item infused with dragon blood essence, what do you believe would ensue? The moment the question was posed, all eyes in the classroom swiftly turned to Jiang Nuo. Lin Xiang, seated in the front row, turned his head with unabashed mockery. He had already uncovered the events of that day at the black market and knew Jiang Nuo had purchased a piece of unwanted weeds. It was evident that the useless serpent had likely met its end. Under the watchful gaze of his peers, Jiang Nuo slowly rose to his feet. His complexion was pale, his lips slightly cracked, bearing the signs of sleepless nights. Over the past few days, he had scarcely rested while caring for Mo Yuan. After a moment of silence, he began to respond, his voice soft yet articulate. Report, teacher. There are 3 possible outcomes. First, if the bloodline of the spirit beast is too mixed, it may not withstand the energy of the dragon blood and would explode with a mortality rate exceeding 90%. Second, if there are faint dragon genes within the bloodline, there is a chance of mutation, but the process would be agonizing and could lead to a breakdown of the genes, resulting in a mindless, corrupted creature. Third, he paused, his gaze sweeping over Lin Xiang's gloating face, before continuing, if this serpent possesses a pure dragon bloodline, then the dragon blood essence would act as a tonic. It would fall into a deep slumber, initiating a process of bloodline evolution. Upon awakening, its power would surge dramatically. His answer was textbook perfect. The teacher nodded with satisfaction. Well answered. Please take your seat. Lin Xiang's smile faltered. He hadn't anticipated Jiang Nuo's composure. With a huff, he turned away in displeasure. Jiang Nuo could easily handle theoretical confrontations, but practical lessons felt like a public execution to him. On this day, the practical lesson focused on spirit beast coordinated evasion training. Students were required to command their spirit beasts to dodge low-energy projectiles randomly fired across the training ground. All students summoned their contracted beasts, fiery wind griffins, 3-tailed spirit foxes, ironclad rhinos, a magnificent display of power. Yet, Jiang Nuo stood alone in the center of the field, surrounded by emptiness. Jiang Nuo, where's your spirit beast? Bark Instructor Li, a hot-tempered middle-aged man, his brows furrowed in irritation. Jiang Nuo lowered his head, responding softly, Report, teacher, my spirit beast is unwell and is resting. Resting? Instructor Li's voice grew louder. You come to a practical class with your spirit beast resting? What are you here for, to be a target? Laughter erupted around him. Huh, I can't breathe. Is his snake on its period? I perceive him as nothing but a waste, and his serpent is equally ineffectual. A perfect match indeed. Lin Xiang stood nearby, arms crossed, silently uttering 2 words towards Jiang Nuo. Rubbish. In an instant, Jiang Nuo's face flushed crimson, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his flesh. The pain from his scalded hand surged anew. He took a deep breath and addressed Mentor Li. Teacher, I can participate in the training by myself. You by yourself? Mentor Li responded, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. Are you planning to dodge energy bullets with your head? I can practice evasions alone, Jiang Nuo insisted. Mentor Li scrutinized him for several moments before dismissively waving his hand. Do as you wish. Just don't end up dead on the field. Training commenced. Countless energy bullets whizzed in from all directions. The other students orchestrated their spirit beasts methodically, coordinating their movements to evade. Meanwhile, Jiang Nuo found himself the most wretched individual on the field. Lacking the assistance of a spirit beast, he had to rely solely on his own agility. Jiang Nuo sprinted desperately, tumbling and falling, repeatedly crashing to the ground, soon covered in bruises and dirt. The impact of the energy bullets was not overly painful, but the helplessness and the humiliation of being perceived as a jester weighed heavily upon him, nearly stealing his breath away. Several times he contemplated simply giving up, lying on the ground and allowing the energy bullets to strike him at will. Yet, each time he felt he could no longer endure, he instinctively shielded the beast-rearing pouch at his chest. He could sense the steady, powerful heartbeat within. Memories flooded back. The ordeal he faced in the black market at Lin Xiang's hands, the anguished cries of Mo Yuan enduring the pain of evolution, and the promise he made upon that grassy field. It's all right. Just share half of it with me in the future. Upon awakening, we shall grow stronger. With gritted teeth, Jiang Nuo rose once more from the ground. He wiped the sweat and dirt from his face, his gaze regaining its determination. Unable to evade the cunning energy bullets, he resolved to memorize their trajectories with his body. When his stamina waned, he practiced how to rise more swiftly with each fall. Every ounce of pain endured now was a sacrifice for the strength required to protect his companion in the future. By the end of the lesson, Jiang Nuo was a tapestry of bruises, barely able to stand. He dragged his weary body towards the cafeteria, only to be intercepted midway by Tang Yuanyuan. No. The youthful girl with a doll-like face looked at his disheveled state, her eyes brimming with tears. What happened to you? Without hesitation, she rummaged through her spatial ring, producing an array of items and stuffing them into Jiang Nuo's arms. Energy bars, ointment, and even an anonymous gold card. I heard about the assessment. You mustn't go. It's too dangerous. Dan Juanian Uget An Si Oli. Jiang Nuo gazed at the items in his hands, then at his worried friend, and pushed the gold card back, keeping only the ointment and energy bars. Thank you, Yuan. He forced a smile. But I must go. Why? Jiang Nuo did not elaborate extensively. He simply raised his hand and gently caressed the beast-rearing pouch at his chest. He softly spoke because we are two. 5 days passed swiftly. During the past 5 days, Jiang Nuo was a source of amusement by day and spent his nights immersed in solitude within the academy's library, diligently studying maps of the wilderness and the potential monsters that may be encountered. He had healed his wounds with the ointment provided by Tang Yuan and sustained his energy with energy bars. In the stillness of the night, he would often take out the luminous cocoon, speaking to it about the laughter he had endured that day and the new evasive maneuvers he had mastered. The cocoon, however, remained unresponsive. At last, the day of the freshman assessment arrived. In the early morning, all newcomers gathered in the central square of the academy, where a multitude of enormous floating transport vehicles awaited to convey them to the wilderness beyond the city. The square was alive with the cries of spiritual beasts and the cheerful chatter of their masters. Lin Xiang's Gale, Lion Griffin, stood majestically beside him, drawing envious glances from many. Amidst this vibrant scene, one figure stood out as an anomaly. Clad in combat attire, Jiang Nuo stood alone in a corner of the square, devoid of any spiritual companion, instinctively pressing his hand against the slightly protruding area of his chest. He appeared frail and isolated. The assembly bell tolled, and Gu Qinghan's silhouette emerged upon the platform. Her icy gaze swept across the crowd, momentarily resting on Jiang Nuo, a fleeting glance that felt almost like an illusion. Chapter 13. The Final Guardian. The freshman assessment commences now, taking place at the outskirts of the Black Forest. Survive for 3 days, with rankings determined by points. Remember, this is not a training ground. You will face real monsters. If you perish, it is the end. Her words, devoid of emotion, sent a chill through the hearts of the eager students. The freshman assessment begins now. Almost board the transport vehicles. The cold voice echoed across the square. At her command, the crowd began to move. Jiang Nuo trailed at the back of the throng, his head bowed as he boarded the nearest transport vehicle. The cabin was spacious, and he chose a corner seat, clutching his backpack in an attempt to remain inconspicuous. Well, isn't this our theoretical genius, Jiang Nuo? A bothersome voice echoed above him. Jiang Nuo looked up to find Lin Zong standing before him, flanked by several lackeys, all gazing down at him. What is this? Did your useless snake finally die? Too afraid to bring it to the assessment, one of the lackeys exaggeratedly pinched his nose, while another remarked on Jiang Nuo's audacity to participate alone. Jiang Nuo remained silent, merely lowering his head further. Lin Jiang scoffed, deeming it a waste of time to converse with such a person. Turning to leave, he passed by Jiang Nuo and whispered in a tone only audible to his companions. There are many monsters in the assessment area. Should anything unfortunate occur, no one will be able to clarify. As he spoke, he discreetly gestured to one of his lackeys. The lackey understood immediately, feigning instability as he passed by Jiang Nuo, causing a nearly invisible cloud of gray-brown powder to scatter from his fingers, settling on Jiang Nuo's backpack and collar. Preoccupied with concerns about the assessment, Jiang Nuo remained oblivious to the act. The floating transport vehicle moved swiftly, halting above the Black Forest after half an hour. The cabin doors opened, unleashing a wave of damp air infused with the scents of earth, decaying leaves, and a hint of blood. In the forest, the trees towered high and thick, casting a shadow that obscured the sunlight, while an array of peculiar sounds echoed, sending shivers down one's spine. The assessment begins. Good luck to you all, came the indifferent voice of the instructor over the broadcast. One by one, the students leaped from the vehicle, summoning their flying spirit beasts or sliding down the rope ladder into the woods. Jiang Nuo was the last to descend. He took a deep breath and awkwardly slid down the rope ladder, stumbling slightly upon landing. Just as he regained his footing, Lin Xiong brushed past him, accompanied by his Gale Griffin. Jiang Nuo, Lin Xiong halted, a mocking smile gracing his face. Enjoy your first and last real combat assessment. I hope you manage to survive a little longer. With that, he turned away and strode into the forest. Jiang Nuo clenched his fists, fully aware that Lin Xiong would not let him off easily. He needed to find a secure hiding place swiftly, awaiting the revival of Mo Yuan. He retrieved his map and compass, oriented himself, and plunged into the dense foliage. Over the past few days, he had nearly memorized the topographic maps of the Black Forest periphery from the library, aware of where magical creatures were fewest and where water sources and caves could be found. He chose paths overgrown with thorns and vines, his slight frame allowing him to navigate the forest with ease. After running for more than an hour, he finally discovered the planned hiding spot, a narrow crevice in a mountain wall concealed by massive vines. The entrance was tight, allowing only a sideways entry. Inside lay a natural cave of approximately 10 square meters, dry, well-ventilated, and hidden from view. Leaning against the cold rock wall, Jiang Nuo gasped for breath, finally feeling a sense of relief. He pulled out his beast-nurturing pouch, the dark golden cocoon remaining perfectly still. Wake up quickly, he murmured, returning the pouch to his chest. He intended to wait here until Mo Yuan completed its evolution. As long as he stayed put, he should be safe. However, this notion was shattered 10 minutes later. A heavy thumping echoed from afar, each step causing the cave to tremble slightly. Jiang Nuo's expression shifted dramatically. He held his breath and stealthily crept to the crevice's mouth, peering through the gaps in the vines. Not far away, a colossal beast, the size of an armored vehicle, was crashing through trees, barreling towards his location. It was an iron-hide bull. Its skin resembled wrought iron, and two horns atop its head gleamed ominously. Its blood-red eyes filled with rage. A commander-level magical creature. Jiang Nuo's mind buzzed. How could this be? The information indicated that the outer areas were devoid of commander-level magical beasts. Moreover, why was it so intent on a specific target? The iron-hide bull halted, its large nostrils flaring as it sniffed the air vigorously, then fixated its crimson gaze on the crevice where Jiang Nuo was hiding. Beast-attracting powder. Jiang Nuo understood instantly. Lin Xiong, with no time to ponder further, he turned and darted through the cave's alternate exit, fleeing at full speed. Roar! The iron-hide bull bellowed, galloping after him. Jiang Nuo poured every ounce of strength into his escape, the wind howling past his ears, shadows of trees racing behind him, his heart pounding as if to leap from his throat. He constantly maneuvered through the terrain, diving into tree hollows and leaping over ravines in an attempt to shake off the monstrous creature pursuing him. But it was futile. The formidable strength and speed of the iron-hide bull exceeded his wildest imaginings, trampling over any obstacles in its path with sheer force. On several occasions, its sharp horns grazed perilously close to his back. Jiang Nuo's stamina waned rapidly. His lungs burned as if ablaze, and his legs felt increasingly leaden. He found himself cornered at the precipice of a cliff, with a bottomless abyss behind him and a relentless, commanding beast advancing before him. His demise seemed imminent. The iron-hide bull halted, regarding the diminutive human before it. Lowering its head, it pawed at the ground, releasing 2 plumes of mist from its nostrils. Jiang Nuo gazed at it in despair. The prospect of leaping into the abyss offered little hope of survival. He could even feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from a beast, rendering even the slightest movement of his fingers a Herculean task. In this moment of impending doom, Jiang Nuo chose not to glance at the bull nor at the chasm behind him. Instead, he cast his eyes downward upon the beast-raising pouch he had fiercely guarded against his chest. A sudden recollection of his words, spoken on the grassy field, surfaced in his mind. "We are two." A ghost of a relieved smile flickered across Jiang Nuo's pale visage. Slowly, he turned his back to the charging iron-hide bull, neither leaping into the abyss nor resisting. With the last vestiges of his strength, he curled his body, shielding the small pouch with his back and life itself. "Em Sully, Montak Yuan. It seems I cannot accompany you until the end." The violent wind surged from behind, and the shadow of death enveloped him in an instant. Chapter 14. Evolution in Desperation. The dragon's might descends. The fierce wind, mingled with the metallic scent of the iron-hide bull's blood, assailed Jiang Nuo, nearly toppling him. He could hear the footsteps behind him accelerating, the earth trembling in response. His mind fell into a void, numb to fatigue and pain. Driven solely by instinct, he curled into himself, exerting every ounce of strength to protect the pouch against his chest. Flashes of memories flickered through his mind. The first time he encountered Mo Yuan, the little serpent appearing feeble yet proud. The clumsy kiss he had planted on its tail to complete a task, only to find himself ensnared by its grasp. The warmth he felt as he cradled it against him during a training session, sensing its body gradually warming up. And the searing pain in his palm when it swallowed the dragon-esque bloodvine. Jiang Nuo closed his eyes, his face oddly serene, even bearing a hint of a smile. The wind pressure intensified behind him, the glinting horns poised to pierce his back. Just as the moment hung in the balance, a faint yet distinct hum resonated from the pouch he clutched so tightly to his chest. It erupted into a blinding burst of dark golden light. The radiance pierced through his combat attire, ascending like a pillar toward the heavens, illuminating the shadowy forest as if it were daytime. The charging iron-hide bull, startled by the brilliance, squinted its blood-red eyes, momentarily slowing its advance. In that fleeting pause, a shadow faster than lightning shot forth from the golden glow. The figure had transformed. It had grown several times in size, now as thick as an adult's arm and nearly 2 meters in length. Its scales, entirely black, were adorned with ancient dark golden patterns, and 2 prominent horn formations began to swell upon its head. Its eyes underwent a profound transformation. They were a pair of blood-red orbs ablaze with golden flames, exuding an air of majesty and ferocity. It had transcended its serpentine form, now resembling a young dragon. With a roar, the iron-skinned bull emitted a furious bellow. Incensed by the aura radiating from the diminutive creature before it, it disregarded the primal instinct that stirred deep within its bloodline and charged once more. Faced with the full-force assault of a commanding beast, the evolved Mo Yuan exhibited no inclination to evade. A flicker of human disdain flashed in its eyes. To it, the bull's charge was laughably absurd. It refrained from employing any energy, merely lifting its head to fix its cold, golden flame-imbued, blood-red gaze upon the oncoming iron-skinned bull. A terrifying pressure, ancient and formidable, descended upon the scene. Dragon's might. The bull, in mid-gallop, collided with an invisible barrier, abruptly freezing in place. Its hooves continued to scrape the ground out of inertia, yet its body trembled uncontrollably. In its crimson eyes, The ferocity and bloodlust vanished in an instant, leaving only sheer terror. It felt as if its blood had congealed, its bones lamenting, and its soul quaking. The primal warning from its bloodline screamed, "Flee! Escape swiftly!" This creature before, it was the nemesis of all beasts, an unassailable superior. With a thud, the once fearsome commanding beast was reduced to quivering limbs, kneeling in submission, its massive head buried deep in the earth, as if in homage to a sovereign. Jiang Nuo stood transfixed, his back against the cliff, staring blankly at the unfolding spectacle. His mind a void. Was this Mo Yuan? The evolved Mo Yuan? After asserting dominance over the iron-skinned bull with a mere glance, Mo Yuan did not immediately strike the killing blow. It slowly turned its head, its imposing, indifferent blood-red eyes settling upon Jiang Nuo. His heart raced. He observed that, upon making contact with him, the ferocity and coldness in Mo Yuan's gaze swiftly dissipated, replaced by a complex array of emotions. There was a semblance of confusion upon awakening, irritation at being disturbed, a sense of familiarity towards him, and a hint of dependency and trepidation that even it was unaware of. Mo Yuan sensed that mere moments ago. The life force of the human before it had nearly flickered out. It was this human, with his fragile form, who had provided the final sanctuary for its evolution. Mo Yuan's consciousness lingered on that fateful night, when they both endured the searing pain of dragon's blood. In that endless sea of torment, it was this human's essence that enveloped it like a clear spring, preventing it from succumbing to the tempestuous power within. Now, he had nearly perished in his effort to protect the slumbering self. A surge of wrath ignited deep within Mo Yuan's soul, directed squarely at the foolish bull that dared to threaten all it held dear. Mo Yuan's blood-red eyes once more turned towards the prostrate, iron-skinned bull, its murderous intent palpable. It parted its lips, unleashing no sound, yet a black flame, as thick as a thumb, silently erupted forth. Abyssal inferno, as the flame coursed through the air. The very fabric of space began to distort subtly. The flames precisely descended upon the crown of the iron-skinned bull. There was neither an explosion nor combustion. The commanding beast of magic emitted not a single cry of agony. In an instant, its massive form was utterly disintegrated and annihilated by the black flames, leaving not a speck of dust in its wake. After this feat, Mo Yuan appeared to be utterly drained. The dragon's might and the abyssal inferno had nearly exhausted its unstable energy, newly evolved. Its colossal body swayed in midair, the crimson and golden hues in its eyes swiftly fading, reverting to the pure golden vertical pupils. Its size diminished at a visible pace, rapidly transforming back into a small black serpent, no longer than an arm's length. It helplessly plummeted from the sky. Contact Yuan, Jiang Nuo Edflimed, rushing forward without a second thought, arms outstretched to catch it securely in his embrace. The little serpent felt somewhat cool to the touch, yet it no longer exuded an aura of rejection. Instead, it emanated a fatigued softness. Lazily, it lifted its head to glance at Jiang Nuo, seemingly confirming his well-being. Then, with familiarity, it slithered up Jiang Nuo's arm, coiling comfortably around his wrist, finding a cozy position, and closing its eyes in a deep slumber. Everything felt as though it had returned to the past. Yet Jiang Nuo knew that something fundamental had irrevocably changed. He gazed down at the small black form encircling his wrist, then lifted his eyes to the spot where the iron-skinned bull had vanished, now reduced to a mere shallow pit. His heart continued to race. Ding! Contract Beast Mo Yuan has completed its first bloodline evolution. Race: Black-Scaled Demon Serpent. Young Dragon. Level: Extraordinary Level 3. New skill unlocked. Dragon's Might Beginner. Skill Enhancement. Abyssal Inferno Mastered. The information flashing on the system panel confirmed that what had just transpired was not a mere illusion. They had survived. They had both survived. Jiang Nuo, cradling the slumbering serpent, felt his legs weaken, and he sank to the ground, unable to contain himself. He buried his face in the crook of his arm, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Chapter 15. 0 points? No, it's a royal flush. Tears mingled with sweat cascading down warmly. He had survived, and Mo Yuan had survived. The grievances and fury that had weighed heavily on his heart surged forth in that moment, released alongside his tears. Once his trembling shoulders finally settled, Jiang Nuo lifted his reddened eyes, exhaling a long, shuddering breath that swept away the gloom within his chest. He carefully raised his wrist, his gaze settling upon the small figure resting upon his pulse. Mo Yuan was in a deep slumber, its breathing steady. The dark scales glimmered with a metallic sheen under the sunlight, and the dark golden patterns on its body were now much clearer than before. Jiang Nuo could sense a warm, steady energy emanating from Mo Yuan, continuously nourishing his parched mental strength through their bond. He extended a finger from his other hand, gently probing the serpent's back. The texture was warm, no longer cold and resistant as it had been before. The little serpent's body stirred slightly in its slumber, instinctively tightening its grip around his wrist, as if in search of solace. Jiang Nuo gazed at Mo Yuan, then glanced at his own hollow, torn chest, where the temperature-regulating beast pouch that had accompanied him throughout his journey had been reduced to ashes in the recent brilliance. Suddenly, he smiled. A beast pouch traded for a companion. What a worthwhile exchange. He pushed himself off the ground and dusted himself off, then opened the system panel to examine the fleeting information that had just appeared. Ding! The contract beast Mo Yuan has completed its first bloodline evolution. Race: black-scaled demon serpent, young dragon, bloodline not fully awakened. Level: extraordinary level 3. Unlocked new skill: Dragon Might beginner. Applies bloodline suppression on all beasts, especially terrestrial ones, with a chance to induce fear and paralysis. Skill enhancement: abyssal demon flame. Mastery significantly increases the power and stealth of the flame, with an accompanying obliteration effect. Extraordinary level 3. Jiang Nuo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just days ago, Mo Yuan was at level 1. It had soared 2 levels after consuming a fragment of a withered vine. Who would believe such a tale? Was this the power of dragon blood? He contemplated the young dragon designation in the race category and the accompanying notation, and his heart raced anew. Mo Yuan's identity was likely more intricate and perilous than he had imagined. However, the most pressing matter at hand was the assessment. He had acquired the strength for self-preservation. The next step was to earn points. How many points could a commander-level Ironhide bull yield? He was certain of clinching first place in this evaluation. Jiang Nuo's eager gaze turned to the location where the bull had previously stood. Then his smile froze. There was nothing there. No carcass, no flesh. Not even a single strand of hair remained. Only a shallow pit, approximately 3 meters in diameter, with edges scorched to a glassy state. The soil at the pit's bottom was charred black, still emitting faint wisps of heat. The abyssal demon flame's obliteration effect. Jiang Nuo stared blankly at the shallow pit, then glanced at the skill description on the system panel, and a grim realization dawned upon him. The body had been incinerated, utterly eradicated. According to the assessment rules, points could only be obtained by submitting the carcass of a spirit beast or its essential materials as proof for verification by the instructors. Without a body, there was no proof. Without proof, there were no points. He had fought valiantly to defeat a commander-level monstrosity, only to end up with nothing. A wave of absurdity washed over him. Jiang Nuo felt akin to a hapless individual who had just won a 5 million lottery, only to discover that the ticket had been shredded in the washing machine. He despondently sank to the ground, tears unwept. Was he truly destined to return empty-handed, continuing to be the subject of ridicule at the academy? He lowered his gaze to Mo Yuan, peacefully slumbering on his wrist, and suddenly, the pang of disappointment seemed less significant. Perhaps it was for the best. Jiang Nuo shook his head, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Points could be earned again. Failure in the assessment would merely result in the forfeiture of resources. But if life was lost, everything would indeed be for naught. Compared to all else, it is of utmost importance that Mo Yuan can awaken safely and grow stronger. He regained his composure, taking a few hearty gulps from his water bottle. Preparing to depart from the precipice, he intended to hunt a few low-tier magical beasts while Mo Yuan remained unconscious, aiming to acquire some points and avoid leaving empty-handed. As he rose to leave the shallow pit that stirred complex emotions within him, a glimmer of unusual light caught his peripheral vision. At the center of the pit, beneath the charred earth, something was flickering with a faint glow. The light was weak, a dark crimson reminiscent of smoldering embers. Jiang Nuo felt a stir of curiosity and quickly approached. He crouched down, retrieving a spade from his backpack, and carefully began to clear away the scorched soil. As the earth was unearthed, a wave of heat emanated from it. Soon, a fist-sized, irregularly shaped crystal appeared before him. The crystal resembled fiery glass, with a molten red light swirling within, exuding a searing warmth and energetic vibrations. Jiang Nuo held his breath, extending his hand, and with the protection of his thick tactical gloves, he delicately lifted the crystal from the ground. Ding! Rare material detected. Commander-level magic core, fire. Description: the energy core of a commander-level magical beast, the Ironhide Bull. The abyssal flame annihilated its flesh and blood, but could not instantaneously destroy this core composed of pure energy. This item harbors volatile fire elemental energy, making it a precious material for forging extraordinary equipment or concocting high-level potions. A commander-level magic core. Jiang Nuo's heart raced. He never dreamed that Mo Yuan's strike would leave him such a bountiful gift. The magic core is the most valuable possession of a magical beast. Over 70% of the worth of a complete commander-level magical beast corpse lies within this small core. This was not merely proof. It was a trump card leading to victory. Jiang Nuo's hands trembled slightly as he hastily retrieved a lead box specifically designed for storing high-energy items, carefully placing the magic core inside. With that completed, he finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. Meanwhile, in a dense forest several kilometers from the cliff, Lin Zong wore a look of impatience as he observed his windstorm griffin tearing a peak-awakened saber-toothed tiger to shreds. How mundane, merely a bunch of weaklings. He wiped his fingers with a handkerchief, his expression filled with boredom. His true killing move was the Ironhide Bull he had lured with expensive bait powder. He had not even considered that Jiang Nuo could survive. He merely wished to enjoy the sight of that fool being reduced to pulp through his surveillance device. He pulled a brass compass from his pocket, its needle steadily pointing in one direction. It was a trace of spiritual imprint he had left in the bait powder, allowing him to roughly locate the bull's position. However, at that moment, the compass needle suddenly began to spin wildly. Crack! With a sharp sound, the needle, crafted from a special magnetic alloy, inexplicably snapped. Lin Zong's expression darkened instantly. "Young master, what happened?" A follower approached and inquired. "The spiritual mark has vanished." Lin Zong fixed his gaze intently on the shattered compass, articulating each word with gravity. The disappearance of the spiritual mark signifies but one thing: the iron-skinned barbarian bull. "Our vessel is dead." "What?" Several followers displayed expressions of disbelief. "Dead? But that creature was a leader-class demon. Could it have encountered an instructor from the academy?" "Impossible." Lin Jiang vehemently refuted. During the assessment, instructors remained stationed at the camp and would never intervene lightly. Moreover, even if an instructor were to act, it would not occur so swiftly. "It has barely been half an hour since I scattered the beast-attracting powder. Who could it be? Could it have been another freshman? Unlikely. The strongest among this year's new students is merely at the 5th tier of the extraordinary class. They could not possibly have dispatched a leader-class demon in such a brief span." An absurd thought crossed his mind. Could it be Jiang Nuo? No, absolutely not. Lin Zong's complexion fluctuated between ashen and livid as he clenched his fists. "We must go." He abruptly turned, gesturing toward the direction the compass had last indicated. His voice icy. "Let's ascertain what has transpired." Unbeknownst to Jiang Nuo, new troubles were drawing near. He carefully stowed the magic core, oriented himself using the map, and cautiously tucked the slumbering Mo Yuan into the pocket of his clothing, leaving only a small portion of its head exposed for air. He cast a final glance at the cliff, and then down at the sleeping creature nestled against him. His resolve hardened. He was no longer the prey at the mercy of others. Chapter 16. Who dares to touch my serpent? As night fell, the black forest grew even more perilous. Jiang Nuo did not linger at the cliff's edge. He secured the searing magic core, cradled the sleeping Mo Yuan against his chest, ensuring only its little head remained exposed for breathing. Then, guided by the starlight, he made his way toward the temporary camp, following the direction marked on his map. His body felt as if it were falling apart, each step weighing heavily upon him. Yet, his spirit soared with exhilaration. The weighty lead box in his backpack represented not only a significant gain from this excursion, but also his trump card in redeeming his honor. He was no longer the passive prey, subject to the whims of others. Approximately an hour later, flickering flames appeared on the horizon. The temporary camp was established in a spacious clearing, encircled by dozens of bonfires that dispelled the darkness and deterred the beasts. Many students, having concluded their first day of hunting, had returned and gathered in small groups, eagerly sharing their spoils and recounting their adventures of the day. As Jiang Nuo trudged into the camp, his fatigued form drew little attention. Dust-coated and with several rips in his combat attire, he appeared quite disheveled, starkly contrasting with his peers who returned triumphantly laden with loot. To most, his mere survival was a miracle. Jiang Nuo ignored the sympathetic or condescending gazes and headed straight to the largest tent in the center of the camp, designated for the assessment of points. A short line formed at the entrance. Behind a table sat a middle-aged instructor who, with a hint of impatience, recorded the materials submitted by the students. Most of the minions are of the awakening level, with the occasional extraordinary one eliciting gasps of astonishment. When it was Jiang Nuo's turn, he stepped forward and placed his student card on the table. Name? The teacher inquired without raising his head. Jiang Nuo. Upon hearing this name, the teacher lifted his eyelids to glance at him, a barely perceptible frown crossing his brow. Clearly, this well-known individual without a spirit beast had reached his ears. Where are your spoils? The teacher asked with a hint of indifference. To him, it would be commendable if Jiang Nuo managed to exchange a few herbs for some effort points. Jiang Nuo remained silent, quietly unloading his backpack and retrieving the heavy lead box, placing it on the table. The thud it made caused the teacher's eyebrows to twitch. He cast a suspicious glance at the unremarkable lead box, then back at Jiang Nuo, reaching out to open the lid. As the lid opened, a wave of heat surged forth. Nestled within the lead box was a fist-sized red crystal, seemingly containing flowing magma, radiating such a powerful energy that the air within the entire tent became scorching. The middle-aged teacher's impatience froze in an instant. He abruptly stood up from his chair, his eyes wide as saucers, fixated on the magic core, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an egg. This is a commander-level magic core. His exclamation drew all eyes in the vicinity, a collective gasp echoing throughout the crowd. What? Commander level? I must have misheard. What a joke. A worthless individual without even a spirit beast managed to acquire a commander-level magic core? He must have found it. What incredible luck. The whispers erupted into a cacophony. Just then, a cold voice sliced through the murmurs. Found it? I suspect it was stolen. Lin Zong, accompanied by a few cohorts, pushed through the crowd. He had just returned from the other side of the forest and had happened upon the commotion. Upon seeing the powerful energy emanating from the magic core on the table and Jiang Nuo beside it, his pupils constricted sharply and his expression darkened. He knew better than anyone that this magic core likely originated from the Ironhide bull he had led there himself. Yet that bull was supposed to have killed Jiang Nuo. How could it have turned around and bestowed benefits upon this worthless individual? Lin Xiang refused to believe that Jiang Nuo had accomplished this through his own strength. His mind raced, quickly concocting the most plausible explanation. Teacher, Lin Xiang approached the table, pointing at Jiang Nuo, and declared loudly, I strongly suspect that Jiang Nuo has cheated. The origins of this commander-level magic core are dubious. He lacks the capability to slay a commander-level monster. He must have resorted to despicable means to steal it from another student. His words were highly provocative, resonating with the sentiments of everyone present. An individual without a spirit beast, merely a target in practical lessons, killing a commander-level monster? That was as absurd as a sow climbing a tree. The middle-aged teacher furrowed his brow, his gaze toward Jiang Nuo tinged with skepticism. Jiang Nuo, can you explain the origins of this magic core? he asked sternly. Jiang Nuo gazed at Lin Zong's distorted expression, then glanced at the surrounding skeptical and disdainful glances. His fists, resting at his sides, tightened gradually. The grievances he had suffered in recent days, the life-and-death moments on the edge of the abyss, and the image of Mo Yuan, who had fallen into slumber to protect him, flashed through his mind. The fury within him could no longer be contained. Unlike his usual retreat and silence, Jiang Nuo raised his head, meeting the gaze of everyone present, and spoke coldly. "I killed." His voice, though low and slightly hoarse from fatigue, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. A moment of silence enveloped the venue, only to be shattered by an eruption of laughter. "Ha, he claims he killed? What did he use? His head? Has he gone mad? I think he has lost his sanity over wanting points." The mockery on Lin Zong's face intensified. "Jiang Nuo, even your lies should have limits. Do you think that pitiful, rankless snake in your arms could possibly be the cause?" Turning to the teacher, he insisted, "I request a mandatory inspection of his spirit beast. Perhaps he has resorted to some forbidden catalyst to have stumbled upon a stroke of luck." Saying this, he actually reached out, attempting to seize the little snake's head peeking from Jiang Nuo's pocket. "You dare!" Jiang Nuo reacted swiftly, stepping back forcefully to swat Lin Zong's hand away while fiercely cradling the slumbering Mo Yuan protectively in his embrace. A feral glint sparked in his eyes, reminiscent of a beast defending its young. "Who dares to touch my snake?" His roar exhausted all his strength, momentarily silencing the entire camp. Everyone stood frozen, having never witnessed this usually submissive and meek figure display such ferocity. Lin Zong, taken aback by the outburst, soon flushed with anger, retorting, "You dare to resist? I see you are merely guilty. Seize him." His followers immediately closed in. The middle-aged teacher, appearing troubled, spoke sternly. "Jiang Nuo, please cooperate with the inspection. It is protocol." Jiang Nuo's heart sank. He guarded Mo Yuan tightly, his body trembling slightly. He understood that Mo Yuan's current state must not be disturbed. He had even prepared himself for the worst, willing to accept disqualification from the assessment or expulsion from the academy, as long as they did not harm Mo Yuan. Just as tensions peaked, a cool, clear voice unexpectedly resonated from behind the crowd. "Enough." The soft tone silenced the clamor instantly. The crowd parted to create a pathway. Gu Qinghan, clad in a white lab coat, adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and approached with measured steps. Her gaze fell directly upon the fiery red magic core on the table. She reached out, picked up the magic core, and examined it closely for a moment. "Teacher," Lin Zong, seeing his ally arrive, immediately sought to inform her of Jiang Nuo's actions. However, Gu Qinghan raised a hand, signaling for silence, interrupting him. She held a magic core and stepped in front of Jiang Nuo. Nervously, he watched her, his body taut with apprehension. Gu Qinghan's gaze shifted from the magic core to the little black snake nestled in Jiang Nuo's arms, peacefully asleep. Her gaze lingered for a full second on the nearly imperceptible nascent horns upon Mo Yuan's forehead. Then, adjusting her glasses, the lenses reflected a glimmer of inscrutable brilliance. She sensed it. Upon this magic core resided a faint yet alarmingly pure essence, the abyssal demon flame, identical to what she had encountered that day in the training ground. Gu Qinghan averted her gaze, turning away to place the magic core back upon the table. Addressing the reviewing teacher, her tone brooked no dissent. "The energy of the magic core is untainted, with a smooth incision, indicative of an energy crystallization resulting from instantaneous high temperatures. The time of the target's demise does not exceed 3 hours. The points are valid." Having spoken, she then turned her attention to Lin Zong, whose complexion had turned ashen. "Lin Zong," she pronounced coldly, "you have no evidence. You have caused a public uproar, slandering a fellow student and disturbing the assessment order. According to regulations, 10 points will be deducted from your personal score." With that, she declared, "Now disperse." An unsettling silence enveloped the crowd. Lin Zong's face flushed to a deep shade of maroon. He wished to retort, yet under Gu Qinghan's icy stare, not a word escaped his lips. A deduction of 10 points. Such an affront, was a profound humiliation. The surrounding students dared not utter a sound, their gazes toward Gu Qinghan filled with reverence. The bias of this formidable instructor was glaringly evident. Jiang Nuo stood, dazed, watching Gu Qinghan's retreating figure, his heart a tumult of gratitude and confusion. He could not fathom why this aloof mentor would extend her assistance to him. Lowering his head, he gazed at the slumbering Mo Yuan in his arms. His taut nerves finally easing, and he felt a warmth welling in his eyes. Chapter 17. When I return, I shall avenge with blood for 7 days. After Gu Qinghan departed, the tumult within the camp swiftly subsided. The crowd murmured among themselves as they dispersed, yet almost everyone cast a glance back. Their expressions, a complex tapestry of emotions directed at the slender figure still standing in place. Lin Xiang's countenance was livid, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. To be reprimanded and penalized in front of so many was more painful than a slap across the face. He shot a venomous glare at Jiang Nuo, as though seeking to etch the latter's visage into his very bones, before turning silently away, flanked by his followers as they vanished into the night. Inside the tent, the demeanor of the middle-aged teacher responsible for the review underwent a complete transformation. The skepticism and impatience that had previously marked his features evaporated, as he gingerly placed the commanding-level magic core back into its leaden box, then presented it to Jiang Nuo with both hands. Student Jiang Nuo, it was all a misunderstanding, the teacher said, rubbing his hands together, a broad smile illuminating his face. Your points have been duly recorded. 1 commanding-level magic core, 100 points. You are currently ranked first among this year's freshman assessments. 100 points. This figure caused several students who had yet to leave to gasp in astonishment. They had toiled tirelessly all day, hunting down numerous awakened-level magical beasts, yet had barely accumulated a handful of points. Jiang Nuo merely nodded numbly. He could absorb nothing further. Utterly fatigued and on the verge of collapsing, all he desired was a place for Mo Yuan to rest comfortably. You look unwell. Follow me, the teacher observed astutely, promptly adding, there is a temporary medical facility on the eastern side of the camp, where your spirit beast will receive the finest care. Jiang Nuo followed his teacher through the bustling camp and arrived at the infirmary. It was a vast white tent, suffused with a mingling sense of antiseptic and herbs, where one could hear the rhythm of their own heartbeat in the tranquil atmosphere. Several therapists clad in white coats were busily tending to the wounds of injured spirit beasts. The teacher arranged for Jiang Nuo to have a private room at the far end, separated by a curtain. Rest well here, and if you need anything, just call for me, the teacher said, ensuring everything was in order before discreetly stepping outside. At last, Jiang Nuo found a place where he could truly relax. Exhausted, he sat on the edge of the bed and carefully retrieved the sleeping Mo Yuan from his chest pocket. He gently laid it on the soft pillow, pulling a thin blanket from the side to cover its small form, leaving only its head exposed. With that done, Jiang Nuo leaned back against the headboard and let out a long sigh of relief. He gazed down at the tiny figure on the pillow. Contact Yuan was deeply asleep, its breathing steady, the rise and fall of its chest rhythmic. Under the glow of the magical lamp, its obsidian scales glimmered with a gentle sheen, while the dark golden patterns coiling around its body seemed to shift ever so slightly. Jiang Nuo extended his hand, hesitating just above Mo Yuan's head, reluctant to touch. He could not forget how Mo Yuan had appeared after its evolution, with those blood-red eyes ablaze with golden flames. The roar that had made even the highest-tier magical beasts kneel, and the black flames that had incinerated an iron-skinned wild bull. All of it exuded immense power, ferocity, and an unsettling strangeness. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of distance enveloped Jiang Nuo's heart. Perhaps it had never truly needed his protection. It was merely a dragon temporarily in distress. Once it healed and regained its strength, it would leave him and return to its rightful place. This thought caused an inexplicable tightness in Jiang Nuo's chest. Just as he was lost in these tangled musings, Mo Yuan's body on the pillow twitched slightly. Its breathing quickened, and it emitted muffled whimpers from its throat, incomprehensible and strained. Beneath its tightly shut eyelids, Its eyes darted rapidly, as though it were trapped in a nightmare. Jiang Nuo's heart tightened, and he cast aside his chaotic thoughts. He quickly leaned closer, observing Mo Yuan's small form curling up, the dark golden patterns beneath its scales flickering between light and shadow. Contact Yuan? Mo Yuan, what is wrong? Jiang Nuo whispered, but Mo Yuan did not respond. Instead, it struggled more fervently. The shared pain from their bond allowed Jiang Nuo to sense a chilling wave of emotion emanating from Mo Yuan. Within it lay the bitterness of betrayal, an emptiness of having lost everything, and a profound solitude. Jiang Nuo could not fathom what Mo Yuan was enduring, but he knew he could not simply stand by. Taking a deep breath, he extended his hand and, with the utmost gentleness, began to stroke Mo Yuan's cold back, just as he had done countless times before to soothe it. It's all right, he murmured softly. I'm here, don't be afraid. The warmth of his touch, accompanied by a familiar presence, flowed through their bond. Remarkably, as Jiang Nuo's gentle caress and whispers enveloped Mo Yuan, the creature's previously restless form gradually succumbed to tranquility. Its rapid breaths steadied, and its curled body unfurled. Instinctively, it nudged towards the warmth of Jiang Nuo's palm, emitting a series of indistinct murmurs from deep within its throat. This was a language Jiang Nuo had never encountered before. Its syllables were ancient and hoarse, imbued with a peculiar rhythm, each sound seemingly laden with profound weight and suffocating intensity. Curious, Jiang Nuo leaned in closer, striving to decipher the utterances, yet found himself unable to comprehend a single word. To him, it resembled the soft whimpers of a slumbering kitten or puppy. A smile broke upon his lips. He realized he had been overthinking. What of dragons and distant destinies? This being had succumbed to sleep and, like all, was prone to nightmares and nonsensical utterances. He withdrew his hand and tucked the blankets around Mo Yuan more snugly, murmuring softly, I wonder what dreams you are having, speaking in tongues unknown. Sleep well. Only upon waking will you regain your strength. Unbeknownst to him, just as he turned to fetch water, a shadow lingered outside the tent, its form suddenly rigid. Gu Qinghan had not departed. After dispersing the crowd, she had inexplicably followed. Standing in the shadows outside the medical tent, she peered through the narrow slits of the window, silently observing the scene within. She witnessed Jiang Nuo, weary yet focused, tending to the little serpent. She saw how Jiang Nuo's gentle touch soothed the creature through its nightmares. She beheld the entity that should have embodied destruction, laying bare its vulnerabilities before the youth. Gu Qinghan's gaze, initially filled with curiosity and scrutiny, gradually morphed into something more intricate. Then, she caught the muffled dream talk drifting from the tent. In that instant, Gu Qinghan's body tensed sharply. For the first time, a tumultuous wave surged through her typically placid ice-blue eyes. Others could not comprehend, but she understood. Her mentor was a descendant of one of the 7 legendary beast tamers who had participated in the ancient dragon war a millennium ago. Since childhood, she had memorized all historical accounts of that conflict, including studies on the ancient demonic tongue. The hoarse, oppressive dream murmur, laden with an aura of insatiable bloodlust. Translated to a singular phrase, when I return, I shall cleanse with blood the 7 days. In the ancient demonic language, the term 7 days specifically referred to the 7 sacred domains established by the legendary beast tamers who betrayed the dragon and conspired to seal it away, representing the apex of human civilization's ruling class. At that moment, Gu Qinghan's breath nearly ceased. Her gaze remained fixated on the serene tableau within the tent, the boy pouring himself a cup of water, sipping delicately, while the small black serpent on the pillow turned over, burying its tiny head deeper into the cushion, lost in blissful slumber. Moonlight streamed through the window's crevice, illuminating it perfectly. Gu Qinghan's pupils constricted to pinprick size as she discerned 2 minuscule, almost imperceptible protrusions beneath the delicate scales on Mo Yuan's forehead. They were neither scars nor deformities. That is the nascent form of the dragon horn, a terrifying truth long buried for a millennium, capable of overturning the entire continent, has been revealed to her in such an absurd yet tender manner. Her chest heaved violently, and after a prolonged moment, she slowly exhaled a breath imbued with a chilling white mist. The astonishment in her eyes faded, replaced by an unprecedented complexity of emotions, which included a solemn gravity and a flicker of unfamiliar heat that even she found disconcerting. The legend has truly awakened. Chapter 18. First place? I refuse to acknowledge it. The day after the assessment concluded, as dawn broke, Jiang Nuo had not slept a wink throughout the night, yet fatigue eluded him. He had vigilantly remained by Mo Yuan's side in the infirmary's single compartment for the entire night, his mental energy fully restored through the nurturing bond of their contract. Even purer than before, Jiang Nuo carefully tucked the covers around the little snake, who was sleeping soundly on the pillow, and then stealthily exited the tent. The morning air was somewhat crisp, and sunlight streamed through the thin mist, casting a golden sheen over the camp. After a night of tallying, the final rankings for the new students' practical assessments were posted prominently on the camp's bulletin board. The bold name and score at the top captured the attention of every student passing by. First place, Jiang Nuo. Score 100. Instantly, this name ignited a commotion among the new students. Jiang Nuo stood before the bulletin board, gazing at his name, his fists involuntarily clenching in excitement. He had achieved it. Through his own efforts, he had attained a score he had scarcely dared to dream of. From this moment onward, he would no longer be the underachiever who had relied on special admission, nor the subject of ridicule. He was the top of his class. This honor would grant him access to a multitude of resources, ensuring that Mo Yuan received optimal nourishment, thus fortifying their future. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Nuo turned and made his way toward the college's Resource Exchange Center. The Resource Exchange Center bustled with activity. The circular hall was filled with students, all lined up at numerous counters. They exchanged their points for martial arts techniques, potions, provisions for spirit beasts, and various peculiar materials. Jiang Nuo headed directly to the VIP counter designated for high-point exchanges. He presented his student card. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged supervisor with an unkempt demeanor. He lazily accepted the student card and swiped it through the machine. Upon seeing the information on the screen, his half-closed eyes widened in surprise. Jiang Nuo, the supervisor remarked, lifting his gaze with a hint of amusement. Ah, so it is you, the first place from this assessment. Quite unexpected. Jiang Nuo chose to ignore the mockery in his tone and calmly replied, Sir, I wish to exchange for resources. Exchange for resources? The supervisor appeared to find this amusing. Leaning back in a chair with arms crossed, he leisurely stated, I'm afraid that may not be possible, Jiang Nuo. Jiang Nuo furrowed his brow. Why not? My points were verified by the assessment instructor and mentor Gu Qinghan. Indeed, I saw the records, the supervisor said, tapping the desk nonchalantly. However, your results are rather extraordinary. A student without even a registered combat-type contract beast managed to slay a commanding-level magical creature. The Academy's review committee has grounds to question the authenticity of your achievement. His voice was not loud, yet every student in line nearby heard him clearly. In that moment, all the gazes of those gathered around, filled with scorn, fell squarely upon Jiang Nuo. I suspected there was something amiss. How could he possibly have defeated someone at the commanding level? Surely, it must have been sheer luck that he stumbled upon the magic core, and now it had been uncovered. I heard that Mentor Gu was quite partial to him. But now, it seemed, even a mentor would be implicated. The whispers of the onlookers left him feeling quite uncomfortable. The victory he had fought so valiantly for had been reduced to mere luck and unsavory dealings in their mouths. His fists slowly clenched at his sides. Before the results of the examination were revealed, the supervisor, observing Jiang Nuo's flushed face, smirked even more broadly, stating, all your points will be temporarily frozen. This process might take a week at best, or up to half a month. With that, he waved his hand, signaling for Jiang Nuo to leave. Jiang Nuo stood rooted to the spot, feeling an icy dread enveloping him. He had triumphed in the assessment, yet succumbed to forces beyond the rules. Just as the atmosphere in the hall became tense, a brazen voice echoed from the entrance. Supervisor Ma, you are exceedingly kind. In my opinion, such fraudulent results need not be scrutinized. They should simply be nullified. Lin Zong, flanked by several lackeys and surrounded by a throng of aristocratic students, swaggered into the room. He positioned himself before Jiang Nuo, looking down at him with palpable disdain. Jiang Nuo, do you truly believe that with the mentor's favoritism, you can ascend to greatness? Dream on. In this world, lineage and bloodline ultimately determine everything. He then addressed everyone in the hall, proclaiming loudly, "You might not be aware, but I, Lin Zong, have united over 30 well-bred classmates from this cohort to submit a joint appeal to the Academy's higher-ups. We demand the annulment of Jiang Nuo's assessment results and a thorough investigation into mentor Gu Qinghan's biased actions during the evaluation." His words were more vicious than the supervisor's earlier taunts. He sought not only to snatch away Jiang Nuo's victory, but also to drag Gu Qinghan into the mire. Jiang Nuo glared at Lin Zong's smug face, his mind buzzing with fury. He could endure the humiliation from others, but he could not tolerate them casting aspersions upon the only mentor who had ever aided him. He nearly lost control and charged at this despicable foe. Yet, just as his rage peaked, a sudden calmness washed over him. He comprehended Lin Zong's intent, to provoke him into a fit of rage, to make a fool of him and turn him into a laughingstock. He must not fall for it. Lowering his gaze, his eyelashes obscured the turmoil in his eyes. Without uttering a word, he retrieved his communicator from his pocket. He ignored Lin Zong and brushed aside the surrounding mockery. His fingers flew across the screen as he sent a message to the familiar avatar. Jiang Nuo Yuan. I'm at the Resource Exchange Center, and I've run into some trouble. The communicator vibrated almost instantly. Tang Yuan. Is it that bastard Lin Zong again? Don't move. Don't engage him. Stay calm. I'll rally some support right away. Following her message was a flurry of angry emojis depicting little bears waving cash. Upon reading her message, Jiang Nuo felt a little better. He was not fighting this battle alone. He lifted his head, meeting Lin Zong's gaze, which resembled that of a lifeless corpse, and uttered not a single word. Calmly, he retrieved his student card, and under the watchful eyes of all, he silently turned and walked out of the Resource Exchange Center. He did not erupt in anger nor engage in debate. His expression revealed no discernible emotion. He departed as if observing a play in which he had no stake. The smile on Lin Zong's face froze, as if he had struck an empty space with his fist, leaving him with an indescribable discomfort. Exiting the hall, the sunlight enveloped him warmly. Jiang Nuo glanced up at the azure sky and slowly exhaled a breath of discontent. Although he had triumphed in the assessment, an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. Yet he understood that this was merely a temporary state. He lowered his head, gently stroking the small creature nestled in his chest pocket, and stepped into a cafe. Chapter 19. The Power of Money. Jiang Nuo settled into a quiet corner, ordering the cheapest cup of water. Sunlight streamed through the cafe's floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow, yet he felt none of its comfort. The events that transpired earlier at the Resource Exchange Center weighed heavily on his chest. Jiang Nuo stared at the water glass on the table, his pallid reflection staring back at him. Time ticked away moment by moment. He remained oblivious to what Tang Yuan meant by shaking people or whether she could resolve the situation. Lin Zong had allied with over 30 aristocratic students, leveraging the Academy's regulations, clearly aiming to escalate matters. Despite the Tang family's wealth, this was the starry Royal Beast Tamer Academy, an institution jointly governed by the Beast Tamer Association and the Imperial Court. Was money truly effective here? A wave of frustration surged within him, nearly rendering him unable to sit still. Just then, the cafe's wind chime tinkled, and a petite figure rushed in. Jiang Nuo. Tang Yuan spotted him instantly in the corner. Her cheeks flushed from her hurried entrance. Following her was a meticulously dressed old butler in a tailcoat. It's that scoundrel Lin Zong again, isn't it? Tang Yuan plopped down opposite Jiang Nuo, snatching his water glass and downing a large gulp. Did he bully you again? Tell me, don't be afraid. Seeing her indignant expression brought some comfort to Jiang Nuo. He briefly recounted the morning's events. Frozen points? Joint appeal? Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan slammed her hand on the table, her fury palpable. Have they no shame? They are bullying you to the extreme. Her little treasure mouse poked its head out of her pocket, chirping and waving its tiny paws in solidarity with its owner. Don't worry. I've already begun rallying support as I came here. Tang Yuanyuan pulled out her pink communicator and deftly dialed a number. Hello, Dad. Your precious daughter is being bullied at school. A calm and indulgent male voice responded from the other end. Oh? Who dares to bully my little princess? Tell Daddy, and I'll make sure the company goes bankrupt by tomorrow. Jiang Nuo felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. This is a matter at school. Tang Yuanyuan swiftly recounted the entire situation. The supervisor, surnamed Ma, and Lin Xiang had conspired to bully Jiang Nuo, depriving them of their reward exchange. Silence lingered on the other end of the call for a few seconds. Ma Deming from Xinghua Academy. I remember him. He possesses quite the audacity, a composed voice remarked. Yuan, hand the communicator to the steward and have him discuss this with the vice president. Inform him that our Tang group requires a reassessment of the investment environment with the academy this year. Understood. Tang Yuanyuan beamed as she ended the call and passed the communicator to the elderly steward behind her. The steward respectfully accepted it, stepped aside, and dialed another number. His voice was deliberately subdued, yet Jiang Nuo could faintly catch mentions of the Tang group, shareholder rights, and investment evaluations, ultimately attributing the blame to Supervisor Ma's personal conduct. The entire process took no more than 5 minutes. After concluding the call, the steward bowed slightly to Tang Yuanyuan. Miss, the matter has been addressed. The vice president sends his regards and acknowledges that Supervisor Ma's actions have tarnished the academy's reputation. He will handle it personally. Jiang Nuo remained dumbfounded throughout. This was it. He had yet to recover from his astonishment when his personal communicator began to vibrate violently. It was a call request from Supervisor Ma at the Resource Exchange Center. After a moment's hesitation and a glance at Tang Yuanyuan, he answered the call. Immediately, Ma's sycophantic voice came through the communicator. Jiang Nuo, it's a misunderstanding. A colossal misunderstanding. I was merely joking. Your points are perfectly intact. I will personally deliver your rewards. Where are you? I'll be there right away. Jiang Nuo opened his mouth, struggling to articulate a response. Within 10 minutes, the once imperious Supervisor Ma, now drenched in sweat, rushed into the cafe, personally pushing a cart laden with various precious resources. Jiang Nuo, I have brought you the resources you requested, and I've even applied for an additional 30% at the highest authority. He bowed profusely, presenting a list to Jiang Nuo. Here, this is the list, amounting to resources valued at 130 points. Please take a look. Curious glances from surrounding patrons fell upon them. Jiang Nuo gazed at the mountain of resources before him. High-grade spirit beast nourishment, herbs for refining mental fortitude, and several extraordinary magic cores, things he had never dared to dream of before. Now they lay before him, and for the first time, he grasped what true financial power meant. After signing for the resources, he watched as Supervisor Ma departed, overflowing with gratitude, leaving him with an indescribable feeling. Thank you, Yuanyuan, he sincerely expressed, aware that he owed Tang Yuanyuan a tremendous favor. Oh, it's nothing. We are friends after all. Tang Yuanyuan nonchalantly waved her hand and pulled out an expensive energy cube from her pocket to feed her treasure-hunting mouse. Dealing with such people requires this approach. Having resolved the issue, Jiang Nuo felt considerably more at ease. He stored all the resources in his backpack, planning to return to his dormitory to strategize on how to utilize them. However, just as he bid farewell to Tang Yuanyuan and stepped out of the cafe, his communicator vibrated once more. This time, it was a strange yet high-ranking number. Jiang Nuo, perplexed, answered the call. A cold, emotionless female voice emerged from the other end. Jiang Nuo, this is your mentor, Gu Qinghan. Come to my office immediately. Alone. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. An uneasy tension gripped Jiang Nuo's throat. Why was the mentor summoning him at this hour? Was it regarding the earlier incident at the exchange center, or perhaps Lin Xiang's joint complaint? Following the location provided by the communicator, he arrived at the entrance of a solitary building deep within the academy. This was the exclusive office area for distinguished mentors, rarely frequented by others, enveloped in profound silence. Jiang Nuo found Gu Qinghan's office, the door slightly ajar. Taking a deep breath, he knocked gently. Come in. He pushed the door open. The office was as sparsely furnished as he had imagined, featuring merely a desk and a large bookshelf, devoid of any superfluous items. The entire space exuded an aura of chilling detachment, reminiscent of its occupant. Seated behind the desk, Gu Qinghan held a transparent glass goblet, gently swirling its contents. The cup brimmed with amber-hued liquor, exuding a rich aroma of malt. She did not glance at Jiang Nuo, her gaze seemingly fixed on the distant horizon through the window. Jiang Nuo stood rooted, hesitant to utter a sound. "Minter, you summoned me? Where's your serpent?" Gu Qinghan interrupted him, her voice still icy. Jiang Nuo's heart sank, instinctively clutching the pocket of his chest. Mo Yuan is resting. Gu Qinghan finally redirected her gaze, her ice-blue eyes piercing into Jiang Nuo, as if they could penetrate his very being and unveil all his secrets. Jiang Nuo felt a chill of sweat cascade down his back. Just as he anticipated that Gu Qinghan would inquire about Mo Yuan's origins, she merely lifted her glass and took a sip. Lin Xiang's joint complaint has been dismissed by the vice dean, she stated nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Jiang Nuo was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that this was likely the work of the Tang family. However, this did not resolve the underlying issues. Gu Qinghan set down her glass, retrieving a black metallic card from her drawer, tossing it onto the table toward Jiang Nuo. "Many are watching you within the academy, not just Lin Xiang." Jiang Nuo gazed at the card, motionless. "Your serpent is quite extraordinary." Gu Qinghan's next words caused Jiang Nuo's pupils to constrict sharply. "Before you can truly protect it, first learn how to conceal it." With that, she resumed her focus on the glass, gently swirling it once more. The office fell into silence again. Jiang Nuo's heart raced. The implications of Gu Qinghan's words were profound. She seemed to possess knowledge of something, yet refrained from revealing it. Was she warning him or protecting him? He stepped forward and picked up the cold black card from the table. Private Training Ground A7, highest privilege. This was the Academy's most elite training ground, reputed to house facilities capable of simulating various combat environments, with an exceptionally high degree of privacy, accessible only to distinguished mentors and a select few core students. Jiang Nuo tightened his grip on the card. He comprehended Gu Qinghan's intention. "Thank you, Minter." He bowed deeply before Gu Qinghan, who offered no response, merely gesturing with a wave of his hand, indicating that he could leave. Jiang Nuo stepped out of the office, gently closing the door behind him. In the corridor, he leaned against the cold wall, slowly exhaling a breath. The metallic card nestled in his palm seemed to retain the warmth of his mentor. He lowered his gaze to the pocket of his chest. He knew the road ahead would not be easy. Chapter 20. Hell has no door. Yet you have entered upon returning to his dormitory. Jiang Nuo closed the door, shutting out the cacophony from outside. He leaned against the door, releasing a long breath. His body weary. The black metallic card in his palm, along with the pile of resources in his storage backpack, served as reminders of the surreal events of the day. Tang Yuanyuan's financial prowess had alleviated his troubles, but Gu Qinghan's final words left an uncomfortable weight in his heart. There were many eyes watching in the academy. Not just Lin Xiang. Your serpent is quite special. Before you can truly protect it, learn how to conceal it. Jiang Nuo approached his desk and sat down, carefully taking out the ink abyss from his chest pocket. The little creature was soundly asleep, its small black head instinctively nuzzling his palm, as if seeking a more comfortable position. Following its evolution during the assessment, its presence had intensified several-fold, with the dark golden patterns on its scales becoming more pronounced, subtly radiating light. Indeed, it was extraordinary. A faint smile of wry amusement crossed Jiang Nuo's face. This little creature could ignite someone's trousers with a sneeze, cause even a commanding level demon beast to kneel with a roar, and incinerate a colossal wild bull with a single breath of dark flame. Such absurdity was beyond belief. He had deliberately avoided pondering the origins of the ink abyss, wishing only to care for it as a found pet. Yet now, he could no longer deceive himself. Gu Qinghan's warning had jolted him into clarity. The normal rate of growth was insufficient. Relying solely on the methodical absorption of spiritual energy, consuming nutrient solutions, and attending classes at the academy was too slow to confront the lurking dangers. He was uncertain who else, aside from Lin Xiang, was watching him, nor did he understand their motives. However, he was aware that their objective must be the ink abyss. He had to discover a means to rapidly enhance its strength. Once this thought emerged, it could no longer be suppressed. Jiang Nuo's expression hardened as he resolved to act. He picked up the communicator once more and dialed Tang Yuan's number. Hello, Jiang Nuo. Everything is going smoothly with the resources, right? That manager Ma hasn't troubled you again, has he? Tang Yuan's cheerful voice came from the other end. Everything is going well, thank you, Yuan. Jiang Nuo said. Taking a deep breath before asking, I would like to inquire about a location. What location? I'm quite familiar with Xinglua Imperial City. Whatever you wish to eat or play. I can take you. This is not a place for leisure. Jiang Nuo lowered his voice, his tone serious. I wish to know where I can procure some excellent items that are unavailable at the academy. On the other end of the line, Tang Yuan's breath hitched momentarily. After several seconds, she cautiously inquired, Jiang Nuo, why do you ask this? What is the remarkable thing you mentioned? Is it a rare material that can hasten the evolution of spirit beasts, or perhaps some clandestine intelligence? Jiang Nuo did not withhold any information. Tang Yuan remained silent for a considerable time, so long that Jiang Nuo thought she might end the call. Finally, she spoke softly, Jiang Nuo, do you realize what you are saying? The Star Luo Imperial City indeed exists, but it is not a place for students like us. It is known as the Shadow Market, a lawless territory where survival of the fittest prevails. People disappear there daily, leaving no trace behind. Have you lost your mind? You just achieved the top rank among the freshmen. Why would you risk venturing into such a perilous place? Jiang Nuo caressed the cold scales of a Mo Yuan in his palm and replied gently, because I can no longer wait. He offered no further explanation. Yet Tang Yuan seemed to comprehend something profound from those mere 7 words. On the other end of the line, the sound of her exasperated hair pulling resonated. I'm so annoyed. I knew you would be a troublesome one. She complained, but ultimately relented, saying, all right, you frighten me. I can take you to witness it, but you must promise me that once we are there, you will follow my lead. No wandering eyes, no indiscreet questions, and absolutely no touching anything. I promise you, Jiang Nuo responded, his heart settling heavily. Meanwhile, within the luxurious confines of a private villa at Star Luo Academy, a white porcelain teacup shattered violently upon the floor, splintering into pieces. Lin Xiang's countenance was dark enough to drip with malice. He had just received news that his joint petition had been dismissed by the vice dean, and that official with the surname Ma had the audacity to personally deliver rewards to Jiang Nuo, even enhancing the bounty by 30%. This was akin to a public slap in the face. The Tang family, once again, Lin Xiang seethed as he muttered the name. A merchant family daring to meddle repeatedly in the affairs of nobility. A cautious underling approached and whispered, young master, we have just received word that Jiang Nuo and Tang Yuan seem to be inquiring about the shadow market. The shadow market? Lin Xiang was momentarily taken aback, but then a cruel smile slowly crept across his lips. Truly, when heaven offers a path, you choose to ignore it, yet you dare to trespass into hell. He narrowed his eyes, having initially planned to methodically crush Jiang Nuo within the confines of the academy. But it appeared this country bumpkin could no longer wait for his own demise. Since he wished to witness the true darkness, let us grant him that opportunity. Lin Xiang coldly commanded his underling, contact the vulture, have him take a few individuals to the market to entertain our top freshman. Inform him that I want that snake alive. As for Jiang Nuo, he paused, a glint of violence flashing in his eyes. Leave him breathing, bring him back. I want to shatter his bones with my own hands, so he understands the consequences of offending me. Lin Xiang. The following day, Jiang Nuo spent the entire day in his dormitory. He did not attend class, nor did he visit the private training ground that Gu Qinghan had prepared for him. Instead, he quietly accompanied Mo Yuan, gradually feeding it with the newly acquired nutritional solution. As evening approached, Tang Yuan knocked on his door. She was dressed in a nondescript gray tracksuit, her face exhibiting a hint of tension and seriousness. Are you ready? She inquired. Jiang Nuo nodded. The black market does not accept alliance currency. Tang Yuanyuan handed him a small cloth bag, saying, "I have processed some of your resources and exchanged them for 3 high-quality, extraordinary-grade magic cores, along with these high-purity energy crystals. Use them sparingly. This represents a significant portion of your wealth." Jiang Nuo accepted the bag, feeling its weight. Tang Yuanyuan then produced 2 oversized black cloaks with hoods and 2 unadorned silver metallic masks. "Put these on." She adeptly donned her cloak and adjusted her mask, revealing only her keen, darting eyes. "From now on, we do not know each other. We are merely 2 passers-by scavenging through the refuse. Do you understand?" Jiang Nuo silently completed his disguise. The cold mask pressed against his face, and he felt as if he had stepped into another realm. Outside the dormitory window, darkness had enveloped the sky. The nightlife of Xinglua Imperial City was just beginning. Chapter 21. Desperation. Under surveillance in the night of Xinglua Imperial City, the streets were ablaze with lights, while the underground presented a starkly different scene. Tang Yuanyuan led Jiang Nuo, skillfully navigating through the alleyways until they halted at the end of a bustling bar's back alley. Here, a pile of foul-smelling trash cans lay strewn about, and a rusty iron door stood ajar. Behind the door were descending steps, from which a chilling breeze emerged, carrying the sense of earth and rust. "This is the place." Tang Yuanyuan's voice emerged muffled from beneath her mask. "Remember, once we enter, keep close to me and speak little." Jiang Nuo nodded, tightening his hood as he followed her into the darkness. The staircase was lengthy, spiraling downward. The walls were damp, illuminated intermittently by a flickering magical lamp far off, casting distorted shadows of the 2 individuals. After approximately 10 minutes of descent, a light and the sounds of voices finally greeted them. As they emerged from the passage, a chaotic and boisterous underground space unfolded before Jiang Nuo's eyes. It resembled a vast air raid shelter, its ceiling soaring out of sight. The moment Jiang Nuo stepped out, he was assaulted by melons of pungent odors that made him grimace. The air was thick with the scent of cheap alcohol, sweat, and an indiscernible mix of roasted meat and herbs. Numerous makeshift stalls lined the pathway, selling a variety of goods. Some vendors displayed glowing ores on tattered cloths, while others kept peculiar small beasts in cages. Even more stalls showcased rusty weapons, incomplete scrolls, and oddly colored potions. Everyone here, much like them, wore cloaks that obscured their forms and various masks. Each person maintained a wary distance, their eyes scanning the crowd with scrutiny or ill intent, peering from behind their masks, glancing over them before shifting their gaze elsewhere. Jiang Nuo felt his body tense, instinctively lowering his head further. "Do not look around aimlessly, nor make eye contact with anyone." Tang Yuanyuan's voice resonated nearby as she ambled along, her footsteps unhurried yet poised for immediate reaction. In this realm, curiosity could prove perilous. Jiang Nuo nodded silently, retracting his gaze as he discreetly activated the system. His mental energy unfurled, enveloping the stalls lining the roadside. His attention settled upon a vendor selling daggers. A collection of over a dozen blades displayed, some emanating a faint magical glow. Scanning. Inferior enchanted dagger. Rough craftsmanship. The enchantment circuit is damaged. Value 0. Rusted iron dagger. Merely a piece of scrap metal, perhaps suitable for slicing fruit, if one doesn't mind the grime. Value 0. Jiang Nuo's gaze shifted to an adjacent stall selling herbs. Withered ghost flower. Lost its medicinal properties, contains potent toxins. Improper handling may induce severe hallucinations. Value 10. Friendly reminder, do not touch. Common hemostatic herb, abundant by the roadside, yet the vendor has dyed it, masquerading it as rare dragon-esque blood herb. Value inflated. After scanning several stalls, Jiang Nuo's brow furrowed deeper. There were no treasures to be found here, merely a marketplace for refuse, riddled with deception. Tang Yuanyuan seemed to sense his thoughts, whispering, "The black market is just as such. Most of it is rubbish. To uncover valuable items, one must rely on keen sight and a stroke of luck. Let's take our time." The duo ventured further into the depths of the market, where the surroundings grew increasingly chaotic and the pathway narrower. A drunken man stumbled toward them, Jiang Nuo instinctively sidestepped but still brushed against the man's arm. The burly figure turned, his murky eyes, concealed beneath a mask, fixed intently on Jiang Nuo. A sense of unease gripped Jiang Nuo's heart, anticipating an impending confrontation. Yet, to his surprise, Tang Yuanyuan stepped forward, shielding him. Without uttering a word, she produced a gleaming energy cube from her pocket, breaking off a small piece to offer to the treasure-hunting mouse perched on her shoulder, which had remained unusually quiet. The drunken man's attention was captivated by the high-purity energy cube. He swallowed hard before muttering curses and staggering away. Only then did Jiang Nuo realize he had been holding his breath, casting a grateful glance at Tang Yuanyuan. However, at that moment, the treasure-hunting mouse suddenly became agitated. It rejected the delectable energy cube, its fur bristling as it emitted frantic warning squeaks towards the rear. Tang Yuanyuan's expression shifted abruptly. "This is bad," she said in a hushed, serious tone. "We are being watched." More than one. Jiang Nuo's body stiffened. Without turning, he could sense several malevolent gazes locked onto them from behind, entirely different from the earlier curious onlookers. It was Lin Xiang's people. The thought surged through Jiang Nuo's mind. "What should we do?" His voice came out dry. "Stay calm. Act as if we know nothing. Let us proceed towards the exit," Tang Yuanyuan urged, striving to maintain her composure. "They wouldn't dare act in the main thoroughfare. The enforcement squad patrols the black market. As long as we can reach the exit." With that, they hastened their pace, feigning casualness as they navigated through the crowd, retracing their steps toward the entrance. Yet they moved swiftly, their shadows trailing closely behind. The pursuer, seasoned and adept, maintained a strategic distance, effectively cutting off all avenues for escape into the narrow alleys, gradually herding them toward a less populated area. Cold sweat trickled down Jiang Nuo's forehead, cascading down his cheek. He felt ensnared by an invisible net, tightening with every futile struggle. Tang Yuanyuan's breath became erratic as well. She, too, realized that their pursuers had orchestrated a plan to corner them in a location suitable for confrontation. As they passed a nearly deserted corner at the edge of the marketplace, Jiang Nuo caught a glimpse of the outline of a passageway not far ahead. However, at that very moment, a piercing alarm echoed in his mind. "Warning! Warning!" A strong response from ancient dragon bloodline detected. Energy level, unknown. Danger level, unknown. Target locked. The alarm made Jiang Nuo's head throb, momentarily clouding his vision. He halted, enduring the pain, and turned his gaze towards the red arrow indicated by the system. The arrow pointed towards a dilapidated, inconspicuous stall nearby. The stall owner, a frail old man, was slumped over his table in slumber. The stall displayed only a few rusted farming tools and broken pottery, as if excavated from some ancient ruin. Within the system's vision, a blinding red beam shot upwards into the sky. The source of the beam was a black tile, caked with mud, used by the old man to weigh down the tablecloth. Chapter 22. Dragon Might Out of Control. Immediate exposure. Jiang Nuo's breath caught in that instant. He fixated on the soaring red beam in the system's vision, his heart racing, blood surging to his head. Name: fragmented ancient dragon scale, severely damaged. Status: bloodline energy nearly depleted, sealed by mud and millennia of dust, isolating almost all essence. Effect: contains a trace of exceedingly rare ancient dragon ancestry, usable for guiding bloodline evolution or partially repairing dragon-related injuries. This was it, the core catalyst needed for Mo Yuan's next evolution. Jiang Nuo could scarcely believe that after such a long search, nearly ready to give up, he would encounter this treasure here and in such a manner. A piece of ancient dragon scale, treated as refused to prop up a table leg. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, using the pain to force himself to remain composed. He could not afford to panic or reveal any weakness. There were still pursuers behind him, and Tang Yuanyuan's treasure-seeking rat remained restless. He had to act swiftly, retrieve the item in a proper manner, and then depart from this place. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Nuo adjusted his cloak and prepared to stride towards the rickety stall. However, a figure intercepted him, arriving with a gust of wind. "Ah, is that not our illustrious newcomer first, Jiang Nuo?" It It was Lin Xiang, accompanied by a few lackeys. He had seemingly arrived at this corner unnoticed. He removed his mask, revealing a face laced with mockery. "What? After wandering around for so long, you've settled on this junk?" Lin Xiang cast a disdainful glance over the old man's stall, as expected, for he was of humble origins, his vision worthy only of such refuse. Jiang Nuo's body instantly stiffened, and beneath his mask his face turned ashen. Observing Jiang Nuo's suppressed fury, Lin Xiang appeared quite pleased. He had no interest in the wares displayed. His sole intention was to humiliate Jiang Nuo. He pulled out a heavy pouch of coins from his bosom and tossed it directly before the still drowsy stall owner, producing a dull thud. Old man awakened. The stall owner stirred from his slumber, bleary-eyed, and upon seeing the glimmering pouch of energy crystals, his eyes widened in astonishment. "I want everything visible on your stall," Lin Xiang declared, gesturing with his chin towards Jiang Nuo. "I purchase it to convey to certain individuals that the things he values hold no merit in my eyes." With that, he waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away flies. "Take the money and scram." He did not even touch the items, as if mere sight would tarnish his vision. Jiang Nuo's heart sank, forced to watch helplessly as the stall owner hurriedly gathered the pouch and swept all the trinkets, along with the tattered cloth, into a burlap sack, handing it to Lin Xiang's lackey. In the process of collecting the rags, the stall owner disdainfully kicked aside a black tile meant to prop up the table. "Sir, everything you requested is here," he said with a sycophantic grin. Lin Xiang did not even spare a glance, his triumphant gaze fixed intently on Jiang Nuo. "Did you hear that, waste?" He leaned closer, his voice low enough for only the two to hear. "Soon, your little serpent will be crushed underfoot like this rubbish." With that, he departed, accompanied by his followers. Amidst raucous laughter, Jiang Nuo stood rooted in place, motionless. His hands, concealed beneath the cloak, had turned pale from excessive tension. "Jiang Nuo, let us leave." "Dan Juanian Uget," tugging at his sleeve. "Ignore him. Those people are still around." Yet, Jiang Nuo shook his head. He waited until Lin Xiang's figure vanished completely around the corner before he stepped forward to the now barren stall. The stall owner, preparing to close up and slip away, eyed Jiang Nuo with a flicker of wariness as he approached. Jiang Nuo remained silent, bending down to point at the black tile caked in mud, now kicked to the corner. "Good sir, how much for this?" he inquired, striving to keep his tone dispassionate, as though merely intrigued by an ordinary stone. The stall owner's murky eyes darted about. He had observed everything clearly. Lin Xiang, a person of prominence, had deliberately sought trouble with this cloaked figure, indicating that this man was a soft target without substantial backing. A glimmer of greed flickered in his gaze. "This," he feigned picking up the tile, weighing it in his hand, and said with exaggerated seriousness, "Young brother, you have a keen eye. This is no mere tile. It is a treasured heirloom passed down through my family, said to have been excavated from the depths of the dragon's abyss." Jiang Nuo let out a cold laugh within. In the depths of the dragon's descent and the abyss of demons, if you have genuinely traversed such realms, how can you still be here peddling wares? Yet, he maintained a calm demeanor, beckoning, "Name your price." The vendor extended a frail finger, demanding a high-quality, extraordinary magic core. Tang Yuanyuan gasped in disbelief, unable to restrain her exclamation. "Have you lost your mind? Why not rob someone instead? For a mere shard of tile, you dare to ask for an extraordinary magic core?" The vendor, however, wore a knowing smirk, replying, "If you find it too dear, then do not purchase it. This is a unique treasure. Once you miss this opportunity, it will be gone." Jiang Nuo's expression darkened. A high-quality, extraordinary magic core represented nearly a third of his fortune, and he could not abide such extortion. As he prepared to negotiate, an unexpected surge of agitation erupted from the pocket of his chest. This sensation emerged from the depths of his very soul, imbued with a terrifying aura. Montak Yuan. It sensed it. The essence sealed within the dragon's scales, once disturbed by the vendor's touch, released a trace of its power. This trace immediately ignited the dormant Mo Yuan within him. A suppressed hiss erupted from beneath Jiang Nuo's cloak, laden with ferocity and desire. In the next instant, An ancient and pure dragon might exploded outward from Jiang Nuo, radiating from his core. The once clamorous corner of the bustling black market suddenly fell into an eerie silence. The vendor was the first to be affected, his eyes rolling back as he nearly fainted from fright. The dragon scale slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. All around, individuals were paralyzed by the oppressive aura, their bodies rigid and immobile. From a distance, several powerful presences that had been lurking in the shadows abruptly shifted their focus, casting incredulous glances towards this inconspicuous corner. It's exposed. The thought raced through Jiang Nuo's mind, chilling his very blood. Yuan, run for the exit. Draw their attention. In this critical moment, Jiang Nuo's mind was unexpectedly clear. He forcefully propelled Tang Yuan towards the exit. Stumbling, she quickly grasped Jiang Nuo's intent, gritting her teeth and sprinting towards the passageway without looking back. The hidden pursuers were indeed thrown off by this sudden turn of events, instinctively diverting some of their focus to chase after Tang Yuan. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Nuo snatched the dragon scale from the ground and grasped the stunned vendor by the collar, dragging him into a nearby pitch-black alley where visibility was non-existent. Chapter 23. Forceful soothing, unexpected possessiveness. The alley was shrouded in darkness, permeated by a damp and moldy stench. Jiang Nuo pressed his back against the cold wall, the slick moss beneath him discomforting. He pinned the terrified vendor firmly against the wall, covering the vendor's mouth with one hand while desperately restraining the wildly thrashing entity within his chest with the other. "Stay silent, or we shall both perish," Jiang Nuo whispered, his throat dry, surprised by the fierce resolve that surged within him. The vendor dared not resist. The terrifying dragon might have nearly frightened his very soul away, leaving him no choice but to nod vigorously, tears and snot streaming down his face. The true dilemma lay within Jiang Nuo's embrace. Mo Yuan had spiraled out of control. Through the thin fabric, Jiang Nuo could sense its violent thrashing. Its body temperature surged dramatically, becoming searing hot. And even more ferocious dragons might uncontrollably spill forth, reverberating through the alley. The vendor rolled his eyes, nearly overwhelmed by the oppressive aura. Jiang Nuo understood that if this continued, before Lin Xiang's men could arrive, the awakened powerhouses in the black market would come knocking first. He could wait no longer. The instinct for survival eclipsed all else. Jiang Nuo released his grip on the vendor, swiftly tearing open the pocket of his shirt. The pitch-black serpent was exposed to the air, its body tensed, dark golden patterns flickering erratically, and its vertical pupils turned a blood red, filled with a primal yearning for the dragon scale. It opened its mouth, revealing venomous fangs, seemingly on the verge of breaking free. Jiang Nuo spread his arms wide, using all his strength to tightly embrace the rampaging serpent. He pressed his face against its cold yet burning scales, disregarding its frenzied struggles, and whispered softly, transmitting his mental energy. "Do not fear, I shall help you obtain it. I promise, I will ensure you have it. Calm yourself, trust me. This is neither a system task, nor for experience. It is simply a caretaker soothing a pet on the verge of losing control." Detected profound emotional resonance, triggered special state, soul soothing. Affinity 500. The system's notification echoed in his mind, but Jiang Nuo was beyond caring. His thoughts were entirely immersed in the connection with the life cradled in his arms. A miracle unfolded. Under Jiang Nuo's continuous mental reassurance, the thrashing body gradually relaxed. The searing body temperature began to cool, and the ferocious dragons might receded. Mo Yuan ceased to struggle, lying quietly in Jiang Nuo's embrace, its small head resting against his collarbone, utterly still. The blood-red vertical pupils returned to their original darkness. Yet within, an unprecedented confusion and dependence emerged, one that even it could not comprehend. The alley returned to tranquility. Jiang Nuo, feeling as though all his strength had been drained, he slid down against the wall, still holding the now calm serpent tightly. He glanced up at the vendor, who lay slumped on the ground, his voice weary yet clear. "Now, we can discuss the price." The vendor dared not haggle any longer. Trembling, he picked up the black tile, nervously extending it forward. "Sir, this Please take it. I asked for nothing in return. Jiang Nuo frowned, disliking the notion of owing a favor. From a cloth bag provided by Tang Yuanyuan, he retrieved 3 low-grade energy crystals and tossed them in front of the vendor. This is the transaction. Having spoken, Jiang Nuo ignored the vendor and grasped the ancient dragon scale firmly in his hand. The scale felt icy, pulsating faintly. He sensed that Mo Yuan's body began to tremble slightly again, this time from excitement stemming from its bloodline. He carefully stowed the dragon scale into his storage backpack, preparing to return Mo Yuan to his pocket. However, just as his hand brushed against Mo Yuan, an unexpected turn occurred. The once docile serpent suddenly sprang into action, instantly coiling around his wrist. It clung tightly, its frigid scales pressed against Jiang Nuo's skin, as if seeking to merge with his very flesh. Contact Yuan? Jiang Nuo was taken aback, attempting to free it from his wrist. A low, resonant growl emanated from Mo Yuan's throat, a warning. It lifted its head, its pitch-black vertical pupils fixated on Jiang Nuo, an unprecedented possessiveness gleaming in its gaze. It would not permit Jiang Nuo to return it to that pouch. It desired to remain here, to feel his warmth and heartbeat. Jiang Nuo made another attempt, but the coils tightened further around his wrist. He could sense the muscles beneath the scales subtly tensing, as if proclaiming dominion. Left with no recourse, Jiang Nuo sighed in resignation, allowing this little ancestor to settle upon his wrist. He adjusted the sleeve of his cloak to conceal his wrist, then staggered to his feet and exited the alley. Outside, Tang Yuanyuan was pacing anxiously. Upon seeing Jiang Nuo emerge, she rushed over. Jiang Nuo, are you all right? That aura earlier nearly terrified me. It seems the pursuers were frightened away, but several more formidable ones have arrived, lingering nearby. I'm fine, Jiang Nuo shook his head. We must leave. Did you acquire the item? Tang Yuanian Witzpe. Jiang Nuo nodded. Tang Yuanyuan exhaled in relief, but her gaze quickly fell upon Jiang Nuo's hand, awkwardly hidden within his sleeve. What happened to your hand? Are you injured? No. They hastened through the crowd towards the exit. This time, no fool dared to cause trouble. The fleeting terror of the dragon, might served as an effective warning. The two returned to the surface unscathed. The city's nightscape unfolded before them. The earlier experiences underground fading into the semblance of a nightmare. Jiang Nuo glanced down at his wrist. The icy sensation and the irresistible pressure served as reminders. Everything was real. He had obtained the key to Mo Yuan's evolution. Yet it seemed he had also activated a significant switch. Chapter 24. A challenge of undying resolve in the days following his return from the black market. Jiang Nuo's life appeared to settle into tranquility. He attended classes, visited the cafeteria, and returned to his dormitory, as usual. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, beneath the ample sleeves of his school uniform, a cold bracelet had taken residence around his wrist, and Mo Yuan had entwined itself with him. No matter where Jiang Nuo went or what he did, it stubbornly clung to his wrist, refusing to relinquish its hold. The delicate scales adhered closely to his skin, seemingly declaring its ownership. Jiang Nuo had attempted several times to return it to the temperature-regulated beast-rearing pouch, but each effort only resulted in the tightening grip around his wrist and the threatening growl from its throat. After several futile attempts, Jiang Nuo conceded defeat, choosing instead to safeguard this secret carefully. He locked the bathroom door while washing up and opted for secluded corners during meals, using his body to shield himself from prying eyes. He was unaware that since that day in the alley, when he had calmed its raging bloodline with an embrace, Mo Yuan's perception of him had irrevocably altered. For this ancient dragon, born into a world of betrayal and slaughter, the warmth emanating from Jiang Nuo and that embrace represented a reality it had never before encountered in its existence. Instinctively, he yearned to grasp this reality. That morning, Jiang Nuo had just finished a theoretical class when Tang Yuanyuan hurriedly whisked him away. Quick, quick, something major has happened. Tang Yuanyuan's youthful visage radiated excitement as she dragged Jiang Nuo towards the central plaza of the academy, where a new announcement had been posted on the bulletin board. As they squeezed into the crowd, Jiang Nuo finally discerned a poster emanating an enchanting glow. Notice of the selection for the mysterious swamp realm. In order to enhance the practical abilities of our students, the Administrative Council has resolved to commence the low-level mysterious swamp realm, designated C13, 3 days hence. The eligibility for entry into this realm will be determined through a public arena selection competition. All freshmen are welcome to register. The top 10 in the points ranking will secure entry privileges. The mysterious swamp realm? A public arena competition? The crowd erupted in excitement. I've heard that the mysterious swamp realm is rife with venomous insects and swamp crocodiles. It's extremely perilous, but the treasures within are abundant. It is said that some have discovered soul crystal grass, which enhances mental fortitude. The pivotal aspect is the public arena competition. This is an illustrious opportunity. If I can secure a place in the top 10, who would dare to look down on me thereafter? Students fervently discussed amongst themselves, their eyes ablaze with ambition. Jiang Nuo's heart skipped a beat. Upon seeing the phrase mysterious swamp realm, a notification immediately materialized in his mind. Detection of critical evolution material information. Name, Heart of the Swamp. Origin, deep within the mysterious swamp realm, formed from the life energy of the swamp's core. Concentrated over a century. Effect, contains immense life energy and dual elemental properties of water and earth, serving as a core material for strengthening the physical form of dragon hatchlings and stabilizing their essence. Jiang Nuo's pupils constricted sharply. If the fragment of the ancient dragon scale was the key to Mo Yuan's evolution, then this heart of the swamp was the fuel to unlock the gateway to evolution. He had to acquire it. This thought surged within him, consuming his entire mind. Taking a deep breath, he pushed through the throng, heading towards the registration desk beneath the announcement board. Hey, look, Jiang Nuo is signing up too? Is he out of his mind? Does he truly believe that just because he got lucky and ranked first among freshmen, he qualifies for the arena competition? Exactly. The entrance exam relied heavily on luck. The arena competition is a true test of combat. That little earthworm of his will likely be crushed underfoot. The mocking remarks echoed clearly in Jiang Nuo's ears. Dang Juanian. Concern grasped his arm. Jiang Nuo, have you thought this through? This is not the same as the freshman assessment. In the arena, blades are unforgiving and injuries are commonplace. Before she could finish her sentence, a chilling voice emerged from the rear of the crowd. Let him sign up. The crowd parted to make way. Rin Jienge, flanked by a cadre of aristocratic students, approached with a somber expression, his gaze fixed on Jiang Nuo, filled with the disdain one reserved for the dead. That night in the black market, his subordinates had returned empty-handed. They only knew that their target had vanished into an alley. But the sudden surge of terrifying energy had deterred them from probing further. This incident had become a thorn in Lin Xiang's side. I was just lamenting the lack of opportunity to personally dismantle that wretched frame of yours. Lin Xiang approached Jiang Nuo, fixing his gaze upon him as he declared, Since you have chosen to ascend the arena to meet your demise, I shall grant your wish. With a flourish, he produced a pair of gilded gloves from his bosom and cast them at Jiang Nuo's feet. I, Lin Xiang, in the name of the Lin family heir, hereby challenge you to an honorable duel. 3 days hence, upon the selection arena, we shall engage in a battle to the death. A murmur of astonishment swept through the crowd. An honorable duel. Such a challenge was reserved for nobles to resolve irreconcilable conflicts. Once initiated, it signified that both parties wagered everything, determined to establish a victor. No one anticipated that Lin Xiang would resort to such measures against a mere commoner. This was evidently a matter of life and death for Jiang Nuo. All eyes converged upon Jiang Nuo. Yet, he merely cast a tranquil glance at the gloves at his feet. Raising his head, he met Lin Xiang's murderous gaze and responded, each word deliberate, I accept. With that, he turned away, seizing a magical pen to inscribe his name upon the registration form. Jiang Nuo. At the moment he completed his signature, a small black serpent stealthily emerged from the cuff of his school uniform. Its obsidian-slit pupils locked onto Lin Xiang's side, fixating on the A-grade spirit beast. The Gale Lion Griffin, which was restlessly pawing the ground and emitting low growls. Mo Yuan, the serpent, slowly flicked its forked tongue toward the colossal creature. which dwarfed it by several hundred times. An aura of dominance enveloped the Gale Lion Griffin. The once imposing beast let out a brief, mournful cry as if its throat had been constricted, retreating a step with its massive wings folding in fear. The arena fell into an eerie silence once more. Lin Xiang's complexion turned a deep shade of crimson, acutely aware of the terror emanating from his contracted beast. Jiang Nuo retracted the pen, adjusted his sleeve to conceal the serpent's small head, and uttered no further threats. Instead, he turned, accompanied by Tang Yuan, and calmly departed the square under the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Chapter 25. Under the Dragon's Might, Never Surrender. Only 3 days remained until the selection tournament. During this time, Jiang Nuo vanished entirely from the public eye. He neither returned to his dormitory nor attended classes. It was as though he had evaporated into thin air. Rumors about him proliferated within the academy. I see that Jiang Nuo has succumbed to fear, hiding away in shame. Indeed, how could he dare accept Senior Lin Xiang's challenge? He must be out of his mind. Just wait and see. If he dares to step onto the stage in 3 days, he will surely be torn to shreds by the Gale Lion Griffin. Jiang Nuo, however, paid no heed to the external chatter. At that moment, he was diligently honing his skills in the elite private training grounds provided by mentor Gu Qinghan. This training facility was 10 times larger than the public arena and boasted advanced equipment, including holographic projections capable of simulating various terrains and devices that adjusted gravity. Jiang Nuo set the gravity to 1.5 times normal. Mo Yuan to the left. 3 o'clock. With a commanding shout from him, the small black serpent coiled around his wrist suddenly lunged forth. A jet of black flame accurately struck a holographic magical wolf that had leapt from the left side thicket. The wolf was consumed in the black inferno before it could even emit a cry, vanishing into a mere point of light. Panting heavily, Jiang Nuo leaned on his knee, his clothing thoroughly drenched in sweat, clinging tightly to his body. The weight of gravity rendered every muscle in him sore, while his mental faculties throbbed painfully from intense concentration. Yet he dare not relent. He understood that this was insufficient. During prior training, he had revealed a fatal flaw. His own reaction speed and combat awareness lagged behind Mo Yuan's rhythm. Time and again, Mo Yuan had discerned the enemy's movements, yet he had faltered in judgment, issuing erroneous commands that disrupted their coordination. He could not merely play the role of a caretaker. He had to transform into a comrade capable of fighting alongside Mo Yuan. Once more, Jiang Nuo gritted his teeth and straightened his posture. He closed his eyes, channeling all his mental energy into the icy connection at his wrist. This was a novel approach he had explored over the past few days. When Mo Yuan coiled around his wrist, their mental link reached a peak. He could even sense the contraction of Mo Yuan's muscles, anticipating its next offensive intent. As the countdown in the center of the training ground reached its conclusion, dozens of various holographic creatures surged forth from all directions. Jiang Nuo remained with his eyes closed. Behind him, half-moon slash. To his right front, triple shot. Directly above, guard. Commands flowed forth not from his lips, but directly through their mental connection, instantly transmitting to Mo Yuan. Black lightning wreaked havoc across the training field. Despite Mo Yuan's diminutive size, its speed was unparalleled, each strike precise and lethal. Jiang Nuo stood at the center, issuing the simplest of commands, working in tandem with Mo Yuan to eliminate the magical beasts on the field. After several days of honing their synergy, their cooperation had become increasingly seamless. On the eve of the selection competition, Jiang Nuo completed his final set of training and collapsed onto the floor of the training ground, utterly fatigued. Mo Yuan slithered down from his wrist, affectionately nuzzling his cheek with its small head as if to offer comfort. Jiang Nuo smiled and reached out to stroke it, when an unanticipated chill suddenly spread from the entrance. Crack, crack. The moisture in the air instantaneously crystallized, and a layer of white frost quickly formed on the metallic walls of the training ground. The temperature of the entire venue plummeted to freezing within seconds. A heavy oppressive force descended upon him, rendering him breathless. This was the suppression from a higher echelon of life, utterly insurmountable. Under this oppressive weight, Jiang Nuo felt as though his blood was thickening, and breathing became exceedingly arduous. It was Mentor Gu Qinghan. He glanced fearfully towards the entrance. Gu Qinghan stood there quietly, clad in her white lab coat, her gaze icy behind golden-rimmed glasses. Behind her, a colossal dragon-shaped phantom flickered in and out of sight. An S-class spirit beast. The frost giant dragon. The mere hint of its draconic might was sufficient to instill in Jiang Nuo a palpable sense of impending doom. His body trembled uncontrollably. However, just as he was on the verge of being overwhelmed by this oppressive force, a domineering and indomitable aura erupted from beside him. Montauk Yuan. In the face of the upper dragon clan's might, this tiny serpent not only showed no fear, but was instead thoroughly ignited by a primal ferocity. Hiss! It lifted its head, letting out a provocative hiss directed towards Gu Qinghan. Its diminutive form arched, and the dark scales shimmered with swirling patterns of dark gold, emanating a pressure that was uncharacteristic of its stature, akin to a dagger confronting Gu Qinghan's draconic authority. Jiang Nuo could distinctly sense the battle intent radiating from Mo Yuan. This fervor ignited within Jiang Nuo as well. He bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain sharpening his focus. He gazed at the small figure before him, one that dared to challenge a colossal mountain, no longer shying away or succumbing to fear. Struggling, he propped himself up with his trembling arms, straightened his back, and chose to withstand the dragon's might alongside Mo Yuan. He summoned his dwindling mental energy, erecting a mental barrier before himself and Mo Yuan. In that moment, the human and serpent seemed to merge into one. Just as Jiang Nuo's vision darkened and his consciousness neared obliteration, the dragon's pressure abruptly receded. The temperature in the training grounds swiftly rose, causing the frost on the walls to melt away. Everything returned to tranquility. Jiang Nuo could no longer endure. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Raising his head, he saw Gu Qinghan approaching slowly. She adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, the lenses reflecting the light, obscuring her gaze. Yet, Jiang Nuo seemed to perceive a hint of approval on her expressionless face. A cold little vial was tossed over, and Jiang Nuo instinctively caught it. Inside the vial was a deep blue liquid, sparkling like the starry sky. The dragon blood body refining potion. Gu Qinghan's voice remained icy, stating it would be useful in the secret realm. After a pause, she added, "Don't die in there." With that, she turned and left, leaving behind a slender silhouette. Jiang Nuo tightened his grip on the potion and glanced down at Mo Yuan, who had re-wrapped itself around his wrist, its breath somewhat weak, but its eyes still bright. His heart brimmed with confidence. Chapter 26, A Single Move to Decimate. Shocking the audience, the arena for the selection competition was constructed in the heart of the Academy's central square. Jiang Nuo's name appeared on the battle screen, prompting whispers and unabashed laughter from the audience. Look, that luck-based commoner is making his entrance. His opponent was a senior from the third year, adept in wind blade techniques, and this little worm was likely to be shredded on the spot. As the match commenced, all mockery ceased. Clad in an oversized school uniform, Jiang Nuo stood calmly at the center of the arena. His opponent, the third-year senior, immediately summoned a swirling azure vortex upon the referee's signal to start. Scum. Wind blades danced wildly. Dozens of azure blades sliced towards Jiang Nuo from all directions, sealing off every avenue of retreat. Yet, Jiang Nuo did not even blink in the face of such an assault. Just as the wind blades were about to strike him, a swift black line shot forth from his sleeve. No, it was 3 lines. 3 strands of condensed black fire streaked through the air at an uncanny angle, striking with precision at 3 nodes that served as the core of the wind blade network. With 3 soft thuds, the once mighty network disintegrated, transforming into shimmering elemental particles that faded into nothingness. An eerie silence enveloped the arena. The sinister smile on the senior's face froze, for he had not grasped what had transpired. Before he could process the event, a shadow had already circled behind him. "I concede." Jiang Nuo's calm voice resonated in every ear. The senior felt a chill creep down his neck. He stiffly lowered his head to behold a small serpent, entirely black, adorned with dark golden patterns swirling across its scales, poised before him with cold, vertical pupils. From those eyes emanated a murderous intent as vast as a sea of corpses, chilling enough to freeze one's very soul. I concede, he screamed, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. With a single move, he had been defeated by a renowned third-year expert. Remarkably, Jiang Nuo had not shifted an inch throughout the encounter. If the first victory had been a mere fluke, subsequent battles obliterated all preconceptions. Whether facing the heavily armored beastmasters skilled in defense or the long-range archers, none could withstand more than 3 exchanges with Jiang Nuo. Mo Yuan strikes were swift, precise, and lethal. Under Jiang Nuo's meticulous mental commands, it became the most fearsome entity in the arena. What were deemed impenetrable defenses crumbled into mere gaps in its eyes, while flamboyant attacks appeared astonishingly sluggish. The murmurs in the audience shifted from mockery to shock, ultimately yielding to a profound silence. They finally recognized the terrifying strength of this once-mocked commoner, the new contractee of the discarded serpent. Jiang Nuo emerged victorious, securing a place among the top 10. Meanwhile, Lin Xiang's battles were far more brutal. His Gale-Lion Griffin decimated every opponent, claiming the top spot on the leaderboard. After the competition concluded, all selected candidates gathered beneath the arena. Lin Xiang had not encountered Jiang Nuo during the matches. He stood at the forefront of the crowd, reveling in their adulation. As he passed by Jiang Nuo, he paused, turned his head, and silently mouthed, "In the secret realm, await me." His gaze brimmed with malice. Jiang Nuo, expressionless, averted his eyes, seemingly oblivious to his presence. He lowered his head to inspect his storage backpack, exchanging a glance with Tang Yuanyuan nearby to confirm their cooperative intentions. At dusk, the 10 newly selected students were ushered to the teleportation plaza at the back mountain of the academy. In the center of the plaza stood a colossal stone door, towering several meters high. Intricate magical runes adorned the doorframe, while within lay a swirling, resplendent curtain of light. Silence. A middle-aged instructor clad in silver armor and bearing a stern demeanor stood before the stone door, his piercing gaze sweeping across each individual. I will say this only once, so listen closely. The Yazoo secret realm, designated C-13, is filled with toxic miasma and highly aggressive magical creatures. It is exceedingly dangerous. Based on historical data, the mortality rate for newcomers reaches as high as 10%. Upon hearing these words, the faces of several students from ordinary backgrounds turned pale instantly. Within the secret realm, the score band will record the monsters you slay, and the final ranking will determine the allocation of resources for the upcoming year. However, remember, points are trivial. Survival is paramount. With that said, he waved his hand, and a luminous screen unfurled in midair. On the screen appeared a colossal crocodile, its size akin to that of a heavy-duty truck, adorned with a thick layer of mud armor. Its gaping maw was filled with razor-sharp fangs resembling swords. This creature was one of the overlords of the Abyssal Marsh, a ruling tier monster known as the Giant Jaw Crocodile. If you encounter it, do not hesitate. Immediately crush the emergency teleportation talisman on your band. This is your only chance for survival. As they gazed at the terrifying image, an overwhelming pressure enveloped everyone. Jiang Nuo swiftly compared the instructor's words with the library's records in his mind, plotting a safe route to the heart of the marsh. Simultaneously, he discreetly touched the small vial tucked inside his garment. It contained a dragon's blood enhancement potion given to him by mentor Gu Qinghan, one of his most formidable trump cards. Having said all that needed to be said, the middle-aged instructor retracted the luminous screen and spoke solemnly. Now, proceed into the teleportation portal in order of your scores. I wish you all the best. Lin Xiang, as the top scorer, was the first to step forward. He cast a cold glance at Jiang Nuo before stepping into the light, his figure vanishing in an instant. Subsequently, the others, each harboring their own emotions, entered the portal one after another. Finally, it was Jiang Nuo's turn. He took a deep breath and stepped into the luminous screen. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and he was engulfed in blinding white light. In the next moment, he found himself standing on muddy ground, a damp, viscous air, reeking of decay, filling his nostrils. He had arrived in the abyssal marsh. Chapter 27. A weakened start? This marsh is toxic. As Jiang Nuo regained his bearings from the disorienting teleportation, he immediately surveyed his surroundings. The sight before him startled him. It was an endless expanse of black swamp. The sky was a dull gray, with murky puddles bubbling ominously all around. The trees sprouting from the muddy waters were withered and bore an eerie appearance. The air was thick and humid, mingled with the stench of decaying vegetation and water, making it hard to breathe. He found himself trudging through ankle-deep muck, cold and slippery, each step eliciting a squelching sound that required considerable effort. The silence was unnerving, broken only by the occasional sound of bubbles surfacing in the water, with no other noise to be heard. This was the abyssal marsh, a primal and perilous place. Jiang Nuo instinctively tightened his cuffs, the icy sensation on his wrist helping to steady his nerves. Just as Jiang Nuo steadied himself, he suddenly heard the system's notification in his mind. Warning, you have entered a high-humidity swamp environment. Environmental suppression has been activated. Your contracted beast, attribute, Fire Dark, will experience a 30 reduction in fire skill potency and a 20 increase in stamina consumption in this environment. Jiang Nuo's heart sank considerably. A 30% reduction in potency and a 20% increase in stamina consumption equated to having their most powerful means of attack. Mo Yuan, give a try. Jiang Nuo promptly commanded the little serpent nestled in his sleeve through their mental connection. A jet of black fire erupted from the palm of his hand, striking a nearby withered tree. However, this manifestation of abyssal flame was noticeably diminished. The speed of the flame's condensation had slowed, and their hue was no longer a pure black. Instead, they merely left a charred mark on the dead tree, failing to incinerate it as they typically would. Jiang Nuo's expression darkened. The ease with which he had triumphed in the arena had instilled in him a considerable confidence in Mo Yuan's prowess. Yet now, he realized he had underestimated the situation. In the swampy depths of the secret realm, an environment that countered fire-based abilities, their greatest asset had been severely weakened. This expedition into the secret realm promised to be arduous, especially with Lin Xiang covertly monitoring his every move. He resolved to locate the heart of the swamp swiftly and depart from this place. With determination, Jiang Nuo activated the simplified map on his score wristband. Following the route he had noted in the library, and cautiously advanced toward the general direction of the swamp's center, taking careful steps through the mire. He treaded lightly, choosing the more resilient patches of grass, while remaining acutely aware of his surroundings. Navigating through the swamp proved more taxing than he had anticipated. The viscous mud clung to his legs, draining his stamina. After approximately half an hour, having skirted a thicket of shrubbery that towered to his waist and emitted an unpleasant odor, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A shrill croak echoed as a green shadow leapt from the muddy pit behind the bushes, lunging toward the side of Jiang Nuo's face. It was a frog the size of a basin, its body covered in grotesque green pustules, its eyes gleaming with malice. This was a supernatural creature, the swamp poison frog. In an instant, it leapt jaws agape, unleashing a foul, green venom. Jiang Nuo's heart tightened. The ambush was too swift and too close, leaving him no time to evade. Just then, the entity coiled around his wrist, and Mo Yuan sprang into action. A more solid jet of black fire shot forth, intercepting the stream of venom. The collision of flame and toxin produced a shrill, corrosive sound, accompanied by a billowing cloud of noxious white vapor. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Nuo rolled backward, narrowly avoiding the splatter of poison. He scrambled to his feet, still shaken. He observed that the swamp poison frog, having missed its target, had landed back in the nearby pit, puffing out its cheeks in preparation for another attack. Jiang Nuo felt no joy. The abyssal flame had merely thwarted the venom, leaving the frog unscathed. And Mo Yuan was unable to dispatch the foe as effortlessly as he had in the arena. They found themselves in a stalemate. With another croak, the poison frog launched its next assault, this time unleashing several fist-sized globules of venom from various angles. effectively sealing off Jiang Nuo as escape routes. Mo Yuan, left 3. Pinpoint shot. Then right 1, sweeping strike. Jiang Nuo steadied himself and began issuing commands. Mo Yuan's silhouette darted across the muddy ground, deftly avoiding the venomous projectiles. It unleashed small bursts of magical flame, executing pinpoint strikes. The weakened flames could not obliterate the creature, yet each hit left a charred mark upon its skin, inflicting pain that caused the frog's attacks to become increasingly erratic. What ensued was a battle of attrition. After a tense 5 or 6 minutes, Mo Yuan finally seized the opportunity. A small burst of flame found its way into the open maw of the poisoned frog, bringing the confrontation to an end. Flames erupted from its body, charring the head of the venomous frog to a crisp. Its colossal form convulsed a few times before falling still. Defeated an extraordinary second-tier magical creature, the marsh poison frog, earning points, 2. Jiang Nuo leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. Sweat mingling with mud trickling down his face. He sensed the weariness emanating from Mo Yuan through their mental connection. It was astonishing that such a low-tier extraordinary creature had demanded so much of their time and energy. Jiang Nuo's expression was grim. He raised his gaze toward the depths of the marsh, where the mist thickened ominously, concealing even greater dangers. Chapter 28. The prey is hooked. After confronting the marsh poison frog, Jiang Nuo dared not underestimate any further. He understood that engaging in direct conflict in such a cursed place would merely drain their stamina and spirit, potentially attracting even more troublesome entities. The path ahead required utmost caution. Mo Yuan, I implore you. Jiang Nuo conveyed his thoughts to Mo Yuan through their mental link, seeking his acute perceptiveness to alert them of impending dangers. A chill sensation brushed against his wrist, and Mo Yuan stirred, acknowledging his request. The duo began to cooperate in a novel manner. Jiang Nuo took charge of strategizing their route, utilizing his knowledge to navigate challenges, while Mo Yuan became the finest detector of threats. They commenced their progress through the intricate marshland, following a rather peculiar path. At one juncture, just as they were about to traverse a seemingly tranquil expanse of water, Mo Yuan's body tensed suddenly, signaling danger. Jiang Nuo halted immediately, holding his breath. Moments later, a shadow over 10 meters long glided beneath the surface 100 meters ahead. The aura belonged to another commanding magical creature. Had they recklessly advanced, they would have found themselves within its maw. A chill ran down Jiang Nuo's spine as he swiftly guided Mo Yuan to circumvent the area, carefully skirting along the edge of the nearby land. On another occasion, they needed to traverse a grove dense with purple toxic miasma. Jiang Nuo recalled from his readings that such miasma could paralyze the nerves, and prolonged exposure would render one helpless, awaiting death. A headlong charge would be tantamount to suicide. In his moment of despair, Jiang Nuo noticed a pungent white flower growing at the grove's edge. Suddenly, he remembered, it was the awakening flower. Its acrid scent could repel nerve toxins. He quickly gathered dozens of awakening flowers, crushing them to extract their potent juice, which he meticulously applied to himself and Mo Yuan. Once prepared, he covered their mouths and noses with cloth and swiftly led Mo Yuan through the toxic woods. Along the way, they encountered a cluster of ghost-faced humanoid spiders coiled around a dead tree. Thanks to Mo Yuan's warnings, they circumvented them from 100 meters away. They also encountered predatory piranhas disguised as driftwood, which Jiang Nuo narrowly evaded by observing the ripples on the water surface. As they progressed, the synergy between the human and the serpent grew increasingly harmonious. With a mere glance, Jiang Nuo could convey his intentions to Mo Yuan, and any fluctuation in Mo Yuan's emotions was instantly understood by Jiang Nuo. Unbeknownst to them, they had evaded numerous dangers and delved deeper into the eerie depths of the secret marsh, where the atmosphere was even more sinister, and the humidity in the air obscured distant views. On a highland several kilometers away, Lin Zong and his 3 noble companions leisurely observed a magical light screen before them. On the screen, a red dot was slowly moving along a convoluted path. "Ha! This fool is quite adept at evasion," one of the teammates scoffed, curling his lip at the dot's erratic trajectory. Evasion? Lin Zong's smile turned cruel, his gaze reminiscent of one observing a rat in a cage. The more it struggled, the more entertaining it became. Let him savor a bit more of hope's flavor. After all, the shattering of hope is the most exquisite sight, is it not? One of the team members flatteringly remarked, "Senior Zhang, your brilliance is unmatched. We have already set up Beast Attractant along his inevitable path. Once he approaches the target area, we merely need to crush the fuse, and all magical creatures within a 10-mile radius will be drawn to him, tearing him to shreds." What about that little black snake? Another voiced his concern. That creature is rather sinister. A fire-type snake? What havoc can it wreak in this place? Lin Jiang snorted dismissively, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. I have investigated. At the center of the swamp of secrets lies the heart of the swamp. That snake is fire-type, and the water-soil duality of the heart will be poison to it. Once the beast tide has exhausted him, I shall finish him off and seize the snake. Its secrets will ultimately belong to me. As Lin Zong watched the red dot draw ever closer to the center, his smile grew increasingly menacing. It seemed he could already envision Jiang Nuo being engulfed by the beast tide, meeting a tragic end. Unbeknownst to Jiang Nuo, a trap awaited him. After hours of relentless travel, his mind heightened in focus. He felt an overwhelming fatigue. His legs felt leaden, each step a Herculean effort. Prolonged use of his mental energy caused a dull ache in his head, and the world before him began to blur. He leaned against the roots of a large, withered tree, gasping for breath, preparing to rest and replenish his water and food. Just as he unscrewed his water bottle, the system interface in his mind, dormant for so long, suddenly erupted with a burst of golden light. A small map unfurled automatically before his eyes. At the center of the map, a flickering golden dot captured his full attention. Detected key evolutionary material. Name, Heart of the Swamp, immature. Location, 15 kilometers ahead, center of the mire. Beside the golden dot, a smaller silver dot twinkled faintly. Detected rare spirit plant. Name, Soul Crystal Grass. Effect, gradually restores and enhances mental energy. A primary material for crafting advanced mental potions. The Heart of the Swamp, Soul Crystal Grass. Jiang Nuo's eyes widened in astonishment, his breath catching in his throat. The fatigue that had weighed him down moments ago vanished in an instant, replaced by overwhelming exhilaration. His greatest objective was right before him, and there were unexpected benefits. "We found it. Mo Yuan, we found it," he whispered excitedly to the little snake on his wrist. He immediately stowed away his water bottle and food, mustering the last vestiges of strength within him as he fixed his sight on the direction indicated by the system map and sprinted toward his goal. A tremendous surprise overwhelmed him, his attention fixated entirely on that golden point of light. He was oblivious to the subtle sweetness in the air, an aroma foreign to this marsh, as he drew closer to the source. Chapter 29. The trap is set, the malice of the beast's lure. After nearly 20 minutes of frantic running, Jiang Nuo's lungs burned fiercely. Yet he dared not pause, his eyes locked onto the increasingly proximate golden light on the system map. At last, he pushed aside the last damp frond of fern, revealing a vast muddy expanse, large enough to accommodate several basketball courts. The surface of the marsh was eerily tranquil, a profound shade of dark green. At its center lay a small patch of gray-white stones, forming a landmass. On this land, a peculiar plant stood about half a meter tall, its stem translucent, topped with a fist-sized, heart-shaped fruit. The fruit pulsated rhythmically, emitting a halo of earthy yellow light with each beat. The heart of the swamp. Beside it grew a crystalline grass, its leaf tips adorned with a glowing point, radiating gentle psychic waves. The soul crystal grass. Jiang Nuo's breath quickened, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. Finally, he had found it. This adventure was worth every moment. He forcefully suppressed his impulse, observing his surroundings with caution. Encircling the small land in the center of the marsh were several 3 to 4 meter long swamp guardian snakes, their bodies cloaked in muddy scales, the protectors of the heart of the swamp. Mud marsh guardian snake, extraordinary level 1. Not particularly strong, but quite troublesome. Jiang Nuo resolved to finish this swiftly. Mo Yuan, be prepared. He issued a command through their mental link, using his draconic might to intimidate. Then swiftly eliminate them to conserve energy. Hiss! A response came from the Mo Yuan on his wrist. In the next moment, it transformed into a shadow, silently slipping into the marsh. Just as Mo Yuan entered the marsh, an overwhelming pressure, born of Bloodline, descended upon the scene. The languid swamp guardian snakes froze in place, fear evident in their murky, triangular eyes. They sensed a suppression from a higher order of life, utterly incapable of resistance. Before they could break free from the draconic might, several black streaks of flame shot up from beneath the water, instantaneously piercing their skulls. The guardian snakes couldn't even emit a cry, their bodies twitching briefly before sinking to the bottom of the marsh. The entire process was swift and efficient, lasting no more than 10 seconds. Jiang Nuo did not linger. Stepping onto the protruding stones in the marsh, leaping several times to land steadily on the rock where the heart of the swamp resided. It was within arm's reach, the pulsating heart emanating a rich, earthy, elemental energy that invigorated his spirit. He extended his hand, his fingertips trembling slightly with excitement, ready to collect both the heart of the swamp and the soul crystal grass. Suddenly, a series of crisp claps resounded from the opposite bank of the marsh, echoing through the trees. Jiang Nuo's body stiffened, his outstretched hand frozen mid-air. He turned abruptly, his pupils constricting sharply. Emerging from the shadows of the trees on the opposite bank were 4 figures. Leading them was Lin Xiang, clad in his opulent school uniform. He wore a mocking smile, leisurely applauding. Behind him, 3 other members of the noble faction emerged with mocking expressions, fanning out in a semicircle to block all possible escape routes for Jiang Nuo. Truly splendid, Jiang Nuo. Lin Xiang paused to applaud, speaking from his elevated position, a useless snake, yet you managed to display it in such a manner. I must admit, I underestimated you. A trap. From the moment he arrived here, he had stepped into a meticulously laid snare. Jiang Nuo immediately took a step back, allowing Mo Yuan to return to his wrist, his muscles taut as he entered a state of combat readiness. His mind raced, desperately searching for an escape route. But all avenues were already sealed off. The 4 adversaries had him firmly ensnared in the center of this mire, a solitary island. Do not waste your efforts. Lin Xiang sneered. Ever since you entered this secret realm, your movements have been under my control. This is precisely the grave I have chosen for you. One of his lackeys quickly chimed in. Senior Zhang, why waste time with this waste? Just take action, seize the treasure and his snake, and leave him without a trace. No, no, no. Lin Xiang shook his finger, a look of delight crossing his face. That would be too merciful. I want him to witness the shattering of his hopes, to understand the insurmountable chasm between commoners and nobles. Jiang Nuo remained silent, vigilantly confronting Lin Xiang, searching for a chance to break free. He noticed that Lin Xiang was toying with a beautifully crafted pouch, a sweet and cloying fragrance wafting from it. Do you fancy this scent? Lin Xiang caught his gaze, lifting the pouch before him with a cruel smile. This is a fine item I purchased at a hefty price from the shadow market. Jiang Nuo's heart tightened. Rin Jiaenge, taking his time, spoke as if victory were assured. I pride myself on being fair. You enjoy creating miracles, do you not? Now, I shall grant you an opportunity. As soon as the words left his mouth, he abruptly crushed the pouch before Jiang Nuo's eyes. With a soft pop, an overwhelmingly nauseating sweetness erupted, instantly radiating from Lin Xiang and spreading in all directions. The aroma was overpowering, swiftly eclipsing the stench of decay in the swamp, making even the air feel thick and viscous. Upon inhaling that scent, Jiang Nuo's face turned ashen. Oh, I forgot to mention, Lin Xiang's voice dripped with malicious mockery, clearly reaching Jiang Nuo's ears. This substance is called beast lure incense. It is specially crafted to attract the famished creatures lurking in the swamp. Chapter 30, Deadlock. Beast-Tide Assault Beast Lure Incense, designed specifically to attract monstrous entities. Those words detonated in Jiang Nuo's mind, sending chills down his spine. The cloying sweetness showed no signs of waning, rapidly dispersing into the humid air and deep within the mire. Jiang Nuo's first instinct was to flee. He immediately turned and dashed in the opposite direction of Lin Ziyang. He understood that once the beast tide formed, his fate would be sealed. Mo Yuan, clear the path. He commanded through their mental link, but was already too late. As he took his first step, the entire swamp came to life. Gurgling sounds erupted from the mire beneath his feet, and the surrounding waters began to churn. Bubbles surfaced from the depths, bursting with an even more potent stench. Then, a roar echoed from afar, shattering the swamp's tranquility. This cry served as a signal, and immediately, various monstrous roars and hisses erupted from all directions, causing Jiang Nuo's ears to buzz. Roar, hiss, croak. Ahead, the mire exploded as a gigantic lizard, adorned with bony spikes, thrust its head from the muddy water. Its yellow slit pupils fixated on Jiang Nuo. To his left, a dozen half-human swamp cleavers brandished their sickle-like forelimbs, charging out from the trees. To the right, countless red dots illuminated the water's depths. Those were the eyes of piranhas, sharp-toothed and hungry. His retreat was blocked by Lin Ziyang's men. Within mere seconds, hundreds of monsters emerged from the water, the forest, and the ground, encircling him completely. All routes of escape were severed. The small patch of rock beneath his feet became the sole sanctuary amidst the encirclement. Is it not magnificent, Jiang Nuo? Lin Ziyang's voice floated down from the heights. This is the funeral I have prepared for you. Do you not revel in creating miracles? Now within their bellies continue your miracles. No sooner had he finished speaking than the first wave of the beast tide descended upon him. Howling, 3 mire hounds lunged at him from the front, fanning out in a formation to strike at Jiang Nuo at the heart of the rock. Their foul saliva dripped from their fangs. Mo Yuan, incinerate them. Jiang Nuo's voice came out hoarse. The artifact on his wrist, Mo Yuan, immediately unleashed a fan-shaped torrent of abyssal flame toward the 3 hounds. Yet in the damp swamp, the flames were diminished in potency. The black fire singed the hound's fur, emitting a rancid odor, but failed to inflict fatal harm. The force of the flames merely caused them to hesitate momentarily before they lunged at him with renewed ferocity. Damn it, Jiang Nuo said, hastily rolling aside to evade one hound's direct assault. However, he could not escape the attack from the side. With a ripping sound, fabric tore. The claw of the hound on his left raked across his calf, shredding his pants and leaving 3 deep gashes that exposed bone, blood gushing forth. The searing pain made Jiang Nuo stumble, nearly toppling over. The scent of blood incited the surrounding monsters, making them even more agitated. How delightful! Lin Ziyang chuckled with glee upon witnessing Jiang Nuo's injury. I thought you could last a bit longer. It seems I overestimated you. Those beside him erupted in laughter. Ziyang, this kid is finished. Even seasoned beast masters would flee from such a tide, let alone a worthless one like him. Ignoring the taunts from across the way, Jiang Nuo gritted his teeth against the pain, pulling a bandage from his storage pack to hastily wrap around his wound in an attempt to staunch the bleeding. Yet he knew it would bear little effect. More monsters surged forth. A bloated toad, its skin rotting, inflated its cheeks and spewed a torrent of acidic liquid. Jiang Nuo commanded Mo Yuan to intercept with fire. The flames clashed with the acid, generating a noxious cloud that obscured his vision. In the midst of the toxic mist, a venomous water python lunged from the mire behind him, its jaws aimed at the nape of his neck. Be careful, Mo Yuan's voice echoed in his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Nuo crouched down. The python grazed his scalp as it flew past, its fangs severing a few strands of his hair. Before he could catch his breath, the ground beneath him trembled. A massive crab claw emerged from the swamp, snapping with a resounding crack and shearing off a significant chunk of the rock's edge. Debris flew in all directions, leaving him with even less space to stand. Enemies surrounded him on all sides. Above, below, and beneath the water, there was no sanctuary. Jiang Nuo felt as though he could be torn apart by the next beast that pounced upon him at any moment. His strength was swiftly depleting, and as he incessantly relayed commands to Mo Yuan, his head throbbed in agony. Though his leg wound was bandaged, each movement sent sharp pain coursing through him. He realized that Lin Xiang's plan had succeeded. This was not a battle. It was an execution. The adversary need not lift a finger. They could merely watch from afar as he was gradually worn down by these fiends, destined to be torn to shreds. At this rate, he would inevitably succumb to exhaustion. Chapter 31. A desperate situation, face to face with death. With a splatter, another noxious puddle of venom erupted on the rock by Jiang Nuo's feet, scorching the surface and releasing acrid white smoke. He leapt back just in time, narrowly avoiding the attack, but the motion aggravated his calf wound. A surge of excruciating pain clouded his vision, nearly causing him to collapse. Summoning every ounce of strength, he steadied himself, gasping for breath. His stamina was depleting rapidly, and the constant directives to Mo Yuan were pushing his mental limits. Mo Yuan was faring poorly as well. Every strike it delivered was more taxing than usual. Now, its abyssal flame had diminished, its potency significantly reduced. They had dispatched fewer than 10 creatures, while their own side had already sustained injuries. Meanwhile, the encircling horde of monsters numbered in the hundreds. To make matters worse, the cloying scent of beastly allure was still spreading, drawing more fiends from the distance. He had become the prey destined to be drained of energy and ultimately devoured. In the distance, Lin Xiang and his companions had entirely lowered their guard, leisurely seated upon stones, indulging in food and drink as they observed the scene. "This guy is quite the endurance," one of the lackeys remarked, gnawing on jerky and mumbling. "If it were me, I would have crumbled by now." "Endurance?" Lin Xiang scoffed, taking a sip of water. "He is merely struggling in his death throes. The longer he holds on, the more he will fear his demise. Watch closely, the show is just beginning." As if to validate Lin Xiang's words, the previously tumultuous tide of beasts abruptly fell silent. The frenzied monsters seemed to sense something terrifying, ceasing their attacks and retreating uneasily, parting to create a path. A pressure, more formidable than all the creatures combined, suddenly descended upon them. Jiang Nuo's heart raced, and every hair on his body stood on end. Gurgling sounds emanated from the center of the mire, as bubbles began to rise to the surface, forming a grand whirlpool. In the next moment, boom, water erupted skyward as a colossal entity emerged from the swamp. It was a head larger than a truck, with a skin as rugged as rock, marred by scars. Its two large, emotionless eyes were fixed intently on Jiang Nuo. As its body continued to rise, its mountainous form became fully visible. The apex overlord monster. The giant jaw crocodile. The Academy's mentors had warned all newcomers that upon encountering such a creature, the only course of action was to immediately crush the teleportation talisman and flee. Roar! The giant jaw crocodile opened its gaping maw, capable of swallowing an entire vehicle, and let out a thunderous roar. The terrifying shockwave distorted the air, causing some low-tier monsters nearby to bleed from their orifices and perish on the spot. Jiang Nuo's mind buzzed, blanking out in fear. He realized he was doomed. In the presence of such a beast, there was no escape and no chance of combat. The weakened Mo Yuan would likely be insufficient even to scratch it. Crushing the teleportation talisman, Jiang Nuo instinctively reached for his wristband, but a surge of fierce reluctance surged within him. The heart of the swamp and the soul crystal grass were less than 5 meters behind him. Did he really want to give up just like that? To flee like a dog amidst Lin Xiang's mocking laughter? Then return to the Academy and continue to be the despised waste that everyone looked down upon, forever living in Lin Xiang's shadow? No. Jiang Nuo gritted his teeth. Even if death awaited him, he would take a piece of flesh from this beast, just as he prepared for a desperate fight. The long-dormant system interface in his mind suddenly erupted with blinding red light. Warning. Host encountering a lethal threat. Life signs rapidly declining. Special survival protocol activated. Emergency mission issued. A vivid red virtual box forcibly appeared in the center of Jiang Nuo's vision. Emergency mission. Life and death bond. Mission objective. Maintain eye contact with your contracted beast, Mo Yuan, for a full minute to activate a temporary resonance dormant in your bloodline. Mission restrictions. During the countdown, the host cannot engage in any form of active movement or initiate any form of attack. Failure penalty. Annihilation of the soul. Countdown. 005999. Jiang Nuo's pupils dilated in an instant, staring at Mo Yuan for a minute, unable to move, unable to attack. What kind of absurd task was this? Had the system gone mad? Not to mention a minute, standing still for even a second before the giant jaw crocodile could result in being torn to shreds. Was this asking him to just stand there and wait to be devoured? The penalty of soul annihilation? That tremor from his very soul told him the system was not jesting. Advancing meant certain death from the giant crocodile. Remaining still and failing the mission would also lead to demise. Roar. The giant jaw crocodile seemed to lose patience, its massive body churning the swamp as it charged toward the isolated island where Jiang Nuo stood. The shadow of death loomed. The countdown continued to tick. 55 seconds, 54 seconds. There was no time for hesitation. It was a gamble. Jiang Nuo steeled his gaze, suddenly reaching out to grasp Mo Yuan, who was instinctively trying to break free, and forcefully lifted it before his eyes, nearly touching faces. Mo Yuan, look at me. Jiang Nuo exerted every ounce of his strength to unleash a hoarse, shattered roar, issuing an unyielding command that brooked no dissent. Forget everything else. Now look into my eyes. Trust me. His bloodshot gaze locked onto Mo Yuan's dark golden slit pupils, which were filled with both confusion and ferocity. In that moment, he relinquished all evasion and defense. To focus entirely on this task, he executed a movement that left Lin Xiong and the others in the distance dumbfounded. He slowly turned his back, exposing his scarred flesh defenselessly to the lurking monsters at the side. With his body, he erected a barrier for this eerie confrontation. Suddenly, a long-hidden swamp ripper could no longer contain itself. Its sharp scythe-like forelimb viciously slashed across his back. A muffled groan escaped Jiang Nuo's lips as the fabric of his uniform was instantly torn apart, revealing a gaping wound that extended from his left shoulder to his right waist, blood gushing forth. The excruciating pain made his entire body tremble, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Yet he bit down hard on his lip, refusing to utter a sound. Blood trickled from the corner of his torn mouth, cascading down his chin. Despite his trembling, he steadfastly held Mo Yuan before him, his eyes, misty with agony, unwaveringly fixed on Mo Yuan. Chapter 32. Bloodline Resonance. As he turned, the swamp ripper struck again, its side-like limb carving into his flesh. Jiang Nuo stifled another groan. The fabric of his uniform was shredded, and blood flowed freely from the deep wound. The searing pain caused him to shudder, nearly overwhelming him. Yet, he clenched his jaw tightly, suppressing any cries. Blood dripped from his lacerated lip, falling onto his wrist and onto Mo Yuan's icy scales. The warmth of the crimson fluid caused Mo Yuan to instinctively stiffen. It sensed the pain. Through the contract of shared sensation, a sharp agony surged deep into its very soul. This was Jiang Nuo's pain, the torment of flesh being brutally torn apart. Mo Yuan's dark golden slit pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. The primal rage and murderous intent stemming from its ancient dragon lineage threatened to spiral out of control. It yearned to turn back, to obliterate that wretched creature, to shred it to pieces, to reduce it to ashes. Look at me. Just as Mo Yuan teetered on the brink of losing control, a faint yet resolute voice pierced through the mental connection, reaching deep into its soul. Jiang Nuo, pale from blood loss and agony, drenched in cold sweat, felt his vision begin to fade to darkness. Yet his eyes, misty with emotion, remained unwavering, fixed intently upon Mo Yuan. Within those eyes lay an almost obsessive trust, as if to convey, "Do not look back, do not be distracted. Entrust your life to me, and I shall entrust mine to you." Montauk Yuan's struggles, under the weight of that gaze, bizarrely ceased. He could not comprehend it, nor fathom why this human would shield himself with his own body against the onslaught. Why would he willingly endure such agony to maintain this connection? Had he lost his sanity? The cold countdown of the system continued to tick away. 004500 in the distance. At the edge of the mire, Lin Xiong's expression of mockery gradually solidified. The three followers beside him halted their snacking, mouths agape, faces etched with disbelief. What was he doing? One team member murmured, rubbing his eyes, convinced he must be mistaken. Why was he not evading? Why turn to face it? Was he simply waiting for death? A madman? This fellow was nothing short of a lunatic. Another voice rasped. They had encountered the fearless before, but never one so actively courting death. Jiang Nuo's posture, juxtaposed with the gaping wound on his back, painted a chilling picture that sent shivers down their spines. For the first time, Lin Xiang's brow furrowed tightly. A sense of irritation surged within him. Events had spiraled beyond his control. He ought to revel in the pleasure of watching his prey suffer, yet Jiang Nuo's bizarre behavior instilled a sense of unease. He couldn't shake the feeling that something dreadful was about to unfold. 003000. Jiang Nuo's consciousness began to blur. His vitality rapidly ebbed away with the blood flowing from his back. His limbs turned icy, and the hand gripping Mo Yuan began to tremble. Meanwhile, ahead of him, the massive alligator could no longer restrain itself. Its colossal form stirred the mire, sending waves taller than a man crashing forth. Casting a shadow over the isolated island where Jiang Nuo stood, it opened its gaping maw, lined with razor-sharp teeth, a foul wind, reeking of blood, decaying flesh, and swampy stench, assaulted Jiang Nuo's senses, ruffling the sweat-drenched hair on his forehead. Death loomed perilously close. Jiang Nuo could even glimpse the darkness deep within the alligator's throat and the remnants of flesh caught between its teeth. He was on the brink of collapse. Jiang Nuo's eyelids grew heavier, and the figure of Mo Yuan began to blur before his eyes. Just as he teetered on the edge of unconsciousness, he felt the cold little serpent in his hand stir suddenly. It ceased its struggles and abandoned its murderous intent. Instead, it gently pressed its small, icy head firmly against Jiang Nuo's forehead. A familiar chill of spiritual energy surged forth from Mo Yuan's brow, somewhat clumsily pouring into Jiang Nuo's nearly shattered consciousness. This force forcibly tugged at his plummeting soul. Mo Yuan was saving him. It was using its meager strength to keep its master awake. A warm current surged within Jiang Nuo, dispersing the cold and excruciating pain. His blurred vision regained clarity. He beheld Mo Yuan's dark golden vertical pupils, stripped of all savagery and pride, leaving only urgency, fear, and a hint of terror that it itself had not yet recognized. It was afraid. It fears losing the presence before it, the human who willingly turns their back to the world in order to meet its gaze. At this moment, their eyes perceive neither the tide of beasts, nor the giant crocodile, nor Lin Xiang, nor even the specters of life and death. Only each other remains. The countdown has reached its conclusion. A notification chimes. Task complete. Blood resonance activated. Instantly, a dazzling dark golden light erupts from the foreheads of Jiang Nuo and Mo Yuan, who are closely pressed together. This radiance carries an ancient, overwhelming authority. The contract markings on their hands and foreheads blaze forth, their patterns wildly extending and intertwining into an archaic totem that emanates an ominous aura. A vast power surges forth from Mo Yuan, coursing through the newly formed totem and flooding into Jiang Nuo's limbs and bones. The excruciating pain in Jiang Nuo's back vanishes in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming sensation of dominion over all. He can perceive clearly how the damp, cold water elements in the air wail and flee. The heavy earth elements beneath his feet submit and bow like obedient servants. The entire secret realm of the swamp trembles before this force. The colossal jaws of the giant crocodile, now mere inches from Jiang Nuo's face, freeze in place the moment this aura erupts. In its murky, instinct-driven eyes, a profound fear, stronger than that of facing a natural enemy, emerges for the first time. Chapter 33. The Wrath of the Demon Dragon. In the moment Jiang Nuo's forehead pressed tightly against Mo Yuan's, his perception transformed. The deep, bone-exposing wound on his back ceased to hurt. The cold and weakness brought by blood loss gradually faded away. In its stead arose a sensation of control over everything. Without relying on his eyes, Jiang Nuo could see all that surrounded him. He witnessed the water elements in the air wailing and trembling, desperately trying to distance themselves from him. He saw the earth elements in the mire beneath his feet submitting and kneeling as docile as servants. Jiang Nuo understood that this dominion did not belong to him, but to Mo Yuan. Through the blood-red totem, their souls synchronized, and he distinctly felt Mo Yuan's emotions, a rage built up over millennia, as if a deity were provoked by mere ants. This fury ignited within Jiang Nuo's chest, fueled by the blood resonance. The giant crocodile, the sovereign of this swamp, had never known fear. Yet now, as the dark golden light erupted, its beastly eyes reflected. For the first time, a tremor born from its very soul. It sensed that it faced a terrifying entity awakened from the primordial age. The giant crocodile's body, for the first time, defied instinct and froze in place, unable even to conceive of retreat. But it was too late. Contact Yuan's wrath demanded an outlet. A soft hiss escaped Mo Yuan's lips. In this moment, it embodied the ancient dragon of destruction. Mo Yuan lifted its small head and, facing the mountain-like giant crocodile, effortlessly exhaled a breath. A thread thinner than a hair appeared before the giant crocodile in an instant. It appeared silently, absorbing all light as if disregarding the spatial distance. The dark line made contact with the formidable armored hide of the giant crocodile. Then, the bizarre scene unfolded. The crocodile's menacing head began to vanish soundlessly, as though it were being erased by some unseen force. From the point of contact, the hide, muscles, bones, and brain gradually faded from existence. This disappearance spread at a slow, yet unstoppable pace. 1 second later, the crocodile's head was completely obliterated. 3 seconds later, its massive upper body also vanished. 5 seconds passed, and this apex creature of dominance was erased from the world, leaving no trace of blood or flesh, as if it had never existed. The surface of the swamp remained undisturbed, reflecting a deathly stillness. All creatures, drawn by the beast's scent, stood frozen in place. Their minds struggled to comprehend what had just transpired, yet an instinct from their very souls frantically warned them. Run. Flee. Keep your distance from that entity. In the next moment, a colossal shadow flickered past Jiang Nuo, possessing a sinuous body adorned with dark golden scales, its dragon head held high, with immense golden slit pupils surveying the scene with indifference. The beast's hide collapsed. All creatures, in a frenzied panic, turned tail and fled at a speed surpassing their initial charge. They trampled and bit one another, desperate to distance themselves from that monstrosity. The encirclement disintegrated in an instant, devolving into a chaotic escape. A soft sound echoed. Lin Xiang's cup slipped from his grasp, shattering against the rocks. The mockery and cruelty that once graced his face had vanished, replaced by sheer horror and confusion. What had he witnessed? That small black serpent merely exhaled? And then that overseer-level giant crocodile, which even the instructors treated with utmost seriousness, simply ceased to exist, as if it had vanished in a thin air? Beside Lin Xiang, a subordinate's legs buckled, collapsing onto the ground, teeth chattering uncontrollably, a dark stain spreading across his pants. The faces of the other two turned pale, their bodies trembling like chaff, their eyes filled with terror as they gazed in Jiang Nuo's direction. To them, Jiang Nuo had transformed into a creature draped in human skin. Lin Xiang's body quaked, his heart brimming with jealousy, resentment, and fear. What kind of power was that? It was far beyond the extraordinary, even beyond the overseer level. What exactly was that serpent? Just as Lin Xiang's mind was in turmoil, he saw Jiang Nuo slowly turn around in the distance. Those eyes he once deemed weak and laughable now gazed indifferently at him from hundreds of meters away. Jiang Nuo's body had reached its limit. As Mo Yuan's gaze swept over Lin Xiang and his companions, Jiang Nuo felt that cold, powerful force rapidly receding. The resonance of bloodlines came to an end. The sensation of control over all things vanished. Agonizing pain surged forth. The wounds on his back, calves, and throughout his body returned all the accumulated suffering. Jiang Nuo's vision darkened, and his body swayed unsteadily. Upon the wrist, Mo Yuan, having exhausted his strength from the previous blow, gently succumbed, his scales losing their luster. Jiang Nuo, summoning the last vestiges of his energy, cautiously cradled the weakened Mo Yuan in his arms, then reached to pluck the still throbbing heart of the swamp and the soul crystal herb, hastily stuffing them into his storage bag. After accomplishing this, Jiang Nuo could no longer endure, his consciousness plunging into darkness. With a thud, he collapsed onto the blood-soaked rock, still clutching the small serpent. Chapter 34. The Eruption of Dao Injury. The night was deep. At the Starry Academy, in the private training ground of Area A7. The moonlight bathed the arena in a silvery glow. According to the Academy's records, tonight marked the once-a-month Spirit Tide Night. The spiritual energy was particularly vibrant this evening, enhancing the effects of both Beastmaster's meditation and Spirit Beast evolution. Jiang Nuo inhaled sharply, attempting to calm himself, yet his heart raced. Everything was in readiness. Since returning from the Abyssal Marsh Secret Realm, Jiang Nuo had utilized the privileges granted by Mentor Guqing Han to train continuously in Area A7. His injuries from the Secret Realm had long since healed, thanks to the Academy's finest potions. In recent days, he had been fine-tuning both himself and Mo Yuan, eagerly awaiting this auspicious moment. Before Jiang Nuo, 3 potent items were arranged in a triangular formation, resting upon the array at the center of the training ground. To the left lay shards of ancient dragon scales procured from the shadow market, their surface an unassuming black, yet exuding an aura of ancient majesty. To the right pulsed the heart of the swamp, a verdant organ radiating a robust vitality with each throb. At the apex, the commanding magical core obtained from vanquishing the giant jaw crocodile shimmered, as if molten lava flowed within, brimming with fiery, elemental energy. Any one of these items could incite fierce competition among extraordinary beastmasters. Now, they were all intended to facilitate Mo Yuan's evolution. "Are you prepared, Mo Yuan?" Jiang Nuo inquired softly through their mental link. A deep, resonant reply emanated from his wrist. Mo Yuan peeked out from Jiang Nuo's sleeve, his dark golden eyes fixated hungrily on the 3 materials, brimming with desire. He could sense the strong allure they held for him. "Fear not, I shall remain by your side," Jiang Nuo reassured, his gaze solidifying with determination, no longer dwelling on uncertainties. He began to guide the evolution process in accordance with the steps outlined on the system panel. Jiang Nuo unleashed his mental energy, connecting to the cores of the 3 materials. As the mental force infused them, they emitted a low hum in unison. The ancient dragon scales illuminated with dark golden patterns, while the heart of the swamp pulsated more rapidly, its green life energy transforming into a mist of light. The fire element magical core liquefied into a pool of vibrant crimson. Under Jiang Nuo's guidance, 3 distinctly different yet pure energies gradually ascended into the air, intertwining together. It was as if the moonlight had been drawn to them, coalescing into a beam that descended from the heavens, enveloping the swirling energy. "Now is the moment," Jiang Nuo etlimet, lifting Mo Yuan from his wrist and directing him into the luminous energy sphere. Upon contact, Mo Yuan emitted a satisfied cry, then began to fervently absorb the surrounding energy. Its body was swiftly enveloped by a layer of dark golden light cocoon, transforming into a giant chrysalis half a meter in size, suspended in midair. The surface of the cocoon shimmered with a radiant glow, emanating a stable pulse of life. "Success!" Jiang Nuo exhaled in relief. The ritual had proceeded smoothly. He merely had to wait for Mo Yuan to absorb all the energy, and the evolution would be complete. However, just as Jiang Nuo's heart began to settle, an unexpected incident occurred. Crack! A sharp sound resonated from within the cocoon. Jiang Nuo's expression froze. He saw a fissure suddenly appear on the previously stable surface of the cocoon. Following this, a wave of chilling and vengeful black energy surged forth from the crack. The evolutionary energy, as if provoked, turned frenzied, no longer nurturing but violently assaulting the interior of the cocoon. The cocoon began to tremble violently, cracks multiplying and expanding. How could this happen? Jiang Nuo's mind went blank, a chill rushing from his feet to the crown of his head. System, what is happening? His inquiry was met only with the system's cold red warning. Warning, unknown high-tier, negative energy detected. This energy is deeply bound to the contracted beast's soul origin. Suspected to be Tao injury. Warning, evolutionary energy is in violent conflict with Tao injury energy. Evolution process interrupted. Warning, the contracted beast's life force is rapidly diminishing. Failure rate of evolution is 99. The subject is highly likely to explode and perish. Tao injury. It was the wound that had entangled Mo Yuan for a millennium. A pain-sharing issue that couldn't be resolved. Jiang Nuo never anticipated that this evolution would not empower Mo Yuan, but instead trigger the hidden danger within its soul. No. Jiang Nuo's eyes turned red. Without a second thought, he activated pain-sharing, intent on alleviating Mo Yuan's suffering. But as soon as the mental link was established, an unimaginable agony shattered his mental defenses. It was not merely pain. It felt as though his soul were being ruthlessly torn asunder, thrown into a meat grinder, repeatedly ground, and then soaked in a cauldron of cursed poison. Jiang Nuo could barely withstand the slightest ripple of the aftermath before he let out a wretched scream. His eyes bled, tears of crimson streaming down his face as his body convulsed and collapsed to the ground. Pain-sharing was nearly ineffective. In midair, the cocoon shattered at an accelerating pace. Mo Yuan's life force waned rapidly, soon fading to the brink of extinction. It was over. Jiang Nuo curled up on the ground in agony, his consciousness beginning to blur. He could only watch helplessly as the cocoon he had invested all his hopes in was gradually destroyed. All his efforts and struggles seemed so laughable in that moment. Chapter 35. A life-risking kiss. He lay on the cold ground, immobilized by the excruciating pain of his soul being torn apart. All he could do was gaze at the cocoon above, the vessel of all his aspirations, as it met its demise. Crack, crack. The fissures multiplied, spreading like a web across the entire chrysalis. The wave of chilling and vengeful black energy surged forth from the cracks, tainting the surrounding moonlight with an ominous pallor. Mo Yuan's life force had diminished to its lowest point. Through the last faint connection of their contract, Jiang Nuo could sense the profound coldness deep within its soul. It was waiting for death. No. Jiang Nuo's heart felt as though it were being ruthlessly clenched, rendering him breathless. He yearned to shout, to rush forth, to use his body as a barrier against the fractures. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless. The terrifying aftershocks stemming from the Tao injury were like countless poisoned steel nails, pinning his very soul to the spot, rendering him immobile. All his efforts seemed so pale and laughable in that moment. He had believed he could save it, only to find he had, in fact, pushed it into the abyss with his own hands. It was he who ignited the Tao injury. It was he who brought about its demise. An endless wave of remorse and despair engulfed Jiang Nuo's reason. Just as his consciousness was on the brink of being swallowed by darkness, a blinding flash of crimson light erupted in his fading vision. It was the system interface. However, this time, it was no longer the cool blue he was accustomed to. The entire panel had transformed into a vivid crimson, reminiscent of fresh blood, with each word seemingly etched with a blade, brimming with desperate resolve and madness. Emergency protocol has been initiated. Final solution has been generated. Warning, the success rate of this solution is below 1. Failure will result in the simultaneous obliteration of the host and the contract beast's soul. Execute directive. Stabilize the bloodline source, requiring the infusion of pure soul fire. Final task. Kiss the dragon horn embryo at the center of your contract beast's brow. Quiche. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Nuo's mind went blank. He nearly believed he was hallucinating from the pain. In a situation where even proximity could lead to being torn apart by energy, the system had issued such an absurd and ill-timed task. Yet, when his gaze fell upon the words soul fire, understanding dawned upon him. His talent, a condition of physical contact dependency, was fundamentally a remarkably rare method of soothing and purifying the bloodline. The driving force behind this principle was not some mysterious energy, but his own soul. His touch, embrace, and kiss were all consuming his soul's essence to nurture and soothe Mo Yuan's bloodline. This was the truth behind his golden finger. And now, the system demanded that he offer his purest soul essence to engage in that final gamble. Jiang Nuo hesitated not for a moment. He did not even contemplate the terrifying consequence of simultaneous obliteration. Upon seeing that line of blood-red commands, a singular thought instinctively occupied his entire being. If it meant saving it, he would not hesitate to offer not just a kiss, but even his entire soul without a second thought. Jiang Nuo let out a beast-like roar, summoning every ounce of strength to battle against the excruciating pain of his soul. He braced himself on his elbow, forcing his convulsing body to inch toward the imminent shattering cocoon of light. With every inch he drew closer, the searing energy that tormented his soul intensified. He felt as if his consciousness were cast into a furnace, the edges beginning to char, on the verge of turning to ash. He could not see, could not hear. His senses dulled, yet he could feel. He could feel the flickering flame of life within Mo Yuan, teetering on the brink of extinction. That was the direction. He had to crawl there. He must reach it. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. When his fingertips finally made contact with the cracked and searing cocoon of light, an energy storm erupted with a deafening roar. Jiang Nuo's body stiffened abruptly, a mournful cry resonating from the depths of his soul, as if something had shattered within him. Yet he did not falter. With trembling hands, he supported himself against the cocoon, straining to lift his body. He leaned down, disregarding the excruciating pain that tumultuously stirred his very essence, his gaze penetrating the chaotic energy, fixating on the two subtly protruding, searing contours at the center of the cocoon. The nascent form of dragon horns, the last pride of the dragon lineage. Jiang Nuo's eyes softened immeasurably. He bowed his head, gently and solemnly pressing his blood-stained, icy lips against it. The moment his lips touched the cocoon, a warm stream of light, infused with Jiang Nuo's soul essence, surged from his brow, transforming into a crystalline flow that directly penetrated the core of the cocoon. The destructive, dark energy recoiled at the touch of this warm light, emitting a reluctant shriek as it rapidly dissipated. Under the soothing influence of this luminous flow, the tempestuous energy regained its gentleness and tranquility. The multitude of cracks on the surface of the cocoon healed at a visibly accelerated pace, becoming smooth and whole once more. An energy storm capable of obliterating everything was rendered inconsequential beneath the power of that kiss. Jiang Nuo could no longer sustain himself. His body weakened, his head resting against the now stabilized cocoon, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. As he fell into a deep slumber, time flowed slowly within the training ground. The moonlight cascaded like water over the dark golden cocoon, bestowing upon this rebirth a final sanctification. It was uncertain how long it had been when the first rays of dawn pierced the night. A crisp crack echoed from the cocoon. A fissure appeared at its apex, followed by a second and a third, until, accompanied by a majestic dragon's roar, the entire cocoon shattered with a resounding crash. Countless streams of dark golden brilliance scattered in all directions. As the light subsided, a creature emerged, nearly 2 meters in length, slender and exuding a sense of power. Its body cloaked in ebony scales. Atop its head, 2 obsidian-like horns towered majestically, radiating an aura of dominance. The graceful arch of its spine extended to its tail, while 4 robust dragon claws firmly anchored themselves to the ground, their tips glimmering with a cold light. The interplay of moonlight and dawn's glow cascaded over its dark golden scales, reflecting an extraordinary sheen. It was a true young dragon. The young dragon gradually unfurled its newly awakened body, reveling in the unprecedented surge of power within. Subsequently, it lowered its proud head, its dark golden slit pupils gazing upon the pale, breath-weakened boy lying before it, whose face was ashen from soul exhaustion. Its expression was complex. Ultimately, all its majesty and ferocity receded. Cautiously, it approached. Chapter 36. Successful Evolution. But what of this dragon? A chill sensation roused Jiang Nuo from his slumber. He struggled to open his heavy eyelids, his gaze meeting the familiar ceiling of the training ground. The dawn's gentle radiance streamed through the window, soft and unblinding. A piercing pain throbbed in his head, and his body felt achingly weak, utterly devoid of strength, an after-effect of his soul's overexertion. Yet, Jiang Nuo was unable to dwell on his discomfort. He struggled to seek out Mo Yuan. Memories of the sensation during his failed evolution flooded his mind, along with the recollection of that kiss and the darkness that enveloped him before he lost consciousness. These thoughts tightened his chest. Contact Yuan? His voice emerged hoarse and faint. Suddenly, a low, resonant voice echoed in his ear. Jiang Nuo stiffly turned his head, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Beside him, no longer nestled within the confines of his sleeve, lay not a mere serpent, but a dragon, a young dragon nearly 2 meters long. Its slender form was adorned with dark, ink-colored scales, which shimmered with a subtle golden sheen under the morning light. A pair of imposing black horns sprouted from its brow, exuding an air of majesty. The morning light flowed along the graceful curves of its body, each scale glimmering with a muted golden luster, brimming with an ineffable beauty and power. The horns, reminiscent of obsidian craftsmanship, lent it an additional aura of regal dominance. It lay there quietly, its massive head resting upon its crossed forepaws, its commanding dark golden slit pupils fixed unwaveringly upon him. The young dragon remained still, its head cradled on its forepaws, dark golden eyes locking onto Jiang Nuo. It was its horn that had roused him from his stupor. Jiang Nuo's mind was a blank slate, though he had anticipated such a moment. The reality of the dragon's presence rendered him momentarily speechless. Instinctively, he raised a trembling hand, yearning to touch its glistening scales. The young dragon did not recoil. Instead, it inclined its head, presenting its cheek for Jiang Nuo's hand to rest upon the cool, smooth scales. Its docile demeanor felt surreal to him. "You succeeded," Jiang Nuo murmured, his voice thick with emotion. A weight lifted from his heart, and he felt the suffering he had endured was justified. He promptly conjured Mo Yuan's attribute panel in his mind. Contract beast, Mo Yuan, species, young dragon, ancient demon dragon bloodline. Level, extraordinary level 7, skills, 1. Abyssal demon flame, enhanced can condense a more potent annihilation fire, delivering devastating damage to the target. 2. Dragon might, enhanced can unleash a domain of dragon might that exerts both mental and physical pressure, imposing all attribute suppression on targets below its level. 3. Dragon scale body, new passive skill, significantly enhances physical and elemental resistance. Extraordinary level 7. Jiang Nuo's heart raced. In a single evolution, Mo Yuan had ascended from level 3 to level 7, directly entering the ranks of high-tier extraordinary beings. He braced his unsteady body and leaned on Mo Yuan to stand. Mo Yuan, let me witness your current strength. Excitement coursed through him, momentarily overshadowing his discomfort. He pointed toward a distant training dummy, crafted from obsidian and memory metal, designed specifically for training commander-level magical creatures. He commanded Mo Yuan, utilize abyssal demon flame. Unleash your full power upon it. With a low growl, Mo Yuan opened its mouth, forming a black fireball the size of a human head. This enigmatic orb emitted neither light nor heat in its presence. It seemed as if the surrounding illumination was drawn inward. With a swift motion, the black fireball soared 100 meters before striking the chest of the dummy. There was no explosion. The dummy, capable of withstanding the attacks of commander-level monsters, silently bore a perfectly smooth, circular hole through its chest. This was annihilation. Jiang Nuo stood in awe. "Let us try the dragon might." Suppressing his excitement, Jiang Nuo issued another command. Mo Yuan nodded and slowly lifted its gaze, its dark golden vertical pupils scanning the entire arena. In the next moment, an invisible pressure emanated from Mo Yuan, spreading outward. With a resonant hum, the air in the training ground became dense, rendering the sand and stones immovable. Jiang Nuo, positioned closest, felt as though his bones were on the verge of crumbling. Had it not been for the protective contract, he might have succumbed on the spot. This was the domain of dragon might. Within this realm, Mo Yuan reigned supreme. Stop! Please halt! Jiang Nuo called out urgently. Upon hearing this, Mo Yuan immediately retracted its dragon might. The training ground returned to normal, yet Jiang Nuo's heart remained unsettled. Mo Yuan was incredibly powerful. It could possibly contend with a newly ascended commander-level monster, perhaps even emerge victorious. Well done, Mo Yuan. Jiang Nuo felt genuine joy for its growth and approached, intending to ruffle its head as he used to do. However, halfway through the gesture, he realized that the once small creature now towered over him. He settled for patting Mo Yuan's cold dragon horn, reflecting that his son had finally matured. As the excitement of the test faded, fatigue crept in. Jiang Nuo leaned against Mo Yuan and plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath. Just as he intended to rest, he sensed something amiss. Instead of lounging nearby, Mo Yuan coiled its long body around him in gentle circles. The pressure was not heavy, but rather tender, leaving Jiang Nuo puzzled. Contact Yuan? What is the matter? He inquired, tapping the dragon's body that encircled his waist. Let go. This is uncomfortable. The young dragon offered no response, tightening its embrace instead. Lowering its head, it nuzzled Jiang Nuo's neck, inhaling his scent softly. The warm breath against his skin was both ticklish and electrifying. Hey, Mo Yuan, you've grown up. Don't cling to me like this, Jiang Nuo chuckled, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Go play over there for a while. He assumed Mo Yuan would obey as before. Yet this time, Mo Yuan remained steadfast. It not only refused to loosen its grip, but also, for the first time, gently rubbed its newly grown horns against Jiang Nuo's cheek. The action was tender yet carried an undeniable insistence. Jiang Nuo was taken aback. This display of affection was too intimate, leaving him momentarily speechless. In his memories, Mo Yuan had always been proud. Even the slightest attempt to touch it required utmost caution. Now it was actively seeking his affection. A whirlwind of emotions surged within Jiang Nuo, surprise mingled with curiosity. He gazed into Mo Yuan's dark golden eyes, which held a different essence than before, imbued with an indescribable warmth that radiated eagerness. It seems as though one must gaze upon him as if he were a treasured gem, unwilling to release him even for a moment. Very well, I concede to your charm. Ultimately, Jiang Nuo relinquished his resistance. He sighed, allowing the 2-meter-long young dragon to encircle him firmly. So be it. If it craves closeness, then let it be so. At the very least, it attests to the fact that it now genuinely relies on him, leaning against Mo Yuan's cool yet reassuring body. Jiang Nuo could sense the attachment and satisfaction emanating from their bond, and he smiled wryly. Chapter 37. That is not a blessing, but a curse. The disarray within the training ground served as the most tangible testament to Mo Yuan's newfound power. The specially crafted dummy bore a gaping hole in its chest, its edges unnaturally smooth, as though a chunk had been mysteriously excavated. The walls and floor were riddled with fine cracks, a testament to the dragon's formidable presence. Jiang Nuo leaned against Mo Yuan's cold body, gasping for breath, feeling as if his very soul had been drained, a wave of dizziness washing over him. This was the aftermath of the soul kiss from the previous night. It appeared he would need some time to recuperate. Nevertheless, as he gazed at the majestic young dragon beside him, a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. He raised his hand, somewhat straining to rub Mo Yuan's chin. The newly formed scales slick and rigid, their touch reminiscent of cold metal. You have endured much. Jiang Nuo's voice was slightly hoarse, yet infused with warmth. You've worked up quite a sweat. Let us wash up over there. He gestured towards the corner of the training ground, where a designated artificial pool for cleaning and hydrating the beast lay. The pool was fed by a mountain spring, crystal clear and purified with spiritual energy, beneficial for the recovery of the beasts. Mo Yuan did not respond, but nudged Jiang Nuo's embrace with its massive head, emitting a contented purr reminiscent of cats. It still encircled Jiang Nuo with its body, a posture both affectionate and commanding, as if reluctant to part even for a moment. All right, I understand you desire closeness. Jiang Nuo patted it gently. You are covered in dust, and I am drenched in sweat. We must tidy up, don't you think? Be good, let go for now. He attempted to push away, but Mo Yuan's body was as immovable as iron. Jiang Nuo leaned closer to Mo Yuan's ear and whispered soothingly, "If we wash up, it'll be all the better for cuddling later tonight. Won't it?" This seemed to resonate. The dark, golden, vertical pupils of Mo Yuan glimmered momentarily. At last, it reluctantly released its hold, but followed closely behind Jiang Nuo, occasionally nudging his back with its head to assert its presence. Jiang Nuo trudged wearily to the pool's edge, scooping up a handful of water to wash his face, the icy spring water refreshing his foggy mind considerably. Meanwhile, Mo Yuan, for the first time, gazed curiously at its evolved reflection in the water. Its massive head nearly occupied half of the pool's surface. The reflection revealed a regal, yet unfamiliar dragon visage. The obsidian-like horns gleamed with a harsh brilliance, suffused with power. The dark golden vertical pupils were as deep as twin suns. The lines from forehead to snout flowed seamlessly, and every scale of deep ebony upon its cheeks resembled exquisite works of art. Is this truly me? For the first time, Mo Yuan experienced a profound sense of self-awareness. It was no longer the small snake struggling to survive in the shadows. It regained the powerful and noble form of the dragon race. A sense of pride, rooted in its very bloodline, surged within, prompting it to shake its head with a hint of satisfaction as it beheld the reflection of its dragon horns shimmering upon the water surface. Its gaze trailed down its neck, admiring the elongated, muscular physique of its dragon body, complemented by 4 sharp claws brimming with explosive potential. What a perfect form it possessed. Ultimately, its gaze returned to its own face, adorned with a trace of self-satisfaction. Yet, at that moment, its eyes suddenly froze. In the reflection, it noticed a faint crimson mark at the outer corner of its right eye, resembling a diminutive vermilion mole, so subtle that it would easily go unnoticed. What could this be? In its fragmented memories, no such mark existed. Had it emerged from this recent evolution? Just as this thought crossed its mind, disjointed memories, long sealed within the depths of its soul, surged forth like a searing brand, unannounced, and seared into its consciousness. It was an endless battlefield of void, where its colossal dragon form clashed with 7 radiant figures, each as dazzling as the sun. Among them was one figure it recognized all too well, the individual who had once vowed eternal guardianship, the one it trusted most. Yet in that moment, the eyes of that person were filled with nothing but icy betrayal and resoluteness. Then, 7 chains of holy light, piercing through the heavens, shot forth from 7 distinct directions, mercilessly impaling its dragon wings, limbs, and spine, pinning it firmly in the void. Amidst the heart-wrenching agony, it heard that person's cold voice, "Demon Dragon, your era has come to an end." The blazing judgment flames consumed its body inch by inch. This was no ordinary fire, but a flame of law specifically crafted to scorch the very soul. It watched helplessly as its power was stripped away, its bloodline tainted, and its spirit torn asunder. In the depths of its torment, it saw that person slowly raise a hand, a drop of crimson sin blood, imbued with boundless curse, coalescing at the fingertip before gently touching the corner of its eye. This was the mark of betrayal, a reminder to bear its penance in hell. That face, once held in the highest regard, appeared so cold and foreign amidst the flames. A heart-wrenching roar erupted from the depths of Mo Yuan's throat, causing the entire surface of the water to boil. Contact Yuan, Jiang Nuo, was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, abruptly turning around to witness Mo Yuan's massive form trembling violently, convulsing as if enduring some unimaginable torture. Its dark golden slit eyes were now overtaken by a frenzied crimson hue, filled with rage, pain, and the madness of annihilation. It abruptly lifted its right foreclaw, fiercely clawing at its own eye, intent on removing the mark that symbolized betrayal and shame. No, without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Nuo lunged forward, wrapping its frail body around Mo Yuan's wildly thrashing massive head. "Contact Yuan, it's me. Calm down. Look at me." The sharp dragon horns pierced through his arms. and the wildly thrashing dragon had slammed painfully against his chest, but Jiang Nuo paid no heed. He clutched it tightly, pressing his cheek against the cold scales, desperately channeling the dwindling remnants of his calming energy. "It's all right. It's all an illusion with me here." Jiang Nuo's voice trembled with anxiety. Yet he repeated the words incessantly in Mo Yuan's ear. The familiar warmth gradually seeped into Mo Yuan's chaotic consciousness, and the frantic struggles began to subside. The dragon's claw hovered perilously close to his eye, its tip having already broken the skin at the corner, drawing forth a trickle of blood. The crimson hue in Mo Yuan's eyes receded like a tide, revealing their original dark golden color. He gasped for breath, his body still quaking. After what felt like an eternity, he stiffly turned his gaze towards the boy who clung to him, filled with concern. Jiang Nuo's arm continued to bleed. A complex expression flickered in Mo Yuan's eyes. Remnants of excruciating pain lingered, accompanied by confusion over his recent loss of control, and an inkling of fear from the depths of his soul that he was wholly unaware of. Chapter 38. Suffocating guardianship. The journey back to the dormitory from the training grounds was arduous for Jiang Nuo. The depletion of his soul rendered him physically weak. With each step, his legs felt as though they were encumbered by lead. The world around him blurred, and sounds became indistinct. Mo Yuan remained steadfast by his side, the nearly 2-meter-long young dragon closely trailing him, its massive form occasionally brushing against Jiang Nuo, the cold scales grazing his arms. Its colossal head was aligned with Jiang Nuo's waist, dark golden vertical pupils scanning the surroundings, emitting deep growls at the slightest disturbance. Ever since the turmoil by the pool, Mo Yuan had transformed into this clingy, insecure creature. Through their bond, Jiang Nuo sensed the unrest within Mo Yuan. It felt both reassured by the return of its master and tormented by fragments of memories that evoked pain and fear. It dreaded the notion of being abandoned once more, as it had in the past. Powerless to change Mo Yuan's behavior, Jiang Nuo allowed the dragon to follow him closely. He occasionally lifted his heavy arms to pat its cold scales, channeling the scant remaining energy to convey a singular thought: "I am here, I will not leave." Upon returning to the dormitory, another dilemma arose. The single-occupancy room felt exceedingly cramped for a 2-meter-long dragon. Mo Yuan, would you mind sleeping on the floor? Jiang Nuo suggested weakly, gesturing towards the carpet beside the bed. "You're too large. There's no room for you on the bed." Mo Yuan tilted its head, glancing from the carpet to Jiang Nuo, and promptly shook its head. It approached the bedside, nudged Jiang Nuo with its head, and then curled its body, lying closely against the edge of the bed. Its head rested just beside the mattress, near Jiang Nuo's pillow. This position allowed it to sleep on the floor, while ensuring it could detect any movement from Jiang Nuo. Seeing Mo Yuan in such a state, Jiang Nuo heaved a sigh, too weary to argue further. Let be, he thought. Exhausted beyond measure, he did not even bother to wash. Collapsing onto the bed, fully clothed, and fell into a deep slumber the moment his head hit the pillow. It was the most profound sleep he had experienced since his arrival in this world. In the dead of night, moonlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a silvery beam across the room. As Jiang Nuo slept, his brows suddenly furrowed. His chest felt heavy, and breathing became increasingly difficult. He attempted to turn over, only to discover that his body was ensnared by a cold, weighty entity, rendering him immobile. A suffocating sensation jolted him from his slumber. Jiang Nuo opened his eyes, only to be greeted not by the ceiling, but by black scales reflecting the moonlight. The scales were alarmingly close to his face, carrying an icy scent. His brain, deprived of oxygen, took a few moments to comprehend the situation. Contact Yuan. It hadn't remained on the ground. At some point, it had ascended to the bed, wrapping its heavy form tightly around him from neck to ankle, leaving only his head exposed, allowing him to gasp for air. A wave of chilling dread coursed through him. Contact Yuan. Jiang Nuo's throat felt parched as he exerted all his strength to push against the dragon's body, constricting his chest, but it was futile. Mo Yuan's strength was terrifying, its coiled form taut and unmoving. With each struggle, the dragon's grip only tightened further. His chest was compressed, the air in his lungs dwindling, and darkness began to encroach upon his vision. Concurrently, a plaintive and frantic whimper emanated from above. Its massive head nestled against Jiang Nuo's neck, its cold horns anxiously brushing against his cheek, as if to accuse him of resisting, yet also expressing fear that he might vanish into thin air. Jiang Nuo's movements cessed. It wasn't that he wished to remain still. Rather, the suffocation had drained him of all strength. Just as he feared he might be choked to death by the sun he had raised, a frantic warning from the system erupted in his mind. Warning! Intimacy levels exceeded. Contract Beast displaying excessive possessiveness. Warning! Contract Beast's mental state is extremely unstable, detecting intense feelings of abandonment. Warning! Host life signs are rapidly declining. Please immediately calm your Contract Beast. Calm? How could he possibly calm it? Jiang Nuo's consciousness was fading, and he lacked the strength even to lift a finger. At that moment, through their bond, a tumultuous and obsessive wave of emotion surged into his mind. These were not words, but fragmented thoughts of Mo Yuan. Do not move. This way you won't escape. If I hold you, you are mine, so warm, still alive, not vanished. Do not leave, never again. Betrayal, fire hurts. No. In an instant, Jiang Nuo understood. This was not an attack, but a desperate form of protection. The memories of the day had triggered Mo Yuan, plunging it into a fear of imminent betrayal and abandonment. Thus, it resorted to this primal means of confinement, using its body to sense his heartbeat and warmth, repeatedly confirming that he was still present, still alive, that he had not forsaken it. Jiang Nuo, the suffocating sensation still pressed upon him, and the fear of death sent chills throughout his body. Yet, at that moment, he felt a profound sorrow and heartache. He was bound by a cold chain, a chain forged from millennia of loneliness and betrayal twisted into love. He could not raise his hands, unable to embrace or caress it as he once did. The only part of him that remained capable of movement was his mouth. Jiang Nuo relinquished his resistance, allowing his body to fully relax as he surrendered to the icy embrace of the dragon's form. He laboriously turned his sweat-drenched neck, deliberately pressing his cheek against the cold, unyielding horn beside him. Then, summoning the last remnants of his strength, he parted his lips. Chapter 39. The lethal lullaby. He emitted no sound. Choked by asphyxiation, he lacked even the energy to inhale, let alone speak. Jiang Nuo expended the final vestiges of his corporeal energy, not in defiance, but in a bid to soothe. He carefully channeled the warmth of his dwindling soul's essence through the contract, sending it into Mo Yuan's tumultuous consciousness. Simultaneously, he opened his parched lips. A dissonant, fragmented melody, feeble enough to be nearly drowned out by the rapid beating of his own heart, laboriously emerged from the depths of his throat. Sleep now, my dearest treasure. It was a lullaby, an ancient and tender song from his past life, long forgotten in the recesses of memory. His voice, hoarse and trembling, bore the frailty of one on the brink of death, sounding far from harmonious. Yet, as this rough melody flowed through his cheek pressed against the dragon's horn, reaching Mo Yuan's mind, it seemed to possess an incredible, almost magical power. The terrifying force that had ensnared him, threatening to crush his very bones, suddenly faltered. The chaotic emotions, rife with obsessive and frenzied possession, transmitted through the link of their contract, seemed to hit a pause button. Jiang Nuo sensed that the dragon's form, which had been coiled tightly around him, was gradually loosening its grip. The muscles appeared to be slowly, almost imperceptibly, relaxing. It worked. A surge of joy coursed through Jiang Nuo's heart, momentarily overshadowing any thoughts of why such a simple lullaby wielded such profound efficacy. He fervently continued to hum the melody. Again and again, his consciousness was dimming from lack of oxygen, his vision blurring into darkness, yet he did not cease. He infused every ounce of tenderness and concern he felt for Mo Yuan into the song. Time became a nebulous concept. Perhaps only a minute had passed, or maybe an eternity. At last, the suffocating pressure in his chest began to recede. The dragon's form enveloping him relaxed entirely, though it still cocooned him. The grip transformed from a lethal constraint into a protective embrace. Jiang Nuo greedily inhaled the fresh air, feeling as though he had just emerged from the depths of water. His body drenched in cold sweat. He had survived. He did not immediately push Mo Yuan away. After the relief of surviving, a wave of deeper sorrow and helplessness washed over him. He could sense that Mo Yuan had not awakened. Rather, under the influence of his song and the soothing of his soul, it had transitioned from an aggressive state into profound slumber. The immense dragon head remained nestled in the crook of his neck, its steady breaths exhaling warm air tinged with a hint of sulfur. Jiang Nuo lay there, motionless, allowing the young dragon that had nearly strangled him to use him as a large pillow. He tilted his head, illuminated by the faint moonlight streaming through the window, revealing Mo Yuan's tightly closed eyelids and the red mole at the corner of his eye that glimmered in the darkness. It was this very mark that stirred the painful memories within him, transforming him into an exceedingly insecure and obsessive guardian. Jiang Nuo sighed helplessly in his heart. What else could he do? It was his son, after all. He would indulge him. A wave of intense fatigue washed over him. And finally, unable to hold on any longer, Jiang Nuo's head tilted, surrendering to the peculiar yet warm embrace, and he fell into a deep slumber. This was the first time for both him and Mo Yuan to share an entire night in such a novel and intimate manner. The following morning, Jiang Nuo was roused from his sleep. As he groggily opened his eyes, his immediate instinct was to relieve himself. However, as he attempted to sit up, he was abruptly awakened by a familiar, heavy, and cold sense of confinement. Lowering his gaze, he found himself involuntarily twitching at the corners of his mouth. Mo Yuan remained in the same position as last night, cocooning him tightly like a silkworm. His head rested on Jiang Nuo's shoulder, sleeping soundly, even emitting a few soft snores of contentment. After a night of rest, Jiang Nuo's body had regained some strength. Yet extricating himself from the coils of a dragon over 2 meters long remained a far-fetched notion. He cautiously tried to withdraw his numb arm from under the weight. At the very moment his arm moved, a disgruntled, drowsy whimper echoed in his ear. The dragon's body, which had relaxed, instantly tightened. Although the force was not as suffocating as the night before, the undeniable sense of confinement rendered Jiang Nuo completely still, paralyzed by trepidation. He had no doubt that any further attempts to escape would likely result in a repeat of the previous night's suffocating scenario. Big Sha, I was wrong. Jiang Nuo lamented inwardly, surrendering in silence. The physical attempt to break free had ended in failure. He decided to adopt a different approach. Closing his eyes, he concentrated, channeling through their bond a profoundly humble thought imbued with a sense of pleading. I need to use the restroom. Just for a moment. No. I'll be back immediately. Truly, I want to run away. It seemed that the slumbering Mo Yuan had received this thought. His massive head stirred slightly, his eyes moving beneath closed eyelids, as if engaged in an internal struggle. After a full half-minute, the dragon coiled around Jiang Nuo gradually, albeit reluctantly, loosened its grip just enough for him to sit up. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he felt a tightening around his ankle. Mo Yuan's long tail had stealthily wrapped around his ankle several times, tying a knot in the process. Jiang Nuo thought to himself, is this to prevent me from escaping, securing me with a dragon tether? He gazed incredulously at the new adornment on his ankle, then glanced at Mo Yuan, who remained with eyes closed, feigning sleep, yet with ears perked up attentively. His irritation dissipated entirely. What could he say? What could he do? Jiang Nuo Sigit, dragging the heavy chain of his tail in an exceedingly awkward manner as he descended from the bed. He had finally come to terms with this reality. From this day forth, his personal freedom might be irrevocably lost. Regardless of whether Jiang Nuo was washing up, dining, or meditating, Mo Yuan remained ever close, either encircling him within a confined space or tethering him firmly with his tail. Those dark, golden vertical pupils were perpetually fixated upon him, brimming with vigilance and an unmistakable possessiveness. As Jiang Nuo gazed at the overly affectionate young dragon before him, the satisfaction of watching his own child grow had, unbeknownst to him, quietly soured. He felt as though he was not nurturing a son in need of tender care, but rather a sweet yet inescapable prison that suffocated him. Chapter 40. A Blessing or a Curse. The Vice Dean summons. Life had become unbearable. After 3 consecutive days of being entangled with Mo Yuan, Jiang Nuo reached this conclusion. His daily existence was fraught with trepidation. Each morning upon awakening, he was required to submit a plan of activities for the day through their contractual link, detailing where he would go, what he would do, and for how long. Only upon approval would the tail coiled around his ankle loosen slightly, permitting him a limited range of movement. However, this hardly equated to freedom. Whether Jiang Nuo was washing up or dining, the 2-meter-long young dragon followed him relentlessly, those golden vertical pupils monitoring his every move. Should he stray from Mo Yuan's line of sight for over 10 seconds or approach the door, the tail would immediately tighten, forcibly dragging him back with a series of pitiful yet admonishing whines. Jiang Nuo had attempted to resist, to communicate, and even to initiate affectionate gestures in hopes of being released. All efforts had ended in failure. Any act of defiance was effortlessly suppressed by that formidable strength, and any attempt at dialogue was met with a resolute, I do not understand, I will not let go. As for his advances, they only resulted in a more fervent embrace, as if Mo Yuan wished to meld him into his very being. Jiang Nuo had come to understand. Following the flashback of memories, not only had Mo Yuan's condition not improved, but he had become exceedingly clingy. Mo Yuan felt the need to remain closely pressed against Jiang Nuo, repeatedly confirming his presence to combat the ever-looming fears of abandonment and loss that threatened to surface. The sole exception to this behavior occurred within Gu Qinghan's private training grounds. Perhaps the environment here was sufficiently secure. Or perhaps Jiang Nuo had assured Mo Yuan that he would never leave the confines of this space. In this haven, Mo Yuan would finally relent, but still remained like a mountain, lying within a meter of Jiang Nuo, completely isolating him from the outside world. At this moment, Jiang Nuo sat cross-legged in the center of the training area, diligently meditating to restore the severely damaged mental strength caused by the soul kiss. Meanwhile, Mo Yuan lay quietly behind him, his immense body forming a semicircle that enveloped Jiang Nuo entirely. It did not slumber. Rather, it rested its colossal head upon its forelegs, its golden eyes unwaveringly fixated on Jiang Nuo's back. At that moment, a sudden, urgent knocking resounded from the tightly sealed metallic doors of the training ground. Jiang Nuo, are you inside? Open the door. It was Tang Yuanyuan's voice. Before Jiang Nuo could respond, Mo Yuan behind him abruptly lifted his head, emitting a low growl that reverberated through the vast training arena, a warning that filled the air with an intangible pressure, causing the alloy door to hum ominously. The knocking outside ceased. Mo Yuan stopped. It's a friend. Jiang Nuo quickly opened his eyes, turned around, and patted Mo Yuan's dragon horn. After much coaxing and persuading, he finally managed to quell Mo Yuan's imposing aura and, dragging his weary body, made his way to the door. As the door swung open, Tang Yuanyuan's anxious doll-like face peeked in. You finally opened the door. What was that sound just now? It terrified me. I thought. Her words faltered, caught in her throat as her eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the enormous creature behind Jiang Nuo, her mouth agape, as if it could swallow a chicken egg whole. This, she stammered, trembling fingers pointing at Mo Yuan, unable to articulate a complete thought. The sight before her utterly transcended her comprehension. The small black snake, once no thicker than an arm, had transformed into a dragon nearly 2 meters long, adorned with majestic horns and exuding a terrifying presence. See, it has grown, Jiang Nuo replied, exasperation evident on his face, which bore the unspoken words of profound complexity. Grown? Tang Yuanyuan finally regained her voice, circling Mo Yuan with expressions that shifted from shock to curiosity and then to sheer delight. My heavens, is this what they call evolutionary transformation? Incredible. Jiang Nuo, you are nothing short of a miracle. She was so thrilled she nearly lunged forward to touch the dragon's gleaming dark golden scales. However, before her hand could reach him, Mo Yuan abruptly turned his head, his cold, slitted gaze locking onto her. Tang Yuan's movements froze mid-air, a chill racing down her spine. She had no doubt that should she take another step closer, she would be torn to shreds in an instant. It seems he doesn't particularly like me, she said awkwardly, retracting her hand with an embarrassed smile. He currently dislikes everyone except me. Jiang Nuo shrugged helplessly. His desire was merely to find a semblance of stability, to acclimate to Mo Yuan's new form and temperament, while also assisting him in overcoming his inner turmoil. Yet, trouble was eager to present itself. At that moment, a paper crane made of metal fluttered its wings, soaring through the door and landing precisely before Jiang Nuo. The crane's body gradually unfolded in the air, transforming into a translucent light screen. A cold, synthesized voice echoed, "Special recruit, Jiang Nuo. Please proceed to the top floor of the administrative building, to the vice principal's office within 10 minutes. This is a summons of the highest order. Absence without cause is unacceptable." As the words faded, the light screen disintegrated into particles, vanishing into the air. Within the training grounds, an oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere. Jiang Nuo's countenance rapidly drained of color, turning an ashen hue. The inevitable had finally arrived. His actions within the abyssal marsh, particularly the moment that precipitated the collapse of the beast tide, had undeniably drawn the attention of the Academy's higher echelons. A summons? Tang Yuan, startled by the gravity of the situation, clutched Jiang Nuo's arm anxiously. What should we do? Have I uncovered Mo Yuan's secret? Should I contact my father immediately? It will be futile. Jiang Nuo shook his head, interrupting her. Drawing a deep breath, he endeavored to steady his voice. This is the Academy's highest directive, and no one can intervene. Whether it be a blessing or a curse, I must face it alone. He turned to Mo Yuan, who, sensing his tension, had unconsciously tensed as well, and offered a bittersweet smile. Let us go, Mo Yuan. We shall meet with the Vice President of the Academy. Chapter 41. The Challenge Accepted. As Jiang Nuo made his way to the Vice President's office, a heavy weight settled within his chest. Meanwhile, Mo Yuan coiled like a small serpent around his wrist. Students passing by cast curious, awe-inspired, or simply amused glances at them, then distanced themselves, whispering amongst each other. Jiang Nuo's heart sank further. He had steeled himself for what lay ahead. Should the Academy indeed forcefully study Mo Yuan or pose any threat to it, he would, even at the cost of his own life, create a spatial rift to return Mo Yuan to its rightful, shadowy abyss. At long last, he arrived before a grand door crafted from heavy mahogany, intricately engraved with the emblem of the Xingluo Academy. Stealing his breath, he raised his hand and gently knocked. Enter, came an aged yet authoritative voice from beyond the door. Jiang Nuo pushed the door open and stepped inside. The office was spacious, imbued with an air of antiquity, filled with the faint aroma of tea and the scent of old tomes. Before a large desk sat an elderly man with graying hair and a solemn expression, his gaze fixed upon Jiang Nuo with an intensity that seemed to pierce the very soul. He was Zhou Zheng, the vice president of the Xingluo Royal Beast Academy. To Jiang Nuo's surprise, another figure occupied a sofa on the opposite side of the office, Gu Qinghan. Clad in her customary white lab coat, she lounged with her legs crossed, cradling her ever-present thermos, her demeanor languid and inscrutable. Jiang Nuo, please take a seat. Zhou Zheng gestured toward a chair in front of the desk. Jiang Nuo complied, sitting upright, tension radiating from his posture. Mo Yuan lay quietly at his feet, its golden slit pupils vigilantly scanning between Zhou Zheng and Gu Qinghan. Regarding your performance in the abyssal marsh, Zhou Zheng stated directly, his tone unyielding yet neutral, we have reviewed all records, including the comprehensive evidence of Lin Xiang's collusion with external parties, maliciously employing prohibited substances in an attempt to harm fellow students. Jiang Nuo's heart raced, lodged in his throat. Your report was succinct, Zhou Zheng continued, picking up a document from the desk, his voice devoid of inflection. Encountered a beast tide, narrowly escaped. Jiang Nuo, can your solitary efforts truly be deemed mere luck? given that you led a horde of nearly 100 magical beasts to instantaneous collapse? The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Jiang Nuo's mind, rendering him momentarily blank. His greatest fear had indeed come to fruition. Just as he steeled himself to deny any acknowledgement, Zhou Zheng's subsequent words left him utterly stunned. However, your courage and potential are commendable. A faint expression of approval graced Zhou Zheng's face. From his drawer, he extracted a gilded envelope, intricately etched with complex patterns, and delicately placed it upon the table. Sliding it towards Jiang Nuo found himself utterly bewildered as he beheld the shimmering golden invitation. This is the official invitation from our Xingluo Academy to participate in this year's National College Beast Taming Competition. Gu Qinghan, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Her voice cool yet tinged with a barely perceptible smile. The Academy allocates 5 slots for main team members each year, are determined through internal selection, while the final one is directly appointed by the Academy, awarded to the student who demonstrates the greatest potential during the annual assessment. She observed Jiang Nuo's face, which bore the marks of shock and disbelief, and continued slowly, "Congratulations, Jiang Nuo. Your indisputable performance has earned you this crucial ticket." The office fell into silence, the atmosphere heavy with the weight of the unexpected invitation. Jiang Nuo stared blankly at the pure gold invitation on the table, momentarily at a loss for how to react. The National College Beast Taming Competition? Wasn't he that a stage reserved for the most exceptional prodigies? How had a theoretical full scorer, relying on luck in practical scenarios, and a student of modest talent, come to be in this position? Instinctively, Jiang Nuo glanced at Gu Qinghan beside him. She maintained her languid demeanor, yet her gaze conveyed encouragement and affirmation. "Do not look at me like that," she said, lifting her thermos to sip leisurely. "This is a unanimous decision by the Academy's higher-ups. Your performance in the Yuzhou secret realm has proven that your potential far exceeds that of your peers, even those elite upperclassmen. You deserve this opportunity." Vice Dean Zhou Zheng nodded in agreement, a hint of softness breaking through his typically stern expression. "Jiang Nuo, we acknowledge that the Academy's previous resource allocation and rule evaluations were not entirely fair to you. This invitation serves as both recognition of your abilities and a form of compensation." He paused, his tone turning particularly solemn. "The national competition stage will influence the Academy's resource allocation and international reputation for the next decade. We hope you can represent Xingluo Academy and claim the glory that rightfully belongs to us." Jiang Nuo's heart raced uncontrollably. Glory? He cared little for such accolades. What truly mattered to him was that this invitation symbolized the official endorsement from the Academy as highest authorities. With this recognition, the likes of Lin Xiang would have to reconsider their attempts to suppress him with familial influence or loopholes in the rules. More importantly, the identity of a core member signifies that he will receive the utmost resource support from the Academy. Those rare potions he had once deemed unattainable, high-grade magic cores, and even access to advanced secret realms will now be laid before him. With these advantages, Mo Yuan's growth will accelerate significantly. This is an enticing opportunity that Jiang Nuo finds hard to refuse. However, he is equally aware that such an opportunity comes with commensurate risks. Once he steps onto that stage, every detail of his and Mo Yuan's existence will be magnified infinitely. Mo Yuan's dragon form and the enigmatic abyssal flame may invite immense trouble. The plan for a low-profile development would be rendered untenable. Jiang Nuo opened his mouth, grappling with the pros and cons. A deep, soothing dragon's roar emanated from his wrist. He lowered his head and met Mo Yuan's dark golden vertical pupils. In those eyes, there was no hint of retreat or fear. Instead, there was sheer confidence and unwavering trust in his master, as if to convey, "Go forth, regardless of what lies ahead. I will clear the path for you." Suddenly, Jiang Nuo felt unafraid. He was no longer the boy trembling beneath the hooves of a bull, clutching a serpent cocoon. He had a dragon by his side, a truly powerful dragon that belonged to him. "I understand now." Jiang Nuo took a deep breath, stood up, and bowed deeply to Zhou Zheng and Gu Qinghan. He expressed his gratitude for the Academy's trust. "This honor I accept." His voice was not loud, yet it resonated with conviction. The moment his hand brushed against the heavy golden invitation, he did not notice the faint, otherworldly red glimmer that flickered in Mo Yuan's dark golden eyes beneath his shadow. Chapter 42. The pressure of the ice dragon and the budding of protection, the invitation to the national competition, transformed Jiang Nuo's standing within the academy. He had shifted from being a controversial beneficiary to one of the 5 core members representing the academy. The scornful and derisive gazes he once received now bore an air of reverence and curiosity. Yet, Jiang Nuo understood that this honor felt more like a declaration of war. The national competition gathers the finest young beast masters from across the empire. Given his and Mo Yuan's current strength, not only would it be difficult to seize glory, but even advancing past the preliminary rounds would be a formidable challenge. Only half a month remained for him to prepare. Fortunately, as a core member, Mentor Gu Qinghan would personally conduct one-on-one training sessions prior to the competition. Jiang Nuo, accompanied by Mo Yuan, entered the private training facility in Zone A7. The training ground was spacious, with the metallic walls reflecting a bright light, and the air was imbued with the scent of disinfectant mixed with metal. Gu Qinghan awaited them in the center of the arena, clad in her white lab coat, gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, and a thermos in hand. "Are you ready?" She glanced at Jiang Nuo, her tone neutral. Jiang Nuo inhaled deeply and nodded. "I am ready, Mentor." At his feet, Mo Yuan also raised his head. The nearly 2-meter-long young dragon coiling around him, its dark golden vertical pupils fixed ahead. After a few days of adaptation, it no longer consistently tethered itself to Jiang Nuo with its tail. However, when outside, it would still envelop Jiang Nuo's body partially, shielding her from prying eyes. "Excellent." Gu Qinghan unscrewed her thermos and took a sip, exhaling a mist infused with the aroma of wine. In the next moment, the space before her began to distort. A colossal summoning array unfurled upon the ground, its icy blue light illuminating the entire training ground. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, a wave of frigid air surged forth. Jiang Nuo's pupils constricted sharply. A dragon exceeding 30 meters in length emerged from the array, adorned with scales reminiscent of ice crystals and crowned with horns. Its vast wings almost brushing the ceiling. An S-rank, pinnacle-level beastmaster, the frost giant dragon. It hovered majestically in the air, its immense icy blue eyes surveying the 2 figures below. A palpable aura of dragon might enveloped the surroundings. "Growl!" Mo Yuan let out a low roar. Its body sinking heavily, the friction between its scales and the ground producing a piercing sound. Its dragon might was effortlessly suppressed in the presence of this adult dragon. Through the shared sensation of pain, a mental shock surged into Jiang Nuo's mind simultaneously. His brain throbbed, darkness clouded his vision, and his legs weakened, nearly collapsing beneath him. "Remember this feeling." Gu Qinghan's voice echoed. Jiang Nuo bit down hard on his tongue, the sharp pain helping him to remain conscious. Enduring the stinging agony, he issued his first command to Mo Yuan through their bond. "Do not resist. Move. Seek the weak point of the pressure." Mo Yuan, receiving the command, steadied itself and began to move swiftly within the training ground. Yet, the frost giant dragons might permeated the entire space, no matter where Mo Yuan sought refuge. The pressure persisted. With each sweep of the dragon's might, its discomfort intensified. Jiang Nuo's complexion grew increasingly pale. The first task of the day, Gu Qinghan's voice resounded again. "Under the oppression of the dragon's might, use your abyssal magic flame to strike any scale on its abdomen." Jiang Nuo looked up at the frost giant dragon, suspended high above, surrounded by an aura of chill, not to mention attacking. Even a low temperature threatened to disintegrate any approaching energy. This task appeared insurmountable. Yet he had no choice, knowing this was Gu Qinghan pushing him and Mo Yuan to their limits. "Montak Yuan, follow my command. Prepare the magic flame." Mo Yuan roared, gathering a black flame in its maw. "Release." The column of black fire shot skyward, but halfway through its ascent, its speed drastically diminished. Ultimately extinguished by the coldness, a mere 20 meters from the frost giant dragon. They had attempted numerous times, but the outcome remained unchanged. Mo Yuan's stamina swiftly waned under the strain of rapid movement and the dragon's oppressive might. It gasped for breath, each inhalation releasing a mist laced with sparks. Jiang Nuo's mental energy also dwindled significantly. His vision began to blur, and his body swayed precariously. This was untenable. If things continued this way, he would perish before landing a hit on the target. A new strategy was imperative. Observing the weakened magic flame in the air, Jiang Nuo suddenly pondered. Scattered power was ineffective, but what if the power were concentrated into a single point? Montak Yuan. Do not unleash a fire column. Condense the magic flame. Form it into a needle. Mo Yuan hesitated for a moment before promptly complying. It opened its mouth. The black flames within its throat forcibly compressed, again and again. After a brief moment, an exceptionally slender thread of black fire shot forth, instantly penetrating the frost dragon's vulnerable point. The thread pierced through the chilling air, ultimately leaving a pinprick-sized black mark upon a scale on the dragon's abdomen. At that very moment, the imposing aura enveloping the arena quietly dissipated. The frost dragon transformed into a myriad of luminous particles, vanishing from sight. Thud! Jiang Nuo could no longer sustain himself and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Mo Yuan also descended from the air, crashing heavily onto the earth. It lay there, devoid of the strength to even move a single claw. Today's training had come to an end. Gu Qinghan stowed away his thermos, turned toward the door, reminding them not to be late for the following morning at 8. The alloy gate slowly closed, leaving an exhausted human and dragon behind in the training ground. By the time Jiang Nuo returned to the dormitory, night had fallen. He trudged forward with heavy legs, the mental sting of fatigue still lingering. This was the after effect of excessive mental strain. He managed to take a shower, changed into fresh clothes, and then collapsed onto his bed, unwilling to move an inch. Mo Yuan was in a similar state, curled up on the carpet at the foot of the bed. Unlike its usual behavior of climbing onto the bed to sleep beside Jiang Nuo. Struggling to sit up, Jiang Nuo intended to check on its condition. Mo Yuan, he began, only to see Mo Yuan abruptly lift its head. Those dark, golden vertical pupils fixed intently upon him, their gaze intricate and devoid of previous arrogance. Jiang Nuo was taken aback. Following Mo Yuan's line of sight, he noticed it was focused on his trembling hand, a consequence of mental exhaustion. What wrong? Jiang Nuo inuit perplet. He had presumed Mo Yuan was still discontented about today's defeat. Don't be upset. It's quite normal for us to be outmatched. We performed admirably today, at the very least. Before he could finish a sentence, Mo Yuan suddenly sprang from the ground, forcefully nudging Jiang Nuo's outstretched hand back with its head. Unlike its usual behavior of drawing closer, it simply regarded Jiang Nuo with its golden eyes, scrutinizing his entire being as if verifying something. That gaze instilled a sense of unease within Jiang Nuo. This was the first time Mo Yuan truly perceived the immense suffering Jiang Nuo endured due to their shared pain. During their trials in the Abyssal Marsh, Jiang Nuo had also shared the agony of injuries with it. But at that time, Mo Yuan was on the brink of collapse itself and couldn't attend to anything else. Today, however, it soberly felt the weight of the dragon's might and, through their bond, sensed how this suffering magnified when passed to Jiang Nuo. This human was exceedingly fragile. His soul could easily be torn asunder. And here it was, helplessly witnessing him suffer because of its own pain. A powerful urge to protect him stirred deep within Mo Yuan. Seeing Jiang Nuo's pale face, its previously detached demeanor wavered. It no longer viewed this human merely as a vessel for energy and shelter. He was its contractor, the one it permitted to remain by its side. Nothing could harm him, not even itself. It's all right, I'm fine, just a bit tired, Jiang Nuo reassured. Jiang Nuo could not comprehend the intricate turmoil within Mo Yuan's heart, mistaking it for mere petulance. Weary, he waved his hand dismissively, stating, I shall retire now. You should rest early as well. With that, he collapsed onto his bed, swiftly succumbing to slumber due to his exhaustion. Mo Yuan stood silently by the bed for a considerable time, observing Jiang Nuo's furrowed brow even in sleep. Cautiously, it leaned closer, not brushing against his cheek, but rather placing a chilly kiss gently upon his trembling wrist. It sensed the lingering scars of a wounded soul within this human's body. A surge of agitation welled within Mo Yuan. With eyes closed, a pure essence imbued with a dark golden luster, the primal energy of its dragon lineage, separated from its being, flowing through the kiss into Jiang Nuo's form. Chapter 43. Words of Rejection. But the body's honest response, Jiang Nuo, fell into a deep slumber almost as soon as his head touched the pillow, the intense mental exhaustion rendering him utterly unresponsive. Devoid of dreams, the dormitory was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of his steady breathing. Yet, Mo Yuan, who should have been equally fatigued, found no inclination for sleep. Coiled upon the carpet, its dark golden slit pupils glimmered in the night. It perceived that while Jiang Nuo's exterior was unharmed, numerous subtle fissures marred the depths of his soul, remnants of forcibly torn mental energy. Such wounds vexed it more than the bruises beneath its own scales. The realization struck Mo Yuan once again. This human was exceedingly frail. After observing for a considerable duration and confirming that Jiang Nuo was in a deep slumber, impervious to disturbances, it cautiously moved. Its massive form ascended the bed silently, halting beside Jiang Nuo's pillow. Noticing the persistent tension in Jiang Nuo's brow, Mo Yuan hesitated momentarily before slowly lowering its colossal head, bestowing a gentle, icy kiss upon the exposed wrist. The instant their skins met, Mo Yuan closed its eyes, summoning the scant essence of its primal power. This was a pure life energy, distinct from the abyssal flame, embodying the foundation of its draconic strength. A thread of dark golden energy was extracted from its being, leaving Mo Yuan momentarily weakened, yet it pressed on. This pure dragon essence flowed through its kiss into Jiang Nuo's being. As the energy entered, Jiang Nuo instinctively furrowed his brow in his sleep, only to soon relax once more. The energy coursed directly to the damaged areas of his soul, meticulously smoothing and repairing the fine cracks. This process demanded immense concentration. Upon the final fissure's restoration, Mo Yuan felt a wave of exhaustion wash over it. Releasing its hold, it rested its head beside Jiang Nuo, surrendering to sleep. This time, however, it remained closely nestled against Jiang Nuo's body, as if seeking solace in that proximity. On the following morning, Jiang Nuo's eyelashes fluttered, and he opened his eyes. Instinctively, he stretched, bracing for the familiar sensation of soreness. To his surprise, however, no pain greeted him. His body not only felt devoid of discomfort, but was imbued with vitality, as if he had undergone, not punishment, but an invigorating therapy session. Jiang Nuo abruptly sat up in bed, stretching his limbs and channeling his mental energy. It felt abundant and invigorating. To his astonishment, he discovered that the once parched sea of consciousness from the previous day had returned to its original state, even more refined than before his training. This was undeniably abnormal, based on his previous experiences. Such a profound mental exhaustion typically required at least 3 to 5 days for recovery. How could it have rejuvenated overnight? Jiang Nuo's gaze immediately shifted to the side, where Mo Yuan remained in the same position as last night, curled up beside his pillow in deep slumber. Yet, Jiang Nuo perceptively sensed that its aura was significantly weakened, and the luster of its scales appeared dimmer than usual. Mo Yuan, wake up! Jiang Nuo gently prodded it with his hand. Mo Yuan reluctantly opened its eyes, yawning and instinctively leaning in for a pat. Did you do something? Jiang Nuo refrained from teasing and fixed a serious gaze upon Mo Yuan's eyes, straightforwardly asking, "My body has recovered so quickly. It must be your doing, right?" Montauk Yuan's movements froze. Its golden slit pupils, still hazy from sleep, met Jiang Nuo's gaze for a fleeting 2 seconds before abruptly looking away. With a swift leap, it hopped off the bed, turning its back to Jiang Nuo, emitting an impatient growl from its throat, as if to say, "I have no idea what you are talking about." This guilty demeanor only reinforced Jiang Nuo's suspicions. This creature, while verbally expressing disdain, was undeniably honest in its actions. He chose not to pursue the matter further, silently committing this sentiment to memory. During the subsequent specialized training, Jiang Nuo's transformation became increasingly evident. His resistance to the frost dragon's imposing presence grew stronger. From initially struggling to stand, he eventually learned to command Mo Yuan to counterattack with unwavering composure under the dragon's overwhelming pressure. Mo Yuan's protective instincts also became increasingly pronounced. Several times, when a residual force of the frost dragon's attacks threatened to sweep Jiang Nuo away, Mo Yuan would instinctively abandon its own offense, using its body as a shield to protect him. Although those residual waves could not penetrate the training ground's protective barrier, Jiang Nuo observed Mo Yuan's instinctive reactions closely. Of course, all of this did not escape the keen eyes of Gu Qinghan, who stood at the sidelines. She merely adjusted her glasses, and a fleeting smile, unnoticed even by herself, glimmered in her eyes. Another day of rigorous training concluded. Jiang Nuo and Mo Yuan returned to their dormitory, their bodies weary from exertion. Jiang Nuo surmised that tonight, Mo Yuan would likely surreptitiously provide him with energy once more. He no longer wished to take advantage of this generosity. The dragon's primal power was exceedingly precious. Every bit mattered, especially before the national competition. He felt compelled to act. He retrieved the dragon blood enhancement potion given by Minter Gu from his backpack, pouring half of it in Mo Yuan's food bowl, and earnestly said, "Drinking this will be beneficial for you." Mo Yuan sniffed the potion. The rich aroma of dragon blood whetted its appetite. Yet it merely glanced at it before haughtily turning away. The implication was clear. This paltry offering was hardly sufficient for a being of its stature. Jiang Nuo understood that reasoning with it would be futile. He sighed deeply and simply sat on the carpet, enveloping the massive form of Mo Yuan in his embrace. This was the daily hugging task issued by the system. Roar! Mo Yuan's body instantly stiffened, emitting a low growl of warning from its throat. It vehemently resisted what it perceived as a meaningless embrace, even baring its sharp fangs in a threatening gesture. Jiang Nuo paid no heed to its threats. He remained silent, tightening his arms around Mo Yuan, holding on longer and with greater strength than usual. He gently pressed his cheek against Mo Yuan's icy scales. "Thank you," he whispered in a voice only for their ears. Montauk Yuan's struggling ceased. The warmth emanating from the human seeped through its frigid scales and into its body. Gradually, its rigid form began to soften in Jiang Nuo's embrace. Mo Yuan realized that this human seemed to have discerned all of its secrets, and oddly, it did not dislike the feeling of being utterly trusted and relied upon. Chapter 44. The words of the wolf and the day of departure. Half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. These 15 days proved to be more arduous for Jiang Nuo and Mo Yuan than the preceding months combined. Each morning, as they entered the A7 training ground, they were full of vigor, yet by dusk they felt as though their very skins had been stripped away, their souls bearing wounds. However, the results were evident. Jiang Nuo underwent a significant transformation. He retained his handsome visage, yet there was a newfound steadiness in his brow and a sharpness in his gaze. He no longer required the system panel to analyze the battlefield. Simply closing his eyes allowed his mental prowess to unfurl, sensing every energy node and rhythm of breath from his opponents. Mo Yuan, on the other hand, became more subdued. It no longer flaunted its draconic might at every opportunity. The volatile aura stemming from its bloodline was now contained beneath its dark golden scales. Now, it remained motionless until it struck with lethal precision. Today marked the final day of special training, as well as the assessment day. When Jiang Nuo entered the training ground, the initial tension had dissipated, leaving only a fierce fighting spirit. Gu Qinghan stood once more at the center of the arena, cradling her thermos. She said nothing, merely inclined her chin. The summoning array unfolded silently, and the figure of the frost giant dragon materialized once again. Yet this time, it was unlike any previous encounter. The instant the dragon appeared, it offered no time for Jiang Nuo and Mo Yuan to react. A surge of dragon might, several times more potent than before, erupted. The temperature in the training ground plummeted to freezing, the air seeming to solidify. This time, The dragon's might was not merely an intangible pressure. It transformed into a tangible storm, interspersed with countless ice-blue specks. The storm swept through, coating the hard alloy floor with a thick layer of frost. This was the first time Gu Qinghan had held nothing back. In response to this terrifying scene, Jiang Nuo remained remarkably composed. He did not retreat, nor did he even blink. Mo Yuan, go in. Jiang Nuo issued a command that others might deem reckless. Without a moment's hesitation, Mo Yuan complied. Its colossal form transformed into a streak of black lightning, plunging headlong into the tempest of dragon might. The outer fringes of the storm viciously sliced through Mo Yuan's dragon scales. Yet, each time the core of the tempest threatened to crush, Jiang Nuo's commands would arrive with a half-second's foresight. 3 meters to the left, a gap in the nodes. Ascend half a meter to evade the icy current. Consolidate the magical flames, piercing the center of the energy vortex to the right front. Mo Yuan's silhouette flickered in and out amidst the storm. Each movement was precisely timed to land in the interstices of the dragon's pulse, with every strike aimed perfectly at the most vulnerable points of the storm's energy. The synergy between the human and dragon had reached a level of profound understanding. Jiang Nuo's mind raced, a torrent of information converging and analyzing within, ultimately transforming into a series of succinct and effective commands. Mo Yuan became the flawless extension of his will. 10 minutes later, sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. 3 bolts of abyssal magical flames, condensed to their utmost, struck with unerring precision at the same patch of scales on the frost giant dragon's chest. At last, a fine crack appeared on the once impenetrable dragon scale. Assessment complete. The storm of dragon might receded like a tide. Gu Qinghan observed the unscathed yet slightly breathless Jiang Nuo and Mo Yuan, a flicker of satisfaction finally gracing her calm demeanor. She stowed the frost giant dragon away, took a sip from her thermos, and spoke softly. Your growth has surpassed my expectations. With your current strength, securing a place among the top 16 in the national competition's individual match should pose no challenge. This was a commendation of considerable stature. A smile spread across Jiang Nuo's face, and he was about to express his gratitude. However, Gu Qinghan's subsequent words fell upon him like a bucket of icy water. She adjusted her golden-rimmed glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold glimmer, stating that the competition was filled with ruthless adversaries. Remember, sometimes losing is safer than winning. Jiang Nuo smile, froze. He stood there, bewildered, utterly perplexed by his mentor's words. Losing safer than winning? What had been the purpose of their relentless training over the past month? He longed to question further, yet Gu Qinghan offered no more, casting him a deep, complex glance, one imbued with admiration, concern, and perhaps a hint of pity. She imparted a look that urged him to take care of himself before turning away from the training ground, leaving only her retreating silhouette behind. Jiang Nuo remained alone in the empty training arena, repeatedly mulling over her profound statement, a sense of unease swelling within him. Roar? Mo Yuan nudged his arm with its head, seemingly inquiring why he appeared discontented. Jiang Nuo shook his head, mustering a strained smile as he soothingly stroked its dragon horn. Just then, a screeching sound of brakes echoed from outside the training ground. Jiang Nuo, hurry up. If you don't leave now, you'll miss the official banquet before the opening ceremony. Tang Yuan's lively voice drew near. As Jiang Nuo exited the training ground, he beheld a flamboyant silver hover sports car parked at the entrance. The door swung upward as Tang Yuan leapt from the driver's seat. Clad in a practical explorer's outfit that allowed for ease of movement, her twin ponytails tied high, exuding an air of spirited confidence. Her appearance was like a ray of sunshine, momentarily dispelling the gloom within Jiang Nuo's heart. Is this your car? Jiang Nuo gazed at the luxurious sports car, her eyes wide with awe. It's my father's collection. I borrowed it without asking. Tang Yuan waved her hand dismissively, then triumphantly retrieved a massive food box from the passenger seat. Look, I prepared a grand feast for our journey. This is the top-tier spiritual meal set from Tianxiang Tower. Just the 300-year-old flame chicken cost me 300,000. Seeing Tang Yuan's joyful face, Jiang Nuo felt a significant weight lift from her heart. She no longer dwelled on Gu Qinghan's peculiar warning and instead immersed herself in the anticipation of the upcoming adventure. The two of them boarded the hovering sports car, and with a gentle acceleration, it soared into the sky, transforming into a silver streak as it headed towards the spaceport outside the academy. Their destination was Tianqiong City, the central hub of the Xingluo Empire and the venue for the national competition. Throughout the journey, Tang Yuanyuan's chatter was incessant. She excitedly introduced the local customs of Tianqiong City, then lowered her voice to gossip about formidable competitors to watch out for in the competition. Did you hear? The runner-up from last year, that peculiar senior who has contracted the energy-devouring ability, is participating again this year, and his aim is the championship. Also, there's that little prince from the royal family. His contracted beast is an S-rank holy light Qilin, which is quite unfriendly towards your Moyuan. Oh, and I've also obtained some classified information. There's a mysterious overseas consortium sponsoring this event, and they seem to be searching for something rather valuable. As Jiang Nuo listened, she gazed out at the rapidly passing scenery, gaining a clearer understanding of the forthcoming competition. After several hours of flight, a colossal city suspended amidst the sea of clouds finally emerged on the horizon. It was a sky city composed of countless white spires and domes, with sunlight reflecting off its energy shield, casting a myriad of colorful hues. That was Tianqiong City. Jiang Nuo stared at the magnificent city, a surge of excitement swelling within her. Meanwhile, Lin, who had been quietly coiled around her wrist, lifted its head, its dark golden vertical pupils fixed on the cloud city, revealing a complex gaze that mingled both disdain and longing, a sentiment it was even unaware of itself. The hovercar gently descended at the spaceport of Tianqiong City. The moment Jiang Nuo set foot on this land, she distinctly felt a tense yet fervent atmosphere permeating the air. Chapter 45. Pre-competition turmoil and ubiquitous malice. The spaceport of Tianqiong City was constructed at the highest level of the city, nearly at the altitude of the Sea of Clouds. As Jiang Nuo and Tang Yuanyuan stepped out of the hovercar, they were greeted by the blue sky and the billowing clouds beneath them, with white spires intermittently appearing and disappearing in the mist. A faint fragrance lingered in the air, mingled with the distinctive sweet and fishy scent of high-concentration spiritual energy. Wow! Jiang Nuo couldn't help but exclaim softly, marveling at the sight of this sky city. This was the place where all young beast tamers aspired to be. Stop looking. Let us hurry and register. If we delay, there won't even be rooms left at the official hotel. Tang Yuanyuan grasped Jiang Nuo's hand and swiftly navigated towards the contestants' exclusive passage. The contestant registration center resided within a magnificent dome structure, its interior more expansive than the main teaching building of Xingluo Academy. At that moment, the hall was already teeming with people. Talented youths from across the empire congregated, their demeanor haughty, attire refined, and their contracted beasts exhibiting an array of bizarre forms, each emanating formidable auras. A majestic lion, wreathed in golden flames, lounged lazily, its breath distorting the air around it. Nearby, a girl floated midair, supported by a colossal jellyfish, its tentacles radiating a perilous blue luminescence. Others boldly rode upon gigantic rock turtles, careening through the crowd. The entrance of Jiang Nuo and Tang Yuanyuan immediately captivated everyone's attention, particularly Jiang Nuo. Look, isn't that the well-connected one from Xingluo Academy? Is it really him? I heard he was fortunate enough to stumble upon a commanding-level magic core in the Yuzhou secret realm, securing his spot. Fortunate? I heard that Lin Zhang, the genius of the Lin family, lost to him during the academy selection competition. How embarrassing. Lost. Impossible. I bet young Master Lin simply chose not to take him seriously and let him win. Disdainful glances pierced through the crowd from every direction, causing Jiang Nuo's spirits to plummet. He had anticipated becoming the center of attention, but not in such a manner. Ignore them. Tang Yuanyuan sensed his discomfort and squeezed his hand, whispering, "A bunch of sheltered fools. Once we reach the arena, we'll knock them down one by one." Jiang Nuo forced a smile, but remained silent. There, a black young dragon coiled quietly around his wrist, its dark golden slit pupils coldly meeting their gazes. Look, look. So it's this little snake. I thought it was something else. How hilarious. Is this creature meant to serve as an appetizer for the champion's contracted beast? With this remark, the hall erupted in laughter, with onlookers joining in the mockery. In their eyes, Jiang Nuo and his little snake had become a source of amusement, a jester for their entertainment. Jiang Nuo's expression darkened. While he could disregard others' opinions of himself, he would never tolerate any insult towards Ma Yuan. He could distinctly sense Ma Yuan's body tense on his wrist, a chilling murderous intent transmitted through their bond. He needed to remove it from this place immediately. Otherwise, he had no doubt that Ma Yuan would transform into its dragon form and lay waste to the surroundings at any moment. We must go, Jiang Nuo urged, pulling Tang Yuan as he attempted to weave through the throng. Yet, the crowd stood like an impenetrable wall, blocking their path. Just as Jiang Nuo prepared to unleash Ma Yuan's dragon might to clear the area, Tang Yuan, who had been shielded behind him, suddenly took action. She retrieved her pink personal terminal and began to operate it leisurely. In the next moment, the central broadcast of the registration hall suddenly resonated with the voice of an electronic female announcer. Esteemed VIP client, Ms. Tang Yuan, your exclusive registration channel has been opened. Please proceed to the number 3 VIP lounge to conduct your business. The announcement echoed 3 times, each syllable crystal clear, permeating every corner of the hall. The once bustling space fell into an eerie silence, with all eyes fixated on the innermost part of the hall, where a metallic door, previously adorned with a no-entry sign, began to slide open slowly. Inside, the lights gleamed brightly, illuminating a plush red carpet, flanked by rows of uniformed staff bowing respectfully in wait. The amused expressions of the onlookers froze instantly. Stepping forward, Tang Yuan held her head high, guiding the still-dazed Jiang Nuo through the mixture of shock and envy reflected in the gazes around them, making a beeline for the exclusive passage. The crowd instinctively parted, creating a path for her. As she passed by, she deliberately paused, her voice dripping with saccharine sweetness. Oh dear, I truly apologize. Being wealthy allows one to indulge freely. With that, she tugged Jiang Nuo along, not glancing back as they entered the VIP lounge, leaving all the clamor and malice behind the door. Though she had successfully shed the entanglement, Jiang Nuo felt no relief. He glanced down at the icy presence of the ink-black bracelet on his wrist. Recalling the malicious glances in the hall, he understood that from this moment forth, he and his little serpent had become public spectacles, labeled as connections, clowns, and worthless dependents on women. Such tags would cling to him relentlessly. The excitement he had felt upon arriving in Tianxiong City had dissipated entirely, replaced by a chilling calmness. In this arena, attempting to vindicate oneself through words and reason was a grand folly. The only way to silence those derisive voices was to shatter their scorn and arrogance on the battleground with undeniable strength. Chapter 46. The brush of rivals and the dragon's killing intent. The number 3 VIP lounge was serene, a stark contrast to the cacophony of the bustling hall outside. The thick, soft carpet absorbed all sound, and the air was filled with a comforting fragrance. 2 rows of uniformed staff stood with bowed heads, their faces adorned with polite smiles. Esteemed guests, please take a seat here. A middle-aged man, resembling a supervisor, personally approached to guide Jiang Nuo and Tang Yuan to a set of genuine leather sofas. We will handle your registration process in its entirety. Tang Yuan unceremoniously plopped down, picking up a fruit platter prepared on the table, plucking a plump, energy-rich grape and tossing it into her mouth. So sweet. Truly, Tianxiong City only serves the finest century-old jade grapes. She mumbled to Jiang Nuo. You should eat some too. There's no need to frown over those flies. Jiang Nuo forced a slight smile, but remained still. Sitting upright on the sofa, his gaze fell upon the reflective floor, where he saw his own expressionless face. The recent commotion had extinguished the flicker of motivation that had briefly ignited within him, leaving only a calm exterior. Yet beneath that calm, a fierce determination was brewing. He was acutely aware that the mockery from the people in the hall was merely the beginning. In this city, a nexus of the Empire's finest talents, An individual devoid of any influential background faced the grim prospect of either being utterly crushed or ascending to heights that would leave all others gazing up in awe. There was no retreat for him. The procedures were completed swiftly. Within 5 minutes, the staff respectfully presented 2 platinum brooches embossed with the emblem of the Starry Empire, along with the terminal recording personal information and the competition schedule. Done, all settled. Tang Yuanyuan clapped her hands, rising in satisfaction. Let us go. I've booked the Sky Suite at the Sky Hotel. First, we shall indulge in a relaxing bath, and then enjoy a sumptuous meal, putting all our earlier displeasure behind us. She took Jiang Nuo's hand, ready to depart. Jiang Nuo nodded, pinning the brooch to his chest, while the cold tail of Mian gently brushed against his palm. Just as they pushed open the door of the VIP lounge to return to the hall, an unexpected incident occurred. A figure cloaked in black hurriedly passed by, head bowed low, the hood obscuring nearly their entire face. In his haste, he collided with Jiang Nuo as he stepped forward. Apologies, Jiang Nuo instinctively turned aside and uttered politely. The stranger disregarded him, not breaking stride, merely casting a fleeting glance from the shadow of the hood before swiftly disappearing into the crowd. In the next instant, a chilling aura of malice erupted from Jiang Nuo's wrist without warning. Hiss! The once quiet man instantly tensed, its dark scales standing on end, the sharp edges piercing Jiang Nuo's skin. A low growl emanated from its throat, filled with hatred and a desire for destruction, echoing within Jiang Nuo's mind. It was a war cry from an ancient being facing its nemesis, a vow of relentless hostility. Jiang Nuo's thoughts buzzed, blanketed in confusion. He had never felt such intense emotions from Ma Yuan before. Even in the face of the Frost Dragon's oppressive presence, Ma Yuan had only displayed defiance. In response to Lin Xiang's provocations, it had merely exhibited proud disdain. Yet now, the singular thought reverberating through their bond was one of annihilation. Kill, destroy, erase that existence from the world entirely. This frenzied notion began to erode Jiang Nuo's rationality, his eyes instantly bloodshot. An uncontrollable urge to find and shred that person coursing through him. At that moment, his system interface popped up automatically, a glaring crimson warning consuming his entire field of vision. Warning: detection of a highly dangerous counterpart's presence. Threat level: fatal. Jiang Nuo's pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks. A counterpart? A fatal threat? No. What's wrong? Why do you look so pale? Tang Yuanyuan noticed his distress and worriedly shook his arm. Jiang Nuo snapped back to reality, gasping for air, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He forcibly suppressed the bloodthirsty impulse surging within him and abruptly turned, scanning the crowd for that shadowy figure. Yet within the bustling hall, competitors adorned in a myriad of garments were everywhere, and that inconspicuous figure in the black robe had long vanished. Gu Qinghan's words reverberated in his mind at that moment. In a grand competition, one encounters ferocious beasts. Remember, sometimes losing is safer than winning. It dawned upon him in an instant. He had always presumed that Gu Qinghan's reference to beasts implied rivals like Lin Zong, narrow-minded adversaries, or those formidable geniuses craving glory. Only now did he realize the extent of his folly. The arena was home to not merely aspirants for victory, but also to truly lethal foes who hailed from the same origin as Ma Yuan, carrying the same animosity. They were not here for the championship. They were here for Ma Yuan. A chill surged from Jiang Nuo's feet, coursing through his entire being. He had once believed this contest was merely a means to prove himself, the starting point for his ascent alongside Ma Yuan. Now he understood that the moment he stepped into Tianxiong City with Ma Yuan, he had unwittingly placed himself in a perilous situation, one that could lead to his utter destruction at any moment. What's wrong? What on earth has happened? Tang Yuanyuan gazed at his pale complexion and trembling form, genuinely alarmed. I'm fine. Jiang Nuo inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. He could not divulge the gravity of the situation to Tang Yuanyuan, for it would only entangle her in danger. He lowered his gaze to his wrist. Ma Yuan remained poised for attack, his body tense, with icy malice burning within his dark golden slit pupils. Jiang Nuo extended his other hand, gently caressing the cold scales repeatedly, using his mental energy to soothe Ma Yuan through their bond. Calm down, Mian. I understand. I know everything. Don't be afraid. I am here. Under his continuous reassurance, the tautness of Ma Yuan's body began to ease slightly. Yet, the murderous intent emanating from the depths of his soul clung to him, refusing to dissipate. Jiang Nuo raised his head and scanned the noisy, fervent hall once more. However, this time, the anticipation for the competition had vanished from his gaze, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and vigilance. The peril of this journey had far exceeded his imagination. Chapter 47. The provocation of the first battle and the shell dilemma on the 77th floor of the Tianxiong Hotel in an aerial suite was the accommodation Tang Yuan had reserved for them, designated for top-tier competitors. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows revealed the nightscape of Tianxiong City, with suspended vehicles quietly navigating between the buildings. Yet, the atmosphere within the room was heavy. Jiang Nuo sat on the carpet, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, his complexion ashen. His back was drenched in perspiration. He extended one hand, continuously caressing Ma Yuan on the other wrist. Since their return to the hotel, he had been engaged in this act. The impact of that black-robed figure had surpassed Jiang Nuo's expectations. Ma Yuan had lost control. A frigid, violent, murderous intent surged through their soul bond, relentlessly assaulting Jiang Nuo's psyche. In his mind, a myriad of blood-soaked images flashed by, and he could almost hear the mournful cry of the dragon before its demise, alongside the suppressed hatred that had lingered for a millennium within Mo Yuan. Jiang Nuo exerted all his mental strength, resisting the encroaching murderous intent while cautiously transmitting his gentle energy, attempting to soothe the nearly uncontrollable beast. He could not allow Mo Yuan to lose control here. In this place, even a hint of the ancient dragon's aura could invite tremendous trouble. It's all right now. It's over. That person has left. We are safe. Stay calm. Mo Yuan, look at me. His voice was soft, slightly weakened from the excessive mental drain, yet resolute. Under his soothing presence, the spines along Mo Yuan's back gradually lay flat against his body, and those dark golden vertical pupils slowly regained their tranquility. The frantic thoughts no longer surged from Mo Yuan, but his body remained taut, clinging to Jiang Nuo's wrist tighter than ever, as if guarding his sole support. Jiang Nuo let out a long sigh of relief, feeling somewhat drained. No, are you all right? Do you want something to eat? I ordered the famed Seven Treasures glazed soup from Sky City. It's the best for calming the mind and replenishing the spirit. Dang Juanian, who had been anxiously hovering nearby, dared not approach. Upon seeing Jiang Nuo's complexion improve, she hurriedly brought over a jade bowl. Jiang Nuo shook his head, intending to express his lack of appetite. Beep, beep. The official terminal on their wrists chimed simultaneously with an alert. The battle list for the first round of the individual competition had been announced. Quick, let us see who your opponent is. Tang Yuan, more anxious than Jiang Nuo, seized his arm and enlarged the terminal S projection in the air. Soon, Jiang Nuo's match information was revealed. First round elimination match, competitors. Jiang Nuo of Xingluo Royal Beast Academy versus Shirley of Titan Advanced Defense Academy. Venue, Arena No. 13. Match time. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, Shirley. The Iron Wall, Shirley, from Titan Academy. Tang Yuan's brows immediately knitted together. This opponent would not be easy to handle. She swiftly navigated her terminal to pull up Shirley's profile. Competitor, Shirley, Affiliated Academy, Titan Advanced Defense Academy. Contracted Beast, Xian Yin Turtle, Extraordinary Level, Stage 7. Talent, B-Level Resolute Heart. The more concentrated the mental strength during battle, the stronger the defense. Core skills, Absolute Barrier, Rock Stomp, Earth Spike Assault. Record, Titan Academy-S champion, with 37 victories in public matches, 32 of which ended with opponents conceding from exhaustion. Look, Tang Yuan pointed at the impressive record, her voice laced with concern. His Xian Yin Turtle is renowned for its formidable defense. Once the Absolute Barrier is activated, few within the extraordinary level can breach it. This guy excels at stalling, wearing opponents down to the point of surrender. Although your Mo Yuan has strong offensive capabilities, Tang Yuan's words trailed off, but the implication was clear. Mo Yuan's smaller size rendered its endurance a vulnerability. Should the battle devolve into a war of attrition, defeat would be inevitable. At that moment, a new message popped up on the terminal. It was a pinned post recently published on the official competition forum. The author was none other than Shirley. The content of the post was succinct, comprising merely a single sentence, yet accompanied by a photograph of Jiang Nuo being observed in the registration hall, directly referencing Jiang Nuo's contestant number. It was said that his opponent in the first round was the renowned hero from Xingluo Academy, a stroke of luck indeed. I hope your little worm has enough bite not to crack my shell. Tomorrow, I shall stand still and allow you 10 minutes to strike. If you can leave a mark on my shell, I shall consider you the victor. This post from Jiang Nuo instantly ignited the entire forum. Wow, Shirley himself has entered the fray. Ha ha ha, how ruthless. He clearly does not regard his opponent at all. Well done. I've long been displeased with that privileged individual. Let him understand that national competitions cannot be navigated solely through luck and connections. I wager a bag of spicy strips that tomorrow that little snake won't even breach Shirley's defenses. I bet he will forfeit outright. Within minutes, the comment section below the post exploded with over 10,000 replies, predominantly filled with mockery and jeering. Lin Xiang quickly liked the post with his verified account, commenting, "Brother Shirley, please show some mercy. Don't accidentally shock that poor pet to death." Tang Yuan's face flushed with anger, and she rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront them. I will dig up his dark secrets. I refuse to believe that a chief from a civilian academy can be so clean. That won't be necessary, Jiang Nuo calmly interjected. He closed the forum interface, stopping the fuming Tang Yuan. The humiliation in the hall, the appearance of the cloaked figure, coupled with the current malicious remarks, had thoroughly steeled Jiang Nuo's resolve. What he needed to contemplate now was how to secure victory in tomorrow's match and the method by which to achieve it. Jiang Nuo summoned all past match recordings of Shirley, meticulously analyzing each frame. As Tang Yuan had observed, the defense of that Xinyan tortoise was indeed formidable. Once the absolute barrier was activated, the earthy-hued energy dome enveloped it completely, rendering elemental attacks and physical impacts largely ineffective. Jiang Nuo understood well that if Mo Yuan unleashed its full might, there might be a chance to forcibly breach that barrier, but the cost would be exorbitant. Such abyssal flame, imbued with annihilation properties, would inevitably draw the attention of all powerful foes, including his hidden adversary lurking in the shadows. He could not afford to reveal his most powerful card in the very first match. Therefore, a direct assault was not an option. But how to win? Jiang Nuo's gaze shifted from the screen to his wrist. Mo Yuan seemed to sense his contemplation, lazily lifting its head and flicking its tongue at him. Gazing at Mo Yuan's supple yet powerful form, a bold idea began to form in Jiang Nuo's mind. Who said a serpent's weaponry consisted solely of venomous fangs and flames? Its body was, in itself, the most lethal constrictor. Jiang Nuo reopened the energy structure analysis of the Xinyan tortoise, focusing intently on the seemingly flawless energy cycle of the absolute barrier. Wherever there is a cycle, there must be a trajectory. As long as there is a trajectory, there must inevitably be fluctuations in the flow of energy. While it is arduous to shatter it forcefully, what if one merely induces a momentary pause? A faint smile graced Jiang Nuo's lips. Addressing the worried Tang Yuan, he calmly remarked, "Do not fret, go to sleep. Tomorrow, I shall emerge victorious." Chapter 48. A Kiss to Break the Defense? The audience stunned. The area around arena number 13 in Tianxiong City was teeming with spectators. Although this was not the main arena, a highly anticipated match had rendered every available space occupied. The large screen displayed the avatars of the two contenders side by side, while the scrolling comments in the forum were largely filled with mockery. Here it comes. The annual best comedy. Witness how the favored one is subjected to humiliation. I've placed my bets, wagering on whether that little worm can withstand 3 minutes without being knocked unconscious. 3 minutes? You overestimate it. I bet on 1 minute. Amidst the thunderous chatter, Jiang Nuo ascended the stage. Clad in the Academy's standardized combat attire, he appeared slender, his expression inscrutable, with the brim of his hat pulled low, obscuring much of his face. Jiang Nuo stood quietly at one side of the arena, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding clamor. Opposite him stood a remarkably burly young man, arms crossed, gazing down at him. He was Shirley, the champion of Titan Academy. Unlike the others, Shirley refrained from taunting, yet the disdain in his eyes was more cutting than any insult. Ding! The bell signaling the start of the match resounded. Xian Yin Turtle, absolute barrier, Shirley announced with a steady, confident voice. The colossal Xian Yin Turtle beside him let out a low growl, its massive limbs thudding against the ground. In the next moment, a thick, earthy yellow energy shield enveloped it entirely. The surface of the shield was adorned with intricate runes that shimmered, projecting an aura of impenetrability. Having completed this, Shirley nonchalantly remained in place, gesturing to Jiang Nuo with a mocking invitation, his smirk barely concealed. He didn't even require the Xian Yin Turtle to adopt a defensive stance, for he was certain that any assault would be futile against such a bastion. The laughter from the audience grew louder. Seated in the front row, Lin Zong elegantly lifted a drink, appearing as though he was poised to relish the spectacle. However, what no one anticipated was that Jiang Nuo did not launch an immediate attack. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes. What is he doing? Has he fallen asleep? Surely not. Has he given up? I wager he is contemplating a speech of surrender. Amidst the audience's speculations, Jiang Nuo seemed oblivious. In his mental realm, the cacophony outside faded away. The world he beheld transformed, with everything before him composed of countless energy particles, strikingly clear. The earthy yellow absolute barrier, in his perception, was no longer a hard shell. It morphed into a flowing river, formed from myriad luminous energy points. The current rushed vigorously in most areas, yet there were pockets where small whirlpools and pauses emerged. Those, he discerned, were its nodes. As time elapsed, Jiang Nuo remained motionless, resembling a statue. The mocking grin on Shirley's face gradually transformed into impatience, while the boos from the audience grew ever louder. Contestant Jiang Nuo, please commence the match immediately, or you will be judged for passivity. Even the referee beneath the stage could no longer refrain from issuing a warning. Sitting in the audience, Tang Yuan was so nervous that she nearly crushed the energy bar in her hand. She was utterly bewildered by Jiang Nuo's actions. At that moment, Jiang Nuo suddenly opened his eyes wide. There was no hint of urgency in his gaze, only a chilling calmness, akin to a hunter fixating on its prey. Now was the moment. The instant when the prolonged defense had caused a minuscule pause in the energy cycle. Mo Yuan, ensnare it. The first command was silently dispatched through the soul contract. Whoosh! Mo Yuan, coiled around his wrist, darted forth like a bolt of black lightning, vanishing in an instant. The next second, it had stealthily materialized upon the body of the Xian Yin tortoise. Without employing any offensive skills, it swiftly wrapped its slender, supple form around the tortoise's stout limbs and protruding head, then tightened its grip. This action left everyone in a state of bewilderment. What was he doing? Attempting to unravel the absolute barrier with mere physical entanglement? Was he out his mind? Ha ha, this is laughable. What is the difference between this and throwing cotton at a stone? Shirley couldn't help but burst into laughter. Out of moves? Is this your strategy? Just giving my dear tortoise a scratch? Just as he was about to command the Xian Yin tortoise to shake and send this overconfident little snake flying, his expression shifted dramatically. Through the contract, he could distinctly sense that the energy circulation within the Xian Yin tortoise was being forcibly slowed down, causing considerable discomfort. The scales of that little snake exuded a chilling energy, penetrating the surface of the energy barrier like needles, interfering with the flow of energy within. Although this interference was exceedingly faint, insufficient to destabilize the entire defense, it nonetheless caused a nearly imperceptible pause in the previously flawless cycle of the absolute barrier. Yet for Jiang Nuo, this slight interruption was sufficient. Mo Yin kissed its forehead. The second command was issued. Contact Yuan, coiled around the head of the Xian Yin tortoise, slightly raised its head. It opened its mouth, but instead of unleashing a fireball, a thread of black flame, compressed to its utmost limit, shot forth. This flame was as thin as a hair, so dark it seemed capable of absorbing light, and it emitted no sound whatsoever. It circumvented the hard shell and hefty limbs, targeting the tortoise's most vulnerable point, its brow, the very center of the energy barrier cycle. Pop! A faint sound, akin to a bubble bursting, was almost inaudible. The black flame precisely struck the core energy node of the absolute barrier. There was no explosion, no deafening roar, not even a spark to be seen. It was as if it merely bestowed a gentle kiss. Once again, the arena fell into silence. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, observing this comical and peculiar scene, unsure of what trick this privileged contestant was attempting to play. A condescending smirk still lingered on Shirley's face. But in the next moment his smile froze. A crisp sound echoed, reminiscent of shattering glass, resonating clearly from the center of the Xian Yin turtle's forehead. Chapter 49. The Shattering of Barriers. A faint crackling noise emerged amidst the clamor of the arena, barely audible. Yet in the following instant, this sharp sound became the final verdict. From the point where the black fire thread had grazed the Xian Yin turtle's forehead, spiderweb-like fissures instantly radiated outward in all directions. The sound of shattering was magnified at that moment, reverberating throughout the entire venue. The earth-toned energy shield, renowned for its unparalleled defense, collapsed with a resounding crash before the eyes of all onlookers. Countless earth-toned specks scattered and then dissipated helplessly in midair. The defense was breached in such an uncanny manner, and the Xian Yin turtle, linked to it in spirit, let out a mournful cry. Its massive form shuddered violently. Its eyes rolled back, froth emerging from its mouth, and it collapsed, its shell striking the metallic arena with a dull thud. The backlash of energy, combined with the mental shock from its core being shattered, rendered it unconscious on the spot. In an instant, the world seemed to fall silent. The raucous laughter and jeers from below the arena abruptly ceased. Everyone appeared frozen. Mouths agape, eyes wide, their faces etched with disbelief. What had transpired? How could that seemingly indestructible barrier have crumbled? No one even discerned what that black fire thread was. To them, it appeared as though a tiny serpent had coiled around the Xian Yin turtle a few times, then bestowed a kiss. And just like that, the defense, reputed to withstand commander-level assaults, was obliterated. It was utterly unfathomable. On the stage, the cold smirk on Shirley's face remained rigid. He stared blankly at his fallen contract beast, then glanced at the serene youth across from him, his mind a blank slate. He couldn't comprehend it, completely unable to grasp it. It was not a frontal defeat, nor a crushing of energy, but an attack method he had never witnessed before. This sensation felt more humiliating than being overtly vanquished. The match was over. The referee beneath the stage stood in shock for what felt like several seconds, as if awakening from a dream, before hesitantly raising the flag in his hand. The victor, the Royal Beast Academy of Xing Luo, Jiang Nuo. As this proclamation echoed, the previously silent venue erupted into chaos. Yet, the anticipated applause and cheers for the victor did not follow. Instead, a more tumultuous wave of skeptical whispers surged forth. Cheating. This is undoubtedly cheating. He must have employed some forbidden artifact. How insidious. What sort of victory is this? It's nothing but a clever trick, unworthy of recognition. Indeed, when one cannot win through direct confrontation, resorting to such underhanded tactics brings shame upon us beast masters. I demand a thorough investigation by the referees. Disgusting, truly repulsive. Winning the match, but losing one's integrity. This cunning victory not only failed to earn Jiang Nuo respect, but instead branded him as devious, sly, and an opportunist. In the eyes of the crowd, Jiang Nuo had transformed from a ridiculous beneficiary into a treacherous figure to be wary of. In the VIP section, Lin Xiang crushed the cup in his hand, the expensive drink dripping through his fingers without him noticing. His face was ashen, his gaze fixed intently on the arena, shrouded in darkness. He could not accept that Jiang Nuo had won the match in a manner he could not comprehend. It felt nothing short of a humiliation. In the most inconspicuous corner of the audience, a mysterious figure draped in a black cloak adjusted his hood. Beneath the shadow, a pair of cold eyes flickered with profound confusion. Something was amiss, deeply amiss. He could distinctly sense that, in that fleeting moment, the energy fluctuation from the small serpent was exceedingly faint, even less than that of an ordinary extraordinary creature. Yet this minuscule energy had precisely manipulated the laws, achieving a devastating effect. What kind of terrifying computational prowess and energy control was required for this? This was beyond the capabilities of a mere hatchling dragon. He had initially believed that this was merely a luck-stricken descendant of impure bloodline, but it now appeared that the threat level posed by this small serpent warranted a re-evaluation. On the arena, Jiang Nuo remained oblivious to everything around him. He nodded slightly to the astonisher Lei as a gesture of acknowledgement before calmly descending from the stage. Mo Yuan transformed into a streak of black light, coiling back around his wrist, lazily yawning as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Victory! No. You were magnificent! Tang Yuan was the first to rush over, excitedly enveloping Jiang Nuo in a warm embrace, completely indifferent to the peculiar gazes of others. Kulme, let us hurry. I have already booked a celebratory feast. She tugged at Jiang Nuo, eager to exit through the contestant passage. However, their path was obstructed. Lin Xiang stood at the entrance with a few of his lackeys, his expression unfriendly. Jiang Nuo, Lin Xiang's voice emerged as if squeezed through gritted teeth. Laced with fury, you truly have opened my eyes. I thought you had some backbone, yet it appears you can only resort to such lowly tricks. He chuckled contemptuously, his voice low but clear enough for all the passing contestants to hear. A person like you, even if you miraculously win 100 matches, remains a wretched coward unworthy of the light, for you lack the courage to confront others with integrity. Tang Yuan, incensed, attempted to confront him, but Jiang Nuo extended a hand to stop her. Jiang Nuo raised his head, casting a calm glance at Lin Xiang. His eyes held no emotional turmoil, merely indifference, as if he were observing a stone in his path or an annoying fly. Then, without uttering a word, Jiang Nuo took Tang Yuan by the hand and walked past Lin Xiang. This act of disregard was a resounding slap to Lin Xiang's face, more stinging than any heated retort. Lin Xiang's body froze instantly. A wave of intense humiliation crashed down upon his reason. He abruptly turned, fixating on Jiang Nuo's retreating figure, his handsome face contorted with rage. Jiang Nuo, he screamed, his voice filled with bitter resentment. You wait. Soon, before everyone, I shall tear apart your ridiculous hidden cards, piece by piece. Then, like crushing an ant beneath my foot, I will utterly annihilate you. Jiang Nuo's footsteps did not falter in the slightest. As he emerged from the corridor and basked once more in the sunlight, he discreetly cast a glance towards a shadowy corner of the audience. He understood that the true trouble had never stemmed from Lin Xiang, a fool who could only bluster in plain sight. Chapter 50. Fatal alert. In the penthouse of the Tianqiong Hotel, a long table was laden with an extravagant celebratory feast. Each dish meticulously selected by Tang Yuan, still steaming with warmth, yet not a soul was seated at the table. Tang Yuan sat cross-legged on the sofa, fuming, her fingers rapidly tapping on the terminal screen, engaging in a heated debate on the official forum to defend Jiang Nuo's reputation. What is insidious? This is strategy. Do you comprehend the concept of overcoming rigidity with flexibility, of achieving great results with minimal effort? The intellect is a splendid attribute, regrettably absent in you. If you cannot grasp the intricacies, then remain silent. Meanwhile, the protagonist of this victory, Jiang Nuo, stood solitary before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, quietly observing the nocturnal landscape outside. He did not glance at the forum, nor did he acknowledge the celebratory feast behind him. The day's competition replayed in his mind. The audience's disdain and Lin Xiang's venomous howls. Such clamor he had long since learned to filter out. Since the day he forged the contract with Mo Yuan, these sounds have been a constant. Yet, another matter gnawed at his peace of mind. An indescribable sense of threat tightened around his chest. He lowered his gaze to his wrist, where Mo Yuan was tightly coiled, its body rigid. Its dark, golden vertical pupils, no longer frenzied, glinted with a chilling light, tirelessly scanning every inch of the surroundings. It no longer transmitted frenzied thoughts of slaughter to Jiang Nuo, but the underlying hostility remained low and oppressive, as if it could erupt at any moment. This hostility seeped into Jiang Nuo's spiritual consciousness through the soul contract, creating an unsettling discomfort within him. He yearned to analyze the day's match, to contemplate his next opponent and strategies. Yet whenever he focused, the shadowy figure and Mo Yuan's terrifying response surged uncontrollably into his thoughts, overwhelming him. Winning one match, two matches, even securing the championship, what significance did it hold? As long as that lurking threat remained, their lives could be claimed at any moment. This was a hunt concerning life and death, and they had already been marked. No, this cannot continue. Jiang Nuo's gaze, after a brief period of agitation and repression, gradually solidified into unwavering determination. This matter could not rely solely on himself. He turned and approached the sofa. Yuan. His voice was soft yet made Tang Yuan, who was embroiled in a heated argument, shudder. She lifted her head, momentarily taken aback by Jiang Nuo's serious countenance. No, ignore tos etros. They are merely envious. You were absolutely magnificent today. She assumed that Jiang Nuo was still troubled by the remarks circulating online and immediately exclaimed, "Just wait. I'll have my father leverage the power of the group to unearth all the dirt on that loquacious individual. Let them experience the taste of online harassment." "I didn't come to discuss this matter," Jiang Nuo interrupted her, squatting down to bring his gaze level with hers. "I require your assistance." His tone was grave. "Zendun Yuanian momentias spitai. Speak, and I shall assist you to the best of my abilities." Tang Yuan instinctively straightened her posture. "I would like to request your help in investigating an individual." Jiang Nuo inhaled deeply before continuing. "The person clad in black robes whom we encountered today at the contestant registration hall." "The figure in black robes?" Tang Yuan's face displayed confusion. "Which one?" "There were so many eccentrically dressed individuals today. I don't recall anyone in particular." "Did they provoke you?" "Just wait. I'll check the surveillance footage right now." "They did not provoke me." Jiang Nuo shook his head. He organized his thoughts, striving to articulate the situation as clearly as possible. "From the moment we encountered that individual, Mo Yuan completely lost control. He omitted the gruesome imagery and psychological impact, focusing solely on Mo Yuan's reaction. It was not mere anger or enmity, but rather a profound hatred, akin to facing an arch-nemesis. Even now, the murderous intent had yet to fully subside. The relaxed expression on Tang Yuan's face gradually faded. She understood how fiercely proud Mo Yuan was. For him to react so violently, it could not be attributed to some unknown adversary. The color drained from her face in an instant. She finally comprehended that, compared to this hidden threat, the outcome of any competition, any childish provocation, in the online discourse, all seemed laughably trivial. "I understand." Tang Yuan suddenly rose, her expression turning exceedingly grave. She enlarged the virtual keyboard on her terminal, her fingers swiftly dancing across it. "Tell me all of his features. Height, build, any exposed skin, hair or accessories. The time and place of his appearance. And who else was nearby? The more detailed, the better. I will contact my father immediately and have him utilize the highest level of intelligence authority within the Tang group to screen all suspicious individuals who were present in the Sky City today." Observing her swift and decisive demeanor, Jiang Nuo finally felt a sense of relief. He recounted all the details he could remember to Tang Yuan. In the room, the only sound was the crisp clatter of Tang Yuan's fingers against the keyboard. Chapter 51. The torrent of intelligence the following day marked a rest day for the competition. In the rotating cafe on the top floor of the Sky Hotel, classical music played softly, and from their seat by the window, one could gaze out upon the entirety of Sky City. However, before Jiang Nuo and Tang Yuan lay no coffee or pastries, but rather a multitude of virtual screens of varying sizes, encircling them both. This was the result of the Tang Group's intelligence network, which had worked tirelessly throughout the night. No, this Dark Crow Brotherhood has only been established for 30 years, primarily operating in the Western continent. It is merely an assassin organization. Eliminate it. The enigmatic figure of the black-robed sage grows increasingly absurd, comprising a group of scholars devoted to the study of ancient history, who don black robes to emulate the ancients. With an average age of 70, they are quite peculiar. And then there are the children of eternal night. Oh dear, merely a group of high school students afflicted with a severe case of adolescent delusion, engaging in cosplay. Tang Juanian, burdened by two prominent dark circles beneath her eyes, anxiously scrolled through the screen while nervously tugging at her hair. The intelligence-gathering capabilities of the Tang family are formidable, operating with an efficiency that is almost frightening. In just one night, they unearthed every individual and organization matching the description of wearing black robes and possessing an ambiguous aura within a 3-kilometer radius of the contestant registration hall in Tiansu City. However, the results were disappointingly overwhelming. The sheer volume of information was excessive and disorganized. There were over 20 organizations linked to the black robes and mystery. But upon closer examination, most were inconsequential figures and bore no resemblance to the entity that could elicit a reaction from Ma Yuan, as described by Jiang Nuo. Jiang Nuo remained silent. He was even more focused than Tang Yuan, his gaze calmly scanning the rows of information. He did not concern himself with backgrounds or battle records, but instead relied on instinct to sense the aura behind the words. What he sought was not merely an ordinary strong being, but rather an entity intricately entwined with Ma Yuan's past. That aura was ancient and possessed qualities associated with dragons or demons. The million on his wrist seemed to sense his emotions, becoming quieter than the previous day. Its body coiling tighter, its cold scales pressed against Jiang Nuo's skin, as if offering him silent support. Time passed slowly, each target being eliminated, and the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Could it be that we are mistaken? Tang Juanian venta un setini. Perhaps that individual merely passed by chance, and their aura just happened to suppress Ma Yuan? No, Jiang Nuo shook his head, his tone soft but resolute. The system's fatal alert and Ma Yuan's soul-deep hatred were infallible. His gaze suddenly fixed upon a confidential file with scant information. This file was peculiar, unlike others. It lacked detailed descriptions, consisting of only a few sentences, most of which were redacted. Name, Dark Night Cult. Nature, ancient evil cult. Core belief, worship of a being that fell a millennium ago. Activity record, no public activities recorded for the past 5 centuries. According to sporadic intelligence, this organization has never perished and continues to secretly seek their master. Just these few sentences and nothing more. Yet, Jiang Nuo's heart skipped a beat. A millennium ago. Fan, seeking a master. These keywords suddenly connected him to many events. He recalled the dragon war mentioned by mentor Gu Qinghan and the ancient dragon identity of Ma Yuan sealed within the system's records. The timeline matched. Yuan paused for a moment. Jiang Nuo pointed at the file, requesting all available information on the Dark Night Cult to be retrieved. The Dark Night Cult? Tang Yuan leaned closer to examine the nearly blacked-out document, furrowing her brow. This organization is exceedingly mysterious. My temporary access granted by my father only allows me to see this much. What about public information? The public information is scant, with only a few historical legends mentioning them, describing them as a group of madmen who worship a long-deceased ancient demon god, capable of committing the most heinous acts to resurrect their deity. Dan Juanian Zima. The mention of the demon left Jiang Nuo's heart heavy. He could almost ascertain that what they were seeking was indeed this Dark Night Cult. That figure in the black cloak must be a member of this cult. However, a mere name is insufficient. He required more direct evidence to connect this cult with the peculiar red mole at the corner of Mo Yuan's eye. Is there a way to find the symbol of this cult? Jiang Nuo inquired. Anything like an emblem or totem would suffice. A symbol? Tang Yuan paused for a moment before realizing Jiang Nuo's intentions. An ancient organization must possess its unique identity emblem. If they could locate the insignia, they would be able to identify it at first glance during their next encounter. This was classified as top-tier internal intelligence, and Tang Yuan's expression grew serious. I need to contact my father directly. Without a moment's hesitation, she immediately dialed a secure line. A middle-aged man soon appeared on the holographic screen. His hair flecked with gray, yet his gaze remained sharp. It was Tang Jun, the head of the Tang group. Yuan, how goes the investigation? Tang Jun's voice was steady, clearly already aware of the situation's intricacies. Dad, we need your assistance. Tang Yuan swiftly explained the situation. We need to access the core emblem of the Dark Knight cult. But the security level of this information is too high for my clearance. Tang Jun fell silent for a moment after hearing this. The Dark Knight cult. He slowly pronounced the name, his expression turning grave. You have entangled yourselves in a colossal predicament. This organization is classified as extremely dangerous and is included in the taboo files of the Beastmasters Association. We did not provoke them. They came to us. Tang Juanian etglim an sioli. Tang Jun, observing his daughter's urgent yet resolute expression, finally sighed. Very well. I will utilize the highest authority of the board to attempt to retrieve this information for you. But remember, Yuan, once you obtain this information, immediately destroy all browsing records. No third party must know that you have accessed it. Otherwise, not only will you be in trouble, but the Tang family will also be drawn into a significant crisis. I understand. Tang Juanian not that family. The communication ended. The cafe was quiet. Jiang Nuo and Tang Yuan exchanged no words, simply awaiting the outcome in silence. Approximately 10 minutes later, a crisp notification sound echoed from Tang Yuan's terminal. A file wrapped in vivid red classified markings appeared at the center of her screen. Found it. Chapter 52. This mark is a death warrant. Upon returning to the hotel room, Tang Yuan immediately activated the counter-surveillance systems for all doors and windows to the maximum, then projected the file into the air. The document was heavily encrypted, and it took Tang Yuan some time to unlock it. Her fingertips danced swiftly across the virtual keyboard, a light sheen of sweat forming on her forehead. Jiang Nuo stood behind her, barely daring to breathe. The ink on his wrist stirred restlessly, seemingly repulsed by the contents of the file. Done. Tang Yuan let out a soft gasp as the final password on the screen was unlocked. The document revealed no words, only a pattern emerging against the dark backdrop, pulsing with a crimson glow. It depicted an eye, ensnared by thorns bristling with spikes, digging mercilessly into flesh. The thorns pierced the eyeball, and a droplet of black blood trickled down from the center of the pupil. Just gazing at this image seemed to lower the temperature in the room by several degrees. Jiang Nuo's heart lurched painfully, a breath caught in his throat. As a chill coursed through his veins, he recognized this aura, mingled with resentment, unwillingness, and curses, having felt a similar presence in the most intimate of spaces. It was the blood-red birthmark of Mo Yuan, strikingly conspicuous. Trembling, Jiang Nuo lifted the system's light screen into the air, aligning it alongside the document. On the left, the emblem of the night cult, an eye weeping blood entwined in thorns. On the right, Mo Yuan's crimson mark. While their shapes were not entirely identical, the essence of hatred and curse was unmistakably the same. A chilling thought pierced Jiang Nuo's mind, robbing him of any pretense of self-deception. So it was not an innate characteristic, nor a symbol of identity. It was a brand, a curse imprinted deep within Mo Yuan's soul by a traitor from a millennium ago. Infused with resentment and the power of law, this mark served as a coordinate, a traceable beacon for enemies. As long as the brand remained, regardless of how many times Mo Yuan reincarnated or where he fled, those people would always be able to find him. The night cult worshipped the fallen ancient demon gods, searching for their master. Now all clues converged. The figure in the black robe and the night cult's arrival in Tianxiong City was not for competition. They sought the cursed brand, the master of that mark. They were seeking Mo Yuan. No, what is wrong? Why is your face so pale? Tang Juanian, though frightened by the emblem, felt an even sharper pang in her heart upon seeing Jiang Nuo's condition. His complexion was as white as paper, his body trembling slightly. His gaze vacant. Jiang Nuo did not respond. He slowly lowered his head, staring at his wrist. Mo Yuan seemed unaware that the truth had been unveiled. It merely sensed Jiang Nuo's intense emotional turmoil and, feeling uneasy, curled its body tighter. Cautiously, it nudged Jiang Nuo's wrist with its smooth, cool chin, as if inquiring and offering comfort. Witnessing its innocent gesture sent a wave of coldness through Jiang Nuo's limbs, a profound sense of helplessness gripping him. He had always thought he had merely found a fragile creature in need of care, that his adversities were limited to petty, schoolyard disputes and competition. Yet now he realized that since the day he contracted with Mo Yuan, he had been ensnared in a millennium-long vendetta, a relentless pursuit of blood. The enemies were not insignificant figures like Lin Xiang, but an ancient cult steeped in madness and heritage for 1,000 years. What to do? Withdraw from the competition? Flee? That thought flickered briefly, only to be swiftly dismissed by Jiang Nuo. This world was rife with surveillance and networks. Where could they escape to? As long as the cursed mark remains, it cannot be concealed. Inevitably, it will be discovered. Jiang Nuo raised his other hand, clutching tightly onto the wrist of Mo Yuan. His grip so fierce that his knuckles turned pale. It seemed as though he intended to embed this little serpent into his flesh, preventing anyone from finding and harming it. His body ceased to tremble. The vacant gaze regained its focus, all the chaos and helplessness settling into a cold resolve. If escape was impossible, then he must confront it head-on. On the third day of the national tournament, the arena for the round of 16 was overflowing with spectators. The resounding cheers threatened to lift the very roof of the venue. Yet, this tumultuous clamor seemed to elude Jiang Nuo's ears. He stood in the shadows of the preparation area, eyes lowered to the quietly coiled Mo Yuan on his wrist, feeling a heaviness in his heart. The cursed mark weighed heavily upon him, making it difficult to breathe. Each step he took was cautious. Winning might heighten the risk of exposure. Losing would render all his prior efforts futile, depriving him of the opportunity to seek clues about the night cult within the tournament. Truly a dilemma. Now, please welcome contestant number 32 from Group B, Luo Feng of the Imperial Capital War Academy, and contestant number 07 from Group A, Jiang Nuo of the Xing Luo Royal Beast Academy. The referee's voice rang out loudly. Jiang Nuo took a deep breath, suppressing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. He lifted his head, his gaze sharpening once more. Regardless of what lay ahead, all he could do now was strive for victory. He ascended the stage, where a keen-eyed youth had been waiting for quite some time. Luo Feng of the Imperial Capital War Academy. Chapter 53. The emergence of the top 16 and even stronger opponents. This individual had garnered some renown prior to the match. A seasoned veteran reputed for his extensive combat experience and mastery of psychological warfare. His contracted beast was an extraordinary 8th-tier mirage fox, capable of conjuring illusions and mental disturbances. Jiang Nuo, Luo Feng remarked, a smile gracing his lips. I watched your last match. It was quite remarkable. Your tactics are always so unexpected. He accentuated the word unexpected, the sarcasm barely concealed in his tone. He sought to provoke Jiang Nuo, attempting to disrupt his rhythm. However, Jiang Nuo merely regarded him calmly, nodding slightly without uttering a word. The match begins. The referee's flag was waved. The smile on Luo Feng's face widened as he commanded, little light. Show him what true strength looks like. The mirage fox beside him let out a piercing cry, its 9 fluffy tails swaying behind it, radiating a spectrum of colors. In a flash of brilliance, 3 identical mirage foxes appeared on the stage, all darting toward Mo Yuan from 3 different directions. Simultaneously, Luo Feng's voice echoed across the arena. Jiang Nuo, can you guess which one's real? If you guess wrong, that little serpent of yours might just get hurt. This was a tactic he frequently employed, using illusions to confuse his opponent while applying pressure through his words, compelling them to err amidst the chaos. In the audience, many were anxiously sweating on Jiang Nuo's behalf. Jiang Nuo's reaction once again confounded everyone. He slowly closed his eyes, for he did not require sight to discern truth from illusion. He immersed his entire consciousness into the sole contract he shared with Ma Yuan, isolating himself from all external distractions. In his mental realm, there existed only he and Ma Yuan. The images of 3 spectral foxes were vividly projected before him. Among them, Two were mere ethereal shadows composed of energy, while the third pulsated with a genuine life force. From the left rear, Jiang Nuo commanded, taking 3 deliberate steps to the side and striking the ground with his tail. His instruction resonated within Mo Yuan's mind devoid of any emotion. Without hesitation, Mo Yuan's obsidian form swiftly glided to the left rear. Its tail, now reminiscent of a dragon and adorned with hardened scales, struck the empty ground with a resounding whoosh. Crack! In that instant, the ground shattered like glass, causing one of the phantom foxes to let out a mournful cry before vanishing. Luo Feng's pupils constricted sharply. That was not genuine. It was a phantasmal trap he had laid in advance. How easily it had been seen through. Advance to the right front. Open your mouth. But do not unleash fire. Jiang Nuo's second command swiftly followed. Ma Yuan surged forward, charging towards the spectral fox in the right front, preparing to unleash the abyssal flame. The fox, seemingly startled, instinctively leaped back, revealing a small opening. This one was real. Now was the moment, targeting its left hind leg joint. Jiang Nuo's instruction was simple yet lethal. Ma Yuan's feigned attack instantaneously transformed. It twisted mid-air in an astonishing maneuver, its sharp tail accurately piercing the exposed left hind leg of the phantom fox. With a splatter of crimson, the fox emitted a heart-wrenching scream, crashing heavily to the ground. A visible blood hole revealing bone in its left hind leg, rendering it immobile. The battle concluded in an instant. The arena fell into an eerie silence once more. Luo Feng stood dazed, his confidence and mockery replaced with disbelief. He had lost in a bewildering manner, decisively and cleanly. Throughout, the youth across from him had kept his eyes closed, yet every command he issued perfectly anticipated and dismantled all of Luo Feng's strategies. Jiang Nuo opened his eyes, nodded once more to Luo Feng, and then calmly descended from the stage. However, the audience's reaction was even more intense than before. Again, this cunning method of victory. He was merely toying with his opponent. What kind of competition was this? Disgraceful. I propose his disqualification. The news of Jiang Nuo's fortunate victory darkened Lin Xiang's countenance in the VIP section. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. He could not comprehend why that worthless serpent always managed to win in ways he could not fathom. This feeling of losing control was driving him to madness. Meanwhile, in another corner, the cloaked figure slowly removed their hood. His gaze, for the first time, became piercingly sharp, fixating intently on Jiang Nuo's silhouette. It was not mere chance. He softly mused within. This commanding style, characterized by calmness, precision, and efficiency, yielded the greatest victories at minimal cost. This was not a competition. It was a concealment. The intrigue in the eyes of the cloaked figure gradually morphed into a deeper fascination. He was deliberately withholding the power of that flame, masking the true strength of the young dragon. What was he afraid of? Or rather, whom was he guarding against? How intriguing, truly intriguing. It seemed necessary to orchestrate a little surprise for him in the next round. The matches from 32 to 16 had concluded, and the list of the top 16 appeared prominently on the grand screen at the center of the arena. After a brief intermission, the matchups of the next round, the quarterfinals, began to refresh randomly. Names and avatars scrolled rapidly before finally coming to a halt. Tang Yuanyuan anxiously searched the crowd for Jiang Nuo's name. Soon, she found it. Group 4, Xingluo Royal Beast Academy, Jiang Nuo versus Shunxi Academy Qin Hao. At the moment this matchup was revealed, the entire venue, along with countless viewers watching the live broadcast, fell into an immediate hush. All eyes converged upon the name Qin Hao. Shunxi Academy, Qin Hao, the runner-up of the last national competition, regarded by many as the champion candidate without a crown. If Lin Xiang was merely a top talent within the academy, then Qin Hao was one of the monstrous figures standing at the pinnacle of all young beastmasters nationwide. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of noise, laced with unabashed mockery and sympathy. It was over. That lad named Jiang Nuo was utterly finished. His stroke of luck had come to an end. How unfortunate to face Qin Hao. What suspense could remain? I wager he won't last 30 seconds. Unperturbed by the surrounding clamor, Jiang Nuo and Tang Yuanyuan immediately delved into researching every detail about their opponent upon seeing his name. On the screen, Qin Hao's avatar depicted a young man with a cold gaze and a resolute expression. Beside his avatar was the information about his contracted beast. Contracted beast, Throat of the Void, extraordinary level 8. Attribute, mysterious space. Rating, a level talent. Energy absorption, passive, can absorb most forms of energy attacks and convert them into his own strength. Upon reading the words energy absorption, Tang Yuanyuan's face turned ashen. She quickly accessed the footage of Qin Hao's previous competition. In the video, Qin Hao's opponent, a formidable fire beastmaster, summoned a blazing flame demon lion, unleashing a massive column of fire capable of melting steel toward Qin Hao. Yet, Qin Hao remained calmly rooted in place, as a writhing, amorphous shadow of darkness loomed before him, suddenly opening a gaping maw. The colossal fire column vanished without a trace the instant it encountered that mouth, creating not even the slightest ripple. In the next instant, the shadow known as the Void's throat emitted a piercing shriek, its form visibly expanding. Then it opened its maw, unleashing a jet of darkness more robust and deeper in hue than before, instantly reducing the infernal lion to ashes. The recordings played one after another. Lightning, frost, wind blades. Regardless of the opponent's flashy or formidable attacks, the inevitable outcome remained the same, easily devoured by the Void's throat, only to be countered by an even more potent force. After watching all the footage, Tang Yuanyuan's body trembled slightly as she turned to Jiang Nuo, her voice laced with despair. No, this is insurmontable. The essence of abyssal demonic flame is that of a highly pure energy entity. In the presence of the Void's throat, every attack from a Yuan equated to recharging the opponent. Jiang Nuo remained silent, his gaze fixed on the ever-devouring, expanding shadow on the screen, his expression grave. The curse that had lingered for millennia still hovered above, and before him lay an obstacle seemingly impossible to surmount. Chapter 54. Let me crush at the atmosphere in the arena of the quarterfinals was palpably tense. The air was thick, rendering each breath a laborious endeavor. The eyes of tens of thousands of spectators were firmly locked on both ends of the stage. On one side stood Qin Hao, the previous tournament's runner-up from the Divine Awakening Academy. Clad in white combat attire, his countenance was stern and his eyes serene. He stood there exuding an air of mastery, as if this match was merely another day of training for him. On the opposite side was Jiang Nuo. His complexion was somewhat pale, lips pressed tightly together. All his focus was on the shadow before him, unwilling to lose concentration. The Void's throat. It lacked a fixed form, resembling a living darkness. It hovered in midair before Qin Hao, slowly writhing, creating the unsettling illusion of a pair of ravenous eyes gazing out from the abyss. Match begins. The referee's voice rang out. Ma Yuan, 30 degrees to the left, condensed the fire line. Without hesitation, Jiang Nuo issued the command to attack immediately. He could not afford to wait. Against a spirit beast like the Void's throat, once entrapped in its rhythm, there would be no chance for a comeback. Ma Yuan's figure shot forth, tracing a zigzag path across the stage, simultaneously opening its mouth to unleash a meticulously condensed abyssal demonic flame. Shrieking as it sped toward the side of the Void's throat, Jiang Nuo's strategy was clear. Since the opponent could consume energy, he would compress his attack, aiming to penetrate its energy core with sheer force. However, Qin Hao's expression remained unchanged. Just as the black fire line was about to strike its target, the shadow of the Void's throat leisurely twisted. One corner elongated and morphed, and then a minuscule black vortex appeared with impeccable precision in front of the fire line. With a soft sound, the abyssal demonic flame, potent enough to pierce through 3 meters of alloy steel, was drawn into that tiny vortex without causing a single ripple. Vanishing entirely. Devoured? Not merely consumed. Jiang Nuo's pupils constricted sharply. He distinctly sensed that after consuming that infernal flame, the dark hue of the Void's throat seemed to deepen by a shade. The aura it exuded was subtly more potent than before. It was not only capable of devouring, but also of transformation. Jiang Nuo's heart sank. His gravest fear had materialized. And it wasn't over yet. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Nuo commanded once more, abandon energy attacks, utilize physical strikes, entangle it, constrict it with a body of dragon scales. Mo Yuan let out a low, reluctant growl, relinquishing its ranged assault. Its colossal form surged forward with fierce momentum, lunging at the still darkness. It aimed to rend this abhorrent entity to shreds with its proud, draconic body. Faced with Mo Yuan's onslaught, Qin Hao remained impassive. Just as Mo Yuan was about to collide with the void's throat, the dark mass shifted yet again. It no longer maintained a solid, clumped shape. Instead, it dispersed like a thick mist, becoming ethereal. Mo Yuan plunged headlong into it. Yet, the anticipated sensation eluded it. Its body seemed to pass through a frigid fog, emerging from the other side of the void's throat without sustaining any tangible harm. The scattered darkness, in the next moment, began to coalesce once more, regaining its original form. Even writhing in apparent satisfaction, physical attacks proved equally futile. From the outset, the contest had descended into a stalemate. All of Jiang Nuo's offensive tactics appeared laughable in the face of the void's throat's nearly insurmountable prowess. He could only watch as Mo Yuan launched attack after attack, each strike draining its stamina and energy at an alarming rate. Yet, every assault merely became nourishment for the void's throat, enhancing the dark essence, rendering it increasingly formidable and solid. Seconds ticked by. The dynamics of the arena were slowly shifting. On one side stood Mo Yuan, its aura dwindling and movement slowing. On the other, the void's throat, exuding an increasingly terrifying presence, had even swelled in size. Enough, Mo Yuan. Stop. Jiang Nuo, observing the fiery eyes of Mo Yuan, filled with impatience and fury, felt a pang in his heart and urgently urged it to cease its assault through their soul bond. They could not continue this way. If this persisted, Mo Yuan would collapse from exhaustion before the opponent even struck. Panting heavily, Mo Yuan halted at the opposite end of the arena, fixated on the oppressive darkness that vexed it immensely, emitting a series of reluctant growls from its throat. As a proud dragon, it had never fought such a humiliating battle. Possessing immense strength, yet unable to graze its opponent's hide, this sense of impotence ignited a rage within it far greater than that of a straightforward defeat. Its ferocity had been thoroughly awakened. Rationality was gradually being consumed by instinct. Calm down, Mo Yuan, listen to me, Jiang Nuo desperately tried to soothe it through their soul bond, hoping to restore its composure and seek another opportunity. Yet at that very moment, a surge of unparalleled clarity, coupled with an intense frenzy, violently invaded Jiang Nuo's mental realm. It was not a coherent sentence, but rather a cascade of vivid images. An ancient, colossal dragon, obscuring the sky, roared skyward amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The essence of this thought crystallized into a singular phrase, indelibly etched in Jiang Nuo's mind. Let me unleash true power to crush it. In that moment, Jiang Nuo's brain resonated with a profound hum. Plunging into a temporary void, he comprehended it fully. He grasped the full implications of Mo Yuan's intent, to abandon all techniques, to forsake all probing, and to directly unleash that sliver of ancient dragon's primal might, sealed deep within his soul. This would impose a forceful intimidation upon his opponent's spirit, ruthlessly crushing their very essence. It was a proposal both reckless and tantalizing. Yet, in an instant, Jiang Nuo's heart turned icy, for he understood better than anyone the grave consequences of such an action. Chapter 55. The Gamble of Dragon Might and the Resolve of Exposure. Mo Yuan's wild notion sliced through Jiang Nuo's chaotic thoughts, casting him into a brief stupor. To wield the primal might of the dragon. These words weighed heavily, causing Jiang Nuo's very soul to tremble. He knew better than Mo Yuan what this truly represented. It was the emblem of the ancient dragon's identity, an unparalleled testament buried within the depths of his bloodline. Should he unleash even a trace of it under the gaze of tens of thousands, it would be tantamount to revealing to the lurking night cult, what you seek lies here. At that moment, they would not merely face Qin Hao, Lin Xiang, or any competitors. They would confront a sinister cult, relentless in its pursuit to resurrect ancient deities, with a history spanning millennia and the unending peril it brought. They would transform from mere contestants struggling for survival into prey hunted by the entire dark world. Jiang Nuo's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. A voice screamed in his mind, "Surrender, surrender immediately." If he pressed the forfeit button now, there would still be room for retreat. They could withdraw, seek refuge in an unknown place where no one recognized them. But where could they possibly hide? Another, colder voice mercilessly shattered his illusions. That cursed mark was an indelible decree of pursuit. They might evade for a time, but not for a lifetime, forever living in fear of discovery, perpetually on edge. Was such an existence truly safe? Jiang Nuo's mind raced, weighing the consequences of both choices as contrasting scenarios flashed before him. To abandon hope, gradually eroding all will and dignity amid endless hiding and fear. Or to take a gamble, right here, right now, to reveal all his cards, employing the most direct approach to earn a sliver of survival, to gain precious time to strengthen himself. Jiang Nuo instinctively scanned the arena. In the stands, the noble youths displayed their unabashed scorn. In a corner, Tang Yuanyuan clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles blanching, her face etched with worry and helplessness. Jiang Nuo could even sense the chilling gaze of the cloaked figure resting upon Mo Yuan from some elusive shadow. Ultimately, his attention returned to his own wrist. Mo Yuan no longer transmitted that frenzied thought. Instead, he silently clung to him, imparting his warmth, reluctance, and fervent longing for victory without reservation. Vivid scenes flashed uncontrollably through Jiang Nuo's mind. The first encounter in the abandoned zone, the small serpent, battered yet fierce as a wolf. In the dark forest, confronted by the onslaught of the iron-skinned bull, he instinctively spread his arms to protect the cocoon of light. Amidst the beast tide in the secret realm, despite the grievous wound on his back, he maintained his unwavering gaze upon Mo Yuan, completing that life-and-death confrontation. And, in the training room, to suppress the explosive injury of Mo Yuan, he unhesitatingly sacrificed his own soul's essence, kissing that frigid dragon horn. They had endured so much together, from suspicion to trust, from exploitation to guardianship, from a chilling contract to the fiery fusion of souls. They had long since become one. Since escape was not an option, they must confront the millennia-old grudge. How could he, on the brink of the final battle, retreat out of fear? How could he allow his dragon, under the scrutiny of all, to humbly lower its proud head? No, absolutely not. A surge of warmth erupted from the depths of Jiang Nuo's chest, instantly incinerating all his fears and hesitations. "Your patience seems to have run out," came the cold voice of Qin Hao from across the arena. He recognized that Jiang Nuo was out of options and, no longer waiting, slowly raised his right hand. With this gesture, the cavernous void expanded to its limits, began to churn violently, contracting. Within that pure darkness, a flicker of dark red lightning, still digesting the consumed, danced ominously. A terrifying aura locked onto Mo Yuan at the opposite end of the arena. This was the final assault. Jiang Nuo had mere seconds left. It was sufficient. He inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. Closing his eyes, he aimed to consolidate all his will into one singular focus. In the depths of their soul contract, he responded to his dragon with an unmistakably clear, profoundly calm, yet resolutely determined intention. Mo Yuan, he might command, just this once, at his wrist. The once tense body momentarily relaxed upon receiving this affirmation. Subsequently, an overwhelming trust and soaring battle spirit surged back into Jiang Nuo's consciousness. Here he opened his eyes. In that instant, all emotions vanished from his gaze. No fear, no hesitation, not even a craving for victory remained. Only an icy resolve and a madness that seemed ready to consume both himself and the entire world. Since there was no retreat and no place to hide, then let there be war. Let the storm come with greater ferocity. Let those who lurk in the shadows behold the true nature of the master they seek. Jiang Nuo raised his head, confronting the overwhelming tide of darkness that threatened to consume all, his gaze terrifyingly calm. He chose to entrust both his and Mo Yuan's fates to this gamble, destined to astonish the entire world. Chapter 56. The moment of ascendancy and the zealous followers on the arena. The decisive moment had arrived. Jiang Nuo's right hand descended fiercely. The energy of the void's throat before him had reached its zenith, emitting a piercing cry. The shadow contracted violently, morphing into a colossal black claw. Dark crimson arcs of electricity danced chaotically across its surface, crackling ominously. This strike, a fusion of spatial and devouring laws, promised to rend and consume both the opponent and the very space they occupied. The claw approached with unhurried speed, yet wherever it passed, light warped and air was siphoned away, creating a vacuum. A paralyzing sense of dread enveloped Mo Yuan. His body instinctively tensed. His dark golden vertical pupils fixated on the magnified claw, a low growl emanating from his throat. Mo Yuan sensed that this strike was unavoidable and impenetrable. Ordinary strength was futile before the laws of existence. Yet he did not retreat, having surrendered everything to Jiang Nuo. Time seemed to slow. As the claw neared Mo Yuan, the audience held their breath. Tang Yuanyuan was on the verge of a scream, while Lin Zong wore a smile. Jiang Nuo's voice resonated in Mo Yuan's mind through their soul contract now. Boom! Silence enveloped the arena, yet every heart beat in unison, as though seized by an invisible hand. A terrifying pressure emanated from the black young dragon, rippling outwards like waves. This was a dominion surpassing mere strength, a sovereignty reigning over all from the apex of the life pyramid. As the pressure swept through, the illuminating energy lights dimmed, the colossal screen flickered with static, and even the wind ceased. Time appeared to freeze. Upon contact with the rippling waves, the dark claw's momentum and laws disintegrated. The shadowy body of the claw trembled violently, its form thinning, letting out a shrill wail. It was afraid, it was yielding. Opposite, Jiang Nuo's pupils shrank to pinpricks, his body frozen in place. He felt as if he had plunged into a frigid starry expanse, a terrifying presence looming over him. Insignificant, abject. This fleeting moment of vulnerability was sufficient for Mo Yuan. Roar! A dragon's roar erupted from the depths of Mo Yuan's throat. He opened his mouth, unleashing a strand-thin abyssal flame that instantly pierced the suspended space, targeting the energy core behind the claw, the void's throat. With a soft pop, the black flame surged through. The body of the void's throat stiffened, and then the perforated point erupted with countless cracks, spreading like a spider's web. Ultimately, it emitted a mournful cry before disintegrating into a myriad of luminous particles. With the void's throat rendered combat ineffective, the victor of this battle was Jiang Nuo of the Star Luo Royal Beast Academy. The voice of the referee echoed in the stillness of the arena, jarring and unexpected. Jiang Nuo has triumphed? He has truly defeated the previous champion and advanced to the finals. After a brief silence, the entire venue erupted in astonishment. Yet amidst the clamor, there was no mockery, only a plethora of bewilderment. What transpired? What exactly just occurred? Why did Jiang Nuo's determined final strike suddenly halt midair? How did that little black serpent manage to seize the opportunity so fortuitously and clinch victory? No one could comprehend it. Most merely felt their hearts skip a beat before the match concluded. They could only attribute this victory to Jiang Nuo's fortunate luck. Impossible, this is utterly inconceivable. In the VIP section, Lin Zong sprang to his feet, his face contorted, fixated on Jiang Nuo's silhouette on the stage, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Yet, Jiang Nuo paid no heed to this. Once the referee declared victory, his mind detached from the match, ignoring Jiang Nuo sprawled on the ground, and the surrounding cheers faded into the background. He abruptly lifted his gaze, piercing through the crowd, instantly locking onto an inconspicuous corner of the audience. The figure in the black robe was still there. No, he was no longer seated. He stood up abruptly, his movements so sudden that the black hood slipped halfway off. Beneath the hood was a pale, contorted visage. His body trembled violently, a manifestation of joy akin to witnessing a miracle. His eyes fixated on the black dragonling in the arena, lips moving silently, as if invoking some sacred name. Boom! The last vestige of hope dissipated in Jiang Nuo's mind. He felt the blood in his veins turn to ice. They had been discovered. Chapter 57. Shadows of a night before the finals, and the shattering of perception. The night was deep. In the luxurious suite atop the Tianqiong Hotel, there reigned a profound silence. Outside the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, the city of Tianqiong sparkled with unquenchable lights, bustling and vibrant. Yet, none of this resonated with the solitary youth within the room. Jiang Nuo did not turn on the lights. He leaned against the cold glass, seated on the carpet, the light and shadow from outside casting a pallid outline of his profile. It had been nearly 5 hours since he returned from the arena. Tang Yuan, concerned for him, had stayed by his side, attempting to comfort him, and had even ordered an elaborate feast of his favorite dishes. But he could not bring himself to eat a single bite. What replayed in his mind was not the joy of winning and advancing to the finals, nor the anxiety of facing the Imperial Prince. Instead, it was the face of the figure in the corner, revealed when the hood slipped, contorted with fervor, and that gaze, greedy yet devout, as if it sought to consume Mo Yuan whole. Discovered. This thought pierced his nerves like a cold needle, stabbing repeatedly. Their greatest secret, the trump card upon which their very existence depended, had been laid bare before the most perilous of foes. He dared not contemplate what would follow. The finals were tomorrow, and there was no escape. What would come after the finals? The organization, known as the Night Cult, will converge from the farthest corners of the continent. Much like sharks drawn by the scent of blood, they will employ every conceivable means to reclaim their so-called master. When the time comes, where will they flee? A suffocating dread and confusion ensnared Jiang Nuo's heart like a tightening net, constricting with each passing moment, rendering him nearly breathless. The more anxious he became, the more agitated the small serpent coiled around his wrist grew. Mo Yuan sensed no impending danger, yet through their soul bond, it acutely felt Jiang Nuo's surging fear and unease. This incited its fury. It was unaware of what threatened its contractor. It simply knew that action was imperative. It tightened its form, pressing its cold scales against Jiang Nuo's skin, as if attempting to merge him wholly into its being, shielding him from all harm with its own flesh and blood. "You're squeezing too tightly. I can hardly breathe," Jiang Nuo exclaimed, jolted back to reality by the pressure. With a wry smile, he extended his free hand, repeatedly caressing Mo Yuan's icy scales in a mechanical manner, trying to soothe it, as if to comfort himself as well. "It's all right. Mo Yuan is fine." His voice was soft, laced with a helplessness he could not even convince himself to dismiss. Once then again, his fingertips glided over the hard, smooth scales, the only tangible reality he could grasp at that moment. Mo Yuan seemed to gradually calm, loosening its grip, yet stubbornly remaining entwined around him, resting its head upon the pulse of his wrist, attuned to the steady yet frantic rhythm of his heartbeat. The room fell back into a disquieting silence. Jiang Nuo rested his head against the glass, feeling the chill of the night breeze from outside. He gazed at the sea of lights beyond the window, his expression vacant, lost in thought. Time slipped by unnoticed, just as Jiang Nuo felt he might be crushed beneath the weight of this oppressive pressure, his consciousness beginning to blur. An unusual surge of energy suddenly emanated from his wrist. It was neither spiritual power nor the might of the dragon, but rather a resonance intertwined with both mental and soulful strength. Jiang Nuo jolted awake, looking down at his wrist. He beheld Mo Yuan's jet-black form emanating a faint halo comprised of countless shimmering dark golden specks. It seemed to desire to do something for him. Unable to grasp why Jiang Nuo was terrified, it believed that all threats should be ruthlessly crushed, torn apart, and consumed. Yet, it felt Jiang Nuo's fragility. It yearned to comfort and protect him. Thus, it resorted to its most instinctive manner of doing so. Under the catalyst of Jiang Nuo's profound unease and the resonance of their already inseparable soul bond, an extraordinary reaction unfolded between Mo Yuan's mental power and energy. With a hum, to Jiang Nuo's astonished gaze, a translucent silhouette of a youth, outlined by dark golden light, fleetingly emerged from Mo Yuan's diminutive serpentine form. The silhouette of the phantom was nearly as tall as Jiang Nuo, adorned with flowing black locks and a sharply defined jawline, though the features were obscured. An innate air of regal arrogance and aloofness seemed almost palpable. Yet, it was the eyes that caused Jiang Nuo's heart to momentarily cease. They mirrored the beastly gaze of Mo Yuan, a pure molten gold. In that fleeting instant when the apparition materialized, a slightly husky yet magnetic voice, imbued with impatience and an undeniable authority, reverberated within the depths of his mind. Do not fear. I shall crush anyone who dares to harm you. With that, the phantom vanished, as if everything had been but a figment of Jiang Nuo's overwhelming stress. Alone in the room, the small black serpent coiled around his wrist remained unchanged. Appearing weary from the earlier exertion, it shook its head and nestled into the palm of Jiang Nuo, becoming still. However, Jiang Nuo was utterly stunned. His body froze in place, his mind a blank canvas, even breathing forgotten. He stared vacantly at the oblivious serpent in his hand, the voice echoing repeatedly in his thoughts, and the image of the dark-haired, golden-eyed youth flickering before his eyes. That voice, that visage. Then, an absurd notion, sending shivers down his spine and causing his soul to tremble, surged uncontrollably from the deepest recesses of his consciousness. The creature he had always regarded as a pet. The pitiful Mo Yuan, for whom he diligently prepared milk morning and night, fearful of its hunger, the one he nestled close for warmth during the cold. The being he protected fiercely in battle, terrified of its injury. Was it not merely a dragon? Was it, in fact, a person? A young boy who could transform into a being of similar stature? This realization struck him like a thunderbolt, shattering his already tumultuous thoughts of fear and anxiety into a fine mist of confusion. Countless memories of his interactions with Mo Yuan surged uncontrollably, viewed from a fresh perspective that filled him with a mortification so profound it curled his toes. Each morning, to fulfill his duties, he had engaged in psychological preparation before kissing the small serpent, his cheeks ablaze. He had not merely kissed a serpent. He had pressed his lips to the forehead of a striking youth with dark hair and golden eyes. In the secret realm, to suppress Mo Yuan's injuries, he had sacrificed fragments of his soul, reverently kissing the cold dragon horn, growing from its head. Did that not equate to cradling a boy's head and kissing it? Furthermore, there were countless embraces, caresses, and various intimate encounters undertaken in pursuit of experience points. He had always believed his affections were directed towards a mere creature. Yet now, reality revealed that he had been engaging with a living person, his hands all over them. Jiang Nuo's face transformed at a visible pace, turning from pale to crimson, finally burning as if it might bleed. The dark night cult, the finals, the life and death crises. Everything was obliterated in that moment by this revelation that upended his entire worldview. He lowered his head, staring vacantly at the little snake nestled in his palm, observing it with the detached gaze one might reserve for a stranger. It seemed that, on this night, his life had taken on an intricate complexity. Chapter 58. This is not a battle, but a farce. The following day, at the central stadium of Tianxiong City, the most magnificent edifice of the Star Luo Empire, there was not a single vacant seat in the circular arena that could accommodate 100,000 spectators. From above, the throng of heads resembled a boiling tide of ants, the cacophony rising to the heavens. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, the final showdown of the National College Beast Taming competition was about to commence. Let us now extend the warmest applause to the dark horse of this tournament, the contestant Jiang Nuo from the Royal Beast Taming Academy of Star Luo. As the host's impassioned voice resonated, the contestant passage on one side of the stadium gradually opened. Jiang Nuo, burdened by immense psychological pressure, stepped forward into the colossal arena, each stride heavy with the weight of sleeplessness. The events of the previous night had left his mind in disarray. Whenever he attempted to concentrate on strategies, the image of the dark-haired, golden-eyed youth flashed through his thoughts, accompanied by the haunting words, "I shall crush anyone who dares to harm you." Jiang Nuo even hesitated to caress the ink-black bracelet on his wrist, as memories of embracing that person for warmth ignited a fierce blush upon his cheeks, rendering him utterly uncomfortable. This turmoil, compounded by his dread of the night church, enveloped him in a state of tautness and disorientation. As he ascended the cold, metallic arena, a synchronized chorus of derisive boos greeted him. "Get off the stage, you privileged fool. A disgrace to the finals. Clown, today marks your end." The harsh jeers surged from all directions. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Nuo might have felt anxious and defiant. Yet now those voices seemed distant, as if muffled by thick, frosted glass. His senses dulled, he stood there dazed. At that moment, the opposing contestant passage burst open with a resounding fanfare of royal trumpets. "Now, let us extend our utmost reverence to the Empire's radiant future, the strongest champion seed of this tournament, His Highness Prince Li Xian, alongside his supreme companion, the S-Class Divine Beast, the Holy Light Qilin." Boom! In stark contrast to the earlier jeers, a fervent cheer erupted, as if to lift the entire stadium's roof. A tumultuous wave of excitement crashing forth. A young man clad in gold-trimmed battle attire emerged, his handsome visage radiating an air of haughtiness. He was none other than the third prince of the Star Luo Empire, Li Xian. Without so much as a glance at Jiang Nuo, Li Xian smiled and gracefully waved to the audience, his poise and nobility igniting a chorus of ecstatic screams from the crowd. Following closely behind him was a magnificent creature, its pure white form aglow with golden sacred flames, its singular horn emanating a gentle aura. The Holy Light Qilin, a symbol of illumination, purification, and sanctity, stood proudly as an S-Class divine beast. Its emergence infused the air with a sacred fragrance, invigorating the spirits of all present. Yet, the ink-black serpent, quietly coiled around Jiang Nuo's wrist, hissed menacingly at the moment of the other S arrival, exuding an unmistakable aura of disdain and threat. This was an ancestral conflict, a clash of light and darkness that left it perturbed. Silence fell. Li Xian raised his hand, and the cacophony of the crowd faded into stillness within mere seconds. Only then did he cast his gaze upon Jiang Nuo, his eyes reflecting the contempt one might reserve for an insect that dared to tread upon a dining table. Li Xian scrutinized Jiang Nuo from head to toe, his glance flitting disdainfully to the black serpent coiling on his wrist. "You are the commoner who has clawed your way here through opportunistic and underhanded means?" His voice, amplified by the sound system, resonated throughout the arena. Jiang Nuo remained silent, merely lifting his eyes to meet Li Xian's cold stare. Clearly displeased by this reaction, Li Xian shook his head and arrogantly declared, "Enough. The stage of the finals should not be sullied by such unclean darkness. To spare my Qilin from contamination, I shall employ merely 30% of my strength to conclude this tiresome farce." At this proclamation, the arena fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into frenzied cheers and laughter. "The prince is merciful. 30%? He overestimates him. 1% would suffice. Ha ha. This is undoubtedly the greatest joke in the history of the finals. Humiliation. A blatant, raw disgrace. Being pressed down and ground into the dirt before a crowd of 100,000. Jiang Nuo pupils constricted sharply. A fire, long suppressed, mixed with chaos and shame ignited within his chest. Clenching his fists tightly, he drove his nails into his palms, using the pain to force himself to remain composed. He understood that he must not falter. In such moments, calmness was paramount. "Begin the match." The referee's voice ignited the powder keg. "Mo Yuan go." Jiang Nuo nearly spat the words through clenched teeth. In an instant, a bolt of black lightning surged forth, Mo Yuan tracing a peculiar arc in the air, unleashing a condensed abyssal flame aimed directly at the Holy Light Qilin's face. Yet, the Holy Light Qilin did not even flicker its eyelids in response to this assault. It simply raised its front hoof gracefully, emanating a soft golden halo. Sizzle. The black flame, upon encountering the golden halo, disintegrated as if it had met the sun, leaving no trace, not even a ripple. Property restraint, and on a level of overwhelming dominance. Roar. Mo Yuan let out a furious cry. twisting its body midair in an attempt to launch a side attack. However, the holy light Qilin merely tossed its head nonchalantly, summoning a crescent-shaped holy light slash that struck Mo Yuan with swiftness. Hiss! Mo Yuan was cleaved from the air, crashing heavily onto the hard arena floor. Its resilient dragon scales began to emit plumes of black smoke onto the searing holy light, producing a sizzling sound. The burning agony resonated through their shared pain. Unmistakably, reathing Jiang Nuo. Jiang Nuo let out a muffled groan, his countenance paling significantly. How utterly feeble! Li Xian shook his head, the derision on his face intensifying, as if he were relishing a whimsical performance. Is this truly the extent of your abilities? You lack even the qualification to make my little Guang shift his stance. Truly disappointing. He was entirely toying with him, not in a rush for victory, but rather savoring the pleasure of trampling upon his opponent's dignity bit by bit. Jiang Nuo clenched his teeth, enduring the dual agony coursing through his body and soul, continuously issuing mental commands to Mo Yuan. Evade. Create distance. Target its lower flank. Mo Yuan, gritting through the pain, transformed once more into a shadowy figure, darting swiftly around the holy light Qilin, searching for any potential flaw. Fireballs, black flames, bites, entanglements. Mo Yuan unleashed every tactic at his disposal. Yet, all efforts were in vain. The holy light Qilin remained steadfast, unmoving, an insurmountable barrier of golden radiance effortlessly nullifying every attack. Occasionally, it would exude a beam of holy light in annoyance, each time accurately predicting Mo Yuan's trajectory, leaving a fresh wound upon him. The match was utterly one-sided. This had transcended mere combat, devolving into a humiliating mockery. Chapter 59. The Wrath of the Dragon's Breath. The battle on the arena was intensely contested. Jiang Nuo's commands were precise, and Mo Yuan's movements were swift. However, under the oppressive weight of elemental suppression, their skills and efforts proved futile. Mo Yuan's mightiest attack, the abyssal demon flame, bore the annihilating force that transcended elemental laws. Yet, the purifying power of the holy light Qilin was overwhelming. Each of Mo Yuan's assaults was effortlessly neutralized, and his ambushes thwarted time and again. Conversely, a mere counterattack from the holy light Qilin was akin to poison for Mo Yuan. Another beam of holy light swept forth, though he evaded a critical strike. The tip of his tail was grazed. A plume of smoke rose as the searing agony of corroded scales resonated through the pain-sharing connection, reaching Jiang Nuo. Jiang Nuo suderet, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He bit down hard on his lower lip, the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth, resolutely stifling any cries of anguish. The pain in his body was secondary. The crushing weight in his heart was far more debilitating. He could sense Mo Yuan's fury and heard the piercing jeers from the audience. Worthless is still worthless. How dare they challenge the prince? That little black serpent must be nearing its end. How pitiful to be bound to such a master. The prince has yet to truly engage. This match is dreadfully dull. Let it conclude swiftly. On the opposite side of the arena, Prince Li Xian had entirely lost interest, folding his arms and gazing at the sky. His holy light Qilin was lethargically swatting aside beams of light as if shooing away flies. Such an attitude was far more disheartening than outright defeat. A surge of anger surged within Jiang Nuo's chest, nearly overwhelming him. No, he must remain composed. There must be a solution. He took deep breaths repeatedly, forcing himself to calm down, his mind racing to find an escape from this impasse. Just then, Li Xian appeared to have lost all patience. He yawned and waved his hand at the holy light Qilin. Xiaoguang, let's bring this to an end. With the judgment of holy light, send him down, lest the arena be sullied. Upon receiving the command, the holy light Qilin fully opened its half-closed eyes, its aura surging several-fold. It lifted its head, the crystalline horn glowing with golden radiance, as surrounding light elements converged to form a swirling vortex of energy. Danger! Jiang Nuo's pupils contracted. He sensed that this strike could obliterate Mo Yuan into dust. Mo Yuan, evade quickly, Jiang Nuo bellowed within their soul link. Simultaneously, the horn of the holy light Qilin unleashed a golden beam as thick as a barrel. Mo Yuan reacted swiftly, transforming into a shadow that narrowly escaped the beam. Yet, the beam was too swift and powerful. A residual wave broke away, grazing Mo Yuan and hurtling directly towards Jiang Nuo behind him. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the wave struck Jiang Nuo's protective shield. The barrier, designed to withstand a commander-level strike, twisted violently on the verge of shattering. A tremendous force surged forward, causing Jiang Nuo to feel as though his chest had been struck, forcing him back a step, his throat tasting of iron, his complexion paling. It was this backward step in his ashen face that enraged Mo Yuan completely. Its movements in midair halted, slowly turning its head. It beheld Jiang Nuo, the one who always shielded it, who bore the brunt of blades in the secret realm, who warmed it with his body in the cold night, even sacrificing his soul to save it. Because of the enemy's attack, due to its own impotence, Jiang Nuo had been harmed. With a thunderous roar, Mo Yuan's mind went blank. The prior strategies, anxieties, and patience evaporated, leaving only a chilling intent to kill. It no longer regarded the holy light Qilin, its dark golden eyes fixed unwaveringly on the still-smiling Prince Li Xian on the opposite side of the arena. A frigid pressure emanated from Mo Yuan's diminutive form, enveloping the entire venue. Contact Yuan, remain calm, return. Jiang Nuo sensed Mo Yuan's uncontrollable murderous intent, desperately calling out within their bond. But it was too late. For the first time, Mo Yuan disregarded his command. Only one thought consumed its mind. Crush him. The one who dared to harm Jiang Nuo must pay the price. The holy light Qilin across the arena suddenly growled uneasily, its golden flames dimming slightly. As a divine beast, it sensed a profound fear emanating from Mo Yuan, a suppression originating from a higher echelon of life. Li Xuan's Smila Faltarat. He felt the reaction of the contracted beast and sensed a killing intent locking onto him that sent chills down his spine. The mocking laughter in the arena had ceased, the air seemingly frozen. He abandoned his playful demeanor, finally casting a serious gaze upon the small black serpent. Then, he beheld a pair of eyes ablaze with golden flames. Those eyes bore not the ferocity of a beast, but the cold indifference of a deity, filled with thoughts of annihilation. Li Xian's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 60, Shock. Was that serpent truly a dragon? The holy light Qilin launched its attack once more. This time, it gathered an even greater power, directing a blinding golden beam towards Mo Yuan. Faced with a strike capable of instantly obliterating a king-level monster, the small black serpent, dominated by murderous intent, executed an unfathomable action. It did not flinch or evade. Instead, it charged headlong into the devastating holy light. Contact Yuan, Jiang Nuo screamed within their soul link. But the only response was a profound silence. Just as the black figure was about to collide with the golden beam of light, an unexpected transformation occurred. A faint cracking sound echoed, clear and resonant in the ears of all present, as if some ancient shackles had been shattered. In the next moment, blinding white light consumed everything. No one could discern what transpired at the heart of the luminescence. They could only hear the sound of bones cracking and reassembling within the radiant glow. Subsequently, a formidable pressure from the primordial chaos surged outward from the center of the light. Under this overwhelming force, the golden beam of the holy light Qilin swayed violently before shattering with a resounding pop, scattering into a myriad of luminous points. As the pressure swept through, an eerie stillness enveloped the arena. With a fervor of 100,000 spectators vanished in an instant. Countless mouths gaped in terror, yet no sound emerged. Some attempted to rise, but their legs betrayed them, as if frozen in place. In the VIP section, Gu Qinghan suddenly stood, her thermos clattering to the ground, wine spilling everywhere. Her icy blue eyes, framed by golden spectacles, were filled with sheer astonishment as she fixated on the center of the arena. Meanwhile, Tang Yuanyuan dropped her spirit fruit, her cherubic face drained of color, rendered blank. On the platform, the arrogance that once graced Li Xian's visage evaporated. replaced by an expression of sheer horror. He beheld a colossal silhouette emerging from the dissipating light. As the radiance faded, time seemed to stand still. Hovering in the center of the arena was a dragon. It was a gargantuan beast, stretching several dozen meters in length, its body cloaked in dark golden glimmering obsidian scales. Spikes jutted from its back, and it bore massive claws beneath its belly. Its fearsome head was adorned with two lightning-like horns piercing the sky. Most unsettling were the colossal wings unfurling behind it, casting a shadow over the land. Composed of countless ebony feathers, each flap sent ripples through the very fabric of space. It remained poised in the air, its molten gold eyes, ablaze with a fierce flame, coldly surveying the realm below. Myth descended upon reality. A fearsome roar shattered the silence. It was the holy light Qilin. This proud S-class divine beast trembled under the pressure emanating from the apex of its lineage. Its limbs buckled, and with a thud, it collapsed to the ground, burying its head deep and harboring no thought of resistance. Li Xian swayed, barely able to maintain his footing. His mind was a blank canvas. The creature he had dismissed as a mere worm was, in truth, a dragon of legend. The molten gold eyes of the dragon slowly turned to him. Li Xian felt a chill surge from his feet to the crown of his head, as if his very soul had been encased in ice. He longed to flee, yet his body remained unresponsive. He yearned to plead for mercy, but no sound escaped his throat. He could only watch helplessly as the immense black dragon slowly lifted its powerful tail. Mo Yuan refrained from employing any skills, even dismissing the notion of using its innate abilities against the insignificant creature before it. Instead, it resorted to the most primal method, casually sweeping its mighty tail with effortless grace. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated through the air. The holy light Qilin barely had time to emit a mournful cry before being swiftly flung away by the dark shadow. Its colossal form tumbled through the air like a ragged sack, crashing heavily against the protective barrier at the edge of the arena before sliding feebly to the ground. Rendered unconscious, teetering on the brink of life and death. With a single blow, just one blow, the grand finale concluded in a manner that no one could have anticipated. The arena remained enveloped in an eerie silence. At the judges' table, the elderly referee, with graying hair, remained in a stupor for half a minute before mustering the strength to shakily raise the microphone, his voice quavering with emotion as he announced, "The victor is Jiang Nuo." The glory of the championship adorned him. Yet, within Jiang Nuo's heart, there resided not a shred of joy. He had claimed the championship, but at the cost of exposing their greatest secret, the existence of this young dragon, to the world. In the air, the black dragon appeared to have exhausted its fury, as though its energy had waned. Its massive form swiftly diminished, and moments later, the ancient dragon transformed back into a diminutive black serpent, no larger than a palm. It seemed somewhat fatigued, lazily returning to Jiang Nuo's side, skillfully coiling around his wrist, then affectionately nudging its small head against his fingers, as if to claim credit. It seemed to say, "Look, I helped you drive the bad guys away." Standing in the center of the arena amidst the profound silence, Jiang Nuo gradually lifted his gaze. His eyes calmly traversed over Li Xian's contorted face, past the dazed referee, and across the audience, where faces were etched with shock, fear, and greed. Ultimately, his gaze landed precisely in the corner of the stands, locking eyes with a few cloaked figures who had succumbed to frenzy upon witnessing the miracle. The glory of the championship, at this moment, held no significance. A storm of crisis had been unleashed by his own hand. Chapter 61. The Divine Dragon Appears. City-wide slaughter, Jiang Nuo stood at the center of the arena, tightly cradling the now palm-sized black serpent. It was burning hot, its breath faint. He had won the championship, yet it felt as though he had lost the world. The prolonged silence from the audience, lasting half a minute, was finally shattered by a trembling whisper, filled with incredulous fervor. "It's a living divine dragon." This proclamation instantaneously ignited the greed of the 100,000 spectators within the arena. "Capture him. Don't let him escape. That dragon is mine. A living young dragon. My heavens. This is something that can alter fate." As the shock subsided, It was replaced by a consuming frenzy that devoured all rational thought. Countless pairs of eyes turned crimson, fixated intensely on the youth upon the stage. No, they were fixated on the mythical creature he held in his arms. It symbolized power, wealth, and an opportunity to ascend to greatness. Jiang Nuo's heart sank. Clutching the searing Mo Yuan, he instinctively turned to seek an escape. However, the sight that met his eyes sent a chill throughout his entire being. All exits of the stadium were sealed. A battalion of Imperial Guards clad in golden armor, wielding rune-imbued spears, formed an impenetrable iron barricade, effectively trapping the arena. Above, formidable presences descended, emanating from the royal family and various noble houses, including several powerful figures hidden among the audience who no longer concealed their intentions. One by one, they ascended into the air, intertwining their spiritual energies into a binding net that ensnared the space. The entire Tianxiong Stadium had transformed into a prison crafted for him and Mo Yuan. As Jiang Nuo's mind went blank, a piercing roar erupted from a corner of the audience. Blasphemy! It was the dark pseudo-dragon that had sullied the sacred bloodline. A cloaked figure leapt from the crowd, arms outstretched, shouting fervently to the dazed onlookers. The divine decree has already descended. Purify the desecrators and seize the blood of the divine. We shall attain immortality. This rallying cry cloaked everyone's avarice in a facade of righteousness. Purify him, kill him, and the dragon shall be ours. Chaos erupted. In the next instant, a torrent of attacks, fireballs, ice shards, wind blades, energy beams, rained down upon the protective barrier encasing the arena. The cacophony was relentless, the entire platform trembling violently. The barrier, capable of withstanding a strike from a king-level powerhouse, began to warp and flicker under the concentrated assault of tens of thousands, cracks spreading across its surface. It could hold for at most 10 more seconds. Jiang Nuo's face drained of color as he fished out the emergency teleportation talisman given to him by Tang Yuanyuan. He immediately infused it with spiritual energy, ready to shatter it. But at that moment, an invisible force enveloped him, the surrounding space becoming thick and heavy. The psychic energies hovering above had already locked onto this area. The light from the teleportation talisman flickered weakly before dimming. The space was sealed. Jiang Nuo's heart sank. His last escape route had been severed. He reached out to the soul link with Mo Yuan, receiving only a faint response. The once mighty, ancient dragon was now engulfed in silence, lacking even the strength to twitch its tail. It's over. Those two words echoed in Jiang Nuo's mind. Instinctively, he clutched the small serpent in his arms tighter, turning to face the impending shattering of the barrier and the onslaught of attacks that could tear him apart. Even in death, he would face it before Mo Yuan. Meanwhile, in the VIP section, Gu Qinghan stood silently. Her ice-blue eyes, framed by golden-rimmed glasses, reflected the energy storm on the arena as well as the resolute figure within it. The youth, even in dire straits, instinctively shielded his contracted beast in his embrace. This gesture bore a striking resemblance to her younger self. To intervene would mean opposing the entire empire, dragging the Gu family into the maelstrom. Was it worth it for a student she had known for merely a few months? This question lingered in her mind for but a fleeting moment. Then a subtle, almost imperceptible curve formed on her perpetually icy visage, tinged with a hint of madness and delight. Peaceful days had lasted too long. So long that she almost forgot her moniker of the Ice Madwoman. She adjusted her glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold glimmer. Yuan. Her voice was soft yet imbued with an air of command. Huh? Mentor. Tang Yuan, seated beside her, was already pale with fright, gripping the armrests of her chair, trembling uncontrollably. Inform your father to utilize the highest authority of the Tang family. Gu Qinghan's tone was eerily calm. Prepare to wrap things up and cleanse the Sky City. Having spoken, she paid no further attention to the dazed Tang Yuan and slowly raised her right hand. She did not invoke a magic array nor chant any incantation. Yet, the temperature within the stadium plummeted instantly, and icy crystals began to form in the air. An overwhelming pressure, comparable to that of the previous black dragon, descended upon them. Roar! A dragon's roar reverberated as the stadium's dome was torn open by an invisible force. A colossal frost dragon, larger than the black dragon, descended from the heavens, Gu Qinghan's contracted beast. Before the spectators could fully comprehend the appearance of the divine dragons, the frost dragon opened its massive jaws. A profound, deep blue breath of the dragon surged toward a certain direction in the audience. Absolute zero. Where the dragon's breath passed, time and space seemed to freeze. The frenzied crowd, the airborne attacks, and the metallic seats were all instantaneously transformed into ice sculptures. Boom! One corner of the stadium, along with the outer wall, was pierced and frozen by the dragon's breath, then shattered. A vast opening, 100 meters wide, appeared before Jiang Nuo. Beyond the breach lay the nightscape of Sky City, a glimmer of hope forged from destruction. Gu Qinghan's cold yet urgent voice echoed in Jiang Nuo's mind. What are you still doing? Run. Chapter 62, Escape from Sky City. Gu Qinghan's icy command jolted Jiang Nuo from his stupor. He snapped back to reality, his heart racing fiercely within his chest. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped the unconscious Mo Yuan tightly and sprinted towards the colossal opening blasted open by Absolute Zero. Behind him loomed the crumbling protective shield. Initially, countless eyes were stunned by the ice dragon, but deeper greed quickly took its place. The sky above was fraught with lethal intent. Several master-level powerhouses, caught off guard by the frost dragon, had regained their wits. Though they feared Gu Qinghan, they were even less inclined to abandon the young dragon. Hostile mental forces locked onto Jiang Nuo once more. Stop him. He intends to flee. Gu Qinghan, are you ready to oppose the entire empire? Roars echoed from all directions. Yet Gu Qinghan paid no heed. She merely hovered coldly in midair, her frost dragon unleashing a tremendous roar, its wings stirring a tempest of snow and wind, intercepting all attacks and figures that approached Jiang Nuo, freezing them in place. With the combined might of herself and the dragon, she bore the brunt of the city's enemies for Jiang Nuo. Jiang Nuo felt warmth welling in his eyes. Yet he had no time nor right to look back. He dashed to the edge of the arena's breach. Below him was a chasm nearly 100 meters deep. A fierce wind howled from the depths below, whipping his hair and clothing. He did not pause, leaping into the void. His body was instantly weightless. In Jiang Nuo's pupils, the bright lights of the celestial city were reflected, alongside a fierce battle between the frosty dragon and streaks of light above the stadium. Just as he plummeted several dozen meters, on the verge of certain death, a golden figure emerged from the shadows below. It was Tang Yuan's treasure-seeking mouse. In midair, it deftly grasped the collar of Jiang Nuo's garment and, with all its might, converted his downward momentum into a parabolic arc, directing him toward a secluded alley below. With a dull thud, Jiang Nuo crashed into a dumpster filled with putrid refuse, ignoring the filth and excruciating pain enveloping him. He first checked on Mo Yuan in his embrace, relieved to find it unharmed amidst the impact. Squeak! The treasure-seeking mouse leapt onto his shoulder, anxiously pointing at a dilapidated cleaning hover vehicle nearby. It was their prepared means of escape. Without hesitation, Jiang Nuo cradled Mo Yuan and scrambled out of the dumpster, diving into the driver's seat of the hover vehicle. However, he was a moment too late. Just as he was about to close the door, a shadow appeared silently at the end of the alley. It was a member of the night cult. The robed figure moved with astonishing speed, soundlessly transforming into an afterimage, crossing several meters in an instant to stand beside the hover vehicle. A withered hand, shrouded in black mist and exuding a foul stench, reached out directly towards the back of Jiang Nuo's heart. A chill ran down Jiang Nuo's spine. He attempted to evade, but the confined space of the driver's seat, coupled with the unconscious Mo Yuan in his arms, rendered him incapable of any evasive maneuver. The shadow of death loomed over him. Cling! A sharp, crystalline sound resonated. A slender ice spike appeared out of thin air, descending at an uncanny angle. It pierced through the palm of the robed figure with precision, the force of impact pinning him against the wall beside the hover vehicle. A scream echoed through the alley. The figure's hand rapidly succumbed to frost, visibly encased in ice. before shattering into a cascade of crystals. Run. Head to the abandoned pumping station in Zone B7, the most secretive safe house of the Tang family. Don't look back. Don't contact anyone. Survive. Gu Qinghan's urgent voice reverberated one last time in Jiang Nuo's mind. He sensed that after delivering this message, the spiritual link with Gu Qinghan had grown exceedingly weak. Clearly, she had paid a hefty price to execute that strike amidst the assault from several master-level adversaries. Jiang Nuo's eyes reddened instantly. He clenched his teeth, suppressing any sound. With a violent slam, he shut the vehicle door, his trembling hands following Tang Yuanyuan's instructions to start the hover vehicle. The engine let out a deep growl. Instead of ascending, the vehicle's nose dipped, crashing through a concealed trapdoor disguised as a manhole cover, plunging into the labyrinthine underground sewage system of Celestial City. Darkness engulfed everything. The sounds of battle behind him were swiftly muffled. Inside the vehicle, only Jiang Nuo's heavy breaths and the engine's hum remained. He understood he could not look back. Any delay would squander the opportunity for which Gu Qinghan and Tang Yuanyuan had risked their lives. His mentor, his friends, and they're currently standing against the entire empire for him. Why does he feel so powerless? Why must he rely on the sacrifices of others for protection time and again? Jiang Nuo buried these emotions deep within, forcing himself to remain calm, directing all his attention to the task at hand. He retrieved an additional item from Tang Yuanyuan, a miniature tablet displaying the underground pipeline and patrol routes. Following the sole secure path indicated on the tablet, he disabled all external signals of the hover vehicle and commenced a desperate flight through the underground conduits. The pipes were engulfed in darkness, reeking of foul odors and lurking with unknown dangers. Jiang Nuo felt akin to a cornered rat, scurrying helplessly through the city's sewers. He successfully evaded most of his pursuers, severing ties with the familiar world he once knew. Chapter 63. The Empire's Bounty. The hover vehicle traversed the darkness, its lights extinguished. Jiang Nuo relied solely on the eerie green three-dimensional map on the tablet to navigate. This was the underground sewage system of Tianqiong City, a steel labyrinth forgotten by the flourishing surface, reeking of decay and filth. The air was saturated with the scent of rust and the acrid odor of decomposing unknown waste, each breath akin to swallowing damp, cold muck. Jiang Nuo's nerves were taut. On the tablet, red dots representing the Imperial Guard Patrol units rapidly spread throughout the maze, conducting an exhaustive search. Just 3 minutes prior, a squad had whizzed past him overhead through the main conduit. He could distinctly hear the buzzing of the sonic detection drones. Holding his breath, he concealed the hover vehicle in a recess of an abandoned valve, his heart racing as if it would leap from his throat. Only when the red dots vanished into the distance did he restart the engine. Cold sweat drenched his back. He had lost track of how long he had been traveling. An hour? Perhaps 3? In this darkness, time had lost its significance. Exhaustion and pressure overwhelmed Jiang Nuo, causing waves of dizziness to wash over him. At last, after narrowly evading a descending energy detection net once more, the green marker indicating his destination emerged at the map's end. District B7, the abandoned pump house. It was a dead end. Following Tang Yuanyuan's instructions, Jiang Nuo parked the hover vehicle before a rust-laden metal wall, extended his finger, and gently tapped 5 times on an inconspicuous screw cap with a rhythm of 3 long and 2 short. With a soft click, a faint whir of gears resonated, and the seemingly heavy metal wall silently slid inward, revealing a dark entrance barely large enough for a single person. Jiang Nuo dared not linger and immediately squeezed through, clutching the searing ink abyss. Once he entered, the metal door closed quietly behind him, sealing off all darkness and foulness. Beyond the door lay another world. The space measured approximately 50 square meters, furnished simply with a bed, a table, and some living essentials, yet the air was fresh, the lights bright, and everything immaculate. This was the true, safe house of the Tang family, a sanctuary concealed within the decaying corners of the city. Jiang Nuo's taut nerves finally relaxed. He leaned against the cold metal door, gasping for breath, his body trembling slightly from exhaustion. For the moment, he was safe. Instinctively, Jiang Nuo lifted his gaze, Scanning the room. Opposite the door, a massive screen was embedded in the wall. At that moment, the screen was illuminated, broadcasting the official news channel of the Celestial City. On the screen, a serious-looking female anchor was delivering breaking news in a somber tone. Behind her, an enlarged electronic portrait dominated the backdrop. The face was all too familiar to Jiang Nuo. It was his own. The photograph must have been taken during a competition, capturing a youthful visage with delicate features and a focused expression. However, beneath the image, a line of crimson, oversized headlines struck Jiang Nuo's eyes with a jolt. Empire level A wanted notice. Name, Jiang Nuo. Crime, colluding with the night cult, summoning and utilizing forbidden dark creatures during the national competition, severely endangering imperial security. Reward, for valid information leading to capture, a reward of 10 million imperial coins and the title of second-class citizen nobility will be granted. For capture or elimination, a reward of 100 million imperial coins, hereditary viscount title, and the privilege to select any A-level artifact from the Beastmaster Association's treasury. Jiang Nuo's pupils constricted. He had anticipated becoming a fugitive, but he never expected the Empire would accuse him of collusion with the Night Cult, nor that the bounty would soar to such astonishing heights. 100 million coins and a hereditary viscountcy. This was enough to drive any master-level practitioner into a frenzy. He was now a walking treasure, the prey of every ambitious soul across the continent. A chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. At that moment, a wave of heat from within his arms jolted Jiang Nuo back to reality. Montauk Yuan. Jiang Nuo's expression changed dramatically as he disregarded the wanted notice and rushed to the bedside, carefully placing the small serpent onto the bed. The sight before him made his heart clench painfully. Mo Yuan had fallen into a complete stupor. Its tiny body felt like a red-hot iron, radiating an astonishing heat that distorted the surrounding air. More alarmingly, its life force was extremely faint. Jiang Nuo could sense that deep within their soul link. Mo Yuan's vitality was being dismantled by an uncontrollable force. This was the price of forcibly liberating its dragon lineage. Don't be afraid, I will save you. Jiang Nuo's voice trembled. In a flurry, he rummaged through his backpack for the best spirit recovery potion, uncapping the vial in haste, intending to pour it into Mo Yuan's mouth. However, before the richly infused blue liquid could even approach Mo Yuan's body, it was instantly evaporated by the terrifying heat with a sizzle. Undeterred, Jiang Nuo attempted to channel his limited spirit energy, hoping to soothe it through their contract. Yet, as soon as his energy entered Mo Yuan, it triggered a violent energy backlash. Boom! A more ferocious energy surged back through the contract. Jiang Nuo let out a piercing scream as he was violently thrown back, colliding forcefully against the wall. A metallic taste filled his throat, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Any external force would be perceived as an intruder by the raging dragon essence within Mo Yuan, resulting in immediate disintegration and incineration. Conventional healing methods would only hasten its demise. What to do? What could he possibly do? Jiang Nuo's mind was a blank slate as he desperately summoned the system within his thoughts, sifting through every piece of information he could recall. The system is currently conducting a deep calculation of the unknown energy conflict within the target. Progress. 13. Warning. Conventional methods are ineffective. Please refrain from any intervention. Host. The system's response was cold, devoid of any emotion. Jiang Nuo rushed to the bathroom, swiftly soaked a towel, and hurried back, cautiously applying it to Mo Yuan's body. He resorted to this rudimentary approach in hopes of providing some physical cooling. However, the ensuing scene caused his heart to plummet. The wet towel, upon contact with Mo Yuan's skin, emitted a plume of white smoke. In less than 2 seconds, it became scorching hot and dry. Its moisture evaporated instantly. Moreover, Mo Yuan's temperature not only failed to decrease, but continued to rise. The once dark golden scales glistening on its body began to take on a foreboding crimson hue. It appeared that it could be consumed by its own power, reduced to a mere charred remnant at any moment. Gazing at the feeble little serpent on the bed, Jiang Nuo felt a chilling numbness in his limbs, his mind utterly blank, devoid of any viable solutions. Chapter 64. The The boiling of dragon blood and the uncontrolled transformation, the potion was ineffective. The spiritual energy continued to backlash. Physical cooling would only exacerbate the situation. Even the system merely displayed warnings of calculations and advised against interference. He could only stand helplessly, watching as Mo Yuan gradually lost its vitality before his eyes. Was this how it would end? Minter Gu Qinghan and Tang Yuanyuan were still outside, shielding him from the Empire's pursuit, sacrificing everything for this opportunity. Yet, he could barely survive the first night after escaping. No, it cannot end like this. Jiang Nuo's scattered gaze began to focus again, a hint of blood-red determination igniting within him. He abruptly lifted his head. No, there was still one way. A method he had not dared to contemplate from the very beginning, but now it was his only option. His innate ability, the dependency on physical contact. This talent allowed him to soothe and purify the bloodline of his contracted beast directly through his body. Since Mo Yuan was experiencing a bloodline rampage, using the bloodline to pacify, it should prove effective. With that thought, he felt no hesitation. System, activate my talent to deeply soothe Mo Yuan's bloodline. Jiang Nuo commanded in his mind. As soon as he issued the directive, a blinding red warning box filled his vision. Super hazard warning. Detected that the energy level within the target has exceeded the safety threshold of 980. The energy structure is on the brink of extreme instability and collapse. Executing the physical contact command will forcibly bind the energy outlet to the host. The host bears a 999 chance of being instantaneously consumed by the raging dragon flames and reduced to ashes. Please, host, immediately abandon this command. Repeat. Please, host. Immediately abandon. The system's alarm blared sharply, mercilessly jarring his nerves. A mortality rate of 99.9%. This was tantamount to suicide. Jiang Nuo hesitated for but a fleeting second, his gaze transcending the blinding crimson warnings, settling upon the feeble serpent lying on the bed. He recalled the moment on the precipice of the forest, where Mo Yuan, with its newly evolved and frail form, stood before him, emitting a tender dragon's roar. He remembered the honor duel arena, where Mo Yuan, upon witnessing his injury, first unleashed a palpable aura of menace. He thought of the finals, where it had revealed its true self to protect him, becoming an adversary to all. Time and again, it had shielded him with its diminutive form. Now, it was his turn. If they could not face life and death together, then what significance did their bond hold? Jiang Nuo murmured to himself, the uncertainty in his eyes dissipating entirely, replaced by an unusual tenderness. Ignoring the system's warnings, he approached the bedside, extending a trembling yet resolute hand to unfasten his shirt buttons. Then he leaned down, cradling the searing serpent in his hands, pressing it fervently against his chest. A horrifying sound erupted, the flesh sizzling. Agony exploded from his chest, radiating throughout his entire being. Jiang Nuo emitted a cry that was more beast than human, arching backward as the veins in his neck and forehead bulged ominously. He felt as if he were embracing not a serpent, but a sun ablaze. The dragon essence within Mo Yuan found its outlet, and that golden-red destructive energy surged violently into Jiang Nuo's body. His skin instantaneously carbonized and cracked, the blood oozing forth, evaporating in an instant, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred flesh. The excruciating pain threatened to render him unconscious, yet he resisted. With the last vestiges of his sanity, he clutched the creature tightly, his teeth biting down hard, drawing blood as they clacked against one another. He could not let go. If he released his grip, Mo Yuan would explode from the energy backlash, and he himself would be obliterated by this force. The two of them were irrevocably bound together. They would either live together or perish together. However, the energy surging within Mo Yuan showed no sign of abating. The relentless searing pain consumed Jiang Nuo's consciousness. His vision began to blur. Was he to perish? Just as his awareness teetered on the brink of oblivion. The instinct for survival and the unwavering desire to never lose Mo Yuan overwhelmed all else. summoning the last remnants of his strength. Jiang Nuo executed an action that even the system had not anticipated. He drew upon the final vestige of power within him, a force not belonging to spiritual energy, but to the essence of his soul. He sacrificed a fragment of his own spirit, transforming it into energy, which he forcefully infused into Mo Yuan's soul through the searing contract emblem. Contact Yuan, survive. The instant Jiang Nuo's soul energy was injected, an explosive sound reverberated as the entire energy vortex detonated. A blinding white light erupted, centered on the two of them, engulfing everything in the room. Sound, space, time, all was obliterated. The world was left in a realm of pure white. Time became an abstraction, and the duration stretched into the unknown. Jiang Nuo's consciousness gradually emerged from a cocoon of warmth. He felt the reassuring presence of life within him, albeit accompanied by an overwhelming weakness and a profound lack of strength. Moreover, he seemed to be pressing against something. It was not a small snake. The sensation was warm, soft, and heavy, reminiscent of a human form. This thought stirred his mind into a semblance of clarity, summoning every ounce of his strength. He trembled and slowly lifted his heavy eyelids. The room lay in disarray, with the walls and ceiling marred by charred black marks, evidence of energy's wrath. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on these details. Stiffly, he lowered his head inch by inch to behold what lay in his embrace. In that moment, his breath, heartbeat, and thoughts all ceased. The small black snake he had nurtured for so long had vanished, replaced by a naked stranger, a boy. The youth curled in his arms appeared to have fainted from pain, his long black hair cascading around him, and his skin pale to the point of translucence. His features were exquisitely delicate, almost beyond the realm of reality, with long eyelashes casting shadows upon his face. On that exquisite visage, a small red mole adorned the corner of the boy's right eye, a splash of crimson akin to a drop of blood on pristine snow, piercing Jiang Nuo's gaze. On the back of Jiang Nuo's hand, the contract mark symbolizing his bond with Mo Yuan burned with a heat identical to the essence of the boy in his arms. Chapter 65. What should I do? My snake has transformed into a human. Jiang Nuo's mind crashed. It was as if an antiquated computer, flooded with a deluge of data and jolted by a high-voltage surge, froze entirely upon witnessing the naked boy in his embrace. The concepts of time and space blurred into obscurity. The only sensation he could distinctly perceive was the contrasting warmth of the body cradled against him. It was not the rigid scales of a dragon, but the warm, supple skin of a human, astonishingly elastic, with the boy's weight and the gentle rise and fall of his chest as he breathed. Jiang Nuo stood still, like a weathered statue, his eyes forgetting to blink. In his mind, two images clashed violently. One was of the small black snake he had cared for over the months, capable of drinking milk, playfully snapping at him with its tail, and affectionately nuzzling him with its tiny head. The other was this exquisitely featured, black-haired youth, blissfully unaware as he slept in his embrace. Snake and human, two entirely disparate entities, were now forcibly intertwined through the searing warmth of his hand and the resonant contract mark. No, this must be an illusion, a remnant of the soul's sacrifice. Jiang Nuo's immediate instinct was to flee, to push away this world-altering vision from his arms. His arm muscles instinctively tightened, ready to thrust the boy away. Yet, his palm barely parted from the warm skin by half a centimeter when a familiar wave of soul energy surged through the burning contract mark into his consciousness. The sensation was unmistakable, reminiscent of the emotions conveyed by Mo Yuan whenever he nuzzled against Jiang Nuo's palm. Identical. Jiang Nuo's instinct to push away froze in an instant. His blank mind was forcibly rebooted by this familiar wave of soul energy. Confirmation complete. The youth in his embrace is none other than Mo Yuan. This is neither an illusion nor a dream. The serpent he nurtured has truly transformed into a human. Boom! This revelation detonates within his mind like a nuclear explosion, shattering the remnants of his sanity, leaving only a charred expanse of humiliation. On the eve of the finals, the ethereal image of the dark-haired, golden-eyed boy and the whispered promise of "I will crush anyone who dares to harm you" resurfaces before him. At the time, he believed it was merely a figment of his overwhelming stress. Now he realizes it was a portent. This truth detonates anew in his mind, obliterating any remaining rationality, leaving only an expanse of scorched shame. Soon after, a torrent of distant memories surged uncontrollably back to him, each one rendering him so mortified he wished to perish on the spot. Each morning, he had blushingly kissed the little serpent's head, which was not merely a kiss for the creature, but rather a tender peck on the forehead of a strikingly handsome boy with dark hair and golden eyes. In the depths of the mysterious swamp, he had fervently pressed his lips against the dragon's horn to alleviate Mo Yuan's injuries. The horn, located atop the head, was indistinguishable from kissing the head of a boy, and those countless embraces and caresses, pulling him close for warmth, even huddling together in confined spaces to evade detection. He had always thought he was merely interacting with a small creature. Yet, reality now confronted him. The being he had been so intimately familiar with these past months was a mature-minded, perhaps, male youth. Jiang Nuo's face flushed from pale to crimson, hot enough to fry an egg. Social death? No, this was cosmic obliteration. He now wished to find a black hole to cast himself into, never to emerge again. Just as Jiang Nuo was engulfed in shame and confusion, the humanoid Mo Yuan in his arms suddenly emitted a painful groan. This sound struck him like a bucket of ice water, jolting him back to reality. He then realized that Mo Yuan's condition was dire. The boy's eyes were tightly shut, his long lashes trembling in agony. His already pale skin flickered like a faulty light bulb, fading in and out. More accurately, he resembled a holographic projection with a poor signal. The edges of his form were becoming increasingly blurred and transparent, as if he might dissipate like a sand painting in the wind at any moment. Contact Yuan. Before Jiang Nuo's mind could fully comprehend the situation, his body acted instinctively. He frantically searched for clothing or a blanket, desperate to envelop this boy who seemed on the verge of vanishing. However, the moment he attempted to rise from the boy's body, Mo Yuan's form became even more translucent. The flickering intensified, and his faint breath dwindled rapidly with Jiang Nuo's departure. Jiang Nuo froze once more, a ludicrous hypothesis sending a shiver down his spine. He dared not dwell on it, trembling hands cautiously returning to press against the boy's back. Miraculously, as his palm made contact with the skin, Mo Yuan's body, on the brink of dissolution, seemed to be infused with vitality. The flickering slowed, and he regained some solidity. For a moment, Jiang Nuo stood in disbelief, testing fate as he tentatively lifted his hand. The boy grew transparent once more. He pressed his hand back down, and the boy regained his corporeality. Lifted, he became see-through. Pressed back, he solidified. After attempting the same experiment thrice and achieving perfectly consistent results, Jiang Nuo felt on the brink of madness. He finally grasped the gravity of his situation. For reasons unknown, Mo Yuan had forcibly transformed into human form, yet this shape was exceedingly unstable. As for Jiang Nuo, this unfortunate soul, now afflicted with a dependency on physical contact, appeared to be the sole stabilizing energy for this fragile human guise. He could not separate from Mo Yuan, not for a single moment. The instant their bodily contact ceased, Mo Yuan's delicate form would disintegrate into nothingness due to the interruption of energy. The world spun around him, and Jiang Nuo nearly fainted on the spot. Having narrowly escaped one dire predicament, he found himself plunged into a far more absurd and unsolvable dilemma, requiring an incessant 24-hour intimate binding. What would he do? He was utterly powerless. The prospect of social death seemed, in that moment, not so difficult to accept. Taking a deep breath, akin to a condemned prisoner approaching the gallows, he moved with the stiffness of a rusted automaton, cautiously adjusting his posture. He drew the bare youth close again, ensuring that the warmth of his back pressed seamlessly against Jiang Nuo's chest. Then, he released a fragment of his own spiritual energy, as he once had to soothe a small serpent, tentatively transferring it through their closely entwined skin. Indeed, the instant the youth received his spiritual energy, His previously flickering form became completely stable, no longer wavering. The furrow in his brow gradually smoothed, and his breathing grew steady and elongated. Gazing down at the serene visage nestled in his embrace, Jiang Nuo's heart was a tumult of emotions. He was uncertain how long this bizarre state would endure, only aware that until a solution was found, he must maintain a continuous and intimate binding with this human form of Mo Yuan for 24 hours. Thus commenced an awkward, yet perilous cohabitation. Chapter 66. An awkward morning and overbearing confinement. Throughout that night, Jiang Nuo existed like a zombie, a conscious being, yet immobilized by fear. He could not recall how he endured the hours. He only knew that since the moment he was compelled to accept reality and once again held the naked youth in his arms, his mind had nearly ceased to function. The warmth emanating from the boy was now normal, no longer the searing heat capable of melting steel. His breathing was steady, the rise and fall of his chest maintaining a tranquil rhythm. All signs of life indicated that Mo Yuan's condition had never been better. Yet, Jiang Nuo's state was unprecedentedly dire. He rigidly maintained the embrace, his muscles aching from prolonged tension. The back of the youthful Mo Yuan pressed against his chest, the delicate warmth of his skin seeping through the thin fabric, serving as a constant reminder of the absurdity of their situation. He could even feel the cool strands of the boy's disheveled black hair brushing against his neck with each breath, sending tingles of discomfort coursing through him. This was not a serpent. This was not a creature that could be cradled in his arms or coiled around his wrist. This was a living, breathing, unclothed boy. Each inhalation, each heartbeat deepened Jiang Nuo's sense of guilt. He felt as though he were a pervert taking advantage of another's vulnerability. Despite having done nothing wrong, his thoughts remained untainted, yet the very posture he found himself in was sufficient to bring about his social demise. Oh, how he wished for dawn to arrive swiftly, or perhaps for the sun to never rise again. In a tumultuous prayer of contradictions, Jiang Nuo lay there, dazed, his eyes fixed upon the coldly illuminated walls of the safe house, until the ceiling lights simulated the faint glow of morning. A new day had arrived, and with it, it seemed, his torment should also come to an end. Jiang Nuo turned his head slightly, cautiously observing the person nestled in his embrace from the corner of his eye. The youth remained asleep, long lashes resting peacefully, his delicate face adorned with an expression of tranquility, showing no signs of waking. Excellent, Jiang Nuo encouraged himself inwardly. His immediate task was to avoid disturbing the other and liberate himself from this embrace. This was undoubtedly the most challenging endeavor he had ever attempted in his life. He held his breath, meticulously controlling every minute motion of his body. His left arm was being used as a pillow by the youth, and it was imperative to extricate it. Jiang Nuo embarked on a mission akin to defusing a bomb. 1 millimeter, 2 millimeters. He painstakingly withdrew his arm at a snail's pace. The prolonged pressure had rendered it numb, and the sensation of blood returning felt like countless ants gnawing at his bones, both painful and itchy, but he could only endure in silence. He dared not even breathe audibly, fearing that even the slightest rise and fall of his chest might awaken this human bomb. 5 minutes passed. He had successfully extracted 1 centimeter. 10 minutes elapsed. His arm felt as though it no longer belonged to him. Just as he was nearing success, the youth in his arms stirred slightly. Those tranquil lashes fluttered. Jiang Nuo froze instantly. His heart skipped a beat, then began to pound like a drum. Was he awake? Surely not. He was just a fraction away from freedom. Jiang Nuo remained utterly still, even afraid to blink, hoping that it was merely an unconscious twitch. Alas, fate had other plans. The youth's tightly shut eyelids gradually parted, revealing a pair of pure golden vertical pupils, filled with the bewilderment of awakening, unfocused and lingering in the air for 2 seconds. Then those eyes slowly drifted, as if finally finding their focus, locking onto Jiang Nuo's gaze, which was rife with alarm. Their eyes met. The air thickened, and time seemed to stand still. At that moment of connection with those golden vertical pupils, Jiang Nuo's mind went blank. It was over. This was the singular thought that echoed in his head. Caught in the act. An 18-year-old youth, bare-chested, embracing a naked, beautiful boy in the early morning. How could he explain this? Would one believe him if he said the other was a pet snake he had raised? Mo Yuan merely gazed at him quietly, his golden pupils brimming with confusion and bewilderment. It seemed he had yet to grasp the situation. Slowly, Mo Yuan lowered his head, his gaze falling upon himself. Then, his pupils constricted sharply. What he saw were a pair of long, slender human hands. He lifted his hand, placing it before his eyes, bewilderedly turning it over and over. 5 fingers, unfamiliar, fragile, and devoid of strength. He attempted to move his legs, only to find 2 elongated limbs belonging to a human. This alien body, this strange perspective, and this unfamiliar sensation plunged him into profound unease and chaos. Instinctively, he reached out, feeling the soft skin of his face. Touching his throat, he encountered an unfamiliar protrusion, known as an Adam's apple, that rolled beneath his fingers. This could not be his body. His physique should be the indomitable form of a dragon. He felt an unprecedented weakness, as if all his strength had been siphoned away, leaving behind nothing but an empty shell. This feeling of powerlessness was more terrifying than death for one who had once stood at the pinnacle of strength, his brow furrowed, and in his golden pupils. The initial bewilderment swiftly faded, replaced by vigilance and an impending urge for destruction. Jiang Nuo keenly sensed the shift in his emotions. He knew this was the final opportunity. He must take advantage of the moment, while Mo Yuan was still in a daze over his own body, and quickly create some distance. Seizing the chance, Jiang Nuo attempted to shift his body backward while speaking in a coaxing tone, as one would to a child. "Don't move just yet. I'll fetch you some clothing." He needed to create at least a slight separation, allowing them both to don their garments and return to a state conducive to normal communication. However, before he could finish his sentence, just as the area of contact between his body and Mo Yuan's skin diminished to less than a palm's width, Mo Yuan's body trembled violently. He distinctly felt a warm energy, which sustained his current form, rapidly dissipating with the other's retreat. The edges of his body began to exhibit that repulsive, flickering transparency. He wanted to escape. This reassuring warm nest was seeking to abandon him. This realization shattered all rational thought in Mo Yuan's mind. The domineering and unreasonable instinct of possession, rooted in the depths of the demon lord's soul, erupted at that moment. "Do not leave." A hoarse, undeniable command emerged from the boy's throat for the first time. Almost instantly, Jiang Nuo felt a blinding flash. An irresistible force surged toward him. Having barely shifted his body 10 centimeters, he was brutally and firmly yanked back. Thud! Jiang Nuo's face collided solidly against a warm, sturdy chest, causing his nose to sting and tears to nearly spill from his eyes. Before he could comprehend the situation, a pair of icy arms ensnared him from behind like iron chains, completely binding him in an unyielding embrace. His chin was gently lifted, forcing him to meet the swirling, obsessive emotions in those golden vertical pupils. The boy, or rather, Mo Yuan, gazed at him with an intensity that scrutinized everything, and in his newly acquired, slightly awkward voice, he reiterated his command word for word. "I said, do not leave." What is it like to be enveloped in the arms of a tall, long-legged youth in a manner that leaves no room for resistance? Jiang Nuo has come to understand this sensation. It is suffocating, both physically and psychologically. Mo Yuan's arms encircle him like iron pincers, holding him firmly in place. The warmth of the other's chest presses against his back, while the chin rests in the nook of his shoulder, warm breath brushing against his ear, sending shivers down his spine. This position is even more overwhelming than when he had held Mo Yuan while sleeping the previous night. Last night, he had been the one in control. Now, he was utterly trapped, rendered immobile. "Let me go. We can talk this out." Jiang Nuo felt his voice waver. He attempted to convey calmness and goodwill through their bond, but his emotions sank in his silence like stones in the sea. In response, he felt the embrace tighten further, accompanied by a muffled grunt that seemed to carry a mix of grievance and complaint. This sound reverberated through the closeness of their bodies, echoing within Jiang Nuo's chest. His mind faltered once more. Within that simple syllable lay a perplexity regarding the changes in his own body, a panic over the loss of strength, and a dissatisfaction with being abandoned. What on earth is going on? Jiang Nuo felt a surge of frustration, yet he dared not show it on his face. He understood that, despite appearing as beautiful as a doll, the being in his arms was still the ill-tempered demon lord, prone to violence. Now, he had to devise a way to communicate effectively with Mo Yuan, who had just transformed into human form. Abandoning his struggle, Jiang Nuo commenced a mental exchange. Contact Yuan, can you hear me? He cautiously projected a thought through their bond. This time, he received a response. A vexed thought echoed in his mind. What is this? The voice was entirely different from the hoarse one he had just heard. It was a cool, youthful tone, imbued with an air of superiority. It was undoubtedly Mo Yuan. This is our bond. We can communicate directly through thought, Jiang Nuo patiently explained. How do you feel right now? Terrible, came Mo Yuan's thought, laced with evident irritation. This body is weak, lacks strength, and is unappealing. Jiang Nuo instinctively glanced at their entwined position, then considered the other's handsome face. Desperately suppressing the urge to retort about the misunderstanding of the term unappealing, survival instincts urged him to swallow his words. This is the human form. It's certainly different from your previous dragon form, he continued. Do you have any recollection of how you transformed? Silence enveloped his mind for an extended period. After what seemed an eternity, Mo Yuan responded uncertainly, I don't know. I only remember a sea of flames, and then you, very warm. The mention of warmth caused Jiang Nuo's cheeks to flush anew. It appeared that Mo Yuan had no clear memories of the soul's sacrifice and transformation process. Perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. Well, the current situation is that you have forcibly assumed human form, but this state is highly unstable. Jiang Nuo resolved to bypass the awkwardness and address the matter directly. You require my spiritual energy to maintain this form. Thus we must remain in close proximity. His words bore the weight of an undeniable authority, as if echoing the essence of Mo Yuan himself. Therefore, you are not permitted to stray. I never suggested leaving. Jiang Nuo felt his blood pressure rising. Yet we cannot remain in this embrace indefinitely. You must first learn to act independently. For instance, walking. To bolster his argument, he added, surely you do not wish for me to carry you to the lavatory in the future? This remark seemed to resonate, plunging Mo Yuan into a contemplative silence, as though grappling with a formidable decision. Moments later, Jiang Nuo felt the constraining arms loosen slightly. Support me. A succinct command reverberated in his mind. Jiang Nuo swiftly extricated himself from the embrace, yet dared not venture too far, maintaining a hand resting upon Mo Yuan's arm. He hastily retrieved a clean set of clothing from his backpack, avoiding eye contact as he thrust it into Mo Yuan's arms. Put these on first. Then, an awkward scene unfolded. The once mighty demon lord, Mo Yuan, held a pair of trousers, perplexed for an extended period, unsure of how to don them. His brow furrowed deeply, his expression betraying his bewilderment at the garment's dual openings. Jiang Nuo could barely contain his amusement, ultimately surrendering to the moment, eyes shut tight, exclaiming, "Lift your legs." After a frantic flurry of activity, Jiang Nuo finally succeeded in dressing this helpless individual, although the pant legs were uneven and several buttons misaligned. At least he was no longer bare. The next challenge was to teach him to walk. Yes, begin with your left foot, then the right, maintaining your balance. Jiang Nuo assumed the role of a coach, half supporting, half encircling Mo Yuan, as they maneuvered step by step within the cramped confines of the safe house. Contact Yuan's countenance reflected utter dismay. The ancient dragon of lore, reduced to a state where he could scarcely master the art of walking, staggered with each tentative step, akin to an infant taking its first strides, reliant on a mere mortal for stability. This stark contrast and sense of powerlessness struck a severe blow to his pride. His inner agitation and frustration swelled, yet he found no outlet for his ire. He acutely sensed that should he dismiss the only source of energy beside him, this ludicrous body would immediately fade into transparency and vanish. This absolute dependence filled him with humiliation, yet he could not bear the thought of Jiang Nuo departing even a single step. Thus, he channeled all his frustration into a tighter grip upon Jiang Nuo. The pressure was nearly unbearable, prompting Jiang Nuo to silently lament his plight. Not only did he serve as a human-shaped power source, but he also found himself acting as a caregiver and outlet for the volatile demon lord's frustrations. Just as Jiang Nuo felt his spiritual energy nearing depletion, an alert suddenly resonated within his mind. Warning: host's spiritual energy level is below 20. Please cease energy output immediately or risk mental exhaustion, leading to irreversible damage. Startled, Jiang Nuo abruptly halted in his tracks. It was only then that he realized, in such a brief moment, the spiritual energy within him had been depleted by a staggering 80%. The consumption required to maintain this humanoid form was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. This could not continue. Jiang Nuo's complexion turned pale as he immediately communicated with Mo Yuan through their contract, expressing that the energy expenditure to sustain his human form was excessive and that he could not endure it any longer. Can you revert back? Revert back? Mo Yuan's thoughts were filled with resistance. Why should I return to my previous form? To conserve energy. Jiang Nuo blurted out in his desperation. Your serpentine form is the most energy efficient. We must find a way to endure until we discover a genuine solution. Mo Yuan fell silent. He could sense Jiang Nuo's frailty. The intermittent energy emanating from him was indeed lacking compared to before. Reluctantly, yet between the choice of reverting to the hideous serpent or completely depleting his energy source, he begrudgingly opted for the former. Very well. With the confirmation of his intention, Jiang Nuo felt a momentary blur before his eyes. The boy, who had towered over him by half a head mere moments ago, swiftly diminished and transformed in a soft glow. The next instant, a small snake, entirely black and no longer than a palm, plopped onto the ground with a soft thud. Jiang Nuo breathed a sigh of relief and quickly bent down to pick it up. However, the sensation upon grasping it sent a jolt of concern through his heart. Cold, weak, and even its scales had lost their luster. The small black serpent, now reverted to its original form, appeared more listless than ever. It lay feebly in Jiang Nuo's palm, lacking the strength even to lift its head, merely flicking the tip of its tail weakly against his fingers, as if expressing its discontent. Through their bond, Jiang Nuo could distinctly perceive its current state. The forced transformation had nearly exhausted Mo Yuan's essence. Jiang Nuo's remaining spiritual energy was barely sufficient to maintain that unstable form, utterly inadequate to compensate for the vast energy deficit. Now that Mo Yuan had returned to his serpentine form, although it no longer required continuous energy expenditure to uphold the shape, the immense energy gap still persisted. It was akin to a phone that had been forced into shutdown. While the screen was no longer illuminated, the battery remained empty, and due to excessive discharge, it was even damaged. How could this be? Jiang Nuo gazed at the feeble little serpent in his palm, his heart aching for it. He had thought reverting would resolve the issue, only to find the problem had intensified. Instinctively, he cradled the small snake close to his chest and summoned what little spiritual energy remained within him to transfer it. Indeed, at the moment it received his spiritual energy, the serpent's condition visibly improved, its scales regaining a hint of sheen, and it began to nuzzle its small head against his skin, seeking more warmth and energy. Jiang Nuo understood. The issue did not lie in the form itself, but rather in that vast energy deficit. Maintaining the humanoid form for 24 hours would completely drain him. Conversely, sustaining the serpentine form for the same duration would not remedy the energy gap, leaving Mo Yuan perpetually weak. The only solution was to discover a balance, a mode that allows Jiang Nuo to recuperate his spiritual energy while simultaneously providing Mo Yuan with effective recharging. After a series of negotiations, they finally arrived at an awkward yet unavoidable agreement. During the day, with the dangers of the outside world lurking unknown, vigilance is paramount. Thus, Mo Yuan must maintain his most energy-efficient serpentine form, coiled around Jiang Nuo's wrist for ease of movement, while also enabling minimal energy absorption. As night falls and safety is assured, Mo Yuan reverts to his human form, engaging in prolonged, extensive physical contact to recharge deeply and efficiently mend his damaged essence. An absurd coexistence model, one that caters to the day and the other to the night, has thus been established. Jiang Nuo gazed at the small serpent, now coiled around his wrist, feigning a mere decorative role. And as he contemplated the impending night alongside the domineering youth who necessitated his embrace for an entire night of recharging, he found himself enveloped in a sense of foreboding. This escape seemed to have transitioned from one hellish mode to an even more ludicrous variant. Chapter 68. An uninvited guest during the day, within a safe house. Jiang Nuo was hunched over a metallic table, studying the underground pipeline map of Tianxiong City downloaded from the Tang family database, his brow furrowed in concentration. This was his sole avenue for survival. The surface was rife with watchful eyes, and the Empire's bounty had rendered his movements perilous, leaving him unable to access any locations requiring identity verification. Only this intricate underground world could provide a sanctuary. He needed to devise a concealed route capable of traversing nearly half the city before the supplies in the safe house were exhausted. However, this task was hindered by an unwelcome distraction. A chill sensation slithered along his wrist. The little black serpent coiled around it was languidly flicking its tongue, playfully nudging its tiny head against the back of his hand. Jiang Nuo ignored it. He was circling an abandoned subway station with a red pen, as the data indicated that it had been sealed off 30 years ago due to a collapse, making it an excellent hiding spot. Noticing his lack of response, the small black serpent seemed displeased, its tail flicking back and forth against the inner side of his wrist, provoking an itch that rendered his focus elusive. "Stop it," Jiang Nuo muttered, without lifting his head. He needed to concentrate. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences. The disregarded Mo Yuan was quite perturbed. Ever since he had been compelled to accept that agreement, he had been simmering with frustration. During the day, he was reduced to this form, coiled like a pet around someone else's wrist, and now this individual dared to disregard him. The small black serpent escalated its antics. It opened its mouth, revealing its still-developing tiny fangs, and lightly nipped Jiang Nuo's finger with a hint of punitive intent. Ouch! Jiang Nuo instinctively recoiled, feeling a sharp sting at his fingertip. He glanced at the serpent, now proudly lifting its head with golden slit-like pupils, and felt a mix of anger and amusement. This creature was growing increasingly audacious. With a resigned sigh, Jiang Nuo recognized that he needed to placate this little tyrant if he hoped to accomplish anything that day. He extended his other hand, gently stroking Mo Yuan's cool body along its scales, as one would soothe a kitten. All right, it's my fault." He lowered his voice, attempting to ingratiate himself, saying, "Once I finish the drawing, I shall brew you some energy milk. What does that sound?" The little black snake seemed to appreciate this. Although it still held its head high, the tip of its tail entwined around Jiang Nuo's pinky finger, ceasing its mischief. This temporary tranquility lulled Jiang Nuo into a false sense of security. He believed that while the situation was awkward, it was at least safe, and he thought he had ample time left. However, just as he reached for his pen again, a soft sound emanated from the monitoring terminal in the corner. Suddenly, the green standby light flickered ominously to a blinding red. Jiang Nuo's heart sank. Before he could react, an encrypted communication forcefully appeared before him. It was a one-time emergency message from Tang Yuan. A line of text flashed. "The church's soul-sniffing hound has been released. It can track soul imprints. Flee. The coordinates have been destroyed." Jiang Nuo's mind went blank. Soul imprint. He suddenly glanced at the little snake on his wrist and recalled the red birthmark at the corner of Mo Yuan's eye. That was a curse, an indelible tracking coordinate. They had been exposed. Contact Yuan. Jiang Nuo's voice grew hoarse with fear. He had no time to explain. Only one thought raced through his mind. Fight or die. He hurriedly swept the map and supplies from the table into his backpack, while urgently commanding the snake on his wrist, "Transform. Prepare for battle." The little snake did not hesitate, and instantly transformed into a young man with dark hair and golden eyes amidst a flash of light. But it was all too late. A hissing sound of metal corroding echoed from the heavy alloy door. On the surveillance screen, 3 silhouettes and a beast the size of a cheetah surrounded the safe house. The corrosive noise at the door grew louder, and a fist-sized black hole was rapidly expanding, emitting black smoke. The door would not hold for long. Jiang Nuo donned his backpack, shielding Mo Yuan behind him, fixating his gaze on the entrance, his heart racing. Yet, Mo Yuan remained calm. He stood in front of Jiang Nuo, his golden pupils filled with murderous intent. He sensed the mortal's anxiety and fear behind him, as well as his determination to protect him. This sensation was novel, yet displeasing to him. No one could harm what belonged to him in his presence. With a thunderous crash, the alloy door was pierced by a black liquid, collapsing. Through the dust and smoke, 3 figures cloaked in black rushed in. Leading them was a fearsome hound, its size imposing, devoid of fur, covered in a repulsive layer of keratin and dripping corrosive saliva. Its crimson eyes fixated hungrily on the fading contract emblem on Jiang Nuo's wrist, emitting a greedy growl. Found it, the reincarnation of the master. The leading figure in black let out a hoarse laugh, his gaze feverishly sweeping over Mo Yuan before finally landing on the trembling Jiang Nuo. How pathetic. The esteemed master has contracted with such a mortal. But it matters not. Once he is slain and the contract severed, the master will naturally return to us. As soon as the words left his lips, he raised his hand, pointing at Jiang Nuo. Kill! The soul-sniffing hound let out a roar and lunged directly at Jiang Nuo. As Jiang Nuo's pupils constricted, he felt an urge to retreat. Yet his body remained immobilized by an overwhelming fear. Just as the vicious hound was about to pounce, a figure silently intervened before him. It was Mo Yuan. Following his recent transformation, his power had ascended to a commanding level. He refrained from employing dragon flames or revealing any attributes of a dragon. He merely stood there, gradually raising his fair hand before gently snapping his fingers. There was no sound nor any light. Yet, 2 of the cloaked figures suddenly froze, their faces reflecting a wild fervor that instantly solidified. Without warning, a dark bloom erupted from their heart regions. Countless invisible tendrils of dark energy pierced their bodies, twisting within their innards, swiftly eradicating all traces of vitality. Thud! Thud! The 2 corpses collapsed lifelessly to the ground, unable to utter a single cry. This scene left the remaining cloaked leader and the soul-sniffing hound in stunned silence, as they failed to comprehend what had transpired. This moment of hesitation marked their final blunder. Mo Yuan's figure appeared before the cloaked leader without warning, his exquisite face devoid of any expression. He extended his hand, gently placing it atop the leader's head before he could react. The cloaked leader could only emit a faint groan. In the next instant, Jiang Nuo witnessed an unforgettable spectacle. Beneath Mo Yuan's palm, the cloaked figure's body rapidly withered and shrank. His skin lost moisture, clinging to his bones, his eyes sunken, and his hair falling away. Every essence of life, the blood, flesh, marrow, and soul, was ruthlessly siphoned away by that hand. The entire process lasted less than 3 seconds. When Mo Yuan withdrew his hand, the cloaked figure had vanished entirely, leaving not even a trace behind, only a handful of grayish ash drifting down. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remains. Mo Yuan paid no heed to the ash on the ground. He merely turned slowly, his pure golden vertical pupils coldly fixated on the now dumbfounded soul-sniffing hound. The once ferocious beast now cowered, tail tucked, trembling, whimpering, and soiling itself. From its youth, it sensed a predatory aura more terrifying than that of a demon, emanating from the pinnacle of the soul. A hint of disgust finally flickered across Mo Yuan's face as he gently blew towards the hound. A wisp of black mist wafted forward. Before the massive, soul-sniffing dog could utter a sound, it silently dissolved into a wisp of green smoke, leaving no trace behind. The battle concluded swiftly, in a manner astonishingly rapid and unimaginably brutal. Jiang Nuo stood dazed, watching the handsome youth approach, his garments untouched by any speck of dust. Gazing upon his pristine visage and those indifferent golden eyes, Jiang Nuo's perception of Mo Yuan began to waver for the first time. He realized that this was not a battle, nor a mere counterattack. This was predation, an emotionless, efficient cleansing conducted by a superior life form upon an inferior one. Chapter 69. The invisible chains. The safe house lay enveloped in a profound silence. The air was thick with a pungent mixture of charred remains and the metallic scent of blood, stinging the eyes and causing discomfort. Jiang Nuo stood in a daze, his mind a blank slate. Two corpses of cloaked figures lay grotesquely on the ground, their chests punctured, oozing black blood. The leader of these figures had been reduced to a mere scattering of grayish-white ash, carried away by the gentle breeze from the ventilation. They were all dead. From the moment the enemies breached the door until the skirmish concluded, the entire episode transpired in less than a minute. Jiang Nuo had scarcely had a chance to react. Forced to witness the events unfold before him, he saw Mo Yuan raise his hand, observe the enemy's collapse, and witnessed the cloaked figure, under Mo Yuan's command, being drained of life until nothing remained but dust. He could vividly recall the last moment of that cultist. The expression of twisted fear mingled with a sense of release etched upon his face. A wave of nausea surged from his stomach to his throat. Jiang Nuo could no longer contain himself. He turned abruptly and rushed into the bathroom, clutching the cold sink as he retched violently. Nothing came forth except a bitter bile. Yet the sensation of turmoil persisted unabated. He had encountered death before, having commanded Mo Yuan to incinerate swathes of monstrous entities. But this was different. The abyssal flame consumed all, reducing everything to nothingness, leaving no trace. Yet this method, extracting the essence of a living being, flesh, blood, and soul, until only a heap of ash remained, surpassed the limits of what he could psychologically endure. What he felt was not fear, but a visceral repulsion and disgust stemming from the innate instinct for life against such unnatural acts. He turned on the faucet, splashing cold water on his face repeatedly in an attempt to regain composure. In a mirror, his complexion was as pale as a sheet, his lips trembling slightly. At that moment, a figure appeared silently behind him. Jiang Nuo caught a glimpse of an impossibly handsome face in the reflection. Mo Yuan stood quietly behind him, tilting his head slightly, his golden slit pupils devoid of malice, replaced instead by pure confusion and a hint of imperceptible displeasure. Do you find it repulsive? A chilling thought echoed directly in Jiang Nuo's mind. He stiffened, turning off the faucet and facing the young man. Mo Yuan remained immaculate, his long, fair hands showing no trace of blood, an incongruity against the backdrop of the gruesome scene outside. This stark contrast sent a shiver from his feet to the crown of his head. They're not deserving of death. Jiang Nuo's throat felt parched as he attempted to articulate a rationale that even he found feeble. Well, I mean, as we could defeat them, subdue them. Yet there is no need to kill them in such a manner. He wished to convey that life is precious. But he knew that such sentiments would be futile with Mo Yuan. No need. Mo Yuan appeared to have caught wind of jest, the corners of his mouth curving into the faintest hint of sardonic smile. The lives of mere ants, what concern is it of mine? His thoughts were like blades tempered in ice, each word slicing through Jiang Nuo's mind. They wish to kill you. Anything that seeks to harm you deserves to perish. I merely chose the most efficient and clean method. Efficient? Clean? Jiang Nuo gazed at him, his golden pupils devoid of any ripple, as calm as if stating an undeniable fact. He could not fathom why Mo Yuan perceived the annihilation of a person into ashes as a clean approach. But that is still a human. Jiang Nuo felt his understanding crumbling, unable to suppress the rise in his voice. What of humanity? Mo Yuan's patience appeared to have waned. The mockery and confusion on his face vanished, replaced by a chilling indifference that rendered Jiang Nuo uneasy. He suddenly stepped forward, forcefully pressing Jiang Nuo against the cold wall. Bang! Jiang Nuo's back slammed against the hard surface, drawing a sharp breath in pain. Mo Yuan's face loomed before him, their noses nearly touching. Jiang Nuo could clearly see his own pale, alarmed visage reflected in Mo Yuan's golden, slitted pupils. Listen, Mo Yuan's thoughts carried a frost that could freeze the soul, resonating throughout Jiang Nuo's very consciousness. In my eyes, this world consists of only two entities, you and the others. And the others can be disposed of at any moment. This statement struck deep within Jiang Nuo's soul. He felt an icy chill enveloping him, his limbs frozen as if in stasis. At that moment, he truly recognized the insurmountable chasm separating him from Mo Yuan, a divide rooted in their divergent perceptions of life and order. His moral framework, born of modern civilization, proved utterly fragile against Mo Yuan's cold, primal, self-centric principles. More terrifying was the suffocating possessiveness conveyed in Mo Yuan's words. As if he regarded Jiang Nuo as his personal property, Mo Yuan seemed quite pleased with Jiang Nuo's current reaction. Yet, it was still insufficient. The disgust and dissent Jiang Nuo had displayed felt like a thorn piercing his heart. He could not tolerate any rejection or denial from his sole belonging. That feeling stirred unease within him, fueling a sense of betrayed anger. He must act decisively, ensuring that this individual could never entertain thoughts of escape or dissent. Jiang Nuo watched helplessly as Mo Yuan slowly raised his right hand, extending his index finger. From its tip emerged a thread of nearly transparent dark energy. Moving as if alive, the tendril traced a graceful arc through the air, gently wrapping around Jiang Nuo's left wrist. Then it extended back from Jiang Nuo's wrist, entwining around Mo Yuan's own wrist. Ultimately, the ends fused together, forming a flickering energy ring that was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Jiang Nuo felt a chilling sensation at his wrist. Instinctively, he lowered his gaze, finding nothing upon his wrist, an empty space devoid of any visible mark. The energy ring inflicted no harm, did not bind his movements, and was weightless. Yet it resembled an invisible chain, binding him to Mo Yuan in the most tyrannical manner, entwining their fates eternally. He could sense that should the distance between himself and Mo Yuan exceed a certain threshold, this chain would tighten, constricting his very heart. Now, you belong to me, Mo Yuan's thought echoed in Jiang Nuo's mind, laced with a hint of satisfaction. He released his grip on Jiang Nuo, stepping back to admire his handiwork, a pure smile gracing his face akin to that of a child receiving a cherished toy. Meanwhile, Jiang Nuo leaned against the cold wall, slowly sliding down to the ground. He raised his left hand, repeatedly gazing at his barren wrist, an overwhelming suffocation washing over him, drowning him entirely. From a reluctant caretaker to a helpless power bank, and now, a prisoner branded with a mark. His relationship with Mo Yuan had descended into a realm he had always dreaded. This intangible chain rendered him more powerless than any physical shackles could. Chapter 70. The Only Antidote. The magnetic levitation vessel glided silently through the dark underground waterways. The searchlights on either side illuminated only about 10 meters ahead. The murky water's surface was littered with unknown debris, while the walls were encrusted with slippery moss and rusted pipes. The air was thick with a musty odor, mingled with the scent of rust and decay. Silence enveloped the vessel, the atmosphere somewhat oppressive. Jiang Nuo sat on the cold seat, head bowed. Feigning interest in the electronic map sprawled across his knees, which detailed the underground network of Tianqiang City. Yet his attention was far from the tangled routes. His entire focus was on his left wrist. There was nothing there, no scars, no marks, not even a trace of unusual warmth. Yet in his perception, an invisible shackle encircled it. This was the soul chain woven by Mo Yuan's essence, symbolizing absolute possession and dominion. It did not hinder his movements. Yet each breath felt burdensome. Opposite him, Mo Yuan sat in silence, quietly observing. In his youthful form, he appeared almost ethereal in the dim surroundings. His black hair fell over his shoulders, and his golden vertical pupils fixated on Jiang Nuo in the darkness, scrutinizing every subtle expression he made. Mo Yuan did not speak, nor did he communicate through their contract. Yet his very presence was a formidable pressure. Jiang Nuo found it difficult to breathe. He could not continue in this manner. He had to discover a way to escape this chain. He plunged his consciousness into the sea of his mind, calling out to the system. Is there a way to remove this energy mark? Any method will do. Command received, initiating analysis of target energy structure. Analysis complete. The system's voice remained as cold and mechanical as ever. Target marked as high-level soul binding, caster, Mo Yuan. This mark is deeply linked to the host's soul essence, possessing uniqueness, indestructibility, and signifies absolute dominion. Searching for removal solutions. Jiang Nuo's heart raced, rising to his throat. 2 viable solutions have been identified. Option 1. The practitioner actively relinquishes control. Success rate, less than 0.01. Jiang Nuo felt a chill settle within him. Convincing the current Mo Yuan to let go? It was more difficult than leading him to death. Option 2. The host's power vastly exceeds that of the practitioner, forcibly erasing with absolute strength. Success rate, theoretically possible. Practically 0. The conclusion provided by the system was tantamount to declaring his life sentence without parole. Amidst this profound silence, a sudden and crisp electronic notification echoed within the confines of the small cabin. Beep, beep, beep. Jiang Nuo abruptly lifted his head. An embedded emergency communicator on the wall was glowing softly with white light. This was a unidirectional encrypted channel preset by the Tang family. Once activated, it would obliterate all traces of its use. Jiang nearly lunged forward to press the connect button. A holographic projection materialized before him. Instead of Tang Yuan's image, it displayed an encrypted data file accompanied by a brief voice message. For the first time, Tang Yuan's voice lacked its usual vivacity, imbued with a hint of fatigue and gravity. Jiang Nuo, this is the last thing I can do for you. The situation in Tianqiong City has escalated beyond my father's control. For self-preservation, the Tang family must temporarily retreat and sever all external ties. This intelligence is extracted using my father's highest family privileges from the core database of the Imperial Intelligence Department. It contains everything you need. Protect yourself, and your little snake as well. Survive. As the voice message concluded, the encrypted file commenced its automatic download. The moment the progress bar reached completion, the communicator emitted a soft sound and dimmed entirely, transforming into an ordinary metal plate. Tang Yuan and her family had withdrawn from this game. From that instant onward, Jiang Nuo found himself truly isolated. He inhaled deeply and opened the intelligence report. A torrent of information flooded his retinas. He beheld the Imperial updated bounty notice. His visage emblazoned in the most conspicuous position, with the zeros behind the reward amount far too numerous to count. He observed troop movements from various military districts surrounding Tianqiong City, a vast encirclement slowly converging around the city. He encountered countless documents regarding the Dark Knight cult. This enigmatic organization seemed to have emerged overnight, wreaking havoc across the continent, launching frenzied attacks on various Beastmaster branches, as if in search of something. Each page, every single word, conveyed an undeniable truth. The entire world was arrayed against him. Jiang Nuo's fingers turned slightly pale from the pressure. He mechanically flipped through the pages, striving to find a glimmer of hope amid this sea of dire news. Sitting opposite him, Mo Yuan remained silent. He simply observed Jiang Nuo, watching the transformations of expression on his face, from suppression to shock, and then to an ever-deepening sense of helplessness. To Mo Yuan, this intelligence, this so-called global crisis, was no different from the dust on the roadside. He was indifferent. The only thing that mattered to him was the person before him. He despised the expression on Jiang Nuo's face. It unsettled him. Just as Jiang Nuo was on the verge of relinquishing hope and preparing to close the intelligence report, his gaze was drawn to an inconspicuous appendix at the end of the document. This section was marked as a compilation of low-value reference information and folk rumors. Most of it consisted of unverifiable gossip regarding the Night Cult. However, one particular entry caused Jiang Nuo's pupils to constrict sharply. Rumor. The Night Cult has recently been unusually active, suspected of preparing for an unprecedented divine welcoming ceremony. Location. The old capital, Falling Star Lake. The core of the ceremony is a supreme sacred artifact unearthed from ancient ruins, known as the Soul Stone. Soul Stone? The mention of this name sent a jolt of energy through Jiang Nuo. He trembled as he issued a command to the system. System, immediately scan this text. Extract keywords such as Soul Stone, Soul, Stability, and Transformation for cross-matching analysis. Hurry. Command received. initiating fuzzy matching and relevance analysis. Moments later. The description concerning the soulstone was highlighted and enlarged within his field of vision. A series of detailed annotations, completed by the system, appeared beneath the text. Item name: Soulstone. Item source: legend has it that it was formed from the heart of an ancient deity of light after its fall, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth over endless time. Core attributes: possesses the power to condense, repair, and permanently stabilize all forms of souls. Analysis conclusion: this item is currently the only remedy capable of completely resolving the instability of the contracted beast, Mo Yuan, due to damage to its origin, which has forced it into a state of transformation. Once fused, Mo Yuan will no longer need to rely on the host's spiritual energy or soul source to maintain its form. Its human shape will be permanently solidified, indistinguishable from a naturally transforming great demon. A remedy. Jiang Nuo's chest heaved with fervent excitement, nearly causing him to lose his balance. He had finally found it, the key that could liberate Mo Yuan from its suffering and grant him his own freedom. As long as he obtained this soulstone, Mo Yuan would no longer endure the torment of shifting between serpent and human forms. He would no longer have to act as a constant source of energy. That wretched soul chain might also be rendered unnecessary and could potentially be severed. However, this surge of joy lasted less than 3 seconds. His gaze fell upon the blood-red location marker within the intelligence report. Falling Star Lake was their most critical and perilous trap. The remedy lay there, entrenched in the heart of the enemy's most formidable defenses. To go there was to court death. To refrain was to be slowly strangled by an invisible chain. Jiang Nuo slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his expression had shifted. He lifted his head to meet Mo Yuan's probing golden slit-like pupils. A relieved smile gracing his lips. The magnetic levitation vessel continued its journey through the darkness. Chapter 71. From prisoner to accomplice in the new temporary safe house, silence reigned. This was their final night in Tianxiong City, the eve of the decisive battle. Jiang Nuo sat at the edge of the bed, repeatedly studying the topographical map of Falling Star Lake in the dim light of the screen. His fingertips repeatedly traced the red dot marked as the ritual center on the map, the place where his final hope, the sacred soul stone, lay. Yet, his thoughts had already drifted far away. Echoing in his mind were Tang Yuan's words urging him to survive. Alongside the 2 proposals from the system for breaking the soul chains, each one devoid of promise. His gaze involuntarily shifted to his side. Mo Yuan lay beside him, peacefully asleep, his breathing steady. In his youthful form, illuminated by the dim light, his handsome features appeared softened, while his long eyelashes cast shadows that concealed his golden slit pupils, which always bore a sense of oppression. He resembled an innocuous human boy. Yet, Jiang Nuo understood that beneath this facade lay a soul that was both obsessive and domineering. The invisible chains around his wrist seemed to tighten once more, a heavy weight pressing down on Jiang Nuo's heart. A question, long suppressed and even avoided, now surfaced with startling clarity in his mind. If they succeeded in obtaining the sacred soul stone, stabilizing Mo Yuan's human form and freeing him from reliance on Jiang Nuo, what then? What would an ancient dragon, restored to full power, do? Would he remain by Jiang Nuo's side, or would he become the fabled demon king destined to bring ruin to the continent? And what would become of Jiang Nuo? This question tormented him. He had to find an answer before stepping into the Fallen Star Lake, even if that answer might lead to his own destruction. Jiang Nuo took a deep breath, as if draining every ounce of his strength. He turned to look at Mo Yuan's sleeping face, and, in a trembling voice that almost resembled a whisper, softly asked, Mo Yuan, if we succeed and you regain your freedom, what will you do then? The moment the words left his lips, the previously slumbering youth abruptly opened his eyes. Those golden slit pupils erupted with a terrifying brilliance in the darkness. Before Jiang Nuo could react, an irresistible force pushed him forcefully onto the bed. In the next instant, Mo Yuan flipped over and pinned him down with unyielding strength. His hands braced against Jiang Nuo's ears, his towering figure enveloping Jiang Nuo in shadow. imparting an overwhelming sense of pressure. His dark hair cascaded down, brushing against Jiang Nuo's cheek, sending shivers of an unsettling itch coursing through him. Mo Yuan remained silent, his burning golden eyes fixed intently on Jiang Nuo, filled with anger and hurt, but more than anything, an overwhelming panic that Jiang Nuo had never witnessed before, one that seemed poised to consume everything. Contact Yuan was afraid. He was afraid of leaving. This realization rendered Jiang Nuo's mind momentarily blank. Are you planning to leave me? A cold voice echoed in Jiang Nuo's mind. It was not a question, but a certainty. Jiang Nuo opened his mouth to explain, yet no words emerged. However, it was evident that Mo Yuan did not require his explanation. He had already derived his own conclusion from the question. A surge of frenzied emotion engulfed him. He needed to convey to this ungrateful mortal who dared to contemplate escape what his fate would be. I will kill all who pursue us. Mo Yuan's voice resonated with a bloody ferocity, each word pronounced with chilling clarity. Then he paused, leaning forward until the tips of their noses nearly touched. In his golden pupils, the pale and astonished face of Jiang Nuo was reflected. Then, I shall confine you within my palace of magic, a fortress forged from the most resilient obsidian, accessible only to me. I will break your legs, ensuring you cannot escape. Day and night, I shall watch over you, holding you close, so that you may behold nothing beyond my presence. No one shall ever gaze upon you again. As he spoke, Mo Yuan fixed his gaze intently upon Jiang Nuo's eyes, anticipating the fear and loathing he had envisioned. Yet, to his surprise, he found none. Instead, after the initial shock, a complex expression emerged in Jiang Nuo's almond-shaped eyes, an emotion he could not decipher, reminiscent of pity, yet also tinged with resignation, ultimately transforming into tranquility. Then, Jiang Nuo smiled, a gentle smile that seemed to emanate from the depths of his heart, as if he had cast off all burdens. A soft laugh escaped his lips, leaving Mo Yuan utterly dumbfounded. He had imagined countless reactions from Jiang Nuo, yet this was not one of them. Why was he smiling? In his moment of confusion, a warm hand tenderly brushed against his cheek. Jiang Nuo gazed at him, and in his once fearful eyes, there was now only a profound sense of acceptance and compassion, emotions that felt foreign to Mo Yuan. So this is it, Jiang Nuo whispered, realization dawning upon him. He understood that his greatest fear had been Mo Yuan's return to power, leading him to depart and wreak havoc upon the world. But he had misjudged. This immortal demon sovereign, who had lived for millennia, harbored the same fear as himself. He feared that he would be the one to leave. Those harsh words were not meant to intimidate, but rather, they were the only means by which a solitary soul, deprived for a millennium, could seek to retain warmth, clumsy yet pitiful. It turned out he did not desire to become a world-destroying demon king. He merely longed for a home of his own. With this realization, the dread and estrangement that had weighed heavily upon Jiang Nuo's heart dissipated in an instant. He was no longer a victim ensnared by the tempest of fate. It was time to make his own choice. Jiang Nuo regarded Mo Yuan's still bewildered golden eyes, and a deeper smile graced his lips. With an unprecedented seriousness, he spoke each word clearly. All right, I shall assist you. I will help you eliminate all your foes, help you construct your palace of magic, and help you attain all that you desire. From this day forth, I shall no longer be your captive, but rather your accomplice. Mo Yuan's body froze, completely taken aback. He even questioned whether he had misheard. He looked down at Jiang Nuo, whose eyes sparkled brighter than the stars, reflecting his own image without a hint of deceit. The words, I will help you, struck him like a thunderclap, resonating deep within his soul. The long-standing unease, restlessness, and panic shattered in that moment. A wave of overwhelming joy and bittersweetness surged within him, nearly engulfing him. He could no longer maintain the facade of ferocity. He abruptly lowered his head, burying his face deeply into Jiang Nuo's neck. He tightened his arms around that warm body, pressing him fiercely into his embrace, as if he sought to meld him into his very being. The intensity of his grip was such that it nearly rendered Jiang Nuo breathless. Yet, Jiang Nuo did not struggle. Instead, he extended his hand and gently embraced the trembling figure before him, soothing the tautness of his back with tender caresses. In that moment, the soul chain that had once suffocated him transformed from a cold shackle into a warm connection, binding together two equally lonely souls inextricably. They could no longer be severed. Chapter 72, The Only Way. In the heart of the ancient capital, at Fallen Star Lake, legend spoke of stars that had descended here, lending the waters a perennial, ethereal glow. But this night, the tranquil lake had become an altar. On an island at its center stood a shrine constructed from bones and obsidian, atop which floated a fist-sized crystal emitting a gentle white light. That was the sacred soul stone. Surrounding the altar, hundreds of cloaked devotees knelt in reverence, their voices merging into a spiritual torrent that surged toward the heavens. Beneath the altar, a high-ranking bishop clad in a black robe with golden edges and wielding a bone staff presided over the divine, welcoming ceremony. His presence loomed like an abyss, enveloping the entire lake area. Several hundred meters away, atop a derelict bell tower, Jiang Nuo raised a high-powered telescope to observe the scene. Mo Yuan stood beside him, having taken human form, his black hair billowing in the night breeze, golden eyes fixed intently on the lake's center. The situation was worse than anticipated. Jiang Nuo lowered the telescope. The entire lake area was shrouded by a colossal ritualistic formation, with the bishop as its focal point. Within this formation, his power neared that of a monarch, capable of suppressing other strengths. Mo Yuan remained silent, coldly observing the lake's heart. He sensed a potent allure emanating from the sacred soul stone. I have deployed the remote-controlled mechanical devices left by Tang Yuan to infiltrate the vicinity of several energy nodes surrounding the formation. Jiang Nuo inhaled deeply, a flicker of determination crossing his eyes. In 3 minutes, they will detonate simultaneously, creating chaos, and a fleeting gap in the formation suppression will emerge. That moment will be your only opportunity. My task, Jiang Nuo turned to Mo Yuan, a smile gracing his face, is to divert that old fool's attention entirely onto me before that, without allowing Mo Yuan a chance to respond. Jiang Nuo retrieved a glider from his backpack and leapt from the tower's summit. Jiang Nuo, Mo Yuan's thoughts screamed within his mind. Yet he could only watch as the figure plunged toward the perilous ground below. What audacity! Jiang Nuo's sudden appearance immediately captured the devotee's attention. Several arrows of dark energy shot towards him from below. In midair, Jiang Nuo executed a series of intricate maneuvers, narrowly evading the attacks before finally landing at the edge of the island. A lost little insect dares to intrude upon the Lord's sacred ground? The high-ranking bishop slowly turned, his murky eyes filled with disdain. Jiang Nuo brushed the dust from his clothes, staring defiantly at the bishop, and proclaimed in an arrogant tone, "I did not come to violate the holy ground. I have come to reclaim what is mine." He pointed towards a sacred soul stone atop the altar. The bishop paused momentarily before erupting into a hoarse laughter. "Ha ha ha ha! Foolish mortal! How dare you covet the Lord's sacred relic?" He appeared to find Jiang Nuo's actions utterly amusing. Lacking any interest in retaliating, merely waving his hand dismissively. "Dispose of them." A dozen black-robed cultists, closest in proximity, immediately closed in. Jiang Nuo took a deep breath, mentally counting. 3, 2, 1. At that moment, a cacophony of violent explosions erupted simultaneously from various directions around the Starfall Lake. Fiery flames shot skyward, staining half of the night sky crimson. The radiant glow of the magical formation enveloping the lake flickered violently, visibly dimming. The smile on the bishop's face froze in an instant. At that very moment, a terrifying pressure descended from above. Mo Yuan's figure materialized in the air above the altar. The suppression of the magical formation dissipated. The ancient dragon's commanding power erupted without restraint. The black-robed cultists, poised to attack Jiang Nuo, had no time to scream before their bodies disintegrated into a mist of blood under the overwhelming force. "Lord Demon Monarch," the color drained from the bishop's face, his eyes wide with disbelief and terror. He could not comprehend how the master, previously suppressed by the formation, could unleash such formidable power. Yet, Mo Yuan afforded him no time for contemplation. A colossal claw, entirely composed of dark energy, descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the unsuspecting bishop. Boom! The entire island at the heart of the lake trembled violently. The ground beneath the bishop cracked inch by inch, blood spewing from his mouth as countless bones shattered within him. The plan was successful. Jiang Nuo felt a surge of joy, ready to instruct Mo Yuan to seize the soul stone. But just then, the bishop, pinned to the ground, suddenly raised his head, a strange smile spreading across his face. Ha ha! So, it is. Your true objective is the soul stone. How splendid, truly splendid. I welcome my lord's return. He roared with the last vestiges of his strength, then violently bit down on his venomous fangs. In the next moment, the entire ritual formation reversed in an instant. The chanting cultist bodies exploded simultaneously, transforming into flesh and energy, which the formation ravenously absorbed. This was not a ritual to dissolve a contract. It was a sacrifice, a vile curse that demanded the lives and souls of hundreds of followers merely to launch a single attack. A bizarre, blood-red beam shot skyward from the center of the formation. Its target was not Jiang Nuo, nor the altar, but the curse mark at the corner of Mo Yuan's eye, representing a millennium of hatred. This is bad. Jiang Nuo's pupils constricted sharply. He finally comprehended that this had been a trap from the very beginning. The bishop had anticipated their attempt to seize the soul stone, deliberately placing it in the most conspicuous spot to lure them in. His goal was not to welcome back any lord, but to trigger the curse within Mo Yuan, allowing a millennium of hatred to consume him and transform him into a mindless puppet driven solely by slaughter. The blood-red beam struck with overwhelming speed, instantly connecting with the cursed mark at the corner of Mo Yuan's eye. A roar, unlike any human sound, erupted from the depths of Mo Yuan's throat. His golden pupils were rapidly tainted by a crimson hue. His rationality was swiftly consumed by the accumulated resentment and hatred that had festered for millennia. He was on the brink of losing control. No, he must not be allowed to succumb. Jiang Nuo's mind was a blank canvas. All plans had lost their significance in that fleeting moment. Just before Mo Yuan was on the verge of being engulfed by darkness, Jiang Nuo lunged forward. Summoning every ounce of strength, he leaped up, encircling Mo Yuan's head with his arms and forcefully pulling him down. In the golden pupils, not yet fully swallowed by crimson, Mo Yuan beheld Jiang Nuo as closed eyes. Jiang Nuo's lips met the searing curse mark, detected that the host has actively contacted a high concentration of soul resentment. Survival instincts activated, system permissions temporarily enhanced, new ability unlocked, soul purification. A warm, pure white light erupted from the point of their contact. The curse that had lingered for a millennium let out a piercing wail the moment it encountered the purifying light, dissipating rapidly. The sanguine patterns on Mo Yuan's body gradually faded, and the blood-red hue in his eyes slowly receded, restoring a glimmer of clarity. The curse was suppressed. However, the weight of the resentment was immense. Jiang Nuo felt as though his soul had been cast into a meat grinder, a tearing agony emanating from the depths of his being. His consciousness was instantaneously shattered. With a muffled groan, Jiang Nuo's body went limp, surrendering to unconsciousness in Mo Yuan's embrace. Jiang Nuo, Mo Yuan froze, gazing at the pallid figure in his arms, whose breath had become so faint it was nearly imperceptible. An overwhelming sense of panic, more intense than when he was being consumed by the curse, engulfed him. Slowly, he tightened his hold on the unconscious form. Then, he raised his head. His eyes, once again gleaming pure gold yet colder than the abyss, swept across the scene. He extended his hand, drawing the sacred soul stone from the altar into his palm. In the next moment, he transformed into a streak of black lightning, fleeing the chaotic battlefield with the unconscious Jiang Nuo in tow. Chapter 73. The end of the escape. Consciousness plunged into darkness, and waves of anguish coursed through his soul. Jiang Nuo wished to struggle, yet he lacked the strength even to move a finger. Time slipped away into obscurity until a rhythmic swaying sensation pulled him back from the void. He then heard the sound of waves crashing against the hull and caught the scent of the salty, damp sea breeze. He was still alive. This realization compelled him to muster his strength and slowly open his eyes. Before him loomed the low ceiling of a cramped cabin, a windproof lamp swaying above him as the boat rocked. His body ached all over, fatigue weighing down his spirit, and even breathing felt laborious. He lay on a simple single bed, covered by a damp blanket. Then he sensed a firm grip on his left hand. The hand was defined by prominent knuckles, radiating warmth and strength, a stark contrast to the previous pallor of coldness. Jiang Nuo, with great effort, turned his head to follow the hand. Mo Yuan sat quietly at the bedside, embodying the form of an adult man. He had changed into a set of casual black attire. Yet the latent power within him remained unmistakable. Ma Yuan remained motionless, gazing intently at Jiang Nuo, his golden eyes marred by crimson veins. The handsome visage, usually marked by indifference, now bore a tense expression. He was unaware of how long he had stood guard. Their eyes met, and time seemed to stand still. Upon witnessing Jiang Nuo awaken, Ma Yuan's rigid form instantly relaxed, and he exhaled deeply. He leaned down, his movements tinged with an unrecognized caution. Jiang Nuo slightly widened his eyes, and then a trembling kiss gently grazed his forehead. The kiss was imbued with warmth. "Where are we?" Jiang Nuo's lips moved, his voice so hoarse it was nearly inaudible. "On the ship." A deep thought resonated in his mind. "Arranged by Gu Qinghan in a lawless zone," Ma Yuan explained, simultaneously spreading his hand, revealing the sacred soul stone that radiated a gentle glow, hovering in his palm. Jiang Nuo gazed at the crystal, instantly comprehending Ma Yuan's intent. "Are we merging now?" Jiang Nuo struggled to sit up, a hand pressed firmly on his shoulder. Ma Yuan's tone brooked no argument. "Lie down and simply watch me." Reluctantly, Jiang Nuo reclined once more, observing as Ma Yuan grasped the sacred soul stone and decisively pressed it against his chest. No cataclysmic spectacle ensued. At the moment the sacred soul stone touched Ma Yuan's skin, it transformed into a soft white light, gradually seeping into his being. Ma Yuan's brows furrowed slightly as a tremendous surge of soul energy erupted within him, mending the voids in his essence and solidifying his soul form. The temperature in the cabin plummeted, as if an invisible pressure coalesced in the air. Jiang Nuo felt Ma Yuan's aura rapidly ascend, then slowly retract and settle. Ultimately, it stabilized at the pinnacle of the commanding level. When the final wisp of white light merged with Ma Yuan's body, he gradually opened his eyes. The blood vessels in his golden pupils had receded, leaving only brilliance and majesty. He rose and took 2 strides within the cramped cabin, his movements fluid and natural, devoid of the awkwardness experienced during his initial transformation. Jiang Nuo also sensed the disappearance of that overwhelming sensation of passively absorbing energy. The suffocating bind around his wrist vanished as well. Ma Yuan no longer required his assistance to maintain his human form. He was free. Jiang Nuo regarded the figure standing with hands clasped behind his back, feelings swirling within him that he could not articulate. Although relief washed over him, there lingered a sense of loss. The ship continued to sway, yet the once indissoluble bond between them seemed severed. The bishop spread the news of my birth across the continent before his demise. Ma Yuan suddenly broke the silence. His voice transformed from mere thought to a low, metallic timbre. "The 7 great families will not spare us. Mere flight will resolve nothing." Jiang Nuo's heart sank. He recognized the truth in Ma Yuan's words. Although they were momentarily safe, far greater dangers loomed ahead. Merging with the sacred soul stone reminds me of certain things. Ma Yuan turned to face Jiang Nuo once more, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. "A millennium ago, one of the 7 saints who betrayed me bore a family crest resembling a radiant crystal. They wield control over the continent's sole phantasmic crystal vein." The mention of the phantasmic crystal vein caused Jiang Nuo's pupils to constrict sharply as a clue began to crystallize in his mind. "You mean, in order to lift the curse that binds me and to seek retribution from those traitors, we must take the initiative, go there, and uncover the truth from 1,000 years ago?" The cabin once again succumbed to silence, save for the monotonous sound of the waves. Jiang Nuo gazed at Mo Yuan, aware that their flight had reached its conclusion, and what lay ahead was a path of vengeance. Nadi, Jiang Nuo murmured softly. Mo Yuan approached and sat by the bedside, offering no words. Instead, he grasped Jiang Nuo's hand once more, just as before. That hand was warm, instilling a sense of comfort. Jiang Nuo closed his eyes, surrendering to the enveloping fatigue. As he teetered on the brink of slumber, he felt a shift beside him. As another figure lay down, encircling him in a warm, powerful embrace. Outside the window, the night sea loomed darkly, while before them lay the unknown fate. Chapter 74. Welcome to Shattered Stone City. The ship has docked. With a muffled thud, this smuggling vessel, adrift upon the sea for over half a month, had finally arrived. In the eastern expanse of Kanglan Continent, a lawless zone, Shattered Stone City, Jiang Nuo trailed behind the crowd, slowly descending the gangway. The moment his feet touched the ground, a foul stench, a noxious blend of blood, cheap liquor, and decay, assaulted his senses, prompting him to frown instinctively. He subconsciously lowered his hood, obscuring much of his face. The port was dilapidated. The ground was unevenly strewn with rubble, riddled with pits and pools of murky water. The nearby buildings leaned precariously, their walls peeling away to reveal gray bricks, rendering the scene particularly unsightly. The people moving about the dock bore expressions of the same numbed vigilance. Their eyes were murky, yet exuded a ferocity, as if ready to pounce. This was a realm beyond the reach of imperial law, a refuge for criminals, deserters, and all those left with no path forward. Here, chaos reigned supreme, devoid of any semblance of order. Jiang Nuo sensed that Mo Yuan appeared unfazed by this environment. He walked steadily, his breath even, his golden eyes calmly surveying the surroundings, akin to a king inspecting the dust upon his domain. Since merging with the sacred soul stone, stabilizing his body, Mo Yuan's presence had become more restrained. He no longer needed to be in constant proximity to Jiang Nuo, as the thirst for energy had entirely dissipated. He had become a completely autonomous individual. While this brought relief to Jiang Nuo, it also instilled a measure of pressure within him. He needed to keep a vigilant eye on Mo Yuan. A single decision from him could lead to the obliteration of this city. Mo Yuan trailed half a step behind Jiang Nuo, regarding everything around him with disdain. His golden pupils reflected little emotion, as if the struggling souls beneath him were no different from mere insects. The only matter of significance to him was the somewhat frail silhouette ahead. As they prepared to blend into the crowd and depart, several figures lazily emerged from behind the wooden crates, effectively blocking their path. There were 5 of them, each robust and intimidating, their faces marked by a brutish demeanor. They disregarded the impoverished individuals around them, sweeping their gaze over the crowd until it finally rested upon Jiang Nuo and Mo Yuan. Despite their ordinary attire, the cleanliness of their clothing stood out starkly in this filthy environment. A sense of dread washed over Jiang Nuo. Trouble was indeed looming. He gave Mo Yuan a signal to remain still, then grasped his arm, attempting to maneuver through the throng. However, the leader of the group, a burly man, clearly had no intention of allowing their escape. With a wide grin revealing a set of yellowed teeth, he extended his arm to block Jiang Nuo's way. "Halt," he rasped. "Newcomers, are we?" Jiang Nuo paused, lifting his chin to meet the man's gaze, the shadow of his hood obscuring most of his features, revealing only a clean jawline. He remained silent, calmly observing his adversary. "You're quite bold, aren't you?" The brute found amusement in Jiang Nuo's demeanor, scrutinizing him from head to toe. His gaze lingered on Mo Yuan, a flicker of greed flashing in his eyes. "Not a bad-looking lad," he remarked, clicking his tongue as his attention returned to Jiang Nuo's face. "Are you familiar with the rules? Arriving in our stone fragment city, one must pay an entrance fee. Would you agree?" His companions behind him chuckled maliciously, their eyes glinting with ill intent as they regarded Jiang Nuo and Mo Yuan. "We're merely passing through," Jiang Nuo replied, his voice steady yet soft, clearly aiming to avoid conflict. The response seemed to delight the burly man. "Passing through, you say?" He chuckled with glee. extending his filthy hand toward Jiang Nuo's face in a demeaning gesture. Instantly, the air grew noticeably colder. Mo Yuan's gaze shifted for the first time from Jiang Nuo to the outstretched dirty hand, a chilling intent flashing in his golden eyes. Jiang Nuo sensed the sudden drop in temperature. He remained largely still, merely raising his hand to grasp Mo Yuan's arm just before the brute's hand made contact. The warmth from Mo Yuan dispelled the cold aura that had enveloped him. The burly man's hand halted in mid-air, oblivious to the fleeting threat. Assuming Jiang Nuo was merely frightened, he retracted his hand, mockingly addressing Jiang Nuo. Not wanting to stir up trouble, are we? Very well. He stepped back, spreading his arms wide, addressing the shivering newcomers who had just disembarked with a tone of condescension. Today, our bone-crushing gang is in a generous mood. No keatings, he proclaimed loudly. Hand over all your valuables and get lost. His voice radiated authority. This ship, along with its cargo and passengers, now belongs to us. The resolute tone of the burly man plunged the atmosphere at the dock into a frigid stillness. The recently arrived stowaways, who had held onto a glimmer of hope, now appeared pale and stricken with fear. Some clutched their belongings tightly, while others recoiled in terror. The other 4 members of the bone-crushing gang spread out with sinister smiles, encircling the travelers, their weapons glinting menacingly. The leader grinned broadly once more, his gaze returning to Jiang Nuo, filled with insatiable greed. Young man, surrender all that is valuable on you and that lovely companion behind you. Extend your hands, and you may depart. The atmosphere fell eerily silent as all eyes converged upon Jiang Nuo, eager to witness the decision of this seemingly pristine youth. Would he comply like the others, relinquishing his belongings, or would he foolishly resist and face the consequences? Jiang Nuo did not regard the burly man. Instead, he stood resolutely, his hood obscuring his visage, rendering his expression indecipherable. Indeed, the chaotic environment of Shattered Stone City was palpable. Jiang Nuo had intended to maintain a low profile, but it became clear that such an approach would only invite bullying. To secure tranquility, one must cultivate strength. If one wishes to rid themselves of flies, they must strike them down en masse. As calmness enveloped Jiang Nuo, he turned to the figure of Mo Yuan behind him and whispered, "Let us resolve this swiftly. Do not soil your garments." Upon hearing this, a flicker of intrigue sparked in Mo Yuan's usually placid golden irises. Very well, resonated in Jiang Nuo's mind. In the next heartbeat, Mo Yuan's form vanished from behind him. The leading brute's pupils constricted. The black-haired youth before him had seemingly evaporated. A sense of foreboding gripped his heart. "Be cautious," he bellowed, but it was already too late. One of his accomplices, advancing toward a woman cradling a child, felt an icy grip around his neck as a shadow materialized behind him. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed. The thug collapsed without uttering a cry. His limbs contorted at unnatural angles, joints shattered beyond repair. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. Meanwhile, another accomplice, poised to snatch an elderly man's parcel, blinked in disbelief as the black-haired youth stood before him. Mo Yuan's expression remained impassive, the terror of the thug mirrored in his golden eyes. The thug, chilled to the bone, roared in panic, raising his machete to strike. Yet his blade halted mid-swing as a pale hand effortlessly grasped his wrist, rendering him immobile. He sought to withdraw his hand, but agonizing pain surged through his wrist as if his bones were shattering. With the other hand poised like a blade, Mo Yuan swiftly struck the thug's arm and leg several times. More crackling sounds followed. The thug howled in agony, dropping his weapon, collapsing to the ground in a convulsion of pain, unable to rise again. Then came a third, a fourth. Mo Yuan wove through the crowd, his movements so swift they were nearly imperceptible. He employed no ostentatious techniques, nor did he unleash any fluctuations of spiritual energy. Each strike was accompanied by the sound of bones splintering and muffled cries as a thug fell, rendered incapacitated. His precision was uncanny, each blow targeting joints and vital points with an almost surgical knowledge of human anatomy, inflicting maximum damage with minimal effort. Severed hands, broken feet, shattered knees, dislocated shoulders. He did not take lives, but the pain endured by these men was akin to death itself. The entire dock descended into an eerie stillness. Once a cacophony, it was now dominated only by the whispers of the wind and the anguished moans of the defeated. The stowaways, laborers, and mercenaries stood frozen in place, their faces a canvas of shock and fear. They had witnessed death and violence before. In this city, lives were extinguished daily. Yet, they had never encountered such a scene. This was not a mere brawl, it was a one-sided massacre. The dark-haired youth remained unscathed, his attire untouched and devoid of blood. With just a few strides through the crowd, he left a trail of incapacitated bodies in his wake. Within a mere minute, all 4 members of the Shattered Bones gang lay crumpled on the ground, rendered powerless like limp prawns. The only one still standing on the dock was the burly leader, his flesh quivering, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. The arrogance and greed that once shone in his eyes had evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming terror threatening to consume him. He watched as the youth approached, those golden, slit-like pupils fixed upon him with an unsettling calm. The leader felt his legs tremble, a warm stream surging from his loins, accompanied by a foul odor. He had soiled himself in fright. "Why you stay back?" he bellowed, his voice cracking under the weight of his fear. With a trembling hand, he drew forth a hefty, finely crafted steel blade that he had procured at great expense, the very weapon that had bolstered his reign over the docks. Yet, the youth, Mo Yuan, did not halt. He advanced until he stood directly before the man, halting just shy of the blade's edge. Then he extended a long, delicate finger, gently pressing it against the thick blade. There was no thunderous sound, no explosion of energy. Before the leader's horrified gaze, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The robust steel blade began to disintegrate silently from the point of contact, not shattering, but decomposing into a fine, silvery gray powder. The powder swiftly spread along the blade, and in less than 2 seconds, it consumed the entire weapon. When Mo Yuan withdrew his finger, the leader was left clutching only the bare hilt. A breeze swept through, scattering the silvery particles into the air. The leader stared blankly at his empty hands, then back at the striking visage before him. His mind blank, paralyzed by fear, he collapsed to his knees, forgetting to plead for mercy, trembling uncontrollably. Mo Yuan paid him no further attention, turning back to stand beside Jiang Nuo, resuming his position behind him. His golden pupils regained their tranquility, as if the preceding chaos had never involved him. Silence enveloped the dock. All eyes gradually shifted away from the kneeling leader and his fallen companions, ultimately converging upon the young man in the hood who had remained stationary throughout, never having moved an inch. If the dark-haired youth was the harbinger of death, then this seemingly unthreatening young man was the sovereign issuing commands to the Reaper. Jiang Nuo disregarded the multitude of gazes filled with awe, fear, and a myriad of complex emotions. He merely adjusted his hood and stepped forward. The crowd parted silently, creating a path before him. As Jiang Nuo treaded upon the ground filled with cries of anguish and moans, he calmly traversed the dock, advancing into the depths of Shattered Stone City. Mo Yuan followed quietly behind him, like a shadow. In that moment, all present comprehended that a genuine figure of significance had graced the harbor. Chapter 76. The arrival of the new king Jiang Nuo did not glance back at the chaos he left behind, nor did he heed the gathered gazes. He simply walked forward with an air of composure. Mo Yuan trailed behind at a leisurely pace. As they passed, the crowd ahead, be they the injured groaning on the ground or the spectators frozen in place, instinctively scrambled aside, rolling and crawling to create a path. This retreat stemmed from an innate fear. The crowd parted automatically, forging a way for the two amidst the tumultuous dock. Jiang Nuo's hood was drawn low, concealing his visage. Only his clean jawline and somewhat pallid skin were visible. He perceived the stifled breaths and inhaled the intensified scent of blood in the air. He walked past a henchman who had earlier attempted to seize his backpack. That man now lay on the ground, clutching his contorted arm, upon seeing Jiang Nuo's approaching boots. He forgot his pain, trembling violently as he desperately crawled backward, as if merely approaching Jiang Nuo was an affront. Jiang Nuo's stride did not falter. He crossed the dock and stepped onto the true streets of Shattered Stone City. The scene within the city was even more chaotic. The streets were riddled with potholes, and sewage flowed freely. The buildings on either side were haphazardly constructed from rusted metal sheets and rotting wooden planks, precariously leaning as if they might collapse at any moment. The stench in the air was far more pungent than at the dock, mingled with the odors of decay. The eyes of those on the streets were either numb or filled with wariness and ferocity. Here, there were no laws or rules, only the law of the jungle. Yet, as Jiang Nuo and Mo Yuan walked down the street, a peculiar order emerged. Two mercenaries, who had been arguing, immediately fell silent and bowed their heads upon seeing them. A pickpocket, poised to rob a drunken man by the roadside, withdrew his hand abruptly, pressing himself against the wall as if to hide. Everyone's gaze, when meeting theirs, would hastily avert, tinged with trepidation. The news of Shattered Stone City spread faster than Jiang Nuo had anticipated. The events at the harbor had already circulated throughout the small town. Two young men of unknown origin, one striking and the other observing. The one who acted had incapacitated 5 capable members of the Bone Shatter Gang in less than a minute, effortlessly reducing a steel blade to powder with a mere touch. Such prowess surpassed the comprehension of most in this land. In this territory, strength reigned supreme. Jiang Nu walked in silence, ultimately halting before what appeared to be the sturdiest structure, the Blackstone Inn. This was the only 3-story building in the city constructed of stone, with windows reinforced by thick steel bars and 2 burly men stationed at the entrance. It was the finest inn in town and also a hub for intelligence trading. Jiang Nuo pushed open the heavy wooden door and stepped inside. The lobby of the inn was shrouded in smoke, with dozens of mercenaries and bounty hunters engaged in boisterous revelry. As Jiang Nuo and Mo Yuan entered, the previously cacophonous lobby quieted significantly, with all scrutinizing eyes drawn to them. Behind the counter, a one-eyed proprietor with a scarred face scrutinized the unexpected visitors with a cold gaze from his murky eye. Just as he was about to speak, a sweating lackey rushed in through the back door, whispering urgently in his ear. The proprietor's complexion drained of color in an instant. The scrutiny in his solitary eye swiftly transformed into fear and obsequiousness. In the next moment, he nearly leapt from behind the counter, contorting his face into an unappealing smile as he hurried to bow deeply before Jiang Nuo. "Esteemed sir," he stammered, his voice quivering with trepidation, "I, a mere insignificant person, failed to greet you at the door. I humbly seek your forgiveness." The hall fell into an abrupt silence, all eyes fixated in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. The one-eyed man, a local tyrant in Shattered Stone City, was known for his formidable strength. When had he ever shown such deference to anyone? Jiang Nuo remained silent, merely observing him with an unruffled demeanor. This silence bore down heavily on the one-eyed proprietor, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down his forehead. "You must be weary from your travels, esteemed sirs," he hastily declared, producing a rusted key from his pocket and presenting it with both hands. "The finest suite in our establishment has been reserved for you. It boasts clean water and food, the cleanest place in the entire city. No charge will be incurred. Consider it a humble offering from a lowly servant." Jiang Nuo's gaze flitted over the key before settling on the proprietor's face, twisted in fear. It dawned on him that, in this city, power served as a passport. The stronger one was, the more the world would yield. He declined the key, simply stating, "Lead the way." "Yes, yes." The one-eyed man responded as if granted a reprieve, bowing profusely as he personally led them to the 3rd floor. Behind them, the entire hall was filled with reverent gazes. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the clock tower across the street, spies from various factions swiftly disseminated the new information. Target has entered the Blackstone Inn. The one-eyed proprietor is personally attending to them, exhibiting utmost respect. Confirmed, the new king has arrived. The suite, though modest in size, was a vast improvement compared to the filth outside. It contained a relatively clean bed, a table, 2 chairs, and a private bathroom with running water. Most importantly, the door was a heavy iron barrier, secured with 3 bolts. The one-eyed proprietor bowed and retreated, closing the door behind him. At last, only Jiang Nuo and Mo Yuan remained in the room. With a click, Jiang Nuo locked the door, isolating them from the outside world. He leaned against the door, exhaling deeply as his taut nerves finally relaxed. Removing his hood, he rubbed his stiff neck, surveying the room. Mo Yuan stood quietly behind him, his golden vertical pupils intently fixed on Jiang Nuo's profile. The events that had just transpired seemed trivial to him. Jiang Nuo approached the window and pushed open the grimy pane. A gust of wind, mingled with a cacophony of odors, rushed in. He gazed down at the chaotic slums below, observing those who struggled for survival, and remained silent for a long while. He sighed, relieved to find himself temporarily safe. Yet, the thought of Mo Yuan's indifferent power tightened his chest once more. Contact Yuan. Jiang Nuo did not turn around, her voice soft. Contact Yuan replied, stepping forward to naturally wrap his arms around Jiang Nuo's waist from behind. He rested his chin on her shoulder, his warm breath grazing her neck. Jiang Nuo's body tensed momentarily, yet she did not pull away. She gazed out at the sinking orange-red sun and quietly inquired, "Did you want to kill them just now?" This question had lingered in her heart for quite some time. She was not referring to the members of the Shatterbones gang, but rather to the ordinary onlookers at the docks, their eyes glinting with schadenfreude. Jiang Nuo distinctly felt that at the moment Mo Yuan struck, a chilling intent to kill enveloped the entire port. Mo Yuan remained silent for a moment, seemingly pondering how to respond. Then, in a tone that suggested it was self-evident, he whispered into Jiang Nuo's ear, "What difference is there between those things and the stones by the roadside? If crushed, then they are crushed." He tightened his embrace, pulling Jiang Nuo closer in his arms. If you hadn't said not to dirty your clothes, they would already be reduced to ashes. The icy words made Jiang Nuo's heart constrict, a chill rising from behind her. She finally understood that what she relied upon was not merely strength, but rather Mo Yuan's frenzied possessiveness and desire for destruction that existed solely for her. Chapter 77. The wailing from the depths of the mine. Mo Yuan's words left Jiang Nuo's nerves taut. The cold wind, seeping through the window, carried a faint scent of blood. Jiang Nuo stood by the window for a long time, until the last vestiges of the sunset were swallowed by the horizon, plunging the entire city of Sin into deeper darkness. She knew that if she continued to ponder, she might be crushed under that invisible crown. Thoughts and fears would resolve nothing. Only action could. Jiang Nuo turned around. The confusion and heaviness in her gaze dissipated, leaving only calmness and focus. She approached the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down with decisive grace. Mo Yuan stood quietly behind her, his golden vertical pupils fixed on Jiang Nuo's every move. Jiang Nuo did not look back. She simply addressed the air with a calm demeanor. "Have your boss come up." The room lacked any communication devices, yet in less than half a minute, a hurried and somewhat obsequious knocking echoed from outside. "Sir, did you call for me?" The voice of the one-eyed dragon came through the heavy iron door, tight with evident servility. He had evidently been waiting downstairs, ready for summons. Jiang Nuo did not open the door. "I want the most well-informed informant in Shattered Stone City." Her voice was soft yet clearly pierced through the door. "Have him appear in this room within 10 minutes. If he is unwilling to come, or if you cannot find him, then you shall take his place." The one-eyed dragon outside trembled, almost stumbling in his response. "Yes, yes. I will go immediately." The sound of hurried footsteps quickly faded away. The room fell silent once more. Mo Yuan approached Jiang Nuo's side, extending his hand as if to touch her shoulder, but halted midair. Jiang Nuo sensed his movement and leaned back against the chair, pressing her back against Mo Yuan's cool palm. "This is a silent solace, conveying to him that I am well." Mo Yuan's palm paused momentarily before relaxing, resting against his back, sharing a warmth that belonged solely to each other. 7 minutes later, a knock resonated once more, this time with even greater caution. "My lord, the person has arrived," Jiang Nuo stated. "Allow him to enter alone and do not close the door." The iron door was gently pushed open, revealing a middle-aged man being prodded forward by the one-eyed dragon, trembling as he stepped inside. The man was small and emaciated, sporting 2 wisps of mouse-like whiskers, his eyes darting about nervously. He was a notorious information dealer of Shattered Stone City, known as the Rat. Upon entering, the Rat immediately sensed that the temperature in the room was several degrees lower than outside. His gaze swiftly scanned the room, and when it fell upon a young man clad in a hood sitting quietly in a chair, his face obscured, alongside the unnaturally imposing black-haired youth behind him, his heart skipped a beat. As an information broker, he was well aware of the events transpiring at the port. These two individuals were the focal point of discussion among all factions in Shattered Stone City that day. The Rat forced a grimace that was more akin to a cry than a smile, bowing deeply. "My lord, what instructions do you have for me?" Jiang Nuo remained silent, merely exchanging a glance with Mo Yuan behind him. Mo Yuan, with an impassive expression, picked up a cup of water from the table, a cup of freshly boiled water just delivered by the one-eyed dragon. Under the Rat's puzzled gaze, Mo Yuan clasped the cup in his palm. There was no surge of spiritual energy, no radiant glow. A series of grating sounds echoed, sending chills down the spine. The hot water visibly began to freeze from the center, and in mere seconds, the entire cup transformed into a block of ice, still rippling with the remnants of the water's surface. The Rat's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. Yet this was not the end. Mo Yuan subtly retracted his fingers. The hard ice did not shatter. Instead, it silently sublimated into a cloud of white vapor, dissipating with a soft hiss into the air. Throughout the entire process, the delicate glass cup remained unscathed, its temperature unchanged. The Rat's legs began to tremble, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This was a mastery over the fundamental laws of material form. The seemingly harmless black-haired youth before him was a creature beyond his comprehension. Finally, Jiang Nuo broke the suffocating silence. "Now, we may converse. I wish to know everything regarding the illusion crystal mine. Remember all of it." The Rat, bereft of any hope for leniency, divulged all he knew in a torrent of information. "My lord, the illusion crystal mine is no longer referred to as such. We now call it the Black Gold Hell. Approximately 6 months ago, an organization named the Black Gold Society suddenly emerged, seizing control of the entire mining area through brutal means. Their power is formidable. It is said their leader is exceptionally strong, supported by 3 formidable generals, each a ruthless master in their own right. They have enslaved all the miners, shackling them with restraints that suppress their spiritual energy, forcing them to toil day and night. The runaway and the slothful were all hanged from the flagpole at the entrance of the mine, their corpses desiccated yet left to dangle. Strangely, they exhibited no interest in ordinary evolution crystals. Instead, they compelled the miners to delve deeper into the veins of the mine. That area has been designated as a forbidden zone. Jiang Nuo lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Forbidden zone? Indeed, the body of the Rat trembled. That region was fraught with peril, characterized by unstable geological structures and frequent appearances of mutated rock-based creatures. Yet the Black Gold Society seemed to be in search of something. Rumor has it that many miners who ventured into the Forbidden Zone succumbed to madness, transforming into vacant shells of their former selves. Some say that at midnight, one can hear cries emanating from the depths of the mine, the sounds unsettlingly inhuman. At this point, a hint of fear crept into the Rat's voice. The Black Gold Society has suppressed all information. Anyone who dares to discuss the matter has their tongue severed. They publicly declare that ancient beasts lurk within the Forbidden Zone, and those who trespass shall meet a grim fate. Yet we all know they are concealing a monumental secret. Jiang Nuo listened intently, his eyes glinting beneath the hood. "I require a detailed map of the mining area, including the troop deployment of the Black Gold Society, patrol routes, and the location of the Forbidden Zone entrance." Jiang Nuo made his final demand. Yes. The Rat hastily produced a filthy storage chip from his bosom, offering it with both hands. "Esteemed sir, this is a meticulously compiled map I have spent half a year assembling. Absolutely authentic. It is my tribute to you." Jiang Nuo accepted the chip with a wave of his hand. The Rat, as if granted amnesty, scurried out of the room. Once again, only the two of them remained. Jiang Nuo connected the chip to his personal terminal, and a detailed map, adorned with various annotations, projected into the air. The illusory crystal veins twisted and turned, with the Black Gold Society's strongholds scattered throughout, tightly controlling the mining area. Deep within the veins, the region marked as forbidden was emblazoned with a glaring red skull. The intelligence was worse than Jiang Nuo had anticipated. The Black Gold Society was formidable, and the entire mining area was under tight security. Engaging them directly offered no chance of success. Yet all clues pointed to that treacherous forbidden zone. Jiang Nuo fell into contemplation, his fingers gliding slowly over the virtual map, simulating potential infiltration routes, but every path appeared impassable. The atmosphere grew tense. He could sense the steady, elongated breath of Mo Yuan behind him. This youth, who obeyed only his commands, awaited his decision. Time passed with measured slowness. Just as Jiang Nuo's fingertip lingered on the mark of the red skull, brow furrowed in an effort to devise a means of escape, an unforeseen transformation occurred. A muffled grunt erupted from behind him, the sound seemingly forced from deep within the throat, rife with anguish. Jiang Nuo whirled around abruptly. He beheld Mo Yuan, who had been standing silently, suddenly stiffening. The hue drained from his handsome face, leaving it pallid. His golden slit pupils contracted sharply, filled with terror. In the next moment, he clutched his head with both hands, curling into himself and kneeling on one knee, fingers desperately entangled in his own dark hair. "Contact Yuan," Jiang Nuo called out, immediately springing up from his chair and rushing forward. An invisible tempest of spiritual energy erupted with Mo Yuan at its core, filled with sorrow, resentment, and bitterness. In the instant of the psychic shockwave, an excruciating pain swept through Jiang Nuo's entire being. The dust floating in the room stilled in an instant, crushed into powder by an unseen force. The air thickened, laden with a bone-chilling cold that rendered breath laborious. A piercing sound of freezing emanated from all directions. A layer of black ice spread wildly from Mo Yuan's center, racing along the floor and walls, swiftly climbing to the ceiling. Where the black ice traversed, light was devoured, and the grain of the wooden furniture appeared as if it had been frozen in time. This frigid aura seemed capable of numbing the very soul of a person. Jiang Nuo was pushed back by the overwhelming energy, his back colliding heavily against the wall. The chill pierced through his clothing, yet he felt no coldness, as his entire being was captivated by the sight before him. Mo Yuan knelt there, his body trembling violently. He was no longer the handsome youth. His hands gripped his head tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain, as though he were attempting to crush his own skull. Tendrils of dark energy surged chaotically from his fingertips and bodily pores. A tortured roar erupted from the depths of Mo Yuan's clenched teeth. His golden slit pupils, which could only accommodate Jiang Nuo, were now being swiftly consumed by pure darkness, the gold retreating. Jiang Nuo's heart tightened. It had spiraled out of control. The mournful cries emanating from deep within the mind were suffused with sorrow and hatred, unsealing the depths of Mo Yuan's soul. "Contact Yuan, wake up, look at me." Jiang Nuo shouted hoarsely, yearning to rush forward, but as he took a step, an invisible wall of energy rebuffed him. This wall, composed of negative emotions, retaliated against any approach. It was futile. His voice could not penetrate, and his body could not draw closer. Jiang Nuo's mind raced. He observed Mo Yuan's breath growing increasingly tumultuous, the golden hue in his pupils on the verge of extinguishment. He knew that if this continued, Mo Yuan's human form, sustained by the essence of his soul, would collapse under the onslaught of energy. At that point, Mo Yuan's soul would suffer irreparable damage, even risking its sanity, devolving into a mindless beast of slaughter. The thought pierced Jiang Nuo's heart with sharp pain. He could not allow this to happen. What could he do? Conventional methods had failed him. He could only stand helplessly and watch. No, there was still one option. A sudden thought flared in his mind. The soul link, a pathway directly leading to the depths of Mo Yuan's consciousness. However, Jiang Nuo's body trembled uncontrollably. To voluntarily plunge his soul into the mindscape of an uncontrollable ancient dragon was tantamount to suicide. The tempest of sorrow and murderous intent would instantaneously shred his soul to pieces. Reason warned him that such an act was both foolish and perilous. Yet, Jiang Nuo's gaze pierced through the black energy, landing upon Mo Yuan's anguished, contorted face. Recalling the weak yet stubborn gaze of Mo Yuan after he consumed his essence to heal, as well as his clumsy embrace upon transforming into human form. And that poignant declaration, "In my eyes, the world contains only two entities, you and the rest." From the moment the contract was forged, their fates became irrevocably intertwined. Jiang Nuo stood as Mo Yuan's sole anchor in this world. If he relinquished hope, Mo Yuan would be lost forever. Away with reason, away with danger. In an instant, Jiang Nuo's gaze transformed into unwavering determination, banishing fear and hesitation. He bit down hard on his tongue, the metallic sweetness flooding his mouth. The searing pain sharpened his focus. Montauk Yuan. He let out a primal scream. This time, Jiang Nuo did not rely on brute force to breach the energy barrier. He abandoned all defenses, concentrating his entire mental strength into a singular point, recklessly lunging towards the tempestuous field. He gambled on the instinct within Mo Yuan, hoping a trace of non-hostility remained in his awareness. Bang! His body collided with the invisible wall. This time, Jiang Nuo did not bounce back. Upon encountering the essence of Mo Yuan within him, the energy hesitated, revealing a flicker of slack. Now was the moment. With every ounce of his strength, Jiang Nuo surged into the storm's perimeter. At last, he seized the cold, trembling body from behind. In that instant of embracing Mo Yuan, Jiang Nuo closed his eyes. Connection. He ceased all reasoning, surrendering his entire soul unreservedly through the resilient link, forcefully crashing into the mental realm that was devouring Mo Yuan. Boom! Jiang Nuo felt the world shatter entirely at that moment. His consciousness became a void, obliterating the concepts of time and space. When awareness returned, he found himself no longer in that hotel room shrouded in black ice. Instead, he floated within a dark crimson void. The sky was a tapestry of countless purple-black fissures, energy swirling within, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning. The ground was a scorched earth soaked in blood, littered with colossal dragon bones. Some remained in roaring postures, while others were grotesquely entwined. Each skeletal remains was ensnared by thick, vengeful energy. This was a dragon's graveyard, a sepulchre of bloodlines. The mournful wails from the depths of the mines coalesced into the anguished cries of countless dragon souls, transforming into a storm forged from sorrow and resentment. At the storm's eye, a colossal shadow of a black dragon was bound in the blood-soaked earth by innumerable cursed chains, thrashing and roaring in desperation. And Jiang Nuo was the only outsider in this realm. The moment he materialized, the entire mental world froze for an instant. Then, the tremendous psychic storm shifted direction, bearing down upon Jiang Nuo with the intent to annihilate all. Chapter 79, A Night at the Blackstone Inn, unrelated to the main text, can be skipped. The night in Shattered Rock City proved to be even smaller than anticipated. A wooden bed loomed, consuming nearly half the space, its sheets starched and grimy. The window was covered with a thick layer of oil paper, opaque to light, yet the howling wind from outside resonated clearly. Jiang Nuo placed the not overly heavy satchel on the table and let out a gentle sigh. The fatigue from the long journey washed over him, leaving a dull ache in his bones. "Is this it?" came the voice of Mo Yuan from behind, devoid of any discernible emotion. He removed the hood of his cloak, revealing a strikingly handsome face that remained captivating even in the dim light. "Yes, just here," Jiang Nuo replied, moving to the bedside and giving it a press. It was certainly preferable to sleeping outdoors. At least there was a roof overhead. Mo Yuan remained silent. He approached the window, raised his hand, and lightly traced a line on the oiled paper covering it. There was no sound, no light, but the wind carrying the distinctive scent of rubble and decay from the city outside rushed in, only to vanish in an instant. The air in the room seemed to still. Even the candle flame ceased its flickering. After completing this, he turned to Jiang Nuo, his gaze settling on the dust-streaked collar and the hints of fatigue etched on his brow. Dirty, he stated succinctly. Jiang Nuo glanced down at himself. A hint of resignation in his voice. It's like this on a road. No conditions for refinement. As he spoke, he began to untie the straps of his practical waistcoat. The ties had been secured rather tightly, and having sweated during the journey, they had become a bit tacky. His fingers fumbled twice, but failed to loosen them. Montauk Yuan stepped closer. He said nothing but reached out, brushing aside Jiang Nuo's clumsy fingers. His own fingers were long, with neatly trimmed nails exuding a cool jade-like whiteness. The motion was not particularly gentle, even carrying a hint of impatience. Yet when he encountered the tangled ties, his fingers moved with remarkable dexterity. Clumsy, he murmured softly, his breath brushing against Jiang Nuo's ear. Jiang Nuo felt a slight warmth creeping to his ears, refraining from retorting and allowing him to proceed. The coarse hemp ties came undone with a few deft movements, and the front of the waistcoat fell open, revealing a softer, lighter shirt beneath. Mo Yuan's hand did not pause, sliding into the open collar, his fingertips casually grazing just below Jiang Nuo's collarbone before deftly catching the top button of his shirt. The button was made of bone, small in size. Mo Yuan's fingertips were cool against the skin. Jiang Nuo's breath heated momentarily. Mo Yuan seemed oblivious, intently focused on unfastening the button. 1-2. By the time he reached the third button, positioned just below the heart, his movement slowed. His fingertips pressed lightly against the warm skin, sensing the steady yet slightly quickened heartbeat beneath. The room was enveloped in silence, with only their shallow breaths and the faint crackling of a low-quality candle breaking the stillness. "What are you looking at?" Jiang Nuo could not help but ask in a hushed tone, his voice jarring against the quiet. Mo Yuan lifted his gaze. The dark golden hue of his eyes, resembling molten amber under the dim light, scrutinizing him deeply. He did not answer, but, with the pad of his thumb, lightly rubbed the spot he had just pressed. Jiang Nuo's body trembled imperceptibly. Then, Mo Yuan released his hand and turned to unfasten the clasp of his own gray cloak. His movements were swift and decisive, as if the momentary pause and contact had merely been a figment of Jiang Nuo's imagination. "Go wash up," he said, turning his face slightly, his jawline taut. The tone slightly muffled. "I'll fetch the water." Jiang Nuo gazed at the peeling wooden basin in the corner, and with a mere flick of his fingers, a few clusters of black flames sprang forth from the cold ashes of the hearth, silently igniting and quickly radiating warmth. He then picked up a seemingly intact iron kettle from the corner, and with a delicate touch of his fingertip, ripples visibly danced across the water surface, soon rising in wisps of steam. There were no incantations, no dazzling lights. Everything unfolded in a tranquil, dim atmosphere, akin to some secret of magic. Silently, Jiang Nuo shed his outer garments and shirt, approaching the basin. The water was at a perfect temperature, neither scorching nor frigid. He cupped the water in his hands and splashed it onto his face and neck, washing away the dust of his journey. The droplets cascaded down his collarbone and chest, disappearing into his waistline. He could feel a heavy gaze upon him from behind, resting on his spine, shoulder blades, and lower back. It was not searing, yet its presence was undeniably palpable. After a brief wash, Jiang Nuo grabbed a relatively clean cloth draped over the back of a chair to dry himself before rummaging through his bag for a fresh white linen nightgown to change into. The robe was somewhat oversized, with a loose neckline that revealed a generous expanse of neck and collarbone. As he turned, he found that Mo Yuan had already vacated his previous position. A faint rustle emanated from the bed. Unbeknownst to him, Mo Yuan had reclined, occupying the inner side against the wall. He had discarded his outer robe, clad only in a dark silk undergarment, its opening equally loose, exposing the sharp lines of his collarbone and a small portion of his chest. He lay on his side, propping his head with one hand, his deep golden eyes glimmering faintly in the dim light, fixed upon Jiang Nuo. The bed was small, and his presence made the remaining space feel even more confined. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Nuo approached the bedside, lifting the seemingly stiff thin quilt and lying down. The bedding was indeed coarse, imbued with an ancient scent, impervious to sunlight. As he settled in, the crisp, pine-scented aura emanating from Mo Yuan enveloped him, strangely alleviating the overall sense of discomfort. No sooner had he reclined than the mattress sank slightly beside him. Mo Yuan had leaned closer. Without a word, he naturally draped his arm around Jiang Nuo's waist, his palm resting against the skin beneath the nightgown. The warmth radiating through the thin fabric was slightly higher than Jiang Nuo's own skin temperature. Cold? Mo Yuan's voice whispered near his ear. Not all, Jiang Nuo replied softly. The room was in fact not cold. Mo Yuan's earlier enchantments had rendered it as warm as spring. Yet he remained still, allowing that hand to linger. The palm was steady, imbued with an unmistakable sense of possession. A silence enveloped them for a while. The sound of the wind outside was completely muted, leaving only their breaths and heartbeats resonating in the room. Suddenly, Mo Yuan's hand stirred, his fingertips slipping into the gap of Jiang Nuo's nightgown, lifting its hem to press against the skin at his side. The coolness of his fingertips elicited a gentle shiver from Jiang Nuo. Don't tease, Jiang Nuo grasped his wrist. It did not forcefully push him away. Who was teasing? Mo Yuan's tone was devoid of emotion, yet his fingertips traced slow circles on Jiang Nuo's delicate skin, the calloused pads of his fingers grazing over him, igniting a wave of subtle tremors. Let's check, he asserted with an air of conviction. That sandworm today brushed against you with its tail. During the day, while traversing a desolate desert, an ambush by a lurking sandworm indeed occurred. Mo Yuan dealt with it swiftly, yet the swirling sands and fierce winds stirred by the creature grazed Jiang Nuo's side. At that moment, he felt little, but now, upon the slightest touch, a vague ache manifested. It was nothing serious, Jiang Nuo remarked, his voice somewhat unsteady. The presence of that hand was overwhelmingly palpable, not just at his waist, but almost throughout half of his body, as if he could sense the warmth and pressure of another person behind him. Mo Yuan paid no heed to him, his fingertips gliding slowly down Jiang Nuo's side, pressing at that spot before sliding toward the hollow of his lower back. His actions resembled not an examination of injuries, but rather a meticulous measurement, imbued with an almost insatiable attention to detail. Jiang Nuo bit his lip, his body feeling both tense and soft. He leaned back, his spine melding completely into Mo Yuan's embrace, an unspoken permission granted through his movement. For a fleeting moment, Mo Yuan's breath hitched before deepening. The arm encircling Jiang Nuo's waist tightened, drawing him closer, while the other hand ventured beneath his garment. The warmth of his palm settling against Jiang Nuo's flat abdomen, kneading gently. The heat penetrated through the skin, sweeping over his weary muscles, igniting a deeper sensation of tingling warmth. Mo Yuan's voice, laced with a subtle nasal tone, carried a hint of drowsiness, or perhaps something more. He responded, lowering his head, his nose brushing against Jiang Nuo's nape as he inhaled deeply, as if to confirm the scent that belonged to him. Then, his warm lips pressed against the fair skin of Jiang Nuo's neck, gently sucking at it. Jiang Nuo instinctively recoiled, yet did not pull away. The kiss gradually ascended, landing on his earlobe and the curve of his jaw. Mo Yuan's breath grew heavier, cascading onto the sensitive skin. His hands became increasingly audacious. The sash of the robe had somehow been completely loosened, leaving the garment askew and revealing more of Jiang Nuo's supple skin. His calloused palm roamed over ribs and heart, lingering around a certain spot. Jiang Nuo gasped, his fingers unconsciously clutching the coarse sheets beneath him. A fire ignited within him, beginning to burn from the areas touched. He couldn't help but tilt his head back, the back of his skull resting against Mo Yuan's shoulder, his throat undulating. Mo Yuan's kiss finally found its way to the corner of his mouth before insistently claiming his lips. This was not a tender caress, but bore the inherent dominance and urgency of the dragon clan, prying open his lips and delving deep. Their breaths mingled, infused with each other's essence, and a faint hint of dust from the dilapidated and lingered. Jiang Nuo closed his eyes, raising a hand to encircle Mo Yuan's neck, responding with a raw yet compliant eagerness. This kiss was prolonged and profound, lasting until both found it difficult to breathe before reluctantly parting. In the dim light, silver strands flickered weakly. Mo Yuan's forehead rested against Jiang Nuo's, their dark golden pupils locked in an intense gaze at such proximity, swirling with the familiar, profound desire of Jiang Nuo, alongside a nearly imperceptible sense of satisfaction, carefully concealed. If you're tired, then sleep. Mo Yuan's voice was deeply husky, and he finally withdrew his hand from Jiang Nuo's garment, instead smoothing the disheveled lapels and readying the loosened belt into a clumsy, yet secure knot. Once this was accomplished, he embraced Jiang Nuo tightly once more, resting his chin upon the top of his head. The tumultuous waves seemed to subside, leaving only the warmth of their closeness and the gradually synchronizing beats of their hearts. Jiang Nuo's top body gradually relaxed, the fatigue mingling peculiarly with the restlessness that had been stirred within him, transforming into a deeper sense of drowsiness. He adjusted himself into a more comfortable position in Mo Yuan's embrace, his cheek pressed against the warmth of his chest. "Good night," he murmured softly. In response, a gentle kiss landed in his hair, accompanied by the solid arms encircling him like a steadfast barrier. The clusters of black flames in the hearth had long since extinguished, plunging the room into complete darkness and silence. Only the warmth and heartbeat of the person in his arms filled every corner of the dilapidated room, temporarily isolating them from the chaotic and perilous world outside. That night, at the Blackstone Inn, there were no dreams. Chapter 80. The testament of blood and tears. He felt as though his soul was on the brink of being shattered, utterly helpless against this overwhelming force. The threat of death had never been so palpable. Yet, just as that force was about to reach the core of his soul, a faint yet resilient golden light ignited from the depths of his being, resonating with the darkness behind him that represented Mo Yuan's essence. This was their soul connection, a mark left by the essence of Jiang Nuo's sacrificed soul within Mo Yuan's bloodline. This imprint served as his sole identification in this inhospitable realm of the colossal dragon's spiritual world. The frenzied will of the mental assault, sensing this shared essence, momentarily hesitated. It did not cease its advance, but its target shifted. No longer intent on utterly crushing this intruder, it sought to drag this soul, tinged with the scent of kinship, into an eternity of suffering. The nature of the attack transformed from a towering wall crashing toward him into a torrent aiming to engulf and assimilate him. This slight change afforded Jiang Nuo a glimmer of hope. He could not resist. With the strength of his soul, any act of defiance would equate to suicide. He could not even flee. In this realm of Mo Yuan's mental sea, there was nowhere to escape. Reason screamed, while instinct trembled. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Jiang Nuo made a decision that defied his survival instinct. He did not hide, did not defend, and even relinquished his resistance. He opened his soul, welcoming the torrent composed of negative emotions. His intention was to become a filter. Boom! The mournful wails of countless dragon souls surged into his diminutive essence at that moment. In an instant, Jiang Nuo experienced innumerable deaths. His consciousness was inundated with fragmented visions. He witnessed a young fire dragon presenting a newly hatched egg to its companion, only for a pitch-black spear to pierce its heart from behind, wielded by an ally it had trusted. As it approached the brink of death, it beheld the shattering of its dragon egg. A chilling sensation coursed through its wings, as if frozen by ice. A blade sliced through its throat, while magma filled its lungs. An aged earth dragon, in a valiant effort to protect the hatchling, was torn apart by foes many times its size, its dragon soul wailing in anguish upon witnessing the younglings shackled in chains inscribed with curses. Betrayal, slaughter, despair, and resentment. The agonies endured by the dragon race at the end of days coalesced into blades, relentlessly tearing at Jiang Nuo's very soul. He felt himself being assimilated, consumed by the encroaching darkness, his self-awareness poised to extinguish within this ocean of collective malice. Yet, just as his consciousness teetered on the precipice of oblivion, a strand of unwavering determination from the depths of his soul yanked him back. He could not yield. If he succumbed, The tortured Mo Yuan behind him would be irrevocably lost. Be silent. Jiang Nuo's soul emitted a silent roar. No longer a passive recipient, he summoned all his mental fortitude, beginning to analyze, untangle, and filter the overwhelming torrent of information. He forcibly stripped away the chaotic intent of violence and rage with the power of his soul, then drew in the fragments imbued with memories and emotions, pure sorrow, resentment, and pain, deep into his consciousness. This process proved 1,000-fold more excruciating than being torn apart, akin to forcing oneself to endure countless gruesome deaths while striving to maintain absolute clarity amidst the searing agony. Jiang Nuo's soul trembled, lamented, and even cracked under the strain. Yet, like a lighthouse weathering the storm, the core of his light remained unextinguished. Gradually, he transcended from a mere sufferer to a conduit. All the tumultuous emotions surging toward Mo Yuan's mental core first passed through him, serving as a soul filter. The ferocious resentment that flowed through him was largely stripped of its violent impulses, leaving only the raw essence of sorrow. The immense mental onslaught seemed tamed. It transformed from a poison capable of obliterating Mo Yuan's sanity to a burdensome sadness, yet one that could be comprehended. Time lost its meaning within this mental realm. After an indeterminate duration, just as Jiang Nuo felt his soul nearing exhaustion and the brink of collapse, the relentless tide of psychic energy began to wane. The anguished cries of countless dragon souls gradually subsided, for the message they yearned to convey had been accurately received by this human soul. Amidst the tempest of emotions, Jiang Nuo filtered out all distractions, ultimately capturing two core pieces of information. One was a clear spatial coordinate pointing to a specific location in the real world, the source of the summoning originating from the depths of the crystalline or vein. The other was a recurring phrase, imbued with blood, tears, and resentment, that permeated all the scenes of death, betrayal. The moment Jiang Nuo grasped this word, the entire crimson-hued spiritual realm quaked violently, swiftly contracting toward the shadow of the black dragon, pierced by chains. The rift in the sky is mending, and the bones of the earth are dissipating. The world is returning to its former state. Jiang Nuo's consciousness has been forcefully thrust back into reality by an immense power. Gasping breaths reverberate in the stillness of the room. Jiang Nuo suddenly opens his eyes, and before him lies the ceiling of the inn, marred by cracks of black ice. It feels as though every ounce of strength has been drained from his body. His back is soaked in cold sweat, clinging to him like a second skin. A wave of excruciating pain radiates from his temples, eliciting a groan of agony from his lips. The chill in the room is visibly retreating, the black ice on the walls and furniture silently melting away, evaporating without leaving a trace of moisture. The uncontrollable storm has come to an end. Jiang Nuo struggles to turn his stiff neck, glancing down at his own arms. Mo Yuan remains on one knee, yet his body has ceased to tremble. He leans heavily against Jiang Nuo, his handsome face devoid of color, pale as death. His golden, slit-like pupils have regained focus. In this moment, those eyes are stripped of their usual coldness, devoid of the earlier pain and chaos. Instead, they reflect an overwhelming bewilderment and shock, as if confronting an unfathomable reality. He stares motionless at Jiang Nuo, whose face mirrors his own pallor, but is slightly contorted in pain. Mo Yuan senses that his spiritual consciousness has just weathered a storm capable of bringing down deities, yet he emerges unscathed. For a diminutive soul stands before him, arms outstretched, enduring the collapse of the heavens on his behalf. Mo Yuan's lips twitch, as if to speak, but he finds his throat parched, unable to produce sound. Do not speak. Jiang Nuo, fighting against the soul-rending agony, raises a trembling hand and gently presses it against Mo Yuan's lips. His voice is hoarse, yet each word resonates with clarity. It is not merely a call. It is a testament, a lament born from the blood and tears of all his kin. They have been betrayed. The moment the word betrayed escapes Jiang Nuo's lips, an anomaly occurs, a rebirth. Chapter 81. Graveyard and Prison. A sharp, anguished groan escapes Mo Yuan's throat, more piercing than before. This pain strikes like a searing, venomous needle, penetrating the depths of his soul. Mo Yuan's body quakes violently, his face, which had just regained a hint of color, turns deathly pale once more. His golden pupils constrict suddenly, as dark energies swirl menacingly within, teeming with malice, resentment, and a will to annihilate, resonating with something unseen. The unusual red mark at the corner of his eye becomes blistering hot, akin to a branding iron. An ominous crimson light radiates from the mark, revealing intricate patterns of curse runes swirling within. Yes, it is that brand. Jiang Nuo immediately senses something amiss. Through their shared pain, a searing sensation, as if to pin his soul to the ground, simultaneously reaches his awareness. The pain coursing through him was entirely different from before. Previously, the tempest of emotions was immense, yet its core was sorrow, akin to recounting an old tale. In stark contrast, the anguish stemming from the red mark now was pure malice, a venomous and relentless assault. Why to come to this? Jiang Nuo clutched tightly to the curled form of Mo Yuan, who was racked by excruciating pain, his mind racing through the agony of a soul being torn asunder. All the clues were present, yet their connections lay shrouded in a thick fog. The summons resonated from the depths of the mine, the mournful wails of the dragon clan's remnants echoing. The curse was a relic of betrayal from a millennium past, a soul brand inflicted upon Mo Yuan. These two occurrences should have been independent. Why, upon deciphering the word betrayal within the dragon's sorrowful cries, did it immediately trigger a violent reaction from the curse's brand? Resonance. It was resonance. A terrifying thought, like a bolt of lightning, cleaved through the fog in Jiang Nuo's mind. He grasped the truth in an instant. Enduring the searing pain, he pressed his cheek against Mo Yuan's fevered ear, his voice trembling with a mix of horror and clarity as he articulated the cruel deduction. Mo Yuan, listen to me. Calm down. I understand now. That curse brand is a coordinate, a soul-hunting marker detectable by its creator from afar. Just now, the overwhelming spiritual storm from the depths of the mine, belonging to your kin, was too grand, too conspicuous in the darkness. You, being of the same origin, were the first to receive this signal. However, this also stirred another entity. The curse at the corner of your eye sensed this vast dragon spiritual energy, believing it to be the release of your seal, or rather, the reactivation of its prey's coordinates. Jiang Nuo gasped, the soul-wrenching pain causing his vision to blur. Yet he persevered, hammering the pivotal conclusion into Mo Yuan's chaotic consciousness word by word. Your kin summoned you. Your enemies attacked you. And they all reside in the same place. This can only mean one thing. The adversary who cast the curse and betrayed you is the same faction that annihilated your entire clan. They did not spare your kin. They transformed your true home, the dragon tomb that harbors the remains of your loved ones, into a colossal source of energy to imprison and torment their lingering souls. It is both a grave and a prison. That place is the lament of the dragon veins we have heard. Boom! The moment Jiang Nuo uttered those last words, Mo Yuan's body ceased its tremors. The sharp sting emanating from the red mark seemed to be forcefully suppressed by the impact of those words, quelled by a vast and frigid will. Slowly, he raised his head. The temperature in the room plummeted once more. This time, there was no uncontrolled black ice, only a profound silence that could warp even light itself. In Mo Yuan's golden, slit-like pupils, all confusion, pain, and shock faded away, replaced by an icy emptiness Jiang Nuo had never witnessed before. It was a murderous intent that transcended anger and hatred, a pure desire to drag the entire world into oblivion. He finally comprehended everything, the source of the persistent sorrow that lingered deep within his soul since awakening. He understood why the red mole at the corner of his eye inflicted excruciating pain each time he attempted to recall the past. A millennium of sealing had rendered his memories fragmented. Yet, Jiang Nuo's words were akin to a key, unlocking the darkest and bloodiest door within his long-buried recollections. Beyond that door blazed a conflagration, the anguished wails of his kin, and the grotesquely twisted smiles of once trusted allies who had fought alongside him. Moreover, there lay the betrayal, the sword that pierced his heart and forever anchored this malignant curse to his soul. It turned out they had not only slain him, they had enslaved the souls of all his people, transforming their resting place into a hell that tormented them for eternity. Their home had become the enemy's altar, their lamentations the source of the enemy's power. Jiang Nuo felt an icy wave of murderous intent cradled within him. This murderous intent no longer spread outward, but instead contracted inward in a far more terrifying manner. The temperature in the room ceased to drop, yet the air grew heavy, rendering it difficult to breathe. The light surrounding Mo Yuan seemed distorted. This was neither anger nor hatred, but a pure will to bring everything to an end. It was named annihilation. Jiang Nuo's soul ached from excessive expenditure, yet he dared not relent. He clung tightly to Mo Yuan, attempting to warm his frigid body with his own warmth. He knew Mo Yuan was teetering on the brink of losing control. His rationality could shatter at any moment. Once unleashed, he could obliterate the entire continent. Time passed, perhaps a minute, perhaps a century. Finally, Mo Yuan stirred. Chapter 82. We shall ask them to let us in. He slowly extricated himself from Jiang Nuo's embrace and rose to his feet. There was no trace of weakness in his movements. His posture exuded an innate coldness and elegance, as if the agonized, curled-up boy from moments ago had never existed. He turned, his golden slit-like pupils gazing calmly at Jiang Nuo. His eyes held no emotions, neither sorrow nor pain, only a hollow, frigid gold. Location, he uttered, his voice devoid of warmth. He was merely seeking a coordinate, a point from which to annihilate everything. Jiang Nuo's heart sank. He steadied himself to stand, his body swaying from weakness, only to be instinctively supported by Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan's hand was icy. When it brushed against Jiang Nuo's arm, he himself was momentarily taken aback, a crack appearing in his cold gaze. Useless. Jiang Nuo shook his head after regaining his balance, his voice hoarse yet resolute. He approached the table and reopened his personal terminal, projecting a map of the mining area marked with red indicators into the air. Look here. Jiang Nuo pointed to the dense network of sentries and fire points on the map. The organization, known as the Black Gold Society, had transformed the mining area into a military fortress. We are unclear about the identity of their leader, nor do we know the specifics of their weaponry and capabilities. Can you rush in and eliminate them? Yes, you could level the entire mountain range. But then what? Jiang Nuo raised his voice, turning to gaze into Mo Yuan's cold eyes. Your kin, their lingering souls, are exploited as the energy source of that place. When you strike, will it be vengeance or merely aiding the enemy in erasing the evidence? The true culprits will not be exposed by your recklessness. They will hide in the shadows, mocking your impotence. What we seek is not mere venting, Mo Yuan. We desire revenge. We aim to return the pain inflicted upon your kin, cut by cut. Double back upon them. Each of Jiang Nuo's words caused a pause in Mo Yuan's chaotic thoughts. He fell silent, the pure, killing intent in his eyes wavering for the first time. It was not that he lacked understanding. Rather, hatred and the brutal truth had consumed him with a desire for annihilation. Jiang Nuo was forcibly pulling him back from the brink of destruction, compelling him to reconsider. What do you propose, then? Mo Yuan's voice remained icy, but he began to seek a method rather than coordinates. Jiang Nuo exhaled in relief, his gaze returning to the map, sharpened with newfound clarity. His finger slowly traced a line in the intelligence report. It was a note. The Black Gold Society's enslaved miners suffer heavy losses, with frequent disappearances. They regularly dispatch patrols to capture vagrants and solitary beast tamers in the wilderness surrounding Shattered Stone City to replenish their labor force. We will not storm in. Jiang Nuo lifted his head, madness glinting in his eyes. We shall compel them to invite us in. Mo Yuan furrowed his brow, struggling to grasp Jiang Nuo's meaning. What I mean is, Jiang Nuo articulated deliberately, we will disguise ourselves as weak, vagrant beast tamers, deliberately appearing along their patrol routes to be captured by them. We will infiltrate the mining area under the guise of miners. As his words settled, The atmosphere in the room plummeted to freezing point. Repeat that. Mo Yuan's voice, now laced with a dangerous edge. It was not mere killing intent, but a fury poised to incinerate everything. You intend to become a slave? He regarded Jiang Nuo, the suppressed dark energy in his golden pupils surging once more. You wish to don shackles that suppress your spiritual power, surrendering yourself to those ants for their slaughter? Absolutely not. He vehemently rejected the idea, stepping forward, the air around him warping with his emotional upheaval. This is the only way. Jiang Nuo stood resolute, stepping forward to meet Mo Yuan's terrifying aura. This method carries great risk, but it allows us to penetrate their core. If we attack directly, we will be seen as a major threat, immediately drawing the attention of the Black Gold Society's leader, perhaps even their backers. We won't even reach the gates of the Forbidden Zone. Only by becoming the ants they believe they can crush can we, under everyone's scrutiny, quietly reach where we need to go. I will destroy that place. Mo Yuan's voice was cold. Before I sense your suffering, I will obliterate the entire mountain range from a map. There's no need for such complications. And then sever all leads? Jiang Nuo fearlessly retorted, causing the imprisoned souls to dissipate utterly, their final voices silenced. Mo Yuan, this is not a battle that belongs solely to you. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Nuo reached out and gently grasped Mo Yuan's frigid hand. From the moment I sacrificed my soul to save you, your hatred has become my mission. Your kin are also my family. Your strength is formidable, akin to a sharp blade. Yet a sword wielded without precision cannot harm the true enemy. It necessitates guidance. Trust me. Allow me to lead you to the betrayer, and then you shall rend his throat with your own hands. The room fell into a prolonged silence. Mo Yuan gazed down at the hand Jiang Nuo held, pale and slender, trembling slightly from frailty. It was this very hand that had just pulled him from anguish. The owner of these hands, without hesitation, had shielded him with his own soul during his moments of losing control. Every word of Jiang Nuo resonated in his mind. Indeed, revenge. What he sought was not merely destruction. He yearned for the betrayer to experience doubled agony and despair. To achieve this, he could not rely solely on himself. He needed Jiang Nuo, his wisdom, his composure, and the warmth that quelled his desire for annihilation. After an extended silence, Mo Yuan finally lifted his head. The fire of rage in his eyes had dissipated, reverting to a cold, golden hue, and the terrifying aura vanished alongside it. He tightened his grip on Jiang Nuo's hand, then raised his other hand to gently caress Jiang Nuo's somewhat pale cheek with his icy fingertips. Should you suffer any injury, his voice was soft, as if stating a fact, I shall make the entire mine, no, the entire eastern continent, accompany you to the grave. The plan is set. Jiang Nuo stout nervous related, and an overwhelming fatigue washed over him, nearly causing him to falter. Mo Yuan instinctively drew him into an embrace, allowing him to lean against his form. Rest. He uttered just 2 words. Chapter 83. This is not your revenge. Dawn was approaching. Outside the window, the grim skyline of Broken Stone City began to show a hint of grayish white. The room remained unlit, and the faint light filtering in from outside outlined 2 figures nestled together. That reckless decision had nearly drained Jiang Nuo of his spirit. The aftermath of his soul's tearing, sending sharp pangs through his nerves. He leaned against Mo Yuan's icy embrace, devoid of the strength to lift even a finger. Yet he could not sleep, for he distinctly felt that the body holding him, though seemingly tranquil, harbored a volatile rage teetering on the brink of chaos. Mo Yuan remained silent. He encircled Jiang Nuo with one arm, while his other hand unconsciously stroked Jiang Nuo's wrist, where faint bruises lingered from his prior loss of control. The murderous intent in his eyes had receded, and beneath the cold golden surface lay a depth Jiang Nuo had never encountered. His fear was not of the enemy, but of loss. Logically, he understood that Jiang Nuo's plan was the only viable option. However, emotionally, it felt akin to personally delivering his sole treasure into the hands of a horde of ants, who might destroy it at any moment. This realization threatened to shatter the tranquility he had painstakingly established. Suddenly, Jiang Nuo felt a tightening around his wrist. An invisible force manifested, transforming into an unseen chain that gently yet resolutely ensnared his wrist. This was not a physical restraint, but a mark on a spiritual level, a brand signifying ownership. Mo Yuan was instinctively expressing his unease and refusal. Do not proceed. A chilling thought, imbued with authority, resonated directly within Jiang Nuo's mind through their soul link. Jiang Nuo's body stiffened momentarily. Hours earlier, such unreasonable confinement might have ignited his anger. Yet now, upon glimpsing the intertwined blood and tears of the past, he felt a pang of sympathy in his heart. He did not struggle. Instead, he turned and, within Mo Yuan's icy embrace, willingly met the gaze of those golden, vertically slit eyes that shimmered with anxiety. He raised his confined hand and gently placed the other atop Mo Yuan's hand. I know what you fear. Jiang Nuo's voice was hoarse and weary, yet in the stillness of the room, it rang with remarkable clarity. You fear for my safety, fear that I may perish within. Fear that this is merely a deceptive ruse that leaves you empty. Contact Yuan's pupils imperceptibly constricted. He had been seen through. Jiang Nuo lifted his gaze, and though his almond eyes appeared dimmed from the toll on his soul, they now burned with an unprecedented conviction. However, Mo Yuan, understand one thing. This has never been a venture I undertake alone, nor a sacrifice made solely for you. The moment I sacrifice the essence of my soul to pull you back from the brink of death, we cease to be two independent entities. His fingertips gently touched Mo Yuan's heart, then his own. Your hatred, your suffering, your kin, they were once etched solely within your bloodline, but now they are indelibly marked upon my soul as well. These words evoked a slight tremor in Mo Yuan's body. The cold expanse within his golden eyes began to crack, and beneath the oppressive rage surged a more intense emotion. Trust me. Jiang Nuo's voice was soft, yet imbued with undeniable strength. Just as I believe in your power, I implore you to trust my judgment. Allow me to be your eyes, your mind, guiding us to the betrayer. And you, Jiang Nuo paused, his gaze sharpening as if he had glimpsed a vision of the future, a moment that required him to become the sword that could end all. The room fell into an extended silence. Mo Yuan lowered his head, gazing into Jiang Nuo's clear eyes, which mirrored his own form. He saw the weariness within, the determination, and an essence known as trust. He had never encountered such a gaze in the eyes of any creature. A millennium ago, those so-called allies had looked upon him with a mix of reverence and greed. Upon awakening, every being he met regarded him with fear and submission. Yet this singular individual, Jiang Nuo, beheld him with a gaze that was equal and unassuming, conveying the profound truth that they were one. The invisible chain entwined around Jiang Nuo's wrist had, unbeknownst to him, begun to loosen imperceptibly. The primal urge to conceal him, stemming from his very essence, gradually subsided under the cleansing influence of Jiang Nuo's words. As the demon lord, his instinct was to obliterate any potential threats and to possess treasures as his own. However, Jiang Nuo was imparting to him an emotion he had never before comprehended: surrender. To entrust one's back, one's trust, and one's entirety unreservedly to another soul. After a lengthy silence, Mo Yuan slowly released the soul chain. He spoke no further, but extended his arms, enveloping in a tight embrace the one who had nearly exhausted themselves to pull him from the abyss, his sole redemption. This embrace bore no semblance of constraint. The earlier unease vanished, replaced by a resolute heaviness that irrevocably bound their fates together. Jiang Nuo could sense that the chaotic emotions transmitted through their soul link had transformed. The immense spiritual force had been harnessed, compressed, and ultimately crystallized into a singular, lucid intent. All was well. A storm was approaching, and they had become each other's sole reliance. Chapter 84. The Slave Collar at Dusk in Shattered Stone City. The sunlight fell upon the arid expanse outside the walls, casting elongated shadows of two figures who stumbled and supported one another. Jiang Nuo played his part convincingly. He had rolled his only somewhat clean garments in the mud, smearing juice across his face and arms to create the appearance of extensive bruises. Now, He resembled a beast master on the brink of collapse in the wilderness, with a frantic gaze and a weary visage. The figure he supported, Mo Yuan, portrayed a gravely injured character. He suppressed all presence, his golden vertical pupils devoid of luster, leaning weakly against Jiang Nuo as if he might faint at any moment. Only Jiang Nuo understood that within this frail body lay a terrifying power. They had been waiting there for nearly an hour. According to the information provided by the informant, Mouse, the Black Gold Society's patrols hunted along this route every evening, capturing unfortunate souls and vagrants to be used as expendables. They're here. Jiang Nuo caught sight of a cloud of dust rising in the distance. He immediately adopted the demeanor of a terrified creature, embodying the essence of a pitiful and helpless prey. The roar of engines grew ever closer as three heavily modified, armored vehicles, their bodies adorned with spikes and iron mesh, rolled to a stop before them, stirring up a storm of sand. A door was kicked open, and 7 or 8 burly men clad in black uniforms leapt out, exuding the stench of blood and oil, their faces marked by a numb yet cruel smile. In their eyes, Jiang Nuo and Mo Yuan were merely 2 pieces of flesh that could be exchanged for profit. The captain, marked by a grotesque scar across his face, ambled towards the two with a cigar clenched between his teeth, his murky eyes scrutinizing them with a mocking glint. "Well, what do we have here?" His voice was gruff and unpleasant. "2 little sprouts, and it seems fortune has not favored you." Jiang Nuo's body trembled involuntarily as he instinctively shielded Mo Yuan behind him, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears, his voice quivering as he stammered, "Be brother, we were merely passing through. Lost? We'll leave at once." With that, he grasped Mo Yuan and attempted to flee. This clumsy act was deliberate. Jiang Nuo aimed to project an image of 2 easily manipulable fools. "Run? Where do you think you're going?" The captain scoffed, and his burly companions immediately fanned out, encircling the pair. Jiang Nuo's complexion drained of color in an instant. He clutched Mo Yuan tightly, his body quaking uncontrollably. The captain reveled in this fear. He advanced step by step, extending his rough hand to slap Jiang Nuo's cheek with force. "Fear not, lad. We are not murderers." He grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, his smile laced with malice. "We simply wish to invite you to a delightful place to earn a bit of pocket change." With a wave of his hand, one of his lackeys retrieved 2 objects from a vehicle and tossed them at Jiang Nuo's feet. The clattering sound echoed ominously. They were heavy black metal collars, inscribed with glowing red runes, emanating a suffocating energy. Spirit-constricting shackles, a miner's nightmare. Once donned, the connection between beast masters and their contracted beasts would be severed, rendering them mere mortals, vulnerable to exploitation. "Be sensible. Put them on yourself." The captain exhaled a puff of smoke to spare us the trouble of making you suffer more. Jiang Nuo's gaze fixated on the collars, his pupils dilating sharply. Yet only he was aware of the icy intent surging through the soul link with the body he cradled. It was coming, the most perilous step of their plan. One of the thugs, growing impatient, stepped forward to seize a collar, intending to fasten it around Mo Yuan's neck. Just as the cold metal was about to brush against Mo Yuan's skin, a resounding hum erupted. An invisible and terrifying will exploded forth. The surrounding air temperature plummeted, and a silent layer of black frost formed over the gravel below. The thug's hand froze mid-motion, his expression caught between a sinister grin and sheer horror. He felt as though he were being targeted by something monstrous, a primal fear gripping him and rendering him immobile. The captain's complexion shifted as well. Although he was not directly threatened, the oppressive atmosphere made his hair stand on end. Damn it, something's amiss. He instinctively recoiled a step, his hand instinctively reaching for his weapon. This was disastrous. Jiang Nuo's mind raced with alarm. He understood this was Mo Yuan's inherent pride as a demon lord instinctively resisting. For a being that once towered over all to wear slave collar was a torment more unbearable than death. If this continued, before the plan could succeed, Mo Yuan would annihilate everyone present. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Nuo spun around abruptly, positioning his body between Mo Yuan and the burly man. He extended his hands, fiercely grasping Mo Yuan's cold ones. Simultaneously, he summoned his frail yet resilient spiritual energy, forging an undeniable connection that forcefully surged into Mo Yuan's nearly unraveled consciousness. Contact Yuan, remain calm. Look at me. Have you forgotten our purpose for coming here? This is merely temporary. To reclaim everything that belongs to you. To personally tear apart those traitors. This slight humiliation pales in comparison to their suffering. Trust me. Surrender yourself to me. Jiang Nuo's soul roared, each word draining his strength, imbued with both command and plea. Mo Yuan's golden vertical pupils, now tinged with crimson, suddenly constricted. Jiang Nuo's intent detonated within his mind. Indeed, vengeance. The kin who were imprisoned and tormented, never to find peace. The once pure homeland, now a sacrificial altar for the enemies. The fury in his eyes clashed violently with Jiang Nuo's steadfast resolve. Damn, what's wrong with this kid? The burly man, who had been momentarily subdued, finally regained his composure. Enraged and intent on pushing Jiang Nuo aside to place a collar on Mo Yuan again. Stop! The scarred captain barked sharply, his gaze firmly fixed on Mo Yuan, embodying the vigilance of a seasoned hunter facing an unknown beast. That last moment was certainly not an illusion. Bring me another collar, the captain instructed in a low tone, advancing himself, this time targeting Jiang Nuo, whom he perceived as the more unstable of the two. Cold metal pressed against Jiang Nuo's nape. At that instant, all of Mo Yuan's struggles, fury, and murderous intent receded like a tide. He slowly closed his eyes. All right, he acquiesced, relinquishing his resistance and surrendering everything to Jiang Nuo. Seeing Mo Yuan finally yield, the captain's vigilance dissipated, replaced by deeper disdain. So, he was merely a facade. Without further thought, he brutally fastened the collar around Jiang Nuo's neck. Click! A soft sound resonated. The runes on the collar illuminated instantaneously, a powerful suppressive force flooding into Jiang Nuo's body, sealing his spiritual power. Subsequently, another collar was mercilessly affixed around the closed-eyed Mo Yuan's neck. Click! In that moment when the second collar clasped shut, Jiang Nuo distinctly felt through their soul link that Mo Yuan's once scorching spirit had been utterly frozen. All emotions, all will, vanished. The plan had succeeded. Yet the cost was that Mo Yuan's soul lay dormant, albeit temporarily. Enough, take them away. The scarred captain waved his hand in satisfaction, as several burly men grinned maliciously, roughly shoving the two towards the gaping maw of the armored vehicle's dark trunk. The heavy door slammed shut, plunging the world into darkness. In the turbulence, Jiang Nuo clung tightly to the motionless, icy body of the youth beside him. Chapter 85. Welcome to hell inside the trunk of the armored vehicle. Not a sliver of light penetrated. The iron box completely isolated them from the outside world. With each violent jolt, Jiang Nuo's body collided harshly against the frigid iron wall, producing a dull thud. The air was saturated with the acrid scent of rust and pungent machine oil, intermingled with a foul, decaying stench that nearly induced nausea. Yet, he paid little heed to these discomforts. With all his strength, he clutched the lifeless form in his arms, as if it were the sole treasure in existence. Contact Yuan, can you hear me? Jiang Nuo whispered through their soul link. Silence ensued. Ever since he donned that cursed collar, Mo Yuan had fallen into an exceedingly peculiar state. He remained motionless, devoid of speech. This was Mo Yuan's way of honoring their pact, sealing away his pride, murderous intent, and cataclysmic power. He relinquished control of this body, albeit temporarily, to Jiang Nuo, a profoundly perilous act of trust. Jiang Nuo attempted once more to communicate. I know you are there, Mo Yuan. I am aware you can hear me. We shall arrive shortly. Just hold on a little longer. Respond, even if just for a moment, to assure me that you are well. Yet, the silence persisted, deepening Jiang Nuo's despair. A harsh, grating sound of metal pierced the darkness. The vehicle came to a halt. The trunk door was violently kicked open from outside, a searing gust of foul wind rushing in. This wind was laden with the acrid scents of sulfur, sweat, and an almost tangible metallic tang of blood. "Get out, all of you. Move quickly. Do you wish to die by dawdling?" A burly foreman's shadow loomed at the doorway, illuminated by harsh floodlights that rendered everything a ghastly white. He wielded a barbed metal whip, emitting an impatient roar. Jiang Nuo, half dragging, half cradling the nearly weightless Mo Yuan along with other captured goods, was hastily shoved out of the vehicle. As his feet finally met the searing ground, he beheld the horrifying scene before him. This place was akin to a hell on earth. They were ensconced within a vast circular valley, its steep walls riddled with countless dark mining tunnels. Rusted tracks and cable cars crisscrossed like a spider's web, shrouding the valley's sky. At the heart of the valley lay a massive encampment surrounded by barbed wire and towering walls. Countless miners, garbed in tattered prison uniforms, bore black collars identical to Mo Yuan's around their necks. They trudged forward with heavy, numb steps, driven in and out of the unfathomable mines by the foreman's prodding and whip cracks. The miners' gazes were hollow, their faces devoid of expression. They resembled soulless automatons, mechanically repeating their motions. A sharp, urgent bell echoed throughout the valley. This must have signaled the shift change. An elderly miner, emerging from the depths of the tunnel, collapsed to the ground, exhausted. The foreman beside him did not even spare a glance. The metallic whip sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, striking his back with fierce intensity. The sound of flesh tearing was hauntingly clear. The old miner let out a muffled groan of agony, struggling to rise from the ground. But the overseer's second and third lashes followed swiftly. The whip descended relentlessly, causing him to roll in the searing dust. The wails escaping his lips were no longer reminiscent of human utterances. The other miners passing by turned a blind eye. Not a single soul paused, nor did anyone cast a sympathetic glance. They moved on, numbly and silently, bypassing the writhing figure on the ground, continuing toward their own destinations. Jiang Nuo's heart clenched tightly. He forced himself to regain his composure, suppressing the wave of nausea that threatened to overwhelm him, greedily absorbing every detail before him with his eyes. The precise number of overseers, their patrol routes, the configuration of their weapons, the positions of the defensive towers, the miners' mental states, and the layout of the camp. All these details were swiftly committed to memory. Mo Yuan remained silent. Yet through their soul link, Jiang Nuo sensed a faint tremor. The hand resting on his shoulder tightened unconsciously. Beneath the oppressive silence, something dormant seemed to awaken, stirred by the hellish scene unfolding. "What are you staring at? Newcomers, line up over here," barked a scarred overseer, delivering a heavy kick to Jiang Nuo's lower back, nearly forcing him to his knees. He and the other newcomers were herded to an open area at the camp's entrance. A tall, thin man resembling a clerk approached, expressionless, wielding a data tablet. He began the registration process. This so-called registration was merely the allocation of a cold, impersonal number. "You, number 734. He pointed at a trembling young man. "You, number 735. His finger shifted to Jiang Nuo. "He, number 736. It finally landed on the unresponsive Mo Yuan. From that moment on, they lost their names and identities, reduced to mere numbers representing their enslavement. Registration complete, they were assigned to a low, damp shack reeking of mildew. The interior was crammed with 2 or 3 dozen miners, resembling sardines in a tin. When Jiang Nuo and Mo Yuan were pushed inside, there was hardly enough space to turn around, forcing them to squeeze in among the others. The older miners inside merely lifted their murky eyelids to glance indifferently at the newcomers. 2 burly overseers dragged a gaunt old miner to the center of the square, where a raised platform awaited them. One of the overseers rummaged through the miners' belongings and extracted a small, hard piece of black bread, lifting it high with exaggerated flair. "Behold," he bellowed, "this is the fate that awaits those who betray the Black Gold Society and defy our rules." With that proclamation, he smashed the bread ruthlessly to the ground, grinding it underfoot into filthy crumbs. The other overseer, grinning maliciously, brandished a heavy iron hammer adorned with a blood groove. "No, please," the old miner whimpered, his plea barely audible. The overseer's smile twisted into a more sinister grin as he showed, no hesitation, bringing the hammer down with a terrifying swiftness upon the miner's leg. A crisp, unmistakable crack echoed through the cacophony of the camp, silencing it in an instant. A grotesque, heart-wrenching scream erupted from the miner's throat, a sound that pierced the air. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The overseer seemed to relish this public execution, adjusting his stance to raise the hammer once more. One strike, then another, in a rhythmic cadence, he methodically bludgeoned the miner's limbs into a pulpy mass. This gruesome spectacle unfolded for a full 3 minutes, as the surrounding miners stood in a state of numbness, devoid of anger or fear. There was no trace of sympathy in their eyes, only a profound silence, an acceptance of the horror that had long become their grim reality. When the old miner's screams finally ceased, leaving behind a motionless, disfigured corpse, the overseer tossed aside the hammer in satisfaction, spitting contemptuously towards the heap of flesh. Did you witness that? This is the consequence. Jiang Nuo abruptly turned around, only to find Mo Yuan had opened his eyes at some point. A cataclysmic fury surged from the depths of his soul, threatening to consume everything in its path. Jiang Nuo's back became drenched in cold sweat. Without hesitation, he grasped Mo Yuan's face and pressed it fiercely against his chest, using his own body to shield Mo Yuan's gaze. Simultaneously, he clutched Mo Yuan's trembling arm, a desperate command roaring through their soul link. Do not look. Montauk Yuan, calm yourself. It is not yet time. Mo Yuan's body quivered violently, the suppressed rage reaching its zenith. He longed to shred everything in sight, to incinerate it into ashes. Kill them. Jiang Nuo's teeth ground together audibly as he felt the terrifying power within Mo Yuan begin to assault the seals on his collar. He had no choice but to repeatedly channel his soul's energy, striving to quell the impending storm of wrath. Look closely, all of this is merely the interest. The true mastermind, our genuine enemy, awaits us deeper still. Do not expose ourselves here, certainly not for the sake of these inconsequential individuals. Indeed, these overseers, these executioners, and even the entire black old society are merely a pack of lackeys under the true enemy's command. Their target is the one wielding the knife, not the blades that inflict harm. After a prolonged moment, one that led Jiang Nuo to believe he could no longer endure, Mo Yuan's violent tremors finally began to subside. The crimson fissures in his eyes were once again cloaked by a disquieting silence. He sealed himself away completely once more. Jiang Nuo ebaled svarpli, feeling as though the world was spinning around him, nearly succumbing to exhaustion. The forceful suppression of Mo Yuan's fury had drained his mental strength immensely, almost depleting him entirely. He leaned weakly against the cold wall of the shack, gasping for breath. His gaze traversed the numbed crowd, settling deeper into the mining area. There, shrouded in thick mist, a colossal peak loomed, piercing the clouds. According to the intelligence from that rat, this was the forbidden zone of mining area number 1, the only potential pathway to the Dragon Clan's relics. It seemed their time was running short. He must find a way to approach that place swiftly, before Mo Yuan lost control again. Chapter 86. Undercurrents dawn broke, devoid of crowing roosters or morning light. The harsh ringing of the wake-up bell and the impatient shouts and kicks from the overseers through the iron doors of the shack roused all the miners. A new day had begun. There was no transition into this hellish existence. Just yesterday, they were bystanders. Today, Jiang Nuo and Mo Yuan were now part of this grim reality. Breakfast consisted of a bowl of spoiled gruel. Jiang Nuo consumed it expressionlessly, for he needed energy. Glancing at Mo Yuan beside him, he noted the disdain in his golden vertical pupils, as he could not even muster the energy to eat. Jiang Nuo remained silent, merely pushing the few grains of rice from his bowl into Mo Yuan's. Soon, they were herded to receive their tools, a heavy, dull mining pick, and then they merged into the gray throng, heading toward different tunnels. They were assigned to tunnel number 7. Upon entering, an air thick with dust and mildew assailed them, nearly suffocating. The tunnel was narrow and deep, with damp rock walls seeped through with moisture. Dimly lit by sporadic luminous crystals far apart, the flickering shadows cast upon the ground resembled ghostly flames. Clang! Thud! Clang! Thud. The mechanical sounds of striking were the only disturbances in this place. Get moving, all of you. Anyone who fails to meet their quota today can forget about dinner. The overseer's roar echoed through the tunnel, the crack of the whip against the rock walls serving as a stark reminder that mercy was non-existent here. Jiang Nuo found himself positioned before a section of rock. He lifted the mining pick, inhaled deeply, and brought it down with force. Thud! The tremendous recoil shot up the handle into his arm, leaving his palm tingling. The collar around his neck felt like a shackle, firmly suppressing his spiritual energy. In that moment, he was merely a frail, ordinary youth. After merely a dozen strikes with a pickaxe, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and his breath grew increasingly labored. A wave of exhaustion surged forth, threatening to engulf his will. Yet, he could not succumb. With mechanical precision, he swung the pickaxe again and again, exerting every ounce of strength with each blow. His body protested, but his mind remained unerringly calm. He withdrew his awareness from the weary confines of his body and spread it throughout the tunnel. He filtered out the foreman's shouts, the sounds of the pickaxe striking rock, and the miners' labored breaths and coughs. Amidst a cacophony that symbolized despair, he endeavored to detect a distinct sound, any sign of life. Beside him, Mo Yuan's action stood in stark contrast. Eschewing brute force, he wielded the seemingly absurd pickaxe with an odd posture, striking the rock face repeatedly. Each blow appeared gentle, yet consistently struck the most fragile seams of the stone with precision. Large chunks fell away in response. His efficiency surpassed that of the surrounding miners by more than threefold. Yet, no one found it peculiar. All were ensnared in their own numbness, oblivious to one another. Only Jiang Nuo understood. Mo Yuan was venting. Through their soul link, Jiang Nuo felt the seething anger that lay beneath his frigid exterior. Each shattered stone resonated like the cracking of an enemy's skull. With every swing, he rehearsed a massacre. Had Jiang Nuo not been by his side, had the plan of living through death not restrained him, this mine, and all living beings above, would have long been reduced to ashes. Time flowed amidst the oppressive labor. Jiang Nuo's mental energy expanded throughout the tunnel, sensing the emotional fluctuations of each miner. Most were engulfed in a profound silence of despair, occasionally laced with fear of the whip. Yet, not all was bleak. Suddenly, Jiang Nuo's perception caught a hint of anomaly. At the far end of the tunnel, two miners exchanged carts, passing one another. As one handed the cart's handle to the other, his fingers tapped rapidly 4 times on the handle. 2 short, 1 long, 1 short. It was a signal. The miner receiving the signal maintained an expressionless facade, yet a flicker of a faint flame ignited deep within his murky gaze. Found it. Jiang Nuo's heart raced. He forcibly suppressed his excitement, continuing his mechanical motions while concentrating all his attention on those abnormal signals. He purposefully expanded his awareness further, capturing every exchange of tools, the intersections of glances and inadvertent touches. Soon, he discerned more signals, the rhythm of strikes, the frequency of coughs. Even the act of wiping sweat could convey information. This was an organization, a rebellion surreptitiously amassing strength beneath the layer of numbed miners. They lurked in the shadows, vigilant and cautious, using their numbness to conceal the flames within. They spoke not to newcomers and engaged in minimal direct communication amongst themselves. Jiang Nuo understood that any reckless interaction would mark him as a spy, leading to dire consequences. He needed to find the core of this organization, the one who issued commands and consolidated information. The brief respite during the midday break has concluded. All miners are permitted a 15-minute pause, their sustenance consisting of a piece of coarse black bread mixed with sand and a bowl of murky cold water. Jiang Nuo leans against the rock wall, nibbling on the bread while discreetly observing each individual with the corner of his eye. His gaze ultimately fixes upon a particular figure, a burly middle-aged man whose tattered prison garb cannot conceal his well-defined muscles. A scar runs from his brow to the corner of his mouth, giving him an intimidating appearance. Like the others, he consumes his meager meal in silence. Yet, Jiang Nuo notes that the miners who exchanged signals earlier have intentionally seated themselves around him, forming a loose protective formation. As the break nears its end, a young miner, weakened, is struck by a falling rock, blood gushing from his arm. The scarred man notices this, without uttering a word, and while the overseer is distracted, he subtly moves closer, tearing a piece from the lining of his prison outfit to skillfully bandage the young man's wound, his actions reminiscent of a seasoned military medic. It is he. Jiang Nuo's pupils constrict slightly. This man is the nexus of all signals and the core of the resistance organization. He is likely the leader of the rumored resistance group clandestinely formed by retired soldiers in the mining area, as mentioned in the intelligence from the mice. Target acquired. Jiang Nuo lowers his eyelids, swallowing the last bite of the black bread, which is cold, coarse, and gritty. A bold plan rapidly formulates in his mind. He must gain this man's trust swiftly, for he senses that Mo Yuan's patience is waning. Chapter 87. 3 days until the fateful day. In the dead of night, the makeshift shelter is filled with the sounds of snoring and murmurs, occasionally interrupted by a cough. The air carries a mingling of sweat and mildew, creating an unpleasant atmosphere. Most miners, utterly exhausted, have succumbed to sleep, curled up as if evading something even in their dreams. Yet some remain awake. Jiang Nuo, tucked into the shadows of the corner, feigns sleep with closed eyes and steady breathing, appearing no different from those around him. However, his mind is sharply attuned to every subtle movement in the darkness. His focus is on the burly man with the scar, who leans against the opposite wall. The scarred man, eyes also closed and chest rising and falling rhythmically, seems to be asleep, yet Jiang Nuo can sense the tension coiled beneath his seemingly relaxed muscles. That man is vigilant, far from slumbering. Time slips by incrementally, as the breaths of most in the shelter grow deep and heavy. Jiang Nuo recognizes that the moment has arrived. He refrains from rising directly. Such noise would be too conspicuous in the stillness of the night. Instead, he feigns discomfort in his sleep, rolling over. Then, as if disturbed by something, he gradually shifts, using hands and feet to inch closer to the scarred man. Now, less than a meter away. Between them lie two slumbering miners. This distance is sufficient. The scarred man's breath falters momentarily, a subtle change, yet Jiang Nuo detects it. He was awake and had already noticed Jiang Nuo approaching. A chilling aura of menace silently locked onto Jiang Nuo. Unfazed, Jiang Nuo continued to feign sleep, shifting his posture and leaning his lips closer, ensuring only a select few could hear him. Then, in a barely audible whisper, he uttered 7 words. Hai Shi Yin. Bu Nikru Xingong. The cold, lethal aura fixated on him quivered abruptly. In the darkness, the scarred face's eyelids twitched violently. Jiang Nuo chose not to elaborate further. He had cast the bait and now merely awaited the catch. He resumed his previous position, transforming back into the semblance of a sleeping miner, as though nothing had transpired. A profound silence enveloped the two. A full minute passed. A similarly subdued and wary voice, low and cautious, drifted in from the ground level. Who are you? Jiang Nuo remained with his eyes closed, responding in kind, a person aligned with your enemy. The tale of 2 newcomers incapacitating 5 skilled members of the bone-crushing gang within a minute had surely circulated through the underground circles of Shattered Stone City. As the leader of the resistance, the scarred face could not possibly be unaware. Yet, doubt lingered in his mind. He might suspect Jiang Nuo was a spy sent by the overseer, attempting to extract information through this intelligence. Oomph. The scarred face let out a barely audible cold chuckle. I don't know what you're talking about. Is that so? Jiang Nuo's breath carried a hint of mockery. It appears you do not care much for the lives of your brethren. The scarred face's breath hitched momentarily. Jiang Nuo knew he had wagered correctly. This resistance could not have materialized from thin air. They must possess their own sources of intelligence and be devising ways to rescue their comrades. Shattered Stone City was undoubtedly a crucial hub for them to acquire news and resources from the outside world. As expected, after another silence, the scarred face's tone grew gravely serious. Produce proof. This was the very response Jiang Nuo had been waiting for. He ceased speaking, merely tapping 3 times on the ground beside him with his fingers. From another shadow in the makeshift shelter, a figure that had remained still began to rise. It was Mo Yuan. His movements were utterly soundless, disturbing no one. He approached the center of the shelter, where a large wooden barrel for communal drinking stood, accompanied by a chipped ceramic bowl. Mo Yuan picked up the bowl, filled it halfway with water, and then squatted down before the scarred face. Instantly, the scarred face's body tensed, every muscle coiling as his sharp eyes, still keen in the dark, fixed intently on Mo Yuan, brimming with wariness and hostility. He presumed the other was about to strike. However, Mo Yuan did nothing of the sort. He simply held the half-filled bowl level before the scarred face. The scarred face furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed by the antics of these two. Just as his suspicions deepened and he prepared to raise the alarm, everything changed. A nearly imperceptible black energy emanated from Mo Yuan's fingertips, subtly entwining itself around the ceramic bowl. There were no fluctuations of spiritual energy, no radiant bursts of power. Not even the faintest sound. The scarred face's eyes widened in terror. The shattered bowl, filled with water, neither broke nor evaporated. Instead, it disintegrated into a fine powder, even more delicate than dust, ultimately vanishing into the air as if it had never existed. The sound of a single gulp echoed as the scarred man struggled to swallow, his atoms apple-bobbing with an audible noise that resonated through the night. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. He had toiled for half his life, encountered numerous formidable beast tamers, even witnessed the prowess of royal-level warriors, yet he had never encountered such an enigmatic and unreasonable force. This was not mere destruction. It was obliteration, a direct influence upon the very essence of matter, a control that belonged to the realm of laws. This transcended all his understanding of power. The black-haired youth, appearing no older than 18 or 19, was not human at all. He was a monster, a creature clad in human skin. In this moment, all doubt, vigilance, and probing were crushed by a profound terror that surged from within. After completing this act, Mo Yuan retreated into the shadows, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. At that moment, Jiang Nuo's voice rang out once more. "Now, can we converse?" The scarred man's body still trembled slightly from the earlier spectacle. His gaze towards Jiang Nuo had completely transformed, from wary to astonished, fearful, and tinged with a hint of reverence. He realized that someone possessing such power would never stoop to being a spy. "What is it that you truly desire?" His voice was parched from the overwhelming shock. Jiang Nuo's intentions were clear. "We will assist you in overthrowing the regime here and liberating all the miners." The scarred man's pupils constricted sharply, and his breath quickened. "The condition is," Jiang Nuo continued, shifting his tone, "that upon the success of the uprising, you must lead us to the Forbidden Zone. We have no interest in anything here, only in that place." The scarred man fell into deep contemplation. The power exhibited by the other party undoubtedly guaranteed their success. Yet, at the same time, this unfathomable strength unsettled him. Was this inviting a wolf into the fold, or were they genuine allies? Jiang Nuo discerned his hesitation. "You have no choice." His voice was cold and direct. "With your own strength, the likelihood of breaking out is less than 10%. Your plans are riddled with flaws. The so-called uprising is merely a death sentence." This statement struck directly at the scar man's concerns, as Jiang Nuo spoke the truth. He fell silent, the scar on his face twisting in the darkness. After a long pause, it seemed he had made up his mind, exhaling a long, silent breath. "Very well, I agree." He looked at Jiang Nuo and spoke slowly, each word deliberate. "However, you may need to wait a while. We are still gathering strength, contacting more individuals, and preparing weapons." "No," Jiang Nuo interrupted him directly. "We do not have time to wait." "What?" The scarred man was taken aback. Jiang Nuo slowly opened his eyes, and a penetrating light shone from his almond-shaped gaze. "Your plan must have reached its final stage. If I am not mistaken, the time for the uprising is within these few days." The scarred face trembled, gazing at Jiang Nuo as if he were a specter. What secrets does this young man harbor? Under Jiang Nuo's piercing gaze, he ultimately relinquished the last remnants of concealment, despondently confessing, "Yes, it will happen in 3 days, on the changeover day." Chapter 88. Surgical decapitation deep within the 7th mine, in a forsaken lateral tunnel. The air was thick and humid. Lei Wan convened a clandestine meeting with his trusted confidants. Bathed in the dim light of crystalline stones, 7 or 8 men stood or sat in silence, their elongated and distorted shadows cast upon the mottled rock walls. Jiang Nuo and Mo Yuan occupied the center of the assembly, becoming the focal point of all gazes, particularly Mo Yuan, who, with his eyes peacefully closed, rendered these battle-hardened men too intimidated to even breathe audibly. Time was of the essence. Lei Wan's hoarse voice shattered the stillness of the tunnel. The scar on his face appeared more menacing as he scrutinized Jiang Nuo, finally confirming, "Young brother, are you truly willing to gamble your life alongside us?" Jiang Nuo remained silent, calmly countering, "What is your plan?" Taking a deep breath, Lei Wan produced a polished stone tablet inscribed with a rudimentary map. He pointed to several locations, speaking in a low tone. "The plan is straightforward. When the changeover bell tolls in 3 days, we will strike. I will lead a team to launch a fierce assault on the armory, while another team will storm the overseer's camp, creating chaos. We will dispatch a third team to sever communications, preventing any calls for assistance. As long as we secure the weapons, our numbers will give us a fighting chance." No one in the tunnel echoed his enthusiasm. They all understood that this plan was merely a gamble of thousands of lives for a faint hope, akin to a death sentence. Jiang Nuo listened in silence. He reached for a sharp stone and, relying on his memory, began to sketch in the damp earth. His strokes were measured, yet precise. Minutes later, a map of the mining area, tenfold more detailed than Lei Wan's tablet, unfolded before the assembly. The layout of the overseer's camp, the range of the watchtower's firepower, the blind spots in the patrols, and even the locations of the energy crystals throughout the entire mine were clearly marked. Lei Wan and his trusted aides widened their eyes in disbelief, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and incredulity. They had spent years, even decades, in this place, convinced they knew it intimately. Yet never had they imagined someone could recall the entire area with such clarity. Finally, Jiang Nuo broke the silence, his voice quiet yet extinguishing the flicker of hope within them. "Your plan sounds heroic, but it will not succeed." Jiang Nuo pointed to a prominently marked tower on the map. "This is the high point of the camp's firepower, equipped with 3 heavy armor-piercing crossbows. The route you intend to take towards the armory falls entirely within its range. Before you even arrive, you will be turned into a sieve." He then indicated another location. "The communications room has 2 systems. If you sever one, they will immediately activate the other for emergency assistance. Within half an hour, reinforcements from a black gold will arrive." Surveying the assembly, Jiang Nuo lowered his voice. "Moreover, you have overlooked the most formidable individual in this operation." "What?" Lei Wan instinctively inquired. Jiang Nuo's finger emphatically landed on the most opulent structure at the center of the overseer's camp. "The overseer captain, Barton. He is a ruthless beastmaster, with a contract beast that is a commanding level lava crocodile. As long as Barton remains alive, he alone can subdue us all. Our numbers would be of no consequence." Upon hearing this, the tunnel fell into a profound silence. Levin's face turned ashen, for he understood that every word spoken by Jiang Nuo was an undeniable truth. His own plan, in the face of the opponent's might and defenses, was nothing but a jest. "What shall we do?" a trembling voice from his deputy inquired. Jiang Nuo did not respond immediately. Rising, he approached the map and, with a sharp stone, delineated several unexpected routes of attack. Jiang Nuo's gaze was icy. To achieve victory, one must not charge recklessly. We must transform this uprising into a strategic operation centered on surgical precision. The first step is to incite chaos, and it must be purposeful chaos. Jiang Nuo pointed to several seemingly unrelated locations: the miner's cafeteria kitchen, the overseer's bathhouse, and the sewage vent. When the bell tolls, the first group shall set fires in these places. The flames need not be large, but the smoke must be thick. I intend for the entire camp to be engulfed in obscurity, suffocated by the acrid smoke. The second step is to create a diversion. Jiang Nuo's stone traced a path away from the armory. Most of the overseer's attention will be drawn to the dense smoke. At that moment, Lei Wan, you will lead an elite team, infiltrating the rear of the armory through this ventilation duct. The defenses there are quite feeble. The third step is to sever the lifeline. He indicated 2 additional points. The communication room and the energy chamber must be taken simultaneously. I want this place to become a dark and desolate island. Lei Van and the others gaped, their minds struggling to keep pace with Jiang Nuo's strategy. The seemingly frail youth now resembled a general issuing commands. Lei Van managed to speak. But what about Barton? Even if we succeed, as long as he is alive, he will die, Jiang Nuo calmly interrupted. He turned to Mu Yuan, who had remained silent. The most critical task shall be ours. While you create chaos and attract everyone's attention, we will infiltrate Barton's camp. Decapitation. These 2 words were spoken lightly by Jiang Nuo, yet those present grasped the gravity they carried. Lei Van glanced at Jiang Nuo, then at the black-haired youth with closed eyes. His heart unsettled. These 2 possessed not only formidable power, but also a disquieting intellect and audacity. Lei Van struck the rock wall with a fierce punch, producing a dull thud. His eyes reddened as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Nuo, exclaiming, "All right, we'll follow your lead. We'll follow your lead." The deputies behind him echoed in unison, as if they had glimpsed a singular hope. From this moment forth, the command of the uprising had changed hands. With the plan finalized, Jiang Nuo meticulously outlined every detail, step, and potential contingency, assigning tasks to various individuals. Once all had been communicated and preparations were underway, the previously meditative Mu Yuan gradually opened his eyes. He did not regard anyone. Within his golden-slit pupils, only Jiang Nuo's focused and frigid profile, as he devised a plan, was reflected. Through the connection of souls, Jiang Nuo distinctly sensed a long-suppressed killing intent surging forth from the depths of Mo Yuan's being, intertwined with excitement and cruelty. A slight arc formed at the corner of Mo Yuan's lips, a cold smile brimming with anticipation, tinged with a thirst for blood. It had been an eternity since he had savored the anguish of prey wailing in despair. Chapter 89. Brothers, rise up. The night deepened. The searchlights of the first mining district remained brightly lit, illuminating the weary miners as they changed shifts. Each miner, with heads bowed and heavy footsteps, felt their hearts racing. Their hands gripped the picks tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. These tools were not merely instruments of labor. They were weapons of vengeance. Silently, they advanced. Faster. Move your asses, you worthless lot, barked the overseer, his whip cracking sharply against the ground. In the stillness of the surroundings, the sound was jarring. They lashed their weapons to drive the miners forward, oblivious to the smoldering fury igniting in the miners' eyes. At the forefront of the line was Lei Wan, whose facial scar appeared grotesquely pronounced under the harsh light. He could hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat, as well as the suppressed breaths of his comrades beside him. Jiang Nuo's plan and that meticulously detailed map flashed through his mind, every step and detail etched into his memory. It was a matter of success or death. At that moment, the deep clang of the great bronze bell atop the camp's tower resonated, signaling the end of one labor shift and the commencement of another. Yet today, this tolling heralded the call to action. The instant the bell rang, Lei Wan halted, slowly raising his head, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. "What the hell are you staring at? Seeking death?" An overseer, sensing something amiss, raised his whip and struck. Lei Wan did not flinch, summoning every ounce of strength. He unleashed a long-suppressed roar. "Brothers, rise up!" Before he could finish his declaration, the pickaxe in his hand cleaved through the air, forcefully driving upward into the overseer's jaw. The sickening sound of bone shattering and flesh tearing filled the air, a jarring cacophony. The sinister grin on the overseer's face froze in shock. That roar served as the signal. In the next heartbeat, the entire mining district erupted. Kill! Fight back! Thousands of miners surged into action, brandishing their picks, shovels, and even stones, lunging at the nearest overseers. The overseers were caught off guard, never anticipating that these miners, so accustomed to abuse and insult, would suddenly rise in defiance. Cries of agony, roars of rage, and the clash of weapons reverberated throughout the camp. Tents ignited, flames shooting skyward. However, the overseers were seasoned warriors, and after a moment of chaos, they quickly organized a counterattack. clad in armor and wielding sharp blades. The roars of their contracted beasts echoed fiercely. Although the miners outnumbered them, they faced a stark disparity in equipment and strength, and soon paid the price. Following this single charge, hundreds lay lifeless in pools of blood. The Black Gold Society seemed to regain the upper hand. Yet, no one flinched in retreat. Due to Jiang Nuo's meticulously crafted plan, they were provided with a clear direction. On the chaotic periphery of the battlefield, the figures of Jiang Nuo and Mo Yuan emerged. They refrained from engaging in the tumultuous melee. The surrounding carnage and bloodshed were of no concern to them. Jiang Nuo's gaze was icy as he surveyed the scene before him. His mind operated at a rapid pace, absorbing every fluctuation on the battlefield. Plan B1, execution. Plan C3, initiation. He precisely monitored the progress of each segment. "Let us proceed," he whispered to Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan offered no reply, merely casting a cold, indifferent glance with his golden-slit pupils at the miners engaged in battle. To him, the lives of these individuals were no different from the dust at the roadside. His sole interest lay in the dark path leading to their objective. In a swift motion, the two slipped into the shadows of a barack, taking advantage of a moment when a group of overseers was overwhelmed by the miners. There, an inconspicuous ventilation duct awaited, its great pride open in advance. Without hesitation, they crawled inside. The frigid, narrow passage was saturated with the scent of rust, muffling the sounds from the outside world. Only darkness remained, accompanied by their nearly inaudible footfalls, one following closely behind the other. Their singular target was the camp of the overseer captain, Barton. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the mining area, boom! The kitchen of the dining hall erupted in a plume of oily smoke. Simultaneously, the overseer's communal bath and the sewage pipes on the western side of the camp also belched forth thick smoke. Although these fires were modest, the acrid smoke was swiftly carried by the wind, soon enveloping half the camp. "What's happening? There's a fire over there. Quickly go extinguish it." The overseers guarding the armory and communication room found themselves in disarray, their attention diverted to the sudden blazes. An opportunity had arisen. "Follow me," Lei Wan declared, leading a daring squad of 20 seasoned veterans not through the main entrance of the armory, but into a convoluted, abandoned mine tunnel marked on Jiang Nuo's map as an unexpected route for ambush. They traversed the dimly lit passageway, circumventing two defensive teams, ultimately emerging behind the armory. Here, a small door awaited, guarded by two sentinels peering into the distance at the flickering flames. Puff, puff. Two well-prepared crossbow bolts silently emerged from the darkness, striking the guards in their vulnerable backs. Lei Wan kicked the small door open, and upon seeing the array of long blades, heavy crossbows, and crates of energy explosives stacked within, his eyes glinted with fervor. "Brothers, arm yourselves," he bellowed in a hushed tone. Concurrently, another team led by his deputy incapacitated the communication room in a similar manner, shattering all communication crystals, rendering the location a veritable island of isolation. When the first wave of miners, armed and clad in leather armor, burst forth from the armory, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted instantaneously. The miners, previously on the defensive, found renewed vigor. "We are armed. Annihilate these scoundrels." Their roars coalesced, beginning to engulf those overseers who had once been so brazen. Chapter 90. The Dance of Death. The tent of Chief Overseer Barton stood as the most opulent establishment within the entire mining district. In stark contrast to the cacophony of battle cries and the inferno of flames outside, this space remained as warm as spring, imbued with the lingering aroma of fine wine and roasted meat. Having just indulged in a late-night feast, Barton, with grease adorning his lips, tossed aside a thoroughly gnawed beast's leg bone, a cruel and disdainful smile emerging on his face as he listened to the chaos beyond. A throng of wearisome insects. He wiped his oily hands and rose leisurely, stretching his robust neck with a series of audible cracks. It seemed that the whips had been wielded too gently of late, allowing them to forget the rules. To him, this so-called uprising was merely a farce, one that required his personal intervention to conclude in the most sanguinary manner. He found a twisted pleasure in this sensation, relishing the thrill of dragging those who had just ignited a flicker of hope back into the mire of despair. Come fort, my precious. Barton grinned wickedly, preparing to summon his prideful contract beast, the commanding lava crocodile. However, just as his mental energy surged and he was on the brink of opening the contract space, his smile abruptly froze. It was too quiet. The tent had transformed into an eerie silence, so profound that he could distinctly hear his own heartbeat. An inexplicable chill crept up from his tailbone without warning. Barton spun around, his pupils suddenly constricting to the size of pinpricks. Seated upon his throne, draped in a pelt of snow wolf fur, a symbol of his absolute authority, was an unexpected presence, a black-haired youth. The boy lounged comfortably against the back of the chair, wielding a dining knife that Barton had just used to carve meat, meticulously wiping it with a piece of pristine silk as if he were the true master of this domain. Jiang Nuo stood silently like a shadow at the entrance of the tent, blocking the only route of escape. His expression was calm, yet his almond-shaped eyes held no warmth. "Who are you?" Barton's voice was rendered hoarse by sheer shock. He was certain that mere moments ago, this place had been devoid of any presence. These two figures appeared as if conjured from thin air, like specters. Mo Yuan did not respond. He didn't even glance at Barton, remaining focused on polishing the knife as though it were a rare treasure. The humiliation of being completely disregarded ignited Barton's fury, suppressing the flicker of fear that had just arisen within him. "You insolent wretches! No matter how you entered, you shall perish today," Barton bellowed, casting aside any hesitation. With a thunderous roar, the ground before him cracked open, and a colossal beast, as large as a small mountain, erupted from the crimson contract array, the lava crocodile. Its body, enshrouded in dark red scales akin to volcanic rock, had molten lava coursing through the gaps in its armor. The terrifying heat instantly raised the temperature of the entire tent by several degrees. "Rip him apart." Batten directed his gaze towards Mo Yuan and issued a command. The eyes of the lava giant crocodile, each the size of a lantern, glimmered with a ferocious light. It opened its cavernous maw, revealing yellowed teeth capable of effortlessly crushing steel, exuding a searing heat potent enough to incinerate a person, and lunged fiercely at Mo Yuan. Faced with this lethal blow, one that could instill despair in any extraordinary beastmaster, Mo Yuan finally made a move. He ceased polishing his knife, slowly lifted his head, and for the first time, his golden vertical pupils met the oncoming beast's gaze. There was no gravity, no battle intent, not even the slightest emotional fluctuation in his expression. Only an absolute indifference, akin to a deity surveying mere dust. Then, with a casual flick of his wrist, he tossed the dining knife forward. There was no sound of slicing air, no burst of energy. The ordinary knife, the moment it left his fingertips, silently disintegrated in midair. It transformed into countless strands of darkness, finer than a hair and nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, resembling a vast net woven from death that enveloped the enormous form of the lava giant crocodile in an instant. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The crocodile's charge was suspended in midair, its ferocity and brutality crystallized in that instant. In the next heartbeat, within Batten's eyes, which were wide with sheer terror, the once mighty, commanding lava giant crocodile failed to emit even a single cry as it disintegrated in the midst of its charge. Its unyielding rocky scales, its molten blood capable of melting steel, its colossal and powerful body, all of it was in an instant deconstructed into the most primitive fragments devoid of any life-s luster, scattering like dust upon the ground. It was dead. No, it could not even be described as death. This was obliteration, thoroughly and utterly erased from this world. A discordant sound, akin to a deflating bellows, escaped from Batten's throat. His mind had completely crashed, overwhelmed by a scene that transcended his comprehension. He wished to scream, yet no sound emerged. He yearned to flee, but his legs felt as though they were encased in lead, rooted to the spot. He wanted to beg for mercy, but that fear, emanating from the depths of his soul, had tightened around his throat, rendering him speechless. A warm, foul-smelling liquid began to trickle down his pant leg. In that moment, a shadow, silently appeared behind him. A cold, slender finger gently rested upon the fleshy nape of his neck. Batten's body trembled violently. He could feel his blood, spiritual energy, even his very vitality being drawn out at a terrifying speed by that finger, consumed voraciously. It was too loud. A cold, emotionless voice echoed in his ear. As the whisper faded, Barton's body withered at an observable rate, rapidly drying up and crumbling away. Ultimately, this overseer, who had tyrannized over the first mining district and regarded human life as mere fodder, left behind not even a complete corpse, dissolving into a pile of fine ash, swept away by the night breeze that seeped through the tent as crevices. Mo Yuan withdrew his finger, a faint, lingering expression of satisfaction gracing his handsome face. This trivial remnant of vitality was scarcely sufficient to fill the gaps between his teeth. He turned to glance at Jiang Nuo, his golden eyes reflecting a hint of inquiry. "Who will be next?" Jiang Nuo surveyed the vacant tent, as if Barton's existence had been but a fleeting mirage, and he fell silent for a moment. Then, he spoke slowly. "There is no next. We have one." Chapter 91. Out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's mouth the ashes of Barton were dispersed by the wind. And the cries of battle outside the tent ceased as well. The fight had concluded. Jiang Nuo stepped out of the tent. Outside, flames blazed, casting a crimson glow upon the miners' faces, stained with blood and sweat. All activity halted. Thousands of eyes turned in unison toward the youth emerging from the overseer's tent. He bore no injuries. Their gazes were filled with confusion, tension, and a desperate glimmer of hope. Behind them lay a multitude of overseers' corpses. Lei Wan approached briskly, his bloodied sword in hand, his voice trembling. Barton Jiang Nuo remained silent, merely stepping aside to allow entry into the tent. It was empty. Aside from a wolfskin chair and scattered debris, nothing remained. The butcher who had dictated their lives and deaths seemed to have never existed. After a brief, profound silence, someone softly uttered, "We have one." Instantly, this declaration ignited the emotions of all present. In the next moment, a thunderous cheer erupted, resonating throughout the mining district. "We have won. We are free. We have vanquished these scoundrels." The miners cast aside their weapons, embracing one another in a mix of laughter and tears. The long-suppressed emotions were released in that moment, transforming into ecstatic tears. Even a stalwart like Lei Wan felt his eyes redden. He surveyed the jubilant crowd, then glanced at Jiang Nuo and Mo Yuan, unable to articulate the tumult of feelings within him. Several overly exuberant miners rushed forward, lifting Jiang Nuo and Mo Yuan high into the air. "Heroes! Saviors!" Cheers erupted in waves. Jiang Nuo felt a bit dizzy from the tossing, but could not suppress his laughter. The atmosphere was infectious. Even Mo Yuan, usually impassive, seemed to be enveloped by the fervor, his golden slit pupils reflecting an indescribable depth. As Jiang Nuo descended from the crowd, Lei Wan stepped forward, respectfully presenting him with a key. It was the key that could unlock the spiritual shackles binding them. However, just as Jiang Nuo accepted the key, preparing to free himself and Mo Yuan from their restraints, an ear-splitting shriek, tearing through the air, unexpectedly resonated from above. A tempestuous wind descended from the heavens, stirring the earth into a frenzy of dust and debris, snuffing out several campfires in its wake. A vast shadow enveloped the entire campsite, silencing the jubilant cheers of the crowd. Terror-stricken, they raised their gazes, beholding a colossal griffin, its wingspan exceeding 20 meters, circling ominously above them. Its piercing gaze swept over the throngs below, filled with scorn. Perched upon the creature's back was a man clad in a tailored black silk uniform, adorned with pristine white gloves, starkly contrasting the blood-soaked chaos surrounding him. He paid no heed to the lifeless bodies on the ground, instead tapping the handle of his whip gently against his palm, a morbid smile gracing his lips. He was Victor, the regional supervisor of the Black Gold Association from the number 1 mining district. As the griffin descended gracefully to the center of the square, 30 elite guards clad in black heavy armor and wielding standard long rifles emerged from the shadows of the camp, encircling the miners. Their aura exuded a far greater strength, a chilling ruthlessness surpassing that of the previous overseers. The air, once vibrant with celebration, became suffocatingly still. The smiles on the miners' faces froze, replaced by a profound sense of helplessness deeper than before the unrest. The disparity in power was glaring. A splendid spectacle indeed. Victor finally spoke, his voice melodious, imbued with an aristocratic elegance, yet devoid of warmth. He looked down upon the miners with disdain, as if surveying a pile of refuse. "That fool Barton, to have been toppled by you rabble, has brought shame upon the Black Gold Association," he remarked, shaking his head in feigned pity. "However, this presents a perfect opportunity to rid the mining district of its refuse in one fell swoop." His gaze fixated on Jiang Nuo and Mo Yuan at the forefront of the crowd. "It seems you two are the ringleaders of this farce." A smirk played upon his lips. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the new supervisor here, Victor. To celebrate my appointment, I have decided to cast all those who participated in the rebellion into the meat grinder of mine number 3, to serve as nourishment for the next batch of contract beasts. Who will step forward first?" As his words reverberated, an overwhelming pressure emanating from a master-level powerhouse descended upon them. Countless miners, unable to withstand the force, collapsed to their knees, finding even the act of breathing arduous. Their weapons clattered to the ground, and the flicker of hope that had ignited moments ago was utterly extinguished. Jiang Nuo's expression turned grave. He sensed that this man surpassed Barton by several tiers in strength. More alarmingly, the 30 guards accompanying him each possessed power not inferior to that of ordinary overseer captains. This battle was insurmountable. Feeling a bit displeased, Mo Yuan's voice echoed through the soul link in Jiang Nuo's mind. His tone was calm. Yet, Jiang Nuo could sense a terrifying intent to kill surging within him, even more intense than when confronting Barton. The arrival of these individuals had disrupted his plans. Victor seemed to sense something amiss, his gaze fixated with intrigue upon the dark-haired youth who had yet to meet his eyes. A flicker of surprise crossed his countenance. "Oh, is there one who dares to resist?" He raised his whip, pointing it menacingly at Mo Yuan, commanding, "Seize him, bring him alive. As for the others, leave not a single one." Chapter 92. Shadow of the Dragon. Victor's words echoed like a death sentence, plunging the temperature of the entire square to a frigid low. 30 black-armored guards marched in unison, slowly closing in. The aura of ironclad malice they exuded formed an invisible net, shattering the last glimmers of hope among the miners. Resist? With what means? Before such formidable elites, their previous so-called victory felt as trivial as a child's play. Despair enveloped them, thicker than ever before. A hint of displeasure crept into Mo Yuan's icy voice, resonating once more through the soul link in Jiang Nuo's mind. Jiang Nuo's expression turned grave, unlike any he had ever worn. He understood that this battle was inescapable. Engaging in a direct confrontation would lead to certain death. The prowess of these 30 guards was sufficient to slaughter them all. The only point of resolution lay with Victor himself. Yet, how could one attack a peak commander and his griffin in such a dire moment? Time offered no luxury for contemplation, for the foremost black-armored guard had already raised his blade. "Stop!" Jiang Nuo stepped forward, issuing a powerful shout. He knew this act was futile, destined only to invite ridicule. But he must secure even a fraction of a second for Mo Yuan. Victor indeed laughed, a derisive mirth that echoed in the air. "What? The protagonist of this farce has prepared his last words? Proceed." He waved his hand dismissively, barely casting another glance at Jiang Nuo. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Nuo made a resolute decision. Through the soul link, he imparted an extraordinarily clear and audacious directive to Mo Yuan. Release the restraints. Dismay them. Do not linger in battle. This was precisely the command Mo Yuan had awaited. He slowly stepped forward. With that single step, the world seemed to pause. An ineffable force, reminiscent of primordial chaos, erupted from his seemingly frail form. The invisible shackles Jiang Nuo had placed deep within his soul to suppress his power shattered completely. For the first time, Victor truly regarded the dark-haired youth who had remained silent until now. He keenly sensed something amiss. The griffin beneath him emitted a low, uneasy growl, its feathers bristling in alarm. How intriguing! Victor licked his lips, his eyes betraying not fear, but a sickly thrill. It appeared he had hooked a great catch. "Bring him to me," he began, but his words remained unfinished. For Mo Yuan had slowly lifted his head. In his golden, slit-like pupils, there was no trace of human emotion left. Only a cold, divine indifference remained, gazing down upon all. Behind him, a colossal shadow, composed of the purest darkness and chaotic energy, silently unfurled its wings, obscuring the sky. It manifested in a form beyond the grasp of any language to describe. Sinister dragon horns pierced the heavens, and scales, flowing with dark golden lava, were deeper than the night itself. Those eyes, larger than the stars, gazed indifferently upon this minuscule land. An ancient dragon of magic. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. All sounds, all light, all thoughts were stripped away in an instant. A terror, emanating from the pinnacle of existence, transcending time and space, engraved in the deepest recesses of every being's genes, crashed upon the scene like an invisible tsunami, capable of overwhelming everything. Thud! Thud! The 30 black-armored guardians, who had only moments ago radiated fierce confidence, found their minds blank in an instant. Their bodies, driven by instinct, knelt uncontrollably, trembling violently. Their weapons clattered to the ground. Their souls cried out in despair, surrendering. The once mighty griffin emitted a heart-wrenching wail, collapsing to the ground, its massive head buried in its wings, devoid of the courage to lift it. This was an absolute, insurmountable oppression on the level of life itself. The only one still barely standing was Victor, yet he was in a more pitiful state than anyone else. His legs quaked like chaff, his teeth chattered uncontrollably, producing a rattling sound. The noble elegance and arrogance he had so carefully maintained had vanished, leaving only a face twisted in extreme fear, pale as death. A warm, foul-smelling liquid trickled down his silken trousers, staining the ground with a dark patch. He had lost control of his bodily functions. He wished to scream, but found his throat gripped by an invisible hand, rendering him voiceless. He yearned to flee, yet his body refused to obey. He looked at the black-haired boy now, at the terrifying shadow of a god behind him, feeling as if his very soul was about to be frozen and crushed by that icy gaze. At that moment, Mo Yuan's golden vertical pupils swept over him coldly. Just that glance shattered the last thread of Victor's reason. A scream, more akin to an animal's, filled with endless terror, finally broke free from his throat's constraints. He felt as if all his bones had been extracted as he crawled and rolled toward his griffin, now a limp mass. Summoning all his strength, he lashed at his mount with the whip in a frenzy. Fly! Fly fast! Leave this place! Under the dual stimuli of pain and fear. The griffin finally unleashed a flicker of survival instinct, screeching and flapping its wings in a chaotic frenzy, rising into the sky in an unprecedented display of desperation, disappearing into the night without looking back. As Victor made his escape, the terrifying aura that enveloped the area gradually dissipated. The armored guards, as if granted a reprieve, dare not raise their heads. They abandoned their helmets and armor, fleeing in all directions from the camp, wishing fervently that they had been born with 2 extra legs. The chaotic square fell silent once more, but this time, the miners regarded the young boy, standing in the center with expressions filled with reverence and fervor, as if gazing upon a deity. Chapter 93. Forge your own future. The night breeze swept through the square, carrying the scent of blood and dust. Victor and his black armor guards had fled, leaving their weapons behind in a state of disarray. The tumultuous square quieted again, yet this silence was markedly different from before. Thousands of miners stood frozen, gazing upward at the dark-haired youth in the middle of the square. Their expressions were complex, but now only awe remained. Defeating Barton had instilled a sense of hope and happiness within them. However, the events that had just transpired were utterly incomprehensible. In their eyes, what had occurred was divine retribution. A mere glance had sent the formidable members of the Black Gold Guild scurrying away. A phantom presence had compelled 30 elite guards to their knees, unable to steady their weapons. Such power could only belong to a deity. They looked upon Mo Yuan and Jiang Nuo, their gazes transformed. No longer did they perceive the two as allies or benefactors. They regarded them as divine beings. Lei Van, with a scarred face, felt his breath catch. He swallowed hard and cautiously approached Jiang Nuo and Mo Yuan, his steps measured and unlike those of a comrade in arms. Thud! Lei Wan halted 3 paces from Jiang Nuo, kneeling on one knee, bowing his head amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Lei Van, on behalf of all my brothers, express my deepest gratitude for your life-saving grace, my lord. His voice was hoarse, yet brimming with gratitude. Thank you, my lord. Behind him, thousands of miners echoed his sentiments, kneeling en masse. Their expressions of thanks reverberated throughout the mining district. Jiang Nuo observed the scene before him, saying nothing and making no effort to lift Lei Wan. He understood that these people needed a deity to believe in. Yet, he was acutely aware that he and Mo Yuan were merely here for revenge. Lei Wan reverently produced a tattered animal skin map from his bosom, raising it high with both hands and presenting it to Jiang Nuo. The map was yellowed and frayed at the edges. My lord, this is the transaction we agreed upon. This map reveals secret passages discovered through the sacrifices of countless lives across generations. It allows one to bypass perilous areas and reach Dragon's Roar Valley directly. Jiang Nuo accepted the map, feeling its rough texture beneath his fingers. The lines and markings were meticulously drawn, indicating even the hydrological and geological vulnerabilities of different times, revealing the cartographer's considerable effort. My lord, Lei Wan lifted his gaze, hope gleaming in his eyes. The Black Gold Guild has been vanquished. Victor, that coward, will not dare return for some time. Please stay and lead us. We are all willing to follow you, to establish a new order, and to pledge our loyalty to you. Please do not leave us. The miners behind him implored in unison. Jiang Nuo listened quietly, smiled softly, and shook his head. I will not stay. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of every listener. Your future should not depend on any individual, nor should it hinge upon a deity that does not truly exist. He scanned the faces around him, filled with shock and confusion, and spoke slowly. Freedom is forged by your own hands, with pickaxes and blades, not a gift from others. Safeguarding that freedom also rests upon your shoulders. My assistance in dismantling your old shackles was solely to empower you to take charge of your own destinies. From this day forth, you are free. Having said that, Jiang Nuo paid them no further heed, turning to retrieve the universal key from Lei Wan. With a soft click, the magical shackles around Jiang Nuo's neck shattered and fell to the ground. The flow of spiritual energy surged back within him, and he felt an unprecedented release throughout his body. He then approached Mo Yuan and freed him from his restraints. The moment the shackles fell away from Mo Yuan's neck, a fleeting aura of darkness swept past. Mo Yuan flexed his wrist. His golden vertical pupils remained unchanged. His gaze transcended the crowd, fixing on the tunnel entrance deep within the mine. A true battlefield awaited them. Our struggle has only just begun. The future here is entrusted to you. With that, he grasped Mo Yuan's hand and ventured into the unfathomable darkness. Under the watchful eyes of thousands, filled with awe, gratitude, and reluctance, their figures soon vanished into the shadows, as if they had never existed, leaving behind a reborn mine and a group destined to forge their own futures. Chapter 94. The dragon's graveyard. The flames behind them faded completely into the tunnel. One step away, and it felt as if they had crossed into another realm, one of the living and the other an entrance to the unknown. Jiang Nuo did not look back. He tightened his grip on Mo Yuan's hand and strode unhesitatingly into the darkness. The tunnel was long and descended steeply. The air was damp and cold, with slick moss on the walls emitting a faint phosphorescence, barely illuminating their path beneath. An eerie silence enveloped them, broken only by the sound of their footsteps echoing through the tunnel. Since entering, Mo Yuan had said little. His golden vertical pupils gazed into the darkness ahead, his expression enigmatic. Jiang Nuo could not decipher it. After what seemed like a quarter of an hour, a faint sound emerged from the depths of the tunnel. It resonated with profound sorrow and resentment. Mo Yuan's body suddenly stiffened. He halted, his breath quickening. "What is it?" Jiang Nuo immediately sensed something was amiss. Mo Yuan did not respond, merely raising a hand to press against his forehead. Under the dim phosphorescence, his complexion appeared pallid. The mournful wailing grew increasingly distinct. This voice was not merely heard through their ears. It penetrated directly into their minds. Jiang Nuo felt it too. His head felt as if gripped by an unseen force. Each beat of his heart accompanied by a pang of pain. Yet, it seemed he bore only a fraction of the burden. The majority of the psychic onslaughts surged toward Mo Yuan, whose bloodline was intertwined with the source. A suppressed groan escaped Mo Yuan's throat. For the first time, his back could not remain straight, bending ever so slightly. In his golden vertical pupils, an expression of disarray emerged. A myriad of shattered images, rife with anguish and resentment, flickered through his mind. These were the wails of his compatriots, the accumulated lamentations of the dragon kin. Observing his distress, Jiang Nuo felt a tightening in his own heart. Without a second thought, he stepped forward and grasped Mo Yuan's icy hand firmly. Subsequently, he closed his eyes, channeling his mental energy through the soul link that bound them. Originally intended to draw strength, this connection was now repurposed by Jiang Nuo to alleviate suffering. "Share a fragment with me," Jiang Nuo silently implored Mo Yuan. In the next instant, a torrent of tumultuous mental energy, steeped in resentment, surged along the link into Jiang Nuo's mind. His body trembled, and blood trickled from his nose. Darkness engulfed his vision, nearly causing him to faint. The pain was excruciating. It transcended mere headache. Countless voices echoed within his mind, shrieking in desperation and defiance, as if on the brink of death. They were filled with betrayal, agony, and hatred. Jiang Nuo clenched audibly, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet he steadfastly held onto Mo Yuan's hand, refusing to let go. Mo Yuan's once dazed gaze refocused, staring at the boy before him who bore his anguish. Though Jiang Nuo's face was ashen, he remained resolute in his grip. A strange, unfamiliar pain pierced Mo Yuan's long-dormant heart. Slowly, he lifted his other hand, somewhat stiffly, to wipe away the blood from Jiang Nuo's lips. "Let us proceed." Jiang Nuo managed to breathe, offering a strained smile. "We shall uncover the truth." They continued onward, though Jiang Nuo struggled with every step. Yet he never relinquished Mo Yuan's hand. Time slipped away,